Superdimensional Wizard Chapter 1386 to Chapter 1454. Why are you still lying on the ground? Angor's voice reached Natasha's ears. She looked at him in a daze. The aura of resentment underground hasn't dissipated yet. It's obvious that the undead that attacked us just now was only a small portion. Perhaps there are even more undead lying in ambush underground. So, are you planning to lie on the ground as a live bait? It took Natasha a long time to realize what he meant. Was he implying that it was not an illusion just now? Before Natasha could ask more questions, she heard an ear-piercing noise behind her. She felt as if her soul was being brushed by a chilly wind. The negative aura brought by the wind enveloped Natasha and made her shiver from the inside out as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Undead hell. Natasha quickly realized that she was being affected by undead hell. However, that didn't mean she could defend herself. She was still frozen like before, unable to move. She could only feel the chilling wind behind her getting colder. At this moment, Natasha suddenly heard a faint sigh. Following the sigh was a soundless but visible ripple in the air. Since Natasha was facing Angor, she could clearly see that the ripple came from the gun in Angor's hand. When the ripples gushed out from the muzzle, they spread out at an extremely fast speed. Everything in front of Angor, including Natasha, was within the range of the ripple. However, Natasha didn't feel anything amiss inside the ripple. Instead, it was the undead creatures behind her who were screaming in pain. The chilling aura suddenly disappeared. When Natasha felt that she could move again, she turned around abruptly, and an unbelievable scene was reflected in her eyes. Not far behind her, a terrifying red-robed undead screamed miserably as its body dissipated into countless motes of light. It was like a meticulously constructed sand sculpture that had encountered a hurricane and was blown away in an instant until it completely disappeared. Natasha looked at the disappearing undead creatures and then at the strange gun in Angor's hand. Is this the truth? Natasha muttered to herself. Is this why all the undead creatures disappeared in an instant? Was it destroyed by a single shot from this gun? There are more undead creatures coming this way. Are you sure you want to stay here? Angor frowned at Natasha. Natasha stood up absent-mindedly. Lead the way, Angor said. He felt that this cyborg was a little slow. Did he hurt her brain when he was using her body? Angor didn't try to hide his thoughts at all. Natasha was both embarrassed and annoyed. However, she couldn't explain herself right now. She had no choice but to keep moving forward. She wasn't too far away from the node, and just as she had guessed, there were countless undead rushing toward her from just a few dozen meters away. At first, Natasha was afraid. Undead creatures weren't easy to deal with. However, as time passed, Natasha's mood gradually calmed down and she felt more at ease. Every time Angor fired, he would take away an entire area of undead creatures, not just one or two. Once, Natasha only took 2 steps forward when hundreds of undead creatures rushed out from the cliff nearby. But before they could finish their cries, they were all swept away by a wave of energy. Natasha had never seen anything like this before. Was that gun an alchemy weapon made to deal with undead creatures? If that was the case, then the cleaning efficiency of this gun was too terrifying. Natasha once followed a wizard here, and that wizard couldn't even deal with the undead creatures so quickly with banish spells. Besides, there was a limit to the number of undead creatures that could be banished at a time. Speaking of which, even Sunders was surprised by Angor's efficiency. He knew how useful Prelude to Rebirth was, but this was the first time he saw the weapon being used to deal with so many undead creatures. Sunders might be able to do it himself, but it would cost him a lot of energy, and he wouldn't be able to do it faster than Angor. Such was the irreplaceable quality of an alchemy item in a special environment. Large numbers of undead were exterminated. By the time Natasha arrived at the node, the resentful aura of the undead around her had already become extremely faint. Natasha couldn't help but wonder if Angor could use that gun to wipe out all the undead creatures around her. Maybe Dark Castle's predicament would be solved right away. After all, the reason why that guy could be so fearless was because he was relying on the endless supply of undead creatures. As long as she could get rid of the undead creatures, she would be able to get rid of that damned bastard. Natasha was getting excited. But she also knew that it wasn't right to ask someone to do something like this for no reason. Moreover, with her status, why should others listen to her? Natasha had no choice but to calm down. She might not be able to do it herself, but that didn't mean others couldn't. Maybe he told the Empress. With the Empress's ability, she should have a way to do it. Natasha couldn't wait any longer. She turned around and said, because the undead have blocked all the exits of Dark Castle, we can only go back through the space nodes. I'll open the nodes now. If any undead attack me, I hope you can help me clean them up. Angor nodded noncommittally. Natasha quickly activated the space node. This kind of space node was similar to a short-distance teleportation array, but it was much more secure. Both sides of the node had to confirm the location of the node before it could be used. Natasha needed to spend some time to identify herself so that the controller of the node could confirm her identity. While Natasha was operating, 2 waves of undead really did come to attack them. However, there weren't too many of them, so Angor easily dealt with them. After that, the undead creatures completely disappeared. Natasha tried to contact the controller of the node, but they didn't show up again. Natasha sighed in relief, while Angor was a little disappointed. Speaking of which, Angor was quite happy when he was dealing with the undead creatures. He could use this chance to gather more white bullets. Angor used up all 6 white bullets in his magazine to turn Taurus back into a soul. He never had the chance to replenish them because he simply couldn't find a place with enough undead creatures. His original plan was to go to the undead sea and replenish his bullets. However, he didn't do that because his other plans were more important. Now, he finally saw a chance to do that in Dark Castle. Unfortunately, he only killed about 1,600 undead creatures on his way here, and each bullet required at least 2,000 undead creatures. So far, he didn't have enough white bullets. This was why he felt a little disappointed when the undead creatures completely disappeared. Natasha spent a long time talking with the node on the other side before activating it. However, Natasha still looked a little worried. I've already notified the people over there, but they can't decide whether to let you in or not. They can't leave their posts without permission, so they only opened up one portal. They want me to go in first and inform the higher-ups. Natasha's tone was cautious. After all, these 2 were important figures. One was the famous god of war in the southern region, and the other had not revealed his identity yet. However, the strange gun might be able to save Dark Castle. She was afraid that she might say something wrong and anger them. Angor glanced at Sunders. He didn't like what Natasha said, but he wouldn't make the decision himself. He had to wait for Sunders' approval first. Sunders' expression was cold. His cold aura made Natasha shiver. After a long moment, Sunders nodded. Sure. Natasha heaved a sigh of relief, as if she had been freed. She immediately returned to the node and disappeared with a flash of light. Both Sunders and Angor looked at Dark Castle at the same time. You sensed it too? Sunders glanced at Angor in surprise. Angor nodded with a strange look. I can feel it. That's where Dark Castle is. But I think it's a special space underneath Dark Castle. Sunders gave Angor a thoughtful look. You're right. Looks like you're quite talented in the art of space. When Sunders learned that Angor's first spell slot was a portal to teleport, he already guessed that Angor's second talent was related to space. Now, it seemed that Sunders was right. Otherwise, Angor wouldn't have been able to sense the space waymark as a mere apprentice. As for the second talent, he could wait until Angor became a wizard to confirm it. Now that they knew the exact location of Dark Castle, both of them could enter. However, since they already agreed to Natasha's request, they didn't have to do that. Sunders agreed to Natasha's request because he didn't want to start a war with Dark Castle. They already violated the rules of visiting Dark Castle, and entering Dark Castle's territory without permission was already inappropriate. If they didn't do anything, it would be tantamount to declaring war on Dark Castle. After all, Dark Castle still had someone as powerful as the Twilight King. Sunders had to be careful. Soon, Angor sensed the space ripple coming from the node. As the halo flickered, a figure with strange proportions gracefully walked out of the halo. Angor was wondering why there were heavy head and light feet curves in the light. But when the newcomer showed up, he realized what was going on. It was a woman whose age could not be determined. Her makeup was very delicate, and she was dressed very elegantly. Apart from the exquisite dress with magic runes, what caught Angwar's attention the most was her hair accessories. Her hair was dark brown and very long. However, it was not spread out. Instead, it was tied up in a very exaggerated style. Together with the jewelry, it looked like a magic forest. Yes, she had built a forest of mountains with her hair. The size of the forest of hair was at least 3 times larger than her face. This was why the ratio looked so strange under the light and shadow. Also, there were all kinds of flower spirits flying around the forest. Colorful butterflies fluttered their wings as if they were in a real forest. As the lady walked over gracefully, a refreshing scent of the forest after the rain wafted into his nostrils. "Your phantom master?" He raised his finely groomed eyebrows and slowly sent his aura towards Sunders. However, the aura was blown away by a cold wind before it could reach Sunders. "You're strong," she muttered. "You're the alchemist Natasha told me about?" She looked at Angor from head to toe and asked, "You're the alchemist Natasha mentioned? What's your name?" Judging from the aura clash between her and Sunders, Angor could tell that the woman was very powerful. She might have already stepped on the path of truth. Angor did not want to avoid such a powerful witch. He bowed and told her his name. "Angor. That's a familiar name." A glint flashed through her eyes. How could she not be familiar with this name? It was a name that the Twilight King, Isabel, had said. According to Isabel, this Angor was someone who came into contact with mystery items. If Isabel did not stop her, Angor would have already become a mystery alchemist. "Oh, it's you." She recalled what Natasha had said before. Originally, she had some doubts, but now, those doubts had dissipated. If it was Angor, Natasha said that he had an alchemy weapon that could kill undead creatures. "You know me, mister? I've heard of you. I'm half an alchemist now. I hope we can talk in the future." She nodded at Angor. Her tone was much more relaxed than when she talked to Sunders. Angor already had a name in his mind when he heard her saying that she was an alchemist. "You're Kimberly?" Sunders looked at her. She nodded. "Yes. I'm Kimberly." "You look a little different from the portrait I saw in Lilith's house," Sunders said in a plain tone. When Kimberly heard the name Lilith family, a dark light filled with complicated emotions flashed in her eyes. But soon, she lowered her head and hid the emotions in her eyes. Kimberly said, "I've long heard that Lilith's family has a close relationship with Phantom Island, but I didn't expect Cantor to be so close that he would show my portrait to others." "Cantor only hung your portrait in his room. Anyone who enters can see it." Kimberly's pupils constricted, and she paused for a moment. She turned her head and sighed softly. "Let's not talk about unrelated topics now. I've learned about your trespass in Dark Castle. Now, tell me why you're here." The trespass was a fact, and there was a reason for it. Still, Sunders did not intend to argue. "Can you make the decision? Lady Isabel can't leave right now. So, I have full authority to represent Dark Castle." "Where's Isabel?" At the mention of Isabella's name, a trace of disdain flashed in Kimberly's eyes, but Isabella was the real ruler of Dark Castle, after all. After a long while, she replied, "She is currently with Lady Isabella." "We came to Dark Castle to look for Greya," said Sunders. "And then?" "Greya isn't a member of Dark Castle. We don't need to tell you why we're looking for her, do we?" Sunders paused. "Of course, you can tell me if you want. But it's related to Greya's secret." "Are you sure you want to know?" They came to Greya for 2 reasons. One was about Toby, and the other was about Sunders' promise to help Greya find her body. There was no harm in telling Sunders about Toby. However, finding Greya's body was Greya's biggest secret. Sunders did not know what would happen if he told Greya about it. But he was sure that Dark Castle needed Greya's help. If Greya's relationship with Greya worsened because of this, Dark Castle would suffer a loss. As expected, Kimberly did not dare to ask again. It was about Greya's secret. If Greya insisted on finding out more, it would cause Greya to leave Dark Castle, which was not worth it at all. Both Kimberly and Sunders remained silent. As the atmosphere turned awkward, the node behind them began to ripple again. A woman wearing an elegant long dress stepped out of the node. The newcomer quickly moved to Kimberly's side and bowed to both Angor and Sunders. This woman was no stranger to them. She was Natasha, who had left before. However, at that time, Natasha's clothes had turned into rags, and many places that shouldn't be exposed were exposed. Now, Natasha had changed into a dress, and the artificial skin on the right side of her body was also covered. It was obvious that she had not only changed into a dress, but also changed the power source when she went back. Natasha let her hair down. Previously, she looked very capable with her hair tied to her head. Now, she looked more ladylike. "Madam Kimberly, I've sent someone to inform the Queen." "But we haven't heard back yet," Natasha spoke in a small voice. "What about Greya?" Kimberly asked. "She's in B6 Ice Cave." "We can't send her a message yet," Natasha replied. Kimberly considered and looked at Sunders. "Greya is conducting an experiment with Felicia. We can't contact her for now." "I don't mind waiting," Sunders said. Kimberly gave Sunders a thoughtful look, then glanced at Angor and made up her mind. "If that's the case, let's go to Dark Castle and take a rest." After Kimberly made the decision, Natasha immediately retreated to the node and communicated with the node on the opposite side to open the multi-person teleportation. After confirming that everything was correct, she quickly activated the portal. Kimberly stepped into the portal first, while Natasha bowed to Sunders and Angor. "Please follow me." Natasha led Angor and Sunders into the portal. As the light faded away, they appeared inside a well-lit underground cave. Two apprentices wearing wizard robes were observing the various nodes in Dark Castle. When they saw Sunders and Natasha, they quickly stood up and bowed before returning to their work. "Madam Kimberly is waiting for us in the hall ahead," Natasha said. Natasha said as she walked forward. Natasha purposely jumped away when she saw Angor. For some reason, she felt like someone was staring at her. When she looked closer, she realized that it was Angor who was staring at her. And he still hadn't stopped looking at her. Natasha was a little embarrassed, but she didn't know how to react. After all, Sunders only stared at her without doing anything else. Natasha decided to pretend that she didn't see anything. But the more she thought about it, the more she couldn't help thinking about it. She had several questions in her mind. Why is he looking at me? Is it because I'm wearing a different outfit? Or could it be that he actually had other intentions? The more she thought about it, the stiffer she became. In the end, even Sunders noticed what was going on. Sunders gave Angor a disdainful glance and established a spirit bond with Angor. "So, this is your type, huh?" Sunders' voice was calm. Angor looked at him and saw the serious look on his face. But somehow, Angor noticed a hint of teasing in Sunders' eyes. "No," Angor replied through the spirit bond. "You're already so obvious, and you're still denying it?" Angor shook his head. "I don't mean anything else. I just think she looks familiar." "Professor, don't you think she looks like the woman in the painting?" "The woman in the painting?" Sunders glanced at Natasha and quickly realized who Angor was referring to. She was the woman who appeared on the last page of Flower Sparrow's record book. They already confirmed that Flower Sparrow left the well on her own. However, the one who took her away was a woman in a dress. When Angor first saw Natasha, he didn't think much about her appearance at all. Her clothes were torn, and her mechanical body was covered in sparks. But after dressing her up and changing into a new dress, Angor felt that she looked very familiar. So, he kept looking at Natasha and noticed that she looked very similar to the woman in Flower Sparrow's painting. But Angor wasn't sure. Flower Sparrow's painting was still too immature, and it was a two-dimensional painting that couldn't be overlapped with the three-dimensional world. Sunders also looked at Floral Sparrow's record. Natasha's back view was indeed very similar to that of the woman in the record. She was also wearing a long dress, had the same tall and slim figure, and had the same long curly blonde hair. If Natasha was holding the hand of a little girl in a yellow dress, they would look exactly the same. "Yeah," Sunders said. "It's easy to find out if she's the one who took Floral away." Sunders didn't do anything. Instead, as he walked forward, an extremely mysterious energy was transferred to the ground from under his feet. When Natasha was halfway there, she suddenly felt something soft under her feet. She looked down and realized that the soil in the catacombs had become slightly damp at some point in time. When she stepped on it, it sank slightly. Did someone spill the water here? It seems that I need to inform the servants to clean it up. Natasha muttered to herself. She didn't care and continued to walk forward. Angor and Sunders, on the other hand, were looking at the moist ground quietly. To be exact, they were looking at footprints on the ground. A simple water spell, and we'll know the answer, Sunders said in a plain tone. There was a woman's footprints under the well in the graveyard, which extended all the way to Floral's illusion. According to Floral Sparrow's record, there were only 3 people who could appear there, Greya, the faceless shadow, and the woman who took Floral away. Greya was the first one out of the list. Greya wasn't strong enough to leak information about herself. Even the original owner of Greya's body couldn't leave such obvious footprints in the well, which left only the faceless shadow and the woman who took Floral away. He couldn't tell which one of them left the footprints, but he believed that it was the woman who took Flower away. She was the last one to enter the well. If Natasha was really the one who took Sparrow away, then her footprints might match the ones in the well. The footprints on the moist ground explained their doubts. They were the same, the footprints were shallow and narrow. The pattern on the bottom of the foot was slightly different from the one in the well, but the shape and length of the footprints were almost the same. It wasn't absolute proof, but it couldn't be repeated again. The strength, size, and length of the footprints were all the same. Besides, Natasha's back was another piece of evidence. These 2 clues allowed Angor to confirm that Natasha was the woman who took Floral away. Looks like we're in luck, Angor said. Angor spoke in a soft voice. He did not expect to find the key clue so soon. He didn't use spirit bond this time, so Natasha also heard what he said. She took a moment to adjust her posture. What do you mean by lucky, mister? Angor smiled. I mean it literally. Natasha was a little confused. Angor continued, about the materials I used to repair your mechanical body, about 10 magic crystals. Natasha didn't understand why Angor would bring it up now. Could it be that he had been staring at Linley because of the 10 magical crystals he owed him? I left the crystals in my room. I'll go get them later. I don't owe, I think you misunderstood me. What I meant was, you don't have to pay me back. But in exchange, I want to ask you something later. Is that okay? Natasha hesitated. As long as it's not related to my secret. Angor chuckled. I don't think it has anything to do with secrets. While they were talking, they had reached the end of the catacombs. A door appeared in front of them. After opening the door, there was a spiral staircase leading up and down. Natasha went through the door and chose to go up. Are we going to Soul Realm or Corpse Forest? Angor frowned and muttered to himself. How do you know we're going to Soul Society? Natasha gave him a puzzled look. Soul Society, is it? If I remember correctly, Soul Realm is the territory of the Twilight King. What's wrong? Is it completely open now? Natasha grew even more suspicious. Soul Society used to be Lady Isabel's territory, and only people from Dark Castle knew about it. How did Angor know about it? Could it be that he was a prophet? I've been here before, so I know the layout of this place. We were just at the passage between Soul Exile and Soul Society, right? From here, we can only reach Soul Society and Corpse Forest, Angor explained. Everything Angor said was correct. But Natasha didn't know how Angor came here before. Natasha couldn't ask about it now. She hurriedly explained, due to some special reasons, Lady Isabel isn't in the Soul Society now. Soul Society has been modified to prevent undead creatures from entering, so we moved here for now. I see. Angor guessed that it had something to do with Dark Castle, so he didn't ask. As soon as they stepped out of Soul Society, they were greeted by a completely different sight. Every inch of the building was exquisitely decorated. Even the ordinary corridors looked luxurious. When Angor visited Soul Society before, it wasn't as luxurious as this. It must have been modified after he left. There were also supernaturals walking through the corridors. All of them were witches. They all looked surprised when they saw Angor and Sunders. Dark Castle rarely welcomed men. Males who showed up here were either corpses or VIPs from other wizard organizations. Judging from Natasha's respectful attitude, the latter was probably the case. being stared at by a group of witches, and these witches were all very beautiful. If it had been anyone else, they might have been tempted. However, Angor didn't feel anything at all. In fact, he even felt a little disgusted. He could look at Natasha calmly because Natasha was a cyborg. However, the witches here were beautiful, but the price they had to pay for their beauty was the mountains of corpses outside and the innocent women who were captured and brought here. They used evil spells to kill innocent women and bathe in their blood. This was how they maintained their youthful looks. As for Sparrow, she died because of this. Angor was disgusted by their behavior. He didn't like these witches who didn't try to hide their beauty at all. Instead, his expression turned even colder. Soon, they arrived at the hall Natasha mentioned. Just like the outside, the hall was also luxurious. It was a semi-oval dome with beautiful totems carved on the walls. Angor noticed several well-hidden runes among the totems, most of which were spatial runes and isolation runes. These were all advanced runes that formed a magic array, which meant the creator must be a powerful rune caster. There were cabinets about 10 meters tall near the walls of the hall, which were filled with books. Some witches were pushing ladders to arrange the books around the cabinets. A soft sofa made of unknown leather was placed in the middle of the room. Kimberly was sitting on the sofa, which made her hair stand out like a forest. "Please, have a seat." Natasha stood behind Kimberly, who gestured for them to take a seat. "I've sent someone to stand guard outside the ice cave. Once Greya and the others come out, we'll let them know immediately," Kimberly said in a plain tone. "Then I'll have to trouble you," Sunders said and stopped. It was like a conversation terminator, causing the atmosphere to freeze up. Kimberly remained silent for a moment. "Aren't you curious about what Greya is doing? It has something to do with Dark Castle." "Thank you." Sunders kept his words short. Angor understood what Sunders was implying. If Kimberly told him, there would be a lot of trouble waiting for him. But if Greya told him, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Of course, if Greya didn't tell him when she came out, it meant there was more to Dark Castle than meets the eye. Kimberly didn't know Sunders as well as Angor did, but she still understood the meaning behind Sunders' words. He didn't want to get involved. Kimberly chuckled and looked at Angor instead of asking more questions. She hadn't forgotten what Natasha had said before. While Natasha was on her way to the node, Angor managed to kill nearly 2,000 undead creatures in just a few minutes. That was an incredible speed. If he could use the alchemy weapon that could destroy the undead, he might be able to solve the problem in Dark Castle. Besides, Isabel had been wanting to change Dark Castle for a long time, so she could use this chance to clean up all the undead creatures in Dark Castle. Kimberly asked Angor, "I checked Natasha's mechanical body. You fixed it well. You know something about alchemy as well?" Angor nodded. "A little. I've been studying machine alchemy for years. But I learned it in a remote world. I don't know if it's related to the development of alchemy in the South," Kimberly said with a smile. "Why don't we use this chance to talk?" Kimberly wanted to borrow an alchemy weapon that could eliminate undead creatures, but she also wanted to share alchemy knowledge with Angor. Kimberly's alchemy heritage was actually a 1,000-year-old alchemy technique. For many things, the older, the better. For example, in alchemy, the more advanced it was, the more representative it was of the current generation. In Kimberly's mind, Angor was a genius alchemist who wasn't very good at alchemy due to his age. However, judging from how he repaired Natasha's mechanical body, Kimberly believed that he had seen some of the most advanced mechanical alchemy techniques before. This way, she could learn more about the current state of mechanical alchemy. However, Kimberly didn't realize that Angor didn't have many opportunities to learn about advanced mechanical alchemy techniques. The reason why he could repair Natasha's body so quickly was that he had a solid foundation in alchemy. Should I talk to Kimberly? Angor was willing to do so. Alchemy skills could only be improved through communication. However, he came here with Kimberly's teacher, and he was still far from her level. Sunders was the only one who could talk to her at the same level. Angor looked back at Sunders to ask for his opinion. But when he looked back, he saw Sunders already sitting on the sofa and taking a nap. Angor was surprised and checked the Dreamgate's power. As he expected, Sunders already went to Foundation City through Nightmare Illusion not long ago. It seemed that Sunders was going to let Angor do whatever he wanted. With that in mind, Angor nodded to Kimberly. Okay then. They didn't pick a time or place. They began their discussion in the living room, but they stayed away from the sofa so that they wouldn't disturb Sunders. Natasha was probably the happiest of them all during the alchemy exchange. Neither Angor nor Lady Kimberly asked her to avoid suspicion. As a cyborg, she often needed to repair and replace her mechanical organs. Angor and Lady Kimberly were talking about mechanical alchemy, and they even used Natasha as an example. Natasha learned a lot from it. However, as the conversation went on, Natasha became more and more confused. At first, it seemed like Kimberly was the one who was explaining her ideas, but later on, Angor was the one who took control of the situation. Every word Angor said not only inspired Natasha, but also Kimberly. Natasha noticed that Kimberly didn't talk about her alchemy ideas anymore. Instead, she kept asking Angor for his opinion. It was almost like they were in a classroom in a school, where Angor was the teacher who answered all her questions, and Kimberly was the student who asked questions eagerly. Angor didn't know what was going on. Natasha felt a little strange, but she didn't want to learn more. She focused her mind and listened to Angor's explanation. Calm time passed, and the clock on the wall had already turned half a circle. Sunders had already returned from the dream wasteland. That's all for today. We'll talk about the rest next time. Natasha felt a little disappointed, but she couldn't say anything about it. Kimberly also felt disappointed. She was about to hear some important questions about mechanical alchemy, but since Angor had already made up his mind, she had no choice but to nod. Fine. Next time. After Kimberly finished speaking, she subconsciously looked up at the time. 6 hours had already passed? Kimberly was stunned. She didn't feel that time had passed so quickly. In her mind, it felt like only a few minutes had passed. Kimberly couldn't help but recall what they talked about earlier. Then, she was once again immersed in the new ideas Angor gave her. When she came back to her senses, it was already 10 minutes later. Kimberly sighed. She thought Angor was a creative, talented, and lucky alchemist, and that he might not be as good as her in terms of alchemy knowledge. She could use this chance to teach Angor something during the exchange. She could also ask him to lend her alchemy weapon while doing him a favor. However, she didn't expect Angor's alchemy system to be so complete, and his knowledge was solid and profound. Not only did she fail to teach Angor, but Angor was the one who taught her. Kimberly was both happy and frustrated. She was happy because she had gained a lot of alchemy knowledge, as well as new viewpoints. The short exchange in half a day was better than several months of Kimberly's contemplation. But she didn't know how to ask Angor to lend her an alchemy weapon. She was the one who received the favor. Should she ask Angor for it? Kimberly had no choice but to give up the idea for now. She decided to let Isabella do the talking. After all, Isabella was the main culprit behind Dark Castle's destruction. With that in mind, Kimberly stopped worrying about this matter. Instead, she began to chat with Angor about her daily life. She treated Sunders and Angor in a completely different way. Sunders couldn't give her anything, but Angor could make her feel the sparks of her thoughts colliding and her spirit being satisfied. Of course, her impression of Angor was getting better and better. Even though Angor wasn't that strong, Kimberly still admired his alchemy skills. Angor didn't refuse. Chatting without thinking could help him relax a little. After chatting for a while, a plainly dressed female slave came in and spoke in a small voice, "Mr. Wizard, the food you asked the kitchen to prepare is ready." Kimberly nodded and waved her hand to dismiss the slave. She then smiled and said, "It's time for dinner. Why don't we go to the restaurant and talk?" Angor wanted to refuse, but Kimberly added, "It's not Greya's cooking, but it's from a gourmet apprentice from Candy House. I'm sure you'll like it." Of course, Angor wouldn't refuse a gourmet wizard's cooking. He enjoyed the meal to his heart's content. The food made by a gourmet wizard didn't make him a slave to his taste buds like Greya's, but he still couldn't stop praising it. After the meal, Angor felt his senses getting a little stronger. At the same time, his body was temporarily enveloped by a layer of holy light, which was effective against undead creatures. It wasn't really useful to Angor since he had prelude to rebirth, but it was better than nothing. After dinner, Kimberly decided to talk to Isabella and tell her what happened. Before leaving, Kimberly asked Natasha to lead them to a guest room. They were arranged to stay in a split-level underground room with a main living room in one of the side corridors of the Soul Society. The room had been tidied up. Natasha said, "If you need anything in the room, you can contact me at any time." "I don't need anything. But do you remember what I told you just now?" Natasha nodded. "I can answer anything as long as it's not about secrets." Natasha was worried that Angor might ask something she couldn't or didn't dare to answer. "Don't worry. I don't think it's a secret." Angor hesitated a little and snapped his fingers under Natasha's gaze. Following the sound, melodious illusion cantrip appeared at the source of the sound. Natasha saw a flash of white light in front of her eyes, and she quickly closed them. When she closed her eyes, Natasha felt something touch her hand that was at the edge of her dress. Hand? Is it Angor's hand? Natasha's heart raced. However, before Natasha could fantasize about it, she noticed that a cold hand was holding hers. Natasha also noticed that the hand was very small. It didn't belong to an adult. Natasha opened her eyes in confusion and subconsciously looked to her side. The moment she lowered her head, she immediately saw a smiling face. She was wearing a yellow dress and looked to be less than 10 years old. She had wavy blonde hair, emerald green eyes, a flat nose, and freckles on her cheeks, which made her look both ugly and cute. The little girl was holding Natasha's hand and smiling so brightly that her eyes almost turned into slits. Natasha looked at the little girl with both surprise and confusion. "Hey, Chloe, why are you here? Didn't Lady Isabel tell you not to go anywhere?" Angor and Sunders looked at each other in confusion. After Chloe Sparrow became a soul, she lost a lot of her memories, including her own name. When Angor met Chloe Sparrow, he named her Chloe. Previously, they had only made a rough guess, but now, Natasha's words had completely revealed that she was related to Huaque, Quebec. She was the woman in the painting who took Chloe Sparrow away. However, the words that Natasha had just blurted out were somewhat thought-provoking. "Didn't Lady Isabel tell you not to go anywhere?" Did she mean that Chloe Sparrow wasn't taken by Natasha, but by Isabel's order? But why would Isabel do that, and was Chloe Sparrow really in Dark Castle? If Chloe Sparrow's whereabouts had something to do with Isabel, the Lord of Twilight, would it be a secret? Many thoughts flashed through Angor's mind. On the other hand, Natasha finally realized that something was wrong with Chloe. Chloe only smiled without saying anything, which didn't fit Chloe's personality. While Natasha was still puzzled, Chloe's illusion disappeared. "It's just an illusion," Angor explained. "But my problem has something to do with it." "You know her, don't you?" Natasha frowned. She didn't know why Angor was talking about Chloe. Because of what she had blurted out earlier, Natasha couldn't deny it now. After pondering for a while, she nodded. "Yes. She was always down there." "Where did she go?" Angor's eyes sharpened. Natasha remained silent. "You took her away, didn't you? Why did you do that?" Natasha kept her mouth shut and did not say anything. "Also, you said Lady Isabel told her not to go anywhere. Is she related to Isabel somehow?" Natasha didn't answer any of his questions. As Angor's expression grew more and more serious, Natasha finally said, "It's related to a secret." "Secret?" "Chloe has been staying in the well for so many years." "What kind of secrets does she have?" Angor raised an eyebrow. Natasha opened her mouth, but she didn't know what to say. She didn't understand why Angor knew so much about Chloe. "You want to know why I know about Chloe, right? Because I'm the one who created the illusion room for her." Angor sneered. "That's because I created it for her." Natasha looked up. "You're the big brother Chloe always talked about?" Angor humphed. While Natasha was still trying to figure out what was going on, the illusion around them suddenly changed. The spacious hall became narrow, the bright lights dimmed, and the quiet world was filled with pleasant music. Natasha witnessed with her own eyes that the hall in front of her had turned into a pink girl's boudoir. Warm pink wallpaper, cute moving dolls, wind chimes swaying in front of the window, rosewood soldiers playing drums on the floor, and dancing music box dancers. It was the room Chloe used to stay in. Every detail was a perfect representation of the room. Angor used his actions to prove that he was the one who created the illusion for Chloe. Do you know why she was in that deep well? He stared at Natasha and spoke in a cold and distant tone. His voice was like the night wind under the starry sky, which came from an unknown place. She used to be a happy girl. She lost her parents when she was young, but she still had a big brother who loved her very much. But the happy life of the siblings was destroyed by the sudden appearance of intruders, and those intruders were the damned slave traders. Do you know why? They're clearly superhuman slave traders, so why would they kidnap a normal mortal girl? Natasha gulped. She knew the answer, but she knew better than Angor how cruel it would be. Angor didn't plan to let Natasha answer this question. You already know the answer. She had to watch her blood being drained, and her body being dumped in the graveyard. Any other woman would have turned into an undead long ago. But this girl was pure and innocent. She didn't hate anyone. She just stayed in the well all alone, waiting for a future that would never see the light of day. You're telling me that someone who was killed and abandoned by your people has something to do with the secret of Dark Castle? Do you think I'll believe that? Angor's voice slowly returned to the human world. His cold eyes seemed to have penetrated Natasha's heart, revealing the black and white, the good and the evil in her heart. Each of Angor's questions struck at Natasha's soul. She felt like someone who was about to be executed in public. Not only did she feel uneasy because of Angor's questions, but she also felt the burning sensation in her heart. Suddenly, a record book on the table flew into the air. A woman with long, curly blonde hair in a dress grabbed Chloe's hand and disappeared into the well. When she saw the painting clearly, Natasha felt a boom in her head, and the scene in front of her suddenly became hazy. It was as if she had returned to the time when she took Chloe away. That day, she had accepted a patrol mission, but when she was patrolling near Dark Castle, she suddenly heard a gentle female voice in her ear. It was a message from Lady Isabel. She wanted her to go to a place and bring back a soul. That place was the well in the graveyard. Natasha still remembered that when she reached the depths of the well, the little girl in a yellow dress was already waiting at the door of the illusion. She seemed to know Natasha's intention. Before Natasha could say anything, she said, "Can you wait for me for a while? I still have some things to do. I just need a while." Natasha agreed. Later, Natasha became closer to Chloe. When I took you away, you said you had something to do. What is it? Chloe looked sad. I don't want to leave without saying goodbye, Chloe said in a soft voice. Natasha was puzzled by Chloe's answer. There was no one else in the illusion, so why would Chloe leave without saying goodbye? But after reading the book and listening to Angor's story, she finally understood. Chloe didn't want to leave without saying goodbye because she didn't want Angor to think that she left without saying goodbye. The big brother Chloe was waiting for must be Angor. After a long period of silence, Natasha finally reached an agreement with her inner self and looked at Angor. Yes, I took Chloe away, Natasha finally spoke. Isabel never asked her to keep Chloe a secret, but Natasha believed that it was related to Lady Isabel, so she never told anyone about it. But was Angor an outsider? To them, Angor was an outsider. But to Chloe, Angor was a ray of light that illuminated her dark and boring life. He was the one she had been waiting for in the well. Natasha struggled. She thought about Chloe's face and Angor's questions that pointed at her uneasiness. In the end, her inner defense had collapsed. It was Lady Isabel who asked me to take Chloe away. I don't know why she took Chloe away from the well, but I can feel that Lady Isabel means no harm to Chloe. Where is she now? Can you take me to her? Chloe has been staying with Lady Isabel ever since she came to Dark Castle, Natasha said. If you want to see Chloe, you have to go to Lady Isabel. Angor asked a few more questions, and Natasha told him everything she knew. However, most of them were related to Isabel, so she could only give vague answers. After confirming that he had to ask Isabel about Chloe, Angor stopped asking. It would be difficult to meet Isabel, but at least he had a clear clue. Occasionally, Chloe would look for me for a chat. If she comes looking for me, I'll tell her about you, Natasha added. Angor nodded. Thank you. Natasha lowered her head and muttered in a voice that only she could hear, I should be the one thanking you. As Natasha was about to say goodbye, Angor suddenly remembered something. He took out Chloe's notebook again and flipped to another page. It was about a faceless figure that appeared at the bottom of the well. Do you know who that is? Angor pointed at the figure in the book. Natasha's eyes narrowed. She opened her mouth without saying anything. Angor frowned. Don't tell me it's another secret? Angor rubbed his temples. Let me ask you one last question. You only need to nod or shake your head. Is this figure the reason why Chloe left the well? Natasha hesitated for a moment before she nodded. I see. Okay, I got it. Angor wanted to ask if this person had anything to do with Dark Castle, but he didn't think it was necessary to ask since Sunders had already made it clear that he didn't want to get involved in Dark Castle's affairs. Angor fell into deep thought after Natasha left. He now knew where Chloe was, but how could he find Isabel? At this time, Sunders, who had been sitting on the other sofa, spoke up, Don't worry about it. It won't be long before she comes to you even if you don't go to her. Due to his limited power, Angor didn't know that a powerful spirit energy quietly scanned their room not long ago. Back then, Sunders had a brief confrontation with the spirit energy. They didn't exchange much information, but Angor was sure that the spirit energy came from Isabel. Because of this, Sunders was certain that Isabel would come to see them. Even if she didn't come, Angor could just go and see her himself. Sunders came to Dark Castle for Greya, but it didn't mean that he couldn't visit the genius witch from 1,000 years ago. Angor didn't know why Sunders was so certain, but since Sunders said it himself, it shouldn't be wrong. With that in mind, he relaxed a little. Angor told Boboda about Floret's whereabouts. However, he didn't go into details. He only told Boboda that he had found a new clue that confirmed Floret's whereabouts. Angor didn't pay much attention to Boboda's reaction because he quickly withdrew his spirit feelers from his bracelet. He wanted to ask Sunders what he should do next. But when he looked up, he saw that Sunders had already entered the dream wasteland. Angor had no choice but to return to his soundproof room and meditate. 6 hours later, he opened his eyes and began to check the dream gate. Freud, Alda, and Sunny all left the dream wasteland, while Sunders stayed behind. Angor considered for a moment and decided to go to the dream wasteland and ask Sunders about his brother. Angor entered the dream wasteland and found himself in his own room in Pat Manor. As soon as he opened his eyes, he heard a surprised exclamation coming from beside him, followed by the sound of porcelain shattering. Turning around, he saw Olga, who was dressed in a maid's uniform, looking at him in surprise. There were broken pieces of porcelain on the ground by her feet. Why you're here, young master? As soon as Olga finished speaking, she immediately realized that she seemed to have said something wrong. She hurriedly covered her mouth. After a while, a muffled voice came out from between her fingers. What I meant was, I didn't expect that young master would come back at this time. I am cleaning the room. Olga lowered her head and looked at the broken porcelain. Her eyes flashed with distress. I'm sorry, I broke young master's favorite porcelain cup. Please punish me. Angor sat up from his bed and waved a hand. It's fine. Just let it be. They were in the dream wasteland anyway. The dream whelk could always replace the broken pieces. Did Leon come in today? Angor stood up. Ori nodded. I saw Viscount Leon before coming here. He was talking to head maid Mana about the manor's management. Good. I'll go find him. Angor walked to the door and prepared to leave. But the moment he stepped out of the door, he suddenly thought of something and turned around to look at Olga, who was still in a daze. By the way, are you getting used to life here? Angor asked. Ollie stared blankly for a moment before nodding her head. Actually, the main things are pretty much the same as before, just that there are a few more missions in the city. Therefore, I can still adapt. It's just that. Sigh, forget it. Actually, everything is fine. What is it? Angor looked at Ori. Just tell me what you want to say. Is it because you don't like the task assigned to you? Olga immediately shook her head. No, I like it very much. What do you think? Angor gave Ori a puzzled look. You can tell me if you have something on your mind. Olga pondered for a moment before slowly saying, actually, everything is fine. It's my own problem. Following Ori's explanation, Angor finally understood what she was thinking. Just like last time, Olga was getting used to life in the dream wasteland, but she still couldn't help but think about the past and miss her best friend. Olga was a sensitive and introverted person. She always took a long time to build friendships with other people. She usually had to maintain a good relationship with them for a long time before she could take the next step. Because of this, she didn't have many friends who could truly enter her heart. Her best friend was Lucia, the girl who Torin wanted to become Angor's personal maid. Now that she wasn't in the dream wasteland, she was thinking about Lucia every day. Because of this, she seemed to have a lot on her mind these days. Isn't it funny? I don't want to, but I can't help it. Whenever I'm free, my mind will always be filled with images of the past. Olga lowered her head in embarrassment. This was why she didn't want to talk about it earlier. It's not funny. In this world, everyone's personality was more or less different. Not everyone was good with money and power, and not everyone could immediately adapt to a new life in a foreign land. It was normal for someone like Olga to have such a situation. Perhaps these questions would be erased or even forgotten by time in the distant future. But right now, Olga was worried about the most. I feel much more relaxed now that I've said it. Olga heaved a sigh of relief and said shyly, I'll continue working. Angor suddenly spoke, do you remember what I said before? They're still alive, and there's still a chance for them to come to Foundation City. Olga nodded. She had been thinking about Angor's words for a while now. Actually, they won't be here for long. All you need to do is wait. Olga was surprised. Angor only said there's still a chance. But now, Angor was so sure that they wouldn't be here for long. Did this mean she could see Lucia soon? Really? Olga's eyes widened in surprise. Yes. When she comes to Foundation City, you'll need to take care of her. Olga nodded quickly. She was afraid that she would never see Lucia again. But now that Angor told her that Lucia would come to Foundation City, the shadow that had been hovering over her head for days finally faded away. Once Angor gained more authority, he would open up the dream wasteland to a small area. The servants of Pad Manor would be the first to do so. This was both an experiment and for his own personal reasons. Olga and Lucia would soon be able to see each other. After saying goodbye to the excited Olga, Angor went to the main hall. Headmaid Mana was arranging the servants to repair the damaged areas. She quickly came to greet Angor when she saw him. Good afternoon, Mr. Pat. Mana greeted him with a smile. Angor glanced at the gray sky outside. You can tell the time like this? City Lord Monroe has set a schedule of 2 hours, 1 cycle per day. According to the time, it should be noon now. Headmaid Mana read out the schedule set by Monroe as if she was reading from a book. Angor nodded. He skipped the question of time and asked, Maid Olga said my brother is here. Where is he? Lord Viscount has just left First Heart City. I heard that he's undergoing some sort of training? Headmaid Mana asked. Angor assumed that Nausicaa was the one who was training Leon. He planned to ask about Leon's condition, but it seemed he would have to wait until next time. Next, he asked about John. The answer was still no. John didn't come back to the manor these days. Instead, he stayed in the library and sorted books with other scholars. Angor didn't want to bother John, so he bid farewell to Mana and went to see Sunders. Using God's view. Angor saw Sunders inside Freud's office at the top of Firmament Tower. Sunders was alone when Angor arrived. The man was sitting in front of a desk, carefully reading a stack of documents. Angor moved closer and noticed that the documents were all Freud's records about the current residents of Foundation City. This was what Angor asked Freud to do. He was worried that John's body might be damaged in the dream wasteland, so he wanted to make a comparison. Is there something wrong with these documents, Professor? Angor asked. No. I just want to know everything about the dream wasteland, Sunders replied. I'm going to help Freud sort out the details of the dream wasteland. So that's why Sunders went to the dream wasteland so often these days? Angor blushed. He should be the one doing all this. Sunders chuckled. Of course, I'll need your help. But I don't need it for now. You should focus on improving your strength. Don't worry about anything else. Angor nodded. By the way, why isn't Freud back yet? I think they're from the outside world. They're here for the talent test, Sunders explained. So it's a talent test. No wonder he didn't sense Freud, Sonny, or Alda here. I've heard Freud's explanation about the talent test. It's a good idea. Next time, if you have someone who accepts a guiding quest, you can ask them to give it a try. After talking about these irrelevant topics, Angor finally got to the point. What should I do next? Sunders put down the document and looked at Angor for a while. Just wait. Angor had just told Ori to wait for him, and he didn't expect to hear such familiar words from Sunders again. Angor didn't expect to see someone from Dark Castle at his door the next morning. As soon as he stepped out of the soundproof room, he heard a strange, endless laughter. Angor looked at the source of the voice and saw a pair of eyes filled with hostility. It was a little girl about 12 or 13 years old. She wore a black puffy skirt and a black half-veil. She had long, straight black hair, pale skin, and a delicate face. He didn't sense any supernatural aura coming from her, but she was floating in the air. Her eyes didn't match her pretty face. They contained extreme coldness and bloodthirstiness, as well as cruelty that made one feel like they were in a slaughterhouse. Angor's calm expression turned a little gloomy when he saw the girl. He was no stranger to this little girl. She was the one who had almost killed him in Silent Hill, the current ruler of Dark Castle, the Dusk Queen, Isabella. Apart from Isabella, Kimberly, and Sunders were also in the hall. Isabella kept her eyes on Angor as he walked toward the center of the hall at a steady pace. Even though Isabella did not open her mouth to speak, her sharp and strange laughter continued to echo in the hall. Angor walked to Sunders' side with a blank expression. Sit down, Sunders said. Angor was planning to stand at the back, but Sunders told him to sit down. Kimberly and Isabella didn't object either, so Angor took a seat. We meet again. A strange voice came out of Isabella's mouth. When she spoke, the strange laughter did not stop. It was as if there were two voices at the same time. Angor nodded without saying a word. Isabella was a little annoyed by Angor's cold response, but she didn't dare to say anything in front of Sunders. She only looked at Angor with a slightly gloomy look. Kimberly noticed Isabella's expression and curled her lips. She looked at Angor with great interest, as if she wanted to know more about the boy. Since Greya hasn't come out yet, may I ask why you're here? Kimberly held a cup of hot tea and took a sip. Then, she put the teacup down. The teacup floated to the side, and hot steam rose from it. It was picked up by the flower demon hiding in her hair forest. I'm here to continue our conversation from yesterday. As for Isabella, she must have other business, right? Kimberly chuckled. Sunders turned his gaze to Isabella. Isabella looked at Kimberly coldly and slowly said, Mr. Phantom, how could I not come to Dark Castle to see you? Of course, in addition to meeting Sir Phantom, I have a small request. Now that we've met, why don't you tell me what you want? Sunders' tone was as flat as ever. He knew that Isabella's meeting was only an excuse. Maybe it had something to do with what happened in Dark Castle. Natasha told me that you have an alchemy weapon that can kill undead? Sunders glanced at Angor, but the latter didn't say anything. And? Sunders adjusted his posture and crossed his arms, as if waiting for Isabella's next words. I just want to borrow it. Can I? It's my students. I can't make the decision. Sunders made his attitude clear. If Isabella wanted to borrow Prelude to Rebirth, she had to ask Angor. Isabella's expression turned gloomy, but she still looked at Angor patiently. What do you think, Angor? Angor didn't say anything for a long time, which caused the atmosphere to become tense. Kimberly's interest grew. She could speak up to ease the tension, but she didn't. Instead, she leaned back on the sofa and pretended to enjoy the show. What? You don't want to? Isabella's voice didn't change, but the laughter in the other voice sounded even deeper and colder. Angor felt an invisible pressure pressing down on him. Isabella thought Sunders was going to stop her from pressuring Angor, which would give her more room to maneuver. To Isabella's surprise, Sunders did nothing as if he had nothing to do with it. Isabella was a little confused, but she didn't stop pressuring Angor. Any apprentice would feel weak in the knees under the pressure of a wizard. But to Isabella and Kimberly's surprise, Angor remained calm as if he did not feel the pressure at all. They could clearly sense that Angor's blood flow and heartbeat remained the same. He did not show any signs of stress when he was being pressured. This made Isabella even more displeased, and the pressure she exerted on him doubled. Normal wizards would feel uncomfortable under such pressure, but Angor was still as calm as ever. Isabella was never a good-tempered person. She was also very narrow-minded. When Angor and Shadow first met Isabella, she already threatened to kill Angor before they even knew each other. The reason was simple. Back then, Isabella was chasing after Bogula, hoping to use Bogula to maintain the prestige of Dark Castle. Bogula, on the other hand, had an extremely perverted hobby. He did not care about beauty. Only one kind of creature could catch his eye, a creature with blonde hair and blue eyes. Even if it was an ugly merman, as long as he had blonde hair and blue eyes, Bogula would go crazy over him. Angor had blonde hair and blue eyes. When Isabella saw Angor's hair and eyes, she immediately felt uncomfortable. Even though Angor hadn't met Bogula yet, Isabella was already threatening to kill him. It could be seen that Isabella was extremely narrow-minded, cruel, and cold. To her, life was nothing more than a speck of dust. Isabella restrained herself today because of Sunder's presence. But now, Angor, an apprentice, showed disdain toward her, which made Isabella even angrier. Her dark eyes were instantly replaced by crimson red. She fully unleashed the aura of a level 2 wizard and aimed it at Angor alone. Finally, Angor noticed something amiss under the intense pressure. He looked up and pointed at Isabella. It's very similar to what happened back then. So, you only know how to threaten? Angor looked up and gave Isabella a cold side glance. Isabella was a little surprised. Just then, she thought she saw a flash of green light in Angor's eyes. The light went straight into her heart, and she felt a strange sense of fear. Isabella ignored the strange feeling and glared at Angor. Do you really think you can defeat me with some tricks and tricks? I'm not trying to fight you. Angor shrugged. I'm just trying to remind you of what happened back then. Isabella didn't react to Angor's words. Kimberly, on the other hand, looked curious. You tried to kill me in Silent Hill for some strange reason, and I couldn't do anything about it. Do you remember that? You're saying you're going to fight back now? That day, she found out that Isabella had returned, so she naturally remembered everything that had happened back then very clearly. I'm not going to fight back. But I have the right to refuse, right? Angor didn't show any fear in the face of Isabella's threat. It's my weapon. I have the right to decide. Didn't you just ask me if I want to borrow it? My answer is, no. As a matter of fact, if Isabella didn't mention it, he would probably go and clear out all the undead creatures on his way out. After all, Prelude to Rebirth's magazine was empty for a long time, and it needed to be replenished. But now that Isabella mentioned it, Angor became stubborn. What's the reason? Isabella stared at Angor with a grim expression. If Sunders wasn't here, she wouldn't have said so much. Just because of what happened back then? Isn't that reason enough? Angor raised an eyebrow. Speaking of which, Lady Isabella, did you come to me because this matter has something to do with Dark Castle? Kimberly asked. Yes, it's related to the internal affairs of Dark Castle. You're curious about that, aren't you? Not at all. I just want to know why there are so many undead creatures out there. Don't you know? Sunders suddenly cleared his throat. Angor didn't care what he said before, but he was going to talk about Dark Castle's 1,000-year history. Bloodbath. Even if Dark Castle was being criticized for this, Angor still didn't want to embarrass Isabella in front of everyone, especially the current leader of Dark Castle. Given Isabella's character, she might even start a war. By then, Sunders would have no choice but to declare war against Dark Castle, which was not what he wanted. Although Sunders stopped him in time, Isabella still understood what Angor was trying to say. You were the one who brought this upon yourselves. Humph. Isabella's expression darkened. Kimberly didn't mind it, but she still felt a little uncomfortable. Kimberly left Dark Castle because she wanted to follow Isabella's footsteps, and she didn't like how Isabella had changed. Kimberly wouldn't mind if Isabella only wanted to pursue beauty and youth. However, Kimberly despised Isabella for using the blood of innocent girls to maintain her youth. This was why Kimberly left Dark Castle 600 years ago. Kimberly didn't like Isabella's behavior either, but she didn't want to hear it from an outsider. "You're asking for death?" Isabella's eyes had turned completely scarlet. Together with her black veil and white skin that was shining, she looked very strange and charming. She didn't raise her voice, but the coldness in her voice had reached its climax. Kimberly frowned. She could sense that Isabella was about to go berserk. Kimberly agreed with Angor's words, but she didn't think it was a good time to declare war against Phantom Island. She was lucky enough to become a Truthfinder wizard, but she knew that she was still far from being a match for Sunders. Besides, Sunders had his gravity garden. Under such circumstances, going against the forces of Phantom Island would definitely not end well. Besides, Isabella might be able to escape unscathed. With this in mind, Kimberly decided to stop Isabella. However, it would have been fine if Kimberly hadn't spoken, but once she did, she seemed to have become a catalyst for Isabella. Isabella gave Kimberly a cold glance. "So you're on their side as well. You think so too, don't you? You think I asked for it?" Before Kimberly could say anything, Isabella sneered and slowly floated up into the air. Rustling noises came from all directions. A large amount of blood came out of nowhere and began to gather around Isabella. The blood turned into her wings, weapons, and tattoos, all of which were releasing violent energy. Kimberly sighed. She took a step back and stood on Isabella's side. No matter how much she disliked Isabella, she had to stand on her side at a time like this. Sunders and Angor stood up as well, each taking a side. The battle was about to break out. Ugh, however, at this moment, a soft sigh entered everyone's ears. When the sigh came, Isabella's arrogance was instantly extinguished as if someone poured a bucket of cold water on her. Those strands of long black hair that seemed to have transformed into poisonous snakes baring their fangs and brandishing their claws also slowly fell down. Angor is right. Isn't it your fault that Dark Castle ended up like this? The cold voice echoed in the hall. Besides, you're going against Brute Cavern now. Is this your next plan for Dark Castle? Isabella raised her head and looked into the unknown void. Her expression was one of forbearance as she murmured, "Teacher." As soon as Isabella finished speaking, a door was suddenly pushed open in the void. A woman with white hair tied into a bun and cold eyes walked out from behind the door. She was wearing a silver robe. When she stepped on the ground, a winding staircase appeared in the air. Sunders was the only one who saw her for the first time. He didn't need anyone to tell him who she was. Lord of Twilight Isabella, a genius which from 1,000 years ago, although his appearance had changed, the aura of someone standing at the peak of a throne still enveloped the entire area. Isabella's sudden appearance caught everyone off guard. What surprised them even more was that Isabella didn't side with her former student. Instead, she seemed to be on Angor's side. Kimberly was a little surprised. Isabella didn't look at Isabella, who had lost all her arrogance. Instead, she looked at Angor and slowly walked toward him. "It hasn't been long since we last met. I didn't expect you to improve so much in such a short time. Looks like your trip to the Abyss Plane was more rewarding than we thought." Isabella's eyes glinted. Angor and Sunders both understood what she meant. Kimberly and Isabella, on the other hand, were still confused. Kimberly only knew that Angor was an alchemist. What was this trip to the Abyss Plane that Isabella mentioned? It sounded like something important. Otherwise, Isabella wouldn't have mentioned it. Besides, Kimberly was also puzzled by Isabella's words. When Isabel said, "Are you going to fight against Brute Cavern?" Kimberly believed there was a hidden meaning behind those words. Wasn't Brute Cavern an enemy of Phantom Island? Why would Brute Cavern become an enemy of a major wizard organization? Angor and Sunders exchanged a look. They didn't know why Isabella suddenly sided with them. But they were sure that Lawson wasn't lying. Isabella did contact Floating Mech City recently. Otherwise, she wouldn't know about Angor's trip to the Abyss Plane. "I got lucky." Angor was much more careful when talking to Isabella. "Not just luck, right?" Isabella glanced at Angor's ears. "You can become friends with Odurklas, which means you're at least worthy of his attention in some way. You've met Odurklas before, Lady Isabella?" Angor was curious because Isabella sounded like they knew each other quite well. I was lucky enough to meet him once. But he didn't stay in Ice Valley. Instead, he traveled with another frost dragon to explore different planes. Isabella looked at Angor with nostalgia. Pina Jonas? Isabella raised an eyebrow and nodded. Yes, Pina Jonas. So the rumors are true. You do know a lot. Angor smiled but didn't answer. Kimberly was also confused by the conversation between Isabella and Angor. What are they talking about? Who are Oderklas and Pina Jonas? Of course, no one would explain to Kimberly right now. Isabella sat down on the sofa in a relaxed manner. Following her, Kimberly and Isabella both sat down as well. Sunders and Angor sat down as well. I'm interested in the trip to the Abyss Plane. But I don't think it's a good time to talk about it now. Isabel glanced at Isabella and said, I've already heard about the matter between you and Isabella. Kimberly pricked up her ears. She wanted to know what happened between Isabella and Angor in Silent Hill, but Isabella didn't tell her. She only gave a vague answer. I don't care about what happened in the past. I don't care if you and Isabella have any conflicts in the future. That's your problem. Isabel said, but I think you should reconsider the gun that Isabella asked you to lend her today. Isabel's words were firm, and she quickly changed the topic. However, I think you should reconsider the gun that Isabella asked you to borrow today. Isabella felt a little strange when she mentioned Prelude to Rebirth. If she didn't cut off half of its mystery spirit, the gun would have become a mystery item by now. Isabella felt a little guilty about what she did to Angor, but she didn't take it for free. She gave Angor the spirit whisper as a form of compensation. Angor didn't say anything, but he still didn't want to. Isabel continued, the reason I asked you to think about it is because of the changes in Dark Castle. Speaking of which, it is somewhat related to you. Something to do with me? Angor frowned. Both Kimberly and Sunders were surprised as well. How did Angor have anything to do with Dark Castle? Isabella didn't say anything. Instead, she pointed at the air. An illusion appeared out of nowhere. The illusion wasn't as good as Angor's own illusions, but Isabella's message was clear enough. What appeared in the illusion was a strange soul. It was strange because she had both the features of an undead creature and the appearance of a normal soul. It was as if someone had used a knife to cut her in half from the top of her head. Half of her face was filled with hatred, while the other half was calm and indifferent. On the ferocious side, she was still in the state of an undead. Her white eyes were like fog, and her veins were bulging like roots. She was filled with cruelty and malice. But on the calm side, she had the delicate appearance of a noble lady. Do you know her? Isabella looked at Angor. Kimberly also looked at Angor. Everyone in Dark Castle knew what this undead creature looked like. She was the one who disturbed the peace of Dark Castle. As far as Kimberly knew, Angor shouldn't have anything to do with this undead creature. Why did Isabella ask about him? Did she have something to do with what happened to Dark Castle? Angor frowned. So, she's the one responsible for it? Angor didn't give an affirmative answer, but his tone indicated that he knew this undead creature. So Angor really had something to do with the incident at Dark Castle. Not only Kimberly, but also Isabella and Sunders were looking at him with puzzled expressions, waiting for him to explain. He rubbed his temples and mumbled to himself, that's not possible. She only got hit once. How come she didn't disappear? Sunders listened to Angor's words, and he seemed to have understood something. She's the first test subject of Prelude to Rebirth? Angor nodded helplessly. Yes. She's the first white bullet I used in Dark Castle. After many experiments with Prelude to Rebirth, Angor came to the conclusion that once an undead creature was hit by a white bullet, it would enter an irreversible state. During this state, the undead creature had to be hit by all 6 bullets to remove the negative energy from its body and turn it into a normal soul. If the bullets weren't full, the undead creature would die due to the imbalance of negative energy inside its body. Because of this, Prelude to Rebirth believed that the first experiment had already been destroyed due to the energy imbalance inside it. But now, Isabel was telling him that the undead creature was the source of Dark Castle's chaos. How? What on earth happened in between? Her appearance was caused by you? Isabella suddenly raised an eyebrow and stared at Angor with a cold glare. Angor glanced at Isabel. To be precise, she was the 13th daughter of Goman King. She lost the Crimson Crown and became a slave. She wandered from place to place until she was sold to Dark Castle. I didn't cause her to appear. I saw her heart being cut open by a scythe in Dark Castle's blood-bathing pool. Her blood dripped into the pool and became your bathing water. At the moment of her death, she turned into an undead. Angor briefly explained what happened, but he didn't mention several important points. He did witness the death of the Goman 13 ladies. However, the reason why they turned into undead spirits was that he fulfilled her wish before she died. He protected her body while allowing her to accumulate a great amount of hatred and resentment. Angor only knew who she was because she hated him so much. To show her gratitude, she told him who she was. In other words, in a way, Angor was the one who caused her to become an undead creature seeking revenge. Kimberly furrowed her brows. Angor wasn't lying. In other words, Dark Castle was the one who killed the 13th daughter of Goman King. That was why she hated Dark Castle so much. However, Kimberly was still confused. If we're the cause of this, what role did you play? If Angor was only a witness, why did Isabel mention him? Angor pondered for a moment and placed Prelude to Rebirth on his palm. Lady Isabel, I assume you're familiar with this item? Kimberly noticed a flash of uneasiness on Isabel's face when this strange gun appeared. Yes. Isabel nodded calmly. It's called Prelude to Rebirth. You'll need to borrow it for now. It has two uses. The first is to kill undead creatures. Angor didn't mention how Isabel stole half of Goman King's mystery soul. As long as Isabel felt guilty, his goal would be achieved. The second one is to kill undead creatures, but it's a different method. Now, it's to remove the negative energy inside the undead. Angor pointed at the Goman King's 13 ladies in the illusion. She's a half undead because she was shot, which removed some of the negative energy inside her. But doing that will cause the unbalance of energy inside the undead. Kimberly frowned. But she didn't die. That's why I'm curious as well. Angor shrugged. I didn't expect this to happen to her. Kimberly recalled that Angor did look surprised when he saw the woman's illusion. Considering what he said, Angor wasn't lying. But he must be hiding something from them. Kimberly looked at Isabel again, hoping to hear her opinion. Isabel stared at the Prelude to Rebirth in Angor's hand for a moment. So, this Prelude to Rebirth is used to purify the negative energy of undead souls and turn them back into souls, right? Although Isabel was asking a question, her tone was firm. The meaning behind his words shocked both Kimberly and Isabella. It was common knowledge in the wizarding world that a fallen undead creature could no longer be turned into an undead creature. But Isabel just said that Prelude to Rebirth could make the impossible possible? Really? Kimberly looked at Angor in disbelief. Angor was planning to hide the real effect of Prelude to Rebirth from Isabel, but he didn't expect Isabel to see through it so quickly. Angor looked at Sunders, who nodded at him. Since he was already exposed, he had no choice but to tell the truth. I guess I can't hide it from Lady Isabel. Angor admitted it. Kimberly did not expect to hear that a common sense in the world of adepts had been broken here, under such circumstances, and at such a time. She wasn't a soul researcher, but she was still shocked. But my conclusion isn't a lie, Angor said. Angor considered for a moment before explaining the real effect of Prelude to Rebirth. There are 6 bullets in Prelude to Rebirth in total. Each bullet can disperse a part of the negative energy in the undead's body. You must hit the same undead with all 6 bullets in a regular pattern in order to eliminate all the negative energy in the undead's body and turn it back into an ordinary soul. According to my experiments, every undead creature will die due to energy imbalance if you miss a single shot. As for Goman King's 13th daughter, I only hit her once. I don't think she's still alive. Therefore, when I saw her, I was also very surprised. At the end of the day, you're the one who made her like this. Isabella spoke in a cold tone. You mean if she didn't end up like this, she wouldn't have tried to take revenge on Dark Castle? Angor retorted. Undead creatures can't think logically. Your Prelude to Rebirth helped her regain some of her intelligence, which is why she ended up like this. Shouldn't you be responsible for that? Angor sneered. Let's say she did regain some of her intelligence. Then who would she try to take revenge on? Seeing that the quarrel was about to escalate, Isabel promptly said, "Enough, Isabella." She believed that Angor had something to do with this, but not the most important part. Isabel's bloodbath plan, which she had been carrying out for the past 1,000 years, was at fault. Her subordinates followed her example and turned Dark Castle into what it was today. However, Isabel couldn't say this in front of outsiders. She could only give Isabel a look of dissatisfaction. "Teacher." Isabella's expression was still filled with resentment, but she still nodded in the end. "I understand." Isabel was always arrogant in front of everyone, but she didn't dare to offend her most respected teacher. "I don't know if she's right or wrong, but she did show up because of you. Why don't you agree to help her? Killing these undead creatures should be good for you," Isabel said as she looked at Angor again. Angor could tell that Isabel already knew that the white bullets needed to be collected by killing undead creatures. Isabel must have seen it when Angor used Prelude to Rebirth to slaughter the undead creatures in Dark Castle. She only needed to do a little bit of deduction to find out the truth. Isabel didn't urge him. She simply sat on the sofa and looked at Angor. Both Kimberly and Isabel were also looking at Angor. They had different thoughts, but they all did the same thing in the end. Sunders picked up his teacup and took a sip. He did not expect things to turn out this way. Angor was the center of attention in the end. The silence lasted for a long time. When the steam in the teacup was almost gone, Angor finally spoke. "I want to know, what did she do to cause such a disaster in Dark Castle?" The 13 daughters of Goman King hated Dark Castle the most before they died. But she didn't turn into an undead for long. How did she become strong enough to affect Dark Castle in such a short time? "Have you ever heard of a special soul?" Isabel asked. "A special soul? You mean a soul with a special ability?" Angor didn't know about such a thing. He was one himself. "You can say that." Isabel nodded. There are many reasons why a special soul is formed. Some inherited their abilities when they were alive, some were normal when they were alive, and some used external forces to create them. She's a special soul that gained a special ability after her death. "What kind of ability?" "So far, we know that she can control undead creatures and hide." Isabel briefly explained what happened in Dark Castle. It was a simple story about the revenge of an undead creature. She hated Dark Castle so much that she controlled a large number of undead creatures to attack Dark Castle. Controlling undead creatures wasn't just about controlling them. She could also give them abilities or even activate some of their energy to launch suicidal attacks. There were simply too many undead creatures in Dark Castle. Without a specific method to deal with them, it was hard to get rid of them all. Also, the ones who could clean up the undead were all official wizards, so Dark Castle had to call back all the official wizards from the outposts. Even so, half a year had passed, and there were still no results. The main body of Dark Castle had even been taken over by the undead. Since they couldn't get rid of all the undead creatures, they might as well find the culprit. But they soon realized that they couldn't find the culprit at all. Even Isabel couldn't find the culprit. This was the second ability of Goman King's 13 daughters, hiding. If you can't find her location, how do you know what she looks like? Now that you mention it, it has something to do with you. Something to do with me? Isabel chuckled. You know the soul of the little girl in the well outside Dark Castle, right? Yes, sir. Floey? Angor frowned. Yes. What does that have to do with her? Angor was still confused. The root of calamity, the 13th daughter of Goman King you mentioned, Floey once saw her in the well. It was also from Huahua that we knew what she looked like. Isabel's answer reminded Angor of the notebook Floey Sparrow left behind. Most of the mysteries in the portrait had been solved, but the faceless figure remained a question mark. Now, Isabel said that Floey had seen her in the well. Did that mean the 13th daughter of Goman King was the faceless figure in the portrait? According to this train of thought, many of the myths that had puzzled him before could be explained. Floey's drawings were never realistic. She never learned how to draw properly. She only drew according to her own understanding, and her strokes were rather immature. From Floey's perspective, Goman King's 13 women were half ferocious and half serene. If she were to draw them, it would be difficult to capture their features. Plus, Chloe was obviously very afraid of them, so she did not draw her face but replaced it with circles of dark shadows. The more Angor thought about it, the more convinced he became. But there was still one thing he couldn't figure out. Why did she go to Chloe? She didn't seem to have anything to do with Chloe, and Chloe didn't become an undead. Why did she go to Chloe? Also, according to the notebook, Chloe went to the well more than once. If she wanted to harm Chloe, she could have killed her right away. But if she didn't, why would Chloe be so afraid of her? It's because of the concept I mentioned before. A special soul. You mean Chloe is a special soul too? Angor realized something. Yes. Chloe is a special soul. The Root of Calamity went to the well many times because she sensed Chloe's special ability. Isabel, use all kinds of language to stimulate, tempt, and guide Huahua's thoughts, hoping that Huahua can help her. At this point, Isabel said with a sigh, under the temptation and threat of the source of disaster, Chloe didn't follow her. The reason was probably because you built an illusion for her under the well and let her see hope. That's why I said that this matter has a lot to do with you. Angor could already picture the scene in his mind. Chloe shivered and curled up in a corner of the illusion. Outside the illusion, the Goman 13 ladies tried their best to talk. How did you die? Have you forgotten? If you don't want to be a coward, join me and destroy Dark Castle. He wasn't sure if Chloe didn't join Goman King because of him, but Isabel's words helped him to understand the reason. After a moment of silence, Isabel continued, that's the truth. Destroying the undead is good for you, Flower, and Dark Castle. What will you choose? I want to talk to Chloe alone. Isabel nodded. Of course. She's looking forward to meeting you again. I won't lend you Prelude to Rebirth. But I can help you get rid of the undead creatures as you wish. Just as Isabel had said, killing the undead wasn't a bad thing for him. He needed to accumulate more white light bullets, and Dark Castle would owe him a favor. That was already a good deal. As for not lending the gun, he was being cautious. Most of the time, he might not be able to get it back even if he lent it out. Therefore, controlling the Prelude to Samsara himself was his bottom line. Kimberly sighed in relief. Fine, I won't lend it to you. It didn't matter who controlled the gun as long as it could solve Dark Castle's problem. Isabella sneered, do you think I care about your lousy gun? Isabella, Dark Castle still needs the help of Prelude to Rebirth. What do you mean by that? Isabella scolded Angor before he could say anything. Even without the gun, we can still get rid of the undead with some time. Isabel lowered her head and muttered. Isabel's expression grew colder. If she didn't take half of the mystery item, Prelude to Rebirth would only have the potential of a mystery item. Isabel's sarcasm didn't affect Angor at all. Instead, she felt like she was slapping herself in the face. That's enough, Isabel. I think it's time for you to get some rest. Don't keep going down the wrong path. Think about why you can't become a truth finder. Isabella's words made Isabella's face turn green and white. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, she closed her mouth and didn't say anything. I have something else to do before we get rid of the undead. I'll have someone bring Chloe to you later. Isabel nodded to Angor and tore open a space fissure to leave this place. Before she stepped into the darkness, she turned around and said to Angor, oh right, I almost forgot to congratulate you. Congratulate? Kimberly and Isabella raised their heads and looked at Isabella in confusion. They didn't know what she meant by congratulations. What are you congratulating me for? I heard from Lawson that you're now an official member of Floating Mech City's R&D department. Isn't that something to be congratulated? With that, Isabel turned around and left. However, Kimberly and Isabel couldn't believe what they just heard. Angor was already an official member of the R&D department? How was that possible? No one in Dark Castle had ever received such an honor. Even the Fairytown Wizard Alliance only had one official member of the R&D department. That person was an old master alchemist who was more than 800 years old. Angor wasn't even 30 yet. He wasn't even a wizard yet, and he was already a member of the R&D department. Kimberly couldn't believe what she just heard. She was just trying to teach someone something yesterday, but it turned out Angor was much more powerful than her. Isabel was also shocked. She never regretted her actions, but she couldn't help but question herself. Did she really go too far back then? She tried to kill Angor because she chased after Bagula. She wouldn't mind if she did. But she didn't. Instead, Angor's potential grew stronger and stronger until it reached a dazzling level. She offended a powerful master alchemist because of blonde hair and blue eyes. If she didn't do that, she wouldn't have to trouble her teacher, and she might even be able to recruit Angor. Should she really do as her tutor had said, and reflect on herself? While Isabel was still thinking, Kimberly approached them with a smile. So you're already a member of the R&D department. I heard the department has the most advanced mechanical alchemy knowledge in the southern wizardry region. How about we exchange ideas? Kimberly thought that exchange ideas sounded too shameless, so she added, of course, I'm not that good at alchemy. But I did find some interesting knowledge when I went out for training. I can exchange ideas with you. Angor didn't have anything else to do, so he agreed. His conversation with Kimberly was mostly about Kimberly asking questions, and Angor answering them. The conversation lasted for more than 4 hours. If Natasha didn't show up, Kimberly would have gone on forever. Natasha didn't come alone either. She was holding another glowing soul in her hand. It was a little girl in a light yellow dress. She had a small nose bridge, and her smiling eyes were like crescent moons. It was Floral Sparrow. After Natasha and Kimberly left, only Angor and Flower Sparrow were left in the soundproof room. I knew you'd come back, big brother. Flower Sparrow was smiling happily. Her words were not like the polite and courteous way Angor used to communicate with others. Instead, Flower Sparrow's sincerity came from the bottom of her heart. Are you sure? Angor couldn't help but smile. Are you sure? You never thought I wouldn't come back? You will come back, because I saw it. When Huaqichua said this, a faint light flashed through her crescent-shaped eyes. Saw it? Angor remembered Isabel mentioning that Flower Sparrow was also a special soul. Angor didn't ask further because he already had an idea. Is it foresight? Angor asked. Huaqichua was stunned for a moment before she nodded her head repeatedly. It is indeed foresight. How did Big Brother know? Did Lady Isabel tell you about it? As expected, Flower Sparrow's special ability was foresight. According to Isabel, special souls either inherited their abilities from when they were alive or gained them by chance after they died. Flower Sparrow had been staying in the well ever since she died, and it was hard for her to find anything special. So the answer was probably the former. Flower Sparrow inherited her ability from when she was alive, which was a rare talent of the Provenance race, foresight. Angor already had this idea. In her notebook, Huaqichua wrote a lot of strange words and sentences, especially the last one. In addition to drawing the picture of herself and Natasha leaving, she also left an ambiguous sentence: I saw a lot, and I can only see more when I leave. A lot? What could she see in the dark and empty well? Angor already felt that the sentence sounded like Hobson the White Bears. As it turned out, his hunch was right. Flower Sparrow did inherit her foresight ability from when she was alive. Lady Isabel didn't tell me what your special ability is. Angor raised an eyebrow. Since you can predict the future, why don't you guess how I know about your ability? Huaqichua pursed her lips and said in an aggrieved manner, my precognition ability is not always accurate. I want to see other people's futures, but I can't see them accurately. Often, some scenes will appear out of nowhere, and most of these scenes are meaningless. As for the scenes related to Big Brother, I can't see them. Since Angor had the Crimson Veil, Flower Sparrow couldn't see anything about Angor's future. She was able to see Angor's reunion because of her clairvoyance. Back then, she wasn't looking at Angor, but Natasha's future. But when she saw Natasha's future, Flower Sparrow saw Angor's figure. It was also because of this that Huaqichua made up her mind to leave the well with Natasha. According to Boboda, Floral Sparrow's ability to foresee the future was quite impressive. She was able to see the demon gods from Abyss Plane, which was more than enough proof. The reason why Huaqichua's ability to foresee things had weakened was probably because she had lost her physical body. Can you remember or see what happened to you when you were still alive? Angor asked. Speaking of her past life, Huaqichua's expression became gloomy. She shook her head and said, I still can't remember. As long as it's about me, I can't see anything. Angor considered for a moment. By the way, do you still have the silk drawing in your necklace? Yes. Flower Sparrow nodded. As she spoke, she took out a silk handkerchief from her pocket. Angor didn't pay attention to the silk at first. Instead, he looked at Flower Sparrow's hand curiously. You can affect the material world now? Back then, Flower Sparrow couldn't hold the silk with her bare hands. But now, not only could she pick it up, but she could also hide it on her body effortlessly. I couldn't hold it at first. But one day, I suddenly saw something in the future. Since then, I've been able to pick it up. However, I won't be able to carry anything that's slightly heavier. After listening to Flower Sparrow's explanation, Angor assumed that she was able to influence the material world because her soul grew stronger as well after she awakened her clairvoyance ability. Angor took the silk and unfolded it. Flower Sparrow looked at him with a puzzled expression. The silk wasn't big. It was only about the width of a palm. On the silk, there was a drawing of a young girl with curly hair and a young man who had his arm around her shoulder. The girl raised her right hand. A small bird with a pattern that looked like an eye or a peacock feather was fluttering on the back of her hand. The silk covering the young man's face was damaged, so Angor couldn't see his face clearly. The girl in the drawing was Flower Sparrow. As for the young man, Angor pointed at the young man in the drawing. Do you know who he is? Flower Sparrow nodded, then shook her head. I only know that he's my big brother. I can't remember anything else. His face, his name. I can't remember anything about him. After a pause, Hua Kk asked curiously, Big brother, why are you suddenly asking me about this? Aren't you curious about how I know about your clairvoyance? Why? He reached out a finger and pointed at the boy's face. It's him. He told me. Angor walked out of the soundproof room and saw Sunder sitting on a sofa in the living room, reading a thick book with a golden monocle. They met? Sunders looked up when he heard Angor's footsteps. Yes. Angor nodded. A wicked grin appeared on his face. He didn't tell Bobota about it. Instead, he took Sparrow into his bracelet. Angor could still remember Bobota's panicked look when he saw Flower Sparrow. After a moment of panic, Bobota covered his face with his hands and turned his back to Flower Sparrow. He coughed and tried to calm his racing heart. As for Flower Sparrow, she didn't know what to do the moment she saw Bobota. Her expression was complicated. Her eyes flickered as if she was recalling a lot of memories. A moment later, Flower Sparrow's eyes reddened. Big brother? She called out in a hoarse voice that Angor had never heard before. Angor didn't pry into what happened next. He didn't want to disturb Flower Sparrow and Flower Sparrow's private time. Sunders nodded and changed the topic after learning that Floret and Bobota had already met. Instead of continuing the topic, he mentioned something else. Sunders took off his monocle and closed the book. Isabel sent me a message. She said she's done with her preparations. Now, she's waiting for you to go. Whenever. Angor considered. Since I don't have anything else to do, I might as well go right now. Sure. Sunders nodded. I'll tell her. Since Isabel wasn't in Soul Society, Sunders had to send a message to Kimberly. Soon, Kimberly replied. We'll gather at Black Forest Node in 10 minutes. Natasha came to them not long after Kimberly sent the message. Lady Kimberly asked me to show you the way, Natasha said politely. While following Natasha, Angor noticed that the corridors of Soul Society were filled with witches who were rushing in the same direction as Angor's group. Everyone in Dark Castle began to move as soon as Angor confirmed that he was going to deal with the undead creatures. Judging from their reactions, whether it was the speed of their replies or the scale of their mobilization, it was clear that Dark Castle was taking this matter very seriously. If you agreed a few days later, Dark Castle might be able to ask for more, Sunders teased Angor through the spirit bond. Well, if you agreed a few days later, you might be able to push Dark Castle further. You should have warned me if you knew this was going to happen. But since he already gave his word, he didn't intend to go back on it. On their way to Black Forest Node, Angor asked Sunders through the spirit bond, any news from Lady Greya? Since Bobota and Flower Sparrow had already met each other, Angor and Sunders had already achieved half of their goal in Dark Castle. The only thing left to do was to meet Greya. As for helping to clean up the undead, that was an extra task that was not included. No. Sunders shook his head. Then what are they doing? Angor asked. According to Kimberly, Greya and Felicia were trying something in Ice Cave. What was that? Did it have something to do with Dark Castle? I heard it's a feast that can completely remove the undead energy from Dark Castle, Sunders explained. He didn't know what this feast was about, but he was sure that Greya and Felicia were here because of what happened in Dark Castle. Dark Castle has been nurturing undead creatures for thousands of years, and its aura has changed. Even if we get rid of all the undead creatures here, as long as the evil aura doesn't go away, more will come, Sunders explained. What Greya and Felicia want to do is to change Dark Castle from the root. Isabel is planning to overturn Isabella's 1,000-year bloodbath plan. In other words, Angor was removing the root of the problem, while Greya and Felicia were trying to remove the root of the problem. Angor felt a little comforted by this. As Sunders said, Isabel was determined to change Dark Castle's current situation. This might cause some trouble in the short term. The undead creatures were one of the main reasons why Dark Castle was feared. But in the long run, it was good for Dark Castle's development. Angor had his own reasons for getting rid of the undead creatures. However, if Dark Castle could save innocent women from being slaughtered, it would be a good thing. Angor was still a little hesitant about helping Dark Castle because of Isabella. But now, he felt better about it. They're master and student, but they're two completely different people. Isabel was indeed the brightest witch from 1,000 years ago. She was far better than Isabel in terms of foresight and decisiveness. Instead of trying to cure Dark Castle's disease, Isabella turned her attention to Bogula, who had the potential to become a truth-finder wizard. She hoped that Bogula could help Dark Castle recover, but that was not the root of the problem. Besides, it wasn't wise to put all hope in someone else's hands. Of course, Angor knew that Isabella was too weak to be compared with Isabella. However, if he were to put himself in Isabella's shoes, it would be a different story. Isabella's potential had been exhausted, and she did not show any signs of returning to the southern region. Dark Castle was in a precarious situation, and there was not much she could do to help. However, no matter how one looked at it, Isabella was the one to blame for all of this. If she didn't come up with her bloodbath plan, all these troubles wouldn't have happened. A moment later, Sunders also spoke. You're right. They're master and student, but they look completely different. Angor nodded, but then he froze. Sunders said exactly the same thing as him, but why did he feel something was wrong? Are you talking about Isabella and Isabella? Angor turned to look at Sunders, who was walking away with a serious expression and elegant steps. Maybe I misunderstood something? That's what Angor thought. Under Natasha's guidance, they walked through the complicated corridors of Soul Realm until they arrived at a luxurious hall. The hall looked more like a chapel than anything else. Angor opened the door and saw rows of seats. At this moment, the seats were almost full. They were all witches in sorcerer robes, but in this setting, they looked like nuns. A red carpet covered the aisle between the two rows of seats, which extended all the way to a platform at the front. There was a well-protected space node on the platform, which was being maintained and repaired by a large number of witches. The portal to the Black Forest node is on the platform. Natasha pointed at the platform in front of them and said, because the exit point of the Black Forest is near the undead army, there are the most wizards guarding here just in case. Natasha explained as she led the way. The witches on both sides of the hallway all looked at them. Clearly, they already knew who they were. Their eyes shined brightly when they saw them. Sunders was always cold and distant, so few witches dared to look at him in the eyes. Angor, on the other hand, was a different story. Apart from curiosity, most of the witches were looking at him with seductive looks. Angor kept his eyes fixed on Sunders and wondered when he could learn to be like Sunders, who never dared to look at him even if he was standing right next to them. That would be great. Under everyone's watchful eyes, they stepped onto the platform. As soon as they stood still, they sensed a wave of energy coming from the space node. Someone was coming from the other side of the space node? According to Natasha, the other side of the space node was near the undead army. Could it be the undead army? But he quickly rejected the idea. Both the witches sitting in the audience and Natasha and Sunders on the stage all looked calm. It was obvious that the newcomer was a friend, not an enemy. As Angor expected, a head-heavy silhouette appeared after a flash of light. It was Kimberly, who walked out of the light with a forest of hair on her head. "What's the situation outside, Mrs. Kimberly?" an old witch in the group stood up and asked. Kimberly replied with a serious expression, "It's bad. As we heard, the undead army has sensed our presence. There are more undead creatures around the space node. Some of them are even aggregations of undead creatures." Kimberly's words instantly caused a commotion in the quiet hall. The witches whispered to each other. As more and more people gathered in the hall, their voices grew louder and louder. "Quiet." A wizard stood up and yelled at the crowd. Kimberly turned to Angor and said, "To avoid any accidents, we should activate our bloodlines and strengthen our defenses when we go out. Because when we go out later, we might face a series of self-destructing attacks." After Kimberly explained, he finally understood what she meant. The undead were only one of them, but there were also aggregations of the undead outside. This kind of amalgamation was created by the Chaos Source, or Goemon's 13 women. The principle behind it was very simple. By amalgamating different undead, it overloaded the negative energy inside the undead to create a false balance. Any slight movement would cause the undead creatures to lose control of their energy, which would lead to a series of energy disasters. Angor's expression grew serious. He didn't care much about undead creatures because their power was mostly directed at the soul. Angor's own soul was immune to most undead attacks, which was why he wasn't afraid of them. However, this undead amalgamation was different. The disaster it caused was not only on the energy level, but also on the material level. Angor's soul couldn't be immune to them. Therefore, Angor decided to be careful. Apart from aggregations of undead creatures, Chaos Originator also has undead creatures of all levels and types. Don't let your guard down. Try to get rid of them from afar. Kimberly paused. "I've notified Lady Isabel. She should be here soon. Let's wait here." While waiting, Angor thought about Kimberly's words. Thinking about it, if it were just the undead, even if there was a disaster, it wouldn't have affected such a large area. At the same time, he was also curious about the source of the chaos. Goemon's 13 ladies were harmless when they were alive. But when they died, they shocked everyone. She never learned much about the wizarding world, but her aggregations of undead creatures and other types of undead creatures were all incredible. It was clear that she had a deep understanding of the soul. Apart from that, she was also an excellent strategist. Otherwise, she wouldn't have forced the people of Dark Castle to stay in Soul Society. Such a talent was born at the wrong time. "What are you thinking about?" Sunders' voice came through the spirit bond. Angor briefly explained his thoughts. "I'm still wondering why she didn't disappear after getting hit by a white bullet." Angor recalled his first experiment with Prelude to Rebirth, where he fired at Goemon's 13 ladies in Dark Castle. Back then, he didn't find anything strange. But now that he checked his memory, he did find something unusual. Back then, Angor was harvesting undead creatures outside Dark Castle. It took him a while to gather enough white bullets. He was curious about what the bullets could be used for, so he decided to fire at an undead creature nearby. Angor chose his target randomly, but before he fired, the undead creature already acted strangely. The other undead creatures would only wander around their bodies and whimper, but this one was glaring at Dark Castle with hatred. Now that he thought about it, Goemon's 13 ladies probably already had special abilities back then, and they hated Dark Castle for torturing them to death. Angor didn't know what the undead creature was until he fired his gun. After she was hit by the white bullet, her face became half ferocious and half shocked. Angor tried to talk to it, but he didn't get any response. Instead, the undead creature flew away. It didn't look like anything was wrong. But when compared to his experiment with Prelude to Rebirth, Angor took out his notebook from his bracelet and read the record of his experiment. He carefully looked through his own experiment records. After he finished reading, he immediately found something wrong. The timing was different. When Angor's first bullet hit her, she instantly turned into a half-undead, which was half ferocious and half peaceful. However, according to another data in the notebook, Ake struggled on the ground for more than 10 minutes before the chaotic and stable energies in his body reached a balance, and Ake became a half-undead. Angor could tell that something was amiss. Also, he remembered that Torres also turned into a half-undead after getting hit by a white bullet. After Torres and the Guman 13 women were shot, they were clearly different from other souls. What was the similarity between them? Is it really because they're special souls? Before Torres turned back into a normal soul, he was also a soul with a special ability that allowed him to teleport at will. So far, the only thing Angor could think of in common was that they were all special souls. Sundar spoke through their spirit bond. There might be other reasons, but we can't say for sure yet. No one knows for sure? Angor frowned. No, there's still someone who can explain it. Who? Herself. Sundars raised an eyebrow. You're planning to bring her out of the abyss of oblivion? Angor nodded in excitement. Isn't this a special case? Since she turned into a half-undead many years ago, could he help her turn back into a normal undead, regardless of whether the final result was good or bad? Such a special case would definitely enrich the Prelude to Reincarnation experiment report. Sundars didn't try to stop Angor. Still, Sundars wasn't sure if Angor's plan would work. They still needed to give Dark Castle an explanation before they could carry out the experiment. They didn't have to wait for long. About 3 minutes later, Isabel showed up in the hall. Isabel wasn't the only one who appeared. Isabella was there too, but she just floated quietly behind Isabel. She didn't walk forward, nor did she intend to speak. Isabel nodded at Angor and looked at the other people in the hall. She glanced at everyone with her cold eyes. Anyone who looked into her eyes would feel as if their souls were being frozen. Therefore, everyone who was swept by Isabel's gaze subconsciously lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at her. The first row will follow us out and help Mr. Pad deal with the undead creatures. The rest of you will stay in the soul realm and reflect on yourselves, Isabel said in a plain voice after a while. Isabel's words actually expressed two attitudes. First of all, the way she addressed Angor was obviously very respectful, which surprised everyone present, even the wizards themselves. Isabel's manner of addressing Angor was a standard for everyone in Dark Castle. If even Isabel treated Angor with respect, no one would dare to disrespect him. This was what Isabella wanted to express, which surprised Angor a little. Also, he noticed that neither Kimberly nor Isabella objected to it. It seemed that they had already discussed this matter in private and reached an agreement. The second point was about the people in the first row and reflection. Angor didn't know what that meant, but all the supernaturals in Dark Castle knew what it meant. There were less than 10 people in the first row, and all of them were wizards. What was different from other official adepts was that these people did not have any resentment on them. In other words, they never participated in Isabel's blood-cleansing ritual. Isabel deliberately asked these people to leave and let them reflect. In fact, she was secretly warning everyone about her attitude towards the blood baptism ceremony. At the same time, she was reminding them that it was time to change Dark Castle's old strategy. Since Angor and Sundars were here, Isabel did not point it out. Instead, she used this subtle method to tell everyone. It was time for a change. Isabella still didn't express her opinion. The others exchanged glances and lowered their heads in silence. Let's go. It's time for Chen Ke's wounds to be exposed, Isabel said. Only by cutting off the rotten meat and getting rid of the cancerous tumor would Dark Castle be reborn one day. As soon as Isabel finished speaking, the person in charge of the space node quickly activated a portal. Everyone disappeared into the space node in a single file. Angor already prepared a defensive spell as Kimberly told him to. However, the situation outside was even worse than he expected. Even though he was prepared for it, when he stepped out of the node, he found himself standing right in front of a ferocious face. It was close to zero distance. Before he could take out Prelude to Rebirth and shoot, he heard Kimberly yelling, "Watch out." Before he could react, the undead creature who was right in front of him suddenly revealed a hideous expression and turned its head 180 degrees around. To Angor's horror, a mouth suddenly appeared behind the hair on the back of the undead creature's head, which was giving him a malicious grin. A foul wind blew past and lifted the undead's hair. Angor's pupils shrank. He originally thought that the undead had a face at the back of its head, but that was not the case. Under the hair were all kinds of crooked facial features. It had more than one mouth, but several mouths were arranged in a disorderly manner. There were also eyes and a nose that were disorderly. Angor immediately remembered what Kimberly told him. Undead amalgamations. Many undead were combined together in a special way, forming a special composite soul form. This kind of soul form had a special characteristic: it was extremely unstable. When Angor realized who it was, the soul that was already giving out a cold light suddenly shone brightly. Self-destruct? It happened so fast that Angor didn't even have time to react. A terrifying explosion, violent energy, and blinding white light happened right in front of him. The defensive spell he created earlier was completely useless. It was destroyed right away. There was a rumbling sound. Angor was sent flying in an arc and landed a dozen meters away. "Are you all right?" Sunder's voice came from their spirit bond. "I'm fine. Just got hit by the inertia. I'm not hurt." Angor pushed himself up from the withered grass. Several strips of white mist were dispersing around him. They were the phantom limbs that helped him block the explosion. The defensive spell didn't work, but the limbs did. Still, Angor didn't look too worried. The limbs used up 90% of their energy just now, which meant the self-destruct effect of the explosion was terrifying. If a few more came, he might not be able to escape unscathed. Angor suddenly felt a cold wind behind him. He looked back and saw a ferocious undead coming out of nowhere. Angor picked up Prelude to Rebirth and prepared to fire at the undead. But before he could fire, the undead seemed to realize something and quickly backed away, disappearing into the darkness. "Strange undead," Angor muttered. Since the undead was already gone, he didn't bother to look for it. Angor thought he was already unlucky enough to be caught in the explosion as soon as he stepped out of the node. But compared to the others, he was doing much better. As soon as the undead creature disappeared, he heard a series of deafening explosions coming from behind him. He looked back and saw that the node of the Black Forest had completely turned into a blazing white light. Almost 100 undead aggregates came out of nowhere and self-destructed at the same time. A terrifying energy wave spread out from the center of the explosion, followed by a gust of hot wind. A large amount of soil on the ground rose into the air, and withered trees were uprooted. Then, they were instantly turned into dust by the energy attack. Everything had vanished into nothingness. Angor's eyes reflected the pure white light. He could see several figures inside the light. They were the wizards who came out of the node with him. The explosion lasted for a long time. At first, it was just the undead aggregates. But later, Angor sensed that the explosion was mixed with space energy, which meant the node of Black Forest was destroyed as well. All kinds of energy gathered together and formed a giant ball of light that extended outward. "Get away from here." Sunder's voice rang in his ears. Following Sunder's warning, he quickly retreated hundreds of meters away. When the ball of light disappeared, Angor could clearly see that the node of Black Forest was gone, leaving behind a giant crater with a radius of more than 20 meters. Several witches who failed to get out of the crater in time were lying on the ground, covered in blood. Angor suddenly felt lucky. He encountered the amalgamation of undead as soon as he stepped out of the node, which sent him flying away. That was why he was still some distance away from the center of the explosion. If he landed at the center of the explosion, he would probably lose a layer of skin, even if he had a strong body. While he was still in shock, he heard several people rushing over from behind. It was Isabel and the others. Sunders also walked to him. "You're really lucky." The others agreed with Sunders' words. They had been keeping an eye on Angor ever since they left the node. To their surprise, Angor was the first to run into an amalgamation of undead souls, and the weakest one at that. Angor was lucky enough to survive the most powerful explosion. Angor rubbed his nose and didn't respond to Sunders' teasing. He looked at the miserable scene in the distance and felt a lingering fear. Angor thought that he could deal with this place by himself with Prelude to Rebirth, and he didn't need anyone's help. But now, after witnessing this scene, his confidence vanished into thin air. Undead creatures were scary, and they were even scarier when they had Angor's help. Kimberly arranged for a few wizards to treat the wounded. After some evaluation, the wounded witches were found to be in no danger, even though they looked miserable. They would be able to fight again after a little rest. Of course, they would need to rest for a long time before they could fully recover. Kimberly spoke in a serious tone. When I came out alone, I saw a few undead aggregations, but there weren't so many of them. But when we came out, these aggregations immediately showed up and self-destructed without hesitation. This is strange. One of the witches nodded and said, "It seems that Natasha is right. All the nodes in the surrounding area have been discovered by Chaos Source, and they have set up many traps. Not only that, but she also targeted us because of the number of people. When we're alone, she used a smaller force to deal with us, but when we gathered together, she used a large-scale attack," someone else agreed. "It's impossible for the undead to do something like this with their muddled minds. It must be the doing of the Chaos Source behind this." Everyone's expression was filled with hatred. It was obvious that the undead was planning to trap them in the Soul Society. Even though it wouldn't be able to trap official sorcerers, it would still be fatal to ordinary apprentices. Let's think about it from another perspective. She's been watching you all this time, isn't she? How else could she unleash such a large-scale attack in such a timely manner? Everyone was taken aback by Sunder's words. Indeed. If Chaos Source only targeted them because of the number of undead creatures, a large number of undead creatures would be enough to deal with them. But this time, Chaos Source used nearly 100 aggregations of undead creatures. It was obvious that Chaos Source did not only target them because of the number of undead creatures, but also because of their strength. It was difficult for Chaos Source to determine the strength of undead creatures. There was only one possibility: Chaos Source had been observing them all this time. Thinking of this, someone said, "In other words, Luan Yuan is actually not far from us, but she has been using a special ability to hide herself?" Everyone agreed with her. However, even if Chaos Source was watching them, it would be difficult to pinpoint her location as long as she did not do anything reckless. Everyone couldn't help but look at the Truthfinder wizards on the scene. Perhaps they had discovered something before. Kimberly was the first to state, "No, that guy is very good at hiding. I didn't discover him." Both Sunders and Isabel shook their heads. Sunders did not pay too much attention to their surroundings. Isabel did, but she did not notice anyone hiding. Because they didn't get any useful information, everyone fell silent for a moment. Angor thought about the strange undead creature he encountered earlier. However, it was a pure undead creature, not a half-undead creature, nor a Goman princess. So he didn't think it had anything to do with this. Kimberly said, "Since it's based on weight, she has to see who we are in order to decide which way to attack. If she's not around, there's only one other possibility. She might be watching from afar." This was the depths of the forest. If one were to look at it from afar, it would definitely be a high point. And now, there was only one high point from which they could see this place. Everyone raised their heads and looked in the same direction. Amidst the dark clouds, the naked eye could only see the undulating curve in the distance. The specific situation could not be seen clearly. At this moment, the lightning serpents that were playing in the dark clouds suddenly fell from the sky. The white light produced in that instant illuminated the shadowy undulating curves. At the top of the mountain ridges filled with strange rocks, countless undead were cruising around. Behind the undead, there was a dark black castle standing at the peak. Dark clouds and lightning serpents were also circling around the top of the castle. This was clearly the outer city of Dark Castle. Everyone's face was filled with incredulity. If Kimberly believed that the source of the chaos was observing them from afar, then there was only one possibility: she's not really hiding in Dark Castle, is she? Someone asked in disbelief. If that was the case, it would not be a slap to their faces. It would be a stomp on their faces. The real Dark Castle people were hiding underground, trembling in fear. Meanwhile, the source of the chaos, Goman Princess, was freely wandering around Dark Castle. What a huge contrast. Not necessarily. Maybe her concealment skills are very good and she's nearby. If she's really in Dark Castle, maybe she's hiding among those undead creatures. It was Kimberly who spoke up with a grim look. "Let's see if they're hiding behind those undead creatures," said Angor, who had been quiet all this time. Isabel nodded. "Angor's right. Let's go and see." Even if she's really in Dark Castle, it's not a big deal. Angor, you just need to deal with the undead creatures. Be careful. The rest of you, follow our plan and keep an eye on the undead creatures. Don't let them get close to Angor. Following Isabel's order, everyone dispersed. Isabel, Kimberly, and Sunders flew to the sky to patrol the area. Sunders also went to stand guard. Now, Angor was the only one within 100 meters of them. Angor was not afraid. With Prelude to Rebirth in hand, he headed out of Dark Forest. There weren't many undead creatures in this area. Angor only ran into 2 or 3 undead creatures on his way out, which were quickly taken care of by the scattered wizards around him. Angor's main target was the undead creatures that gathered together. Soon, he reached the edge of Dark Forest and saw Floral Sparrow's graveyard not far away. There was a winding road outside the graveyard that led all the way to Dark Castle at the top of the mountain. From here, the number of undead creatures began to increase. Angor looked at both sides of the road and saw a large number of weeping undead creatures. There were also some withered trees that glowed in the darkness, which was quite beautiful. But if you looked closer, you would find that these lights were actually the faint glow of the undead creatures themselves. Some of them were sitting on branches, some were leaning against the veins of leaves, some were leaning against tree trunks, some were whimpering, and some were hugging their legs while trembling under trees. Before being touched, these undead creatures looked as pitiful as the wind in the dark. But as soon as you approached them, even if you didn't touch them, you could turn them from women into ferocious, vengeful undead creatures. Angor simply walked on the road. He didn't need to do anything to attract these undead creatures. Some were running or flying toward him. Since there were so many undead creatures, the wizards at the outermost circle didn't do anything. They only dealt with the undead creatures that might show up and left the rest to Angor. Angor calmly raised his Prelude to Rebirth and released a ripple in the air. As soon as the ripple touched the undead creatures, all of them stopped moving. Next, a gust of cold wind blew by. Nearly 100 statue-like undead creatures turned into specks of light and disappeared. Seeing this, those who had been worried, including Kimberly, let out a sigh of relief. Angor cleared out so many undead creatures in one go, and it seemed that he wasn't at his best yet. Maybe he could use Prelude to Rebirth to get rid of all the undead creatures in Dark Castle. The wizards who weren't optimistic about this trip couldn't help but feel excited. Apart from Spectre Sea, Dark Castle was the only place that could gather so many undead creatures, which allowed him to collect as many white bullets as he wanted. Prelude to Rebirth, without the white light bullet, was actually just an alchemy weapon that was easy to use. But with the white bullets, it was qualified to be called a semi-mystic weapon. Angor advanced toward Dark Castle at the top of the mountain. He didn't try to avoid the undead creatures at all. The wizards around him would take care of the dangerous undead creatures anyway. He only needed to clear out the undead creatures, which made the trip much safer. Waves of undead creatures swarmed toward him like a tidal wave. Angor was very efficient. In less than 10 minutes, he had collected a white bullet. In other words, he had killed at least 2,000 undead creatures. This efficiency once again stirred up the emotions of the surrounding magi. Even Isabella, who had always kept a low profile, felt a little relieved at this moment. She was glad that her professor asked Angor to use Prelude to Rebirth to deal with the undead creatures. Otherwise, if she really did as she said the other day and slowly cleaned up by herself, it would take her at least half a month to eliminate 2,000 undead creatures. It would take an even longer time to get rid of all the undead creatures in Dark Castle. Isabella looked at the quickly disappearing undead creatures and sighed. She remembered what Isabella told her before. An alchemist is a valuable asset to any wizard organization. Prelude to Rebirth, created by Angor many years ago, already helped Dark Castle out of its current predicament. Now, Angor was a member of the research department. It was unwise to become enemies with an alchemist like Angor. However, Isabella also knew that it would be difficult to mend her relationship with Angor again. The only thing she could do now was to keep a low profile in front of Angor and let Isabella and Kimberly talk to each other. This might be the best way for Dark Castle's future. A man in a black robe suddenly appeared in the darkness, as if he was spat out by a creature in the darkness. He was covered in blood and floated in the air. After a while, the black-robed man regained some of his senses from his confusion. What kind of undead was that? How could it be so strong? The man's eyes were filled with fear as he recalled what happened not long ago. He felt a sharp pain coming from his right arm. Hiss. The black-robed man took a deep breath and took off his tattered black robe. His face was covered by a strange bronze gear mask, and his face could not be seen clearly. His upper body was thin and slender, but it was now covered in all kinds of wounds. A large chunk of flesh was torn off his right arm, revealing the bone underneath. The most terrifying thing was that the shattered bone fragments were covered with a black liquid substance, which was rapidly eroding his right hand. I guess there's no other way. He looked at his nearly broken right arm and made a decision. With a flash of cold light, his right arm was cut off and dropped into the void below. Due to the existence of the black liquid, his severed right hands would probably be completely devoured soon. Therefore, even if he threw them away, he did not have to worry about his blood information being exposed. Looking at his empty right arm, he heaved a sigh of relief. A faint light flickered in his eyes. Then, the broken bones began to grow. His flesh and blood moved like worms and covered the bones. In just half a minute, his right arm was restored. However, compared to the broken right arm, this new right arm looked thinner and fairer. I'll use it for now. I'll find a way to transplant another one when I get back. The man, or rather, the masked man, sighed. Let me see what you found. The masked man pondered for a moment as if he was trying to recall something. After a while, he raised an eyebrow. I just left that place, and I didn't expect the information to lead me there. It seems to be fate. The masked man thought for a moment. I'd better go and take a look. It's a good opportunity to verify the information I received. With that, the masked man looked at a certain direction in the void and disappeared in a flash of light. Outside Dark Castle. Even with the help of a large number of wizards, Angor was still in danger while clearing out the undead creatures. For example, he was now in a dangerous situation. Unexpectedly, a pale hand stretched out from the pothole of the black soil. The first thing that came to his mind was, long fingers and well-defined joints. She's a natural pianist. If John sees her hands, he'll probably want to train her to be an artist. But she has to trim her nails first. Before the appraisal of the pair of hands was over, the owner of the hands struggled to crawl out from the ground. Long black hair that cascaded down like a waterfall, veins popping out of her cheeks, white eyes that were filled with malice, and the gloomy atmosphere that surrounded her, all of which indicated her identity. This was an undead. When she opened her mouth to yell, Angor raised his gun and aimed at her forehead. When she turned into white smoke and rushed at Angor, the muzzle of the gun vibrated, and a ripple spread out from the muzzle with a buzzing noise. In the end, the female undead couldn't escape the fate of dissipating. Watch your back. Someone yelled at him. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a chilly wind coming from behind him. The wind was so close to his neck that it felt like someone was blowing on his skin. Someone was behind him, and it was very close to him. Angor's scalp went numb when he realized this. He had been spreading out his senses all this time. Why didn't he sense anyone approaching him? Angor was about to turn around to check when he suddenly sensed a familiar ripple in his mind. It was Sunder's voice through the spirit bond. Don't look back. There are 2 infant spirits behind you. They won't do you much harm, but if they see your face, it'll be troublesome. Sunders quickly spoke. Sunders didn't mention what kind of trouble it would bring, but Angor didn't dare to disobey. You can't look back, but you can use your spirit power to observe them, said Sunders. Before Angor could ask if he could use his spirit feelers, Sunders answered his question first. As the spirit feelers left Angor's body, he saw 2 babies clinging to each of Angor's shoulders. These babies weren't cute at all. They were black all over, except for their crimson eyes. They didn't move at all, but their crimson eyes were peering over Angor's shoulders. As long as Angor turned his head, they would see him no matter which direction he was going to. Where did these 2 infant spirits come from? Why didn't I sense them at all? Angor didn't feel the chilling aura until the babies clung to his shoulders. When your attention was on their mother, they appeared. You killed their mother, that's why they're pestering you. Angor was surprised by Sunder's answer. The female undead with long fingers that looked like a pianist's was the mother of these 2 infant spirits, but Angor still remembered the blood-cleansing ritual in Dark Castle. Weren't all the women chased after pure virgins? How come there were infant spirits here? Were there other men in Dark Castle? Sunders glanced at Angor, who didn't answer his question. Judging from Angor's expression, he could guess what was on Angor's mind. Don't overthink it. Dark Castle has become a place for undead creatures for thousands of years. It's normal that undead creatures from other places are attracted here, Sunders said. Not only female undead creatures, but male undead creatures as well. As for the two infant spirits and the female undead creature, they didn't die because of the blood cleansing ritual. Maybe they were talents from Dark Castle. In places like Dark Castle, talents who died in accidents could also become undead creatures. The chilling wind behind Angor's back made him feel uncomfortable. He reached out one of his phantom limbs and grabbed Prelude to Rebirth. Then, he aimed the gun at the two infant spirits from behind. He planned to take care of them first. Wait, several voices reached Angor's ears at the same time. Several wizards who didn't recognize Kimberly and Angor all used voice transmissions at the same time. Both of them were saying the same thing: if you don't want these two baby spirits, why don't you give them to me? Sunders' voice came through their spirit bond. Infant spirits aren't as special as Flower Sparrow, but they're still special and have a wide range of uses. However, they'll be more valuable if they're not corrupted. Ordinary undead creatures can only be used to make ghoul puppets or perform evil rituals. A chuckle suddenly crept into Angor's spirit bond. I didn't know there were infant spirits around Dark Castle. Angor recognized Isabel's voice. Sunders is right. Infant spirits are very valuable, and natural ones are hard to come by, which is why they're so precious. If you don't want them for yourself, you can give them to me. I'll pay you accordingly. He could tell that Isabel wanted the two infant spirits as well. But since everyone else had already spoken, Isabel probably didn't want to ask for them anymore. However, Isabel noticed that Sunders was using the spirit bond to communicate with her, so she used it to talk to Angor. If Sunders didn't release the spirit bond, Isabel wouldn't have been able to enter. Angor assumed that they already knew about this. Of course, Angor wasn't interested in the infant spirits. I can give them to Lady Isabel, but I can't carry them all the time, can I? Angor sighed. Wait a moment. I'll take them off for you. Angor heard a gust of wind coming from behind him. At the same time, he sensed a faint fragrance coming from behind him. When the fragrance was still lingering around the tip of his nose, Isabel's voice came from behind. It's done. Angor looked back and saw the infant spirits were gone. Isabel was standing behind him with a smile. I'll talk to you about the price when we're done here. With that, Isabel flew to the sky again to keep watch. After Isabel took away the infant spirits, the other wizards, including Kimberly, had no choice but to give up. You're quite lucky. Using their possessions to trade in Dark Castle's territory. Sunders sighed. They must be mad at you right now. No one would have thought that such precious infant spirits would appear here. Moreover, there were two of them at once. You won't lose anything. And this is only the beginning. Beginning? What do you mean? Isabel is in a special situation right now. She might look calm, but she's determined to get those two infant spirits. Angor cleared his throat. Professor, aren't you afraid that Lady Isabel will hear you? She's no longer inside the spirit bond, Sunders explained. As for the two infant spirits, they're now undead creatures. They're still valuable, but not to her. How do you turn them back into souls? What do you think she'll do next? There was only one way to turn undead creatures back into souls: Prelude to Rebirth. Angor's Prelude to Rebirth was no longer a mystery item because of Isabel. Isabel didn't want to steal it from Sunders, and she also didn't have a high chance of doing so. In the end, Isabel would have to make a deal with Angor to get the white bullets from Prelude to Rebirth. This was what Sunders meant by, "This is only the beginning," Sunders said. It sounded like he was going to drag Isabel down until the very end. As for Angor, he didn't have to pay anything for the deal. White Bullet was an undead creature, which belonged to Dark Castle, and so did the infant's soul. Of course, he didn't do nothing. Without his Prelude to Rebirth, he wouldn't have been able to do all this. Angor kept moving forward. Before long, the second and third white bullets were loaded into the magazines. Due to the undead creatures that suddenly crawled out of the ground, Angor decided to use the ground as a surveillance area to prevent the same thing from happening again. However, sometimes, danger didn't come from an unguarded corner. It could also come from carelessness. The wizards around him only stopped the amalgamations and allowed them to approach Angor, who then used Prelude to Rebirth to deal with them. Angor didn't encounter any problems in his previous attempts. But this time, he made a serious mistake. Thousands of undead creatures swarmed out of their nests and surrounded Angor. This was the largest group of undead he had encountered so far. At first, he didn't worry too much about it. As long as there weren't any special undead creatures or strange creatures like infant spirits, he would be able to deal with them easily. However, when he really made a move, he realized that something was wrong. Some of the undead creatures suddenly began to glow brightly when they approached him. Angor quickly realized that these were the self-detonations of the amalgamations. And it wasn't just one. There were at least 100 of them rushing into Angor's area. These amalgamations had already caused the energy inside them to go out of balance. Even Prelude to Rebirth couldn't reverse the effect of the explosion. Shit. How did you do that? Why are there so many amalgamations? Watch out. The explosion happened in an instant, and it was an explosion caused by hundreds of undead aggregates. Even if the surrounding magi realized that something was wrong and wanted to go in and help, it was already too late. After a loud explosion, a blazing white light lit up the entire dark castle. Dust flew everywhere. Coupled with the glaring light, it obscured everyone's vision. When the dust settled, everyone quickly looked at Angor's location. They only saw a giant crater left behind by the explosion. However, there was no one inside. Not even a corpse. Phew, that was dangerous. A frightened voice came from afar. Everyone followed the voice and saw Angor standing beside Sunders. His cane pointed at the air, and a strange rune spread out from the tip of the cane. Everyone heard a faint screeching sound. Nightmare substitute. Seeing this scene, how could the others not understand what was going on? Sunders quickly used Nightmare Substitute to bring Angor out of his hiding place. Seeing this scene, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Angor was saved, but there was still another problem. How did the undead amalgamations show up? Why didn't they notice them? All of the magi furrowed their brows as they recalled what had happened. They clearly looked like ordinary undead, and they didn't have the characteristics of an amalgamation of undead. What was the problem? Everyone could not help but look at Isabel. Isabel had been the leader of the soul elementalists since 1,000 years ago. Perhaps she was the only one who could provide an answer. Isabel considered for a moment and said, "Their aura seems to be concealed by something." While the others were still puzzled, Angor frowned and began to think about something else that happened earlier. "I ran into a strange undead creature," Angor spoke to Sunders through their spirit bond. Angor explained the situation to Sunders while the man was still puzzled. Not long ago, when Angor saw the glowing undead creatures around him, he already knew what was going on. A large number of amalgamations broke through the encirclement. It happened so fast that he did not have enough time to escape. Even if he ejected his soul using the sequence of gravity, he would still be affected. Angor immediately prepared to open a door and teleport away. But at this moment, an undead creature suddenly appeared behind him, disrupting his rhythm of opening the door. Angor was startled. The undead creature appeared out of nowhere and attacked him without warning. And then I was brought out of the center of the explosion by my professor's nightmare substitute. So you're saying the undead creature showed up behind you without warning? Sunders wondered. That's not it. I have a strange feeling. I don't think she's going to attack me. Angor pondered for a moment before he spoke again. He paused a little and added, or rather, she wasn't trying to attack me. Then what was she trying to do? Angor pointed at the revolver in his hand. Maybe Prelude to Rebirth. Angor still remembered that the undead creature did not attack him at all. She only wanted to steal the item. However, Angor sensed the malicious intent behind him in time, which prompted the woman to attack him instead of trying to steal Prelude to Rebirth. Do you remember what she looked like then? That won't help. When the nightmare substitute took me away, she also began to glow. An amalgamation of undead creatures? Angor nodded. It was also an amalgamation of undead creatures, but he could not tell from its appearance. Sunders frowned. I think something is wrong. I need to discuss it with Isabel. A female voice came from their spirit bond. If you want to ask about the undead aggregates, I'm sorry. I can't tell what's going on. It was Isabel. Yes, it has something to do with the amalgamations. But it's something else. Why don't you tell her, Angor? Only Angor knew what was going on. Hundreds of undead creatures exploded at the same time, and the blinding white light had obscured the inside of the explosion. Isabel frowned after hearing Angor's explanation. That thing behind you, is it really an amalgamation of undead creatures? Isabel spoke in a low voice. I've studied them before. They used a special method to combine the fragments of different undead creatures together. The only use of these so-called aggregates of undead is to be used as a tool to be consumed. They don't have any logic when compared to ordinary undead creatures. Isabel was a soul manipulator. As long as she was willing, she could temporarily control undead creatures and make them do simple things for her. But this amalgamation of undead creatures could not understand even the simplest of tasks. Its mind was filled with nothing but chaos, madness, and slaughter. But this amalgamation of undead creatures did not self-destruct when it appeared behind Angor. Instead, it chose to attack Angor or steal Prelude to Rebirth. Something was not right. Speaking of which, the infant spirits were strange as well, said Sunders. There are so many wizards around here. Why did the undead woman with the infant soul target you? Sunders asked. You're the only one left. Angor was right. There were so many wizards around, and none of them could kill the female infant spirits in a short time. They were the best targets for the infant spirits. But why did they come to Angor? That was strange. What would have happened if the infant spirits saw me? Angor asked. They would be cursed. But infant spirits have different abilities. You'll have to ask Isabel about the specific curse, said Sunders. The two infant spirits were with Isabel at the moment. Isabel was still thinking about the amalgamation of undead creatures when she heard Sunders' question. Confusion. If Angor turned around to look at the two infant spirits, his mind would be confused, and he might even be controlled by them. Sunders raised an eyebrow at the answer. There must be a reason behind all this. The amalgamation of undead creatures seemed to be after the prelude to rebirth. But if the two infant spirits were going after Angor as well, they probably wanted more than prelude to rebirth. Angor himself was also their target. Isabel nodded. If what you said is true, Chaos Origins must have her eyes on Angor already. She'll do something else. Isabel reminded Angor to be extra careful. But Angor suddenly remembered something else. When he first came out of the Black Forest node, he ran into a strange undead creature. He didn't pay much attention to it at the time, but now that he thought about it, he realized something was wrong. He didn't notice the undead creature until it got close to him. When Angor took out Prelude to Rebirth to shoot at her, she immediately ran away. This didn't fit the typical behavior of an undead creature. Before Prelude to Rebirth fired, the undead creature wouldn't know what the weapon would do to her. The fact that she turned around and fled meant that she knew what the Prelude to Reincarnation would do to her. But Angor didn't even use Prelude to Rebirth when he just came out of the Black Forest node. Even though he had used the Prelude to Reincarnation when he helped Natasha earlier, the chain of logic of memory, fear, and escape was not something that an ordinary undead could do, right? This reminded Angor of another undead creature. Goman King's 13 daughters. When Angor used White Bullet to turn Goman Princess into a half-undead creature, she reacted to Prelude to Rebirth by running away. This was similar to what happened before. But that undead creature didn't look like Goman Princess face. That Chaos Spawn has more tricks up his sleeves. Don't let your guard down. You're right. But first, we need to deal with the amalgamations of undead first. Angor was the key to this operation. So far, the amalgamations of undead were the biggest threat to Angor, so they had to get rid of them first. However, it wasn't easy to get rid of the disguised amalgamations of undead. The next wave of undead creatures was all normal undead creatures. There wasn't a single amalgamation of undead to be found. Isabel didn't have a chance to find them even if she wanted to. Meanwhile, Angor had successfully pushed the battlefield to the edge of Dark Castle. They were now less than a kilometer away from the densest area of undead creatures. Angor was already shocked when he was at the foot of the mountain. However, when he approached the top of the mountain, the feeling only grew stronger. The number of undead creatures in front of them was unimaginable. If Angor fired a shot here, he could probably kill enough undead creatures to form a white bullet. Angor could still see the outline of Dark Castle when he was at the foot of the mountain. But now, he could only see the hideous faces of the undead creatures, as well as extreme madness and malice. Even extraordinaires would be affected by the chilling demonic aura and become impatient and irritable if they stood near it, let alone ordinary people. Should we keep going? Angor asked through their spirit bond. However, before Isabel could answer, the undead creature already made the decision for him. A large number of undead creatures were charging at them. Angor once saw a movie about Earth on his hologram tablet. The scene of locusts covering the sky and Earth was very similar to what he was seeing now. The sky, the ground, and even the ground. Undead creatures were everywhere, with so many undead spirits shrieking at the same time. The wind of evil intent brought about by them would cause even official magi to pale. There are too many of them. Be careful, Angor. If you can't handle it, open the door and come to me, Sunder said in a serious tone. Isabel didn't know what open the door meant, but she knew what Sunder's meant. With so many undead here, there must be an amalgamation of undead in disguise. Your teacher is right. If anything goes wrong, you must inform us immediately, Isabel said. She believed that Chaos Origins already had its eyes on Angor. Whether it was for Angor or for Prelude to Rebirth, Chaos Origins must have done something. Angor understood this as well, and his expression turned serious. Now, the undead were no longer coming in waves. They were coming in full force. In the past, the wizards would have no choice but to run for their lives. But now, with Angor's help, Prelude to Rebirth and Exile spells, they were able to keep the situation under control. Although they were only maintaining a balance with the undead army, they believed that as more undead were eliminated, they would be able to push forward and drive the undead out of Dark Castle. From the looks of it, it was indeed heading in this direction. Of course, he had to destroy all the undead creatures in time. If something happened to Angor, all their efforts would be for naught. With that in mind, Kimberly spoke to the wizards nearby, move closer to Angor while clearing out the undead. Try to protect him. Everyone obeyed the order. However, when they were about to reach Angor, a large number of strange-looking undead creatures suddenly appeared behind the locust-like swarm. At the same time, they sensed a chaotic aura. Amalgamations of undead. Everyone's eyes flashed with shock. There were more than 1,000 aggregations of undead here that could be seen with the naked eye. Moreover, there were layers upon layers of undead here. There would only be more aggregations of undead that were blocked by the naked eye. All the amalgamations of undead were charging at the wizards. If they got too close to Angor, they would explode at the same time. Even a Truthfinder wizard wouldn't be able to survive the explosion. The only thing they could do now was to spread out. As the undead amalgamation attacked, dazzling white light appeared everywhere. There were also loud explosions. The originally orderly situation on the battlefield gradually became chaotic. Angor wasn't attacked by any of the amalgamations yet, but he wasn't doing well either. The series of explosions didn't only bring chaos to the area, but they also caused the energy in the area to fluctuate. The primal mana in the inner world where Dark Castle was located was already rich and active. The continuous explosions forced the already unstable primal mana to collapse and reconstruct it. Angor's spirit feelers couldn't reach outside his body, which meant he couldn't see what was happening further away. Another thing was that his spirit bond was also malfunctioning. At first, Angor could guess what Sunders was trying to say. However, as the spirit bond broke down, all the spirit signals stopped working. There were explosions and flashes of white light all around. It was a lively scene. Angor felt like he was on a dark, isolated island, surrounded by malicious undead creatures who wanted to drag him into a terrifying vortex. The only thing he could do now was to keep clearing out the undead creatures and wait for the energy in the area to return to normal. However, accidents always happened when one wasn't paying attention. Clang! A loud noise was heard. Angor thought it was the amalgamation of undead creatures at first, but when he looked up, he realized that it wasn't. The source of the noise was something completely unimaginable. A giant head slowly rose from the cliff on the other side of Dark Castle. The head, along with a giant hand covered in blue veins, reached out and clung to the edge of the cliff. This reminded Angor of a giant monster he saw when he first came to Dark Castle, the giant of Dangshan. The giant hand pushed against the ground, and the giant jumped out of the cliff and landed in front of him. Angor was stunned when he saw the giant's face. It really was the giant of Dangshan. But this one was at least 10 times smaller than the one Angor saw before. Angor assumed it was a giant of Dangshan that hadn't been demonized yet. However, it was still as tall as Dark Castle itself. More importantly, this giant of Dangshan was an undead creature. Its eyes were white, and its face was ferocious. Its fangs were pointed upward, and its entire body was shrouded in a dark aura. Where did this giant's soul come from? Angor wasn't the only one who was wondering this question. Everyone else was wondering the same thing. However, although the undead spirit of the Wei Shan giant looked terrifying, it was not to the point where it could not be dealt with. Angor couldn't receive any messages from the spirit bond, but he could see a black figure flying toward the giant of Dangshan. Judging from the size of the figure, it seemed to be Isabella. As he expected, he heard Isabella giggling in the background. It was Isabella's giggling that pierced through the sound of explosions. He didn't like Isabella at all, but he believed that she should be able to get rid of the giant easily. As he was thinking, the giant of Dangshan suddenly turned around. Angor's eyes widened. There was another head attached to the undead creature's back. And judging from the size of the head, it was a giant of Dangshan, a composite undead creature? An amalgamation of undead creatures. Angor quickly thought of the name. This giant of Dangshan was an amalgamation of undead creatures. Angor's heart sank when he realized this. If such a huge undead creature exploded, the entire mountain would be flattened. Angor wasn't the only one who thought of this. The wizards from Dark Castle noticed this as well. They were more afraid of the giant's explosion than Angor. This was the home of Dark Castle, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Isabella was originally prepared to kill the mountain giant, but because of this unforeseen event, she didn't dare to act rashly. If Dark Castle was destroyed because of her, she would become the laughingstock of the entire wizarding world. Seeing this, Kimberly could only give up on what she was doing and shouted to Isabella, "I'll maintain the energy around it. You lead it away from here." The energy around Dark Castle was too chaotic, and Giant Wei Shan could explode at any time. Kimberly's plan was to maintain a stable energy channel that would allow Giant Wei Shan to sense Isabella's presence. Then, Isabella would lead it away from Dark Castle. Kimberly's plan was proven to be correct. Giant Wei Shan was huge, but it was still an undead. Since there were fragments of other undead in its body, it could not think at all. The only thing it could do was to find a living person and explode. Under Kimberly's arrangement, Giant Wei Shan could only sense Isabella's presence. Giant Wei Shan naturally followed Isabella's footsteps and ran toward the outfield. Giant Wei Shan's footsteps were getting softer and softer, and Giant Wei Shan's figure was getting further and further away. Gradually, everyone calmed down, but they still felt nervous. No one knew what else Luan Yuan had up his sleeves. Was Giant Wei Shan's undead really the end? The answer was no. While everyone was relaxing because Giant Wei Shan's undead had left, the crisis was not over yet. A blazing red light suddenly shot up from somewhere. The red light was dark and gloomy, like dried blood. There was a hint of darkness in the red. The red light moved quickly in the air, and only a red shadow with a long tail could be seen with the naked eye. When the red light landed on the undead, it paused for less than a second, and all the undead changed their appearance. Their already ferocious faces became even more twisted, and a flash of blood-red light flashed in their eyes. They rushed toward the living people around them without caring about anything else. The undead that were touched by the red light were not an amalgamation of undead when they rushed toward the living people, but they still exploded. The rumbling sound had not stopped, and because of the appearance of the red light, the situation was already like a raging inferno. Not only did it not cool down, but it also added a layer of oil, causing the magi below to suffer greatly as they tried their best to maintain the balance. As the red light kept moving, a black shadow suddenly flashed in front of it and blocked its path. The black shadow pressed down on his hat, and his grayish-green curly hair extended from the brim of the hat. A glint flashed in his indifferent eyes. I didn't expect to see a red specter here. I should say that Princess Goman is really something to be able to create such a rare specter. No wonder Dark Castle is one of the best in the southern region. It was Sunders who spoke. Since the red light stopped moving, they could finally see the woman's face. It was a new type of undead that was clearly different from other undead. She wore a dark red dress, and her body emitted a faint light. However, the light she emitted was blood red. Her face was not malevolent. In fact, it was very beautiful. However, that strange smile that almost reached her ears and her raised eyebrows were filled with strange evil intentions. He he he. Li Ling let out a bone-chilling laugh. Looks like we can't talk, Sunders said as he waved his cane in the air. Your opponent is me. As he waved his cane, a cloud of grey mist slowly covered both Sunders and the spectre. Isabel's expression darkened when the mist completely covered the two of them. Red specters were a terrifying type of undead. Banishing spells and holy light spells were useless against them. Even Truthfinder wizards would find it difficult to deal with them. As a soul manipulator, Isabel could easily deal with them. However, it would take some time for her to completely destroy them. Sunders sent a voice transmission to Angor. Princess Goman's goal is obvious. She's probably after Angor. These undead that appeared out of nowhere are all here to stall us. We don't know what else she has up her sleeves. But they all rely on the undead creatures. It's best for you to deal with her. Leave this red-cloaked Li Ling to me, Lin Feng said. Isabel agreed with Sunders. Chaos Genesis' target was Angor, and she was the best person to deal with it. Isabel understood what Sunders meant, but she was still confused. Angor could be in danger at any moment. Why would Sunders put his student's life in her hands? Was this because he trusted her, or because he had absolute confidence in Angor? If Isabel was Angor's teacher, she would never do such a thing. Leaving someone as important and irreplaceable as Angor in someone else's hands was not a wise decision. However, Isabel didn't let her guard down. Angor was fighting for Dark Castle, which meant she couldn't do anything to him. Kimberly, Isabel, and Sunders were all occupied. Isabel believed that if Chaos Yuan really wanted to harm Angor, she would make her next move soon. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the scene to change again. An old female undead creature slowly walked out of Dark Castle. This female undead didn't look very powerful. She was wearing a dark black robe, and her face wasn't ferocious. Her eyes were closed, and she was as calm as an ordinary soul. However, as a soul manipulator, Isabel could easily tell if someone's soul had fallen. This female undead creature was definitely a fallen one. However, Isabel did not care whether she was an undead or not. Her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Why? Why is Emolia here? Emolia and Isabel used to share the same teacher. But when Sunders went to the Source Continent, Emolia also disappeared. Isabel thought Emolia had gone to the Source Continent with her teacher. But not only did Emolia not go to the Source Continent, but she also stayed in the southern wizarding region. Not only did she die, but her soul also fell and became an undead creature. Isabel couldn't accept the fact that Emolia didn't side with Dark Castle because she was under Chaos Yuan's control. Emolia slowly rose into the air. She still didn't look intimidating. A moment later, Isabel and Emolia each took a side. Isabel frowned. You. What happened 1,000 years ago? Why are you still in the southern wizarding region? I saw you leave. Why didn't you leave? And why did you fall? Tell me, what happened? Isabel did not mention the question, but she did not receive any response. Isabel frowned again. Emolia was an undead creature now. It was impossible to get information from her. Undead creatures never acted according to their memories. At this point, there was only one way. Isabel glanced at Angor. To be precise, she was looking at the prelude to rebirth in Angor's hand. If she wanted to know what happened, she had to use Prelude to Rebirth. She had to capture Emolia and use Prelude to Rebirth to pull her out of the abyss. Only then would she know what happened 1,000 years ago. With that in mind, Isabel's expression slowly changed. She focused all her attention on Emolia. Capturing Imolia was the only thing on Isabel's mind right now. However, Isabel didn't forget about Angor. She knew that Chaos Origin sent Imolia to distract her so that she could deal with Angor. She had to protect Angor. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to borrow Prelude to Rebirth. A faint figure emerged from Isabel's body. The figure was emanating a golden aura. The aura lasted for several minutes before it slowly dissipated, revealing the figure's true appearance. It was still Isabel's face. However, this Isabel's silhouette looked a bit illusory. In fact, it was Isabel's soul avatar, which contained half of the mystery spirit she lost from Angor. This avatar was even stronger than Isabel's current self. Isabel sent her avatar to protect Angor while she focused all her attention on Imolia. At the same time, Imolia finally opened her eyes. There were no whites or pupils in her eye sockets. Instead, they were pitch black, like a vortex that could devour everything. Imolia curled her lips. Evil thoughts instantly filled her body. A black flame slowly burned inside her body. As the black flame spread, Isabel finally moved. Imolia's strength had actually been inferior to Isabel's when she was alive, and even inferior to Isabella's. After her death, her strength had decreased greatly. She was no match for Isabel. However, Isabel's goal wasn't to destroy Imolia. She wanted to capture her. This was even more difficult than killing Imolia completely. For now, Isabel couldn't find the most effective way. While Isabel and Imolia were fighting, a loud noise suddenly came from the distance. Isabel's soul avatar looked back and saw a white light shooting into the sky from the periphery of the black forest. Accompanied by the tremors of the earth and a loud noise that caused tinnitus, the white light shot into the sky. When the light collided with the dark clouds, it exploded. The white light covered the entire horizon. Everyone was enveloped by the white light at this moment, leaving only a vast expanse of whiteness in front of their eyes. Isabel paused for a moment. That direction was where Isabella and Kimberly lured the Danger Mountain giant away. So the explosion that lit up the entire Dark Castle area was the Danger Mountain giant's self-destruction. He wondered how Isabella and Kimberly had fared during the explosion. As Isabel was thinking about this, she suddenly realized something. Everyone was distracted by the huge explosion. If she had to choose the right time to attack, this would be the best time to do so. Maybe Luan Yuan would choose this moment to attack Angor. Thinking of this, Isabel quickly looked at the ground. She had been distracted for 2 seconds, so she should be fine, right? However, when Isabel looked down, her pupils shrank and she froze on the spot. The undead heads were moving around, but Angor was nowhere to be seen. A minute later, Isabel was still looking down. Based on how fast Prelude to Rebirth was, Angor should be able to clear out all the undead creatures in 1 minute. But now, a minute had passed, and not only had the number of undead not decreased, it was even increasing. Angor was gone. Isabel frowned. She only looked away for less than 2 seconds, and she was sure there were only a few ordinary undead creatures around Angor. How did he disappear all of a sudden? Where did he go? A few seconds ago, Angor was clearing out the undead creatures. Due to the undead creatures attacking him, he could hear the loud explosions around him. He almost got used to the series of explosions. But when the mountain giant exploded, the loud noise was so loud that even Angor felt a little dizzy. It was at this moment that an undead creature suddenly approached him. Angor was distracted, but he had been keeping an eye on his surroundings. When he sensed the evil spirit behind him, he quickly turned around. What appeared in front of him was an ordinary-looking female undead. She was still some distance away from him. Angor didn't panic. He raised his gun and prepared to shoot. But before he could do so, the undead creature suddenly opened her mouth and howled. Angor was used to such situations. Undead creatures liked to start their attacks with such soul-shaking howls. Of course, such howls didn't affect Angor at all. But this time Angor was stunned. It wasn't because of the howl. It was because when she opened her mouth, it looked like something was opening up. Inside her mouth, Angor saw a strange face. There was another undead face in her mouth? Or rather, there was only one head inside her mouth. A pair of ghastly pale eyes, bulging veins, and a shrill howl. A foul stench assaulted Xianxia's nostrils. Why did she have a face in her mouth? Was she an amalgamation of undead as well? he sensed that the creature was just an ordinary undead creature. Ordinary? Ordinary? When he entered Dark Castle, he encountered a group of ordinary undead creatures. But he soon realized that they were all amalgamations of undead creatures. After that, no one found out the reason, not even Isabel. Could this be the reason? The composite undead was hidden inside the undead, so it couldn't be seen from the outside? He did not know if he was right or not, but he knew he had to run now. This was because he clearly saw that the head in his mouth suddenly emitted a strong light. It was obviously preparing to self-destruct. Just as he was about to retreat, a skeletal hand reached out from the ground and grabbed his ankle. He looked down and saw a deep hole under his feet. He did not know where it led to. Inside the cave, a skeleton head emitting a dark green light reached out a bony hand to grab him and pull him down into the cave. The undead amalgamation was about to explode, and the skeletons below were holding him back, not allowing him to escape. The skeletons were very strong. They were probably stronger than a top-level apprentice. If Angor tried his best, he might be able to escape. However, at that moment, something changed in Angor's mind. In the end, Angor gave up struggling and allowed himself to be dragged into the hole. When he fell into the hole, he felt weightless for a moment. But it didn't last long before he landed on the ground. The light above his head had disappeared. Angor looked up and saw that the hole was gone. Strangely enough, the skeleton that dragged him down was gone as well. It seemed that as the hole above his head disappeared, it was also sealed in the earth by the soil. He pointed his finger forward and created a ripple on his fingertip. From the center of the ripple, a source of light with a faint, clear light emerged. The light source quietly floated above Angor's head. It was elementary illuminate. The light had a limited range, but it was enough to illuminate his surroundings. Angor already smelled the rotten stench when he landed on the ground. He also sensed something even stronger than before. With the help of illuminate, Angor was able to see his surroundings clearly. The first thing he saw was a dense swarm of undead. They floated on both sides and above, their bodies emanating a murderous aura that was filled with hatred and anger. None of them dared to attack Angor. Instead, they kept their eyes fixed on him. There was a path in the middle of the undead. It seemed to be telling Angor that the path was prepared for him. Angor didn't know where he was. Maybe he was in another dimension, or maybe he was right below Dark Castle. However, one thing he could sense was that the door model on the witchcraft slot was not being suppressed. In other words, he could leave whenever he wanted. This was also the reason why he decided to follow the skeleton's power when he suddenly changed his mind when he was caught by it. Since both Sunders and Isabel told him that he was Goman Princess' target, he didn't mind being the bait. Angor was curious about what happened to Goman Princess in the past 2 years. She forced Dark Castle to hide in Soul Realm, and she also brought out other terrifying undead creatures such as undead amalgamations, baby spirits, mountain giants, and red specters. Angor took a step forward. Still, no undead attacked him. However, they all had their auras locked onto him. As an undead creature, as soon as it sensed the presence of a living human, it would immediately attack until it was dead. But now, there were at least 1,000 undead creatures here. Angor was less than 10 meters away from the nearest undead creature, but none of them attacked him. It was obvious that some existence had given them an order. With that in mind, Angor didn't stay any longer and walked toward the path in the middle of the undead creatures. As he expected, no undead creatures attacked him when he stepped on the narrow path. Even though he was so close to them that he could clearly see the patterns on their bodies, he still couldn't see them clearly. In less than a minute, Angor reached the end of the path. In front of him was a narrow passage that looked like the crack in the sky. It was only several meters long, and he could clearly see a giant dead tree on the other side of the passage. The center of the tree had been hollowed out, forming a natural door. Behind the door was a dark mist that prevented him from seeing what was inside. He heard some rustling noises behind him. When he looked back, he saw that the path he took earlier was now completely occupied by undead creatures. Clearly, they didn't want him to turn back. Angor had only one option left, which was to keep moving forward. The undead creatures were still staring at Angor. Because of the illuminate spell, they all looked at Angor with malicious eyes that were glowing green. It looked like a pack of hungry wolves was staring at him. Angor chuckled when he saw this. He rotated Prelude to Rebirth in his hand and aimed at the undead creatures behind him. However, the undead creatures didn't move at all. Wait, there were still some undead creatures moving. Angor glanced at a corner where an unnoticeable undead creature shrank back a little when he took out Prelude to Rebirth. However, when Angor looked at it again, it immediately stopped moving and glared at Angor with malicious eyes. Angor's eyes glinted. His lips were still curled up. He twirled his gun but did not fire. Instead, he turned around and walked toward the crack of sky. As for the undead that had been acting strangely before, its eyes turned gloomy for a moment before it suddenly disappeared. Angor walked through the narrow passage and stood in front of the tree. It was a huge tree, but it was already dead. Its trunk was hollow, which formed a door. Angor entered the tree and saw two withered corpses hanging on each side of the trunk. They seemed to have been killed. Their bodies were hung on two iron hooks that went through their chests. Their mouths were stretched wide open. Only a layer of gray skin was left, which made them look like they were howling in despair. Even though they had been dead for a long time, they were still showing their pain and despair. Angor sighed, shook his head, and walked through the door. Previously, he had seen a dark fog behind the tree door, and that was indeed the case. Under the illumination of the illumination spell, he could clearly see the dark fog permeating the air. The mist was filled with a rotten smell, which seemed to be caused by the rotting corpses in this enclosed space. He pressed down on his hat and activated Purification Field. Only then did he feel a little better. He looked around and saw that he was in a large space filled with mist and trees. Just like the tree behind him, there were towering trees everywhere. However, they were all dead and withered. There wasn't a proper path here. Where could Goman Princess be? Angor suddenly sensed something moving under the ground. He looked down and saw countless pairs of glowing undead hands reaching out from the ground. The undead hands reached out from the ground and spread into the distance. It was quite a sight to behold. Soon, they covered the entire space in front of Angor's eyes. From afar, it looked like some kind of hand-shaped luminous plant, illuminating the entire dark space with a faint glow. However, Angor could clearly see that they were all connected to the undead creatures below. The undead creatures under the ground were struggling, screaming, and whimpering. The undead hands looked horrifying, but they gave Angor an answer. Earlier, Angor was wondering where he should go. Now, the undead hands were showing him the way. A path was created by the struggling undead hand, which extended from Angor's tree door all the way into the unknown. Just like the previous path, the writhing hands were guiding Angor in this way. However, it was both a guide and a threat. Among the pale, greenish hands, some of them had eyes on their palms. It was obvious that they were compound undead creatures, which meant they were some kind of amalgamation of undead creatures. If so many of them exploded, the consequences would be dire. Clearly, the mastermind was using this method to warn Angor about the dangers of this place and warn him not to act recklessly. Angor chuckled in his mind and stepped onto the path without a care in the world. Just as he expected, every time he took a few steps forward, the path behind him would be replaced by an undead hand. Just like the previous path, this meant that there was no way out. There was no turning back. Angor had a strange feeling as he walked on the winding path created by the writhing hands. He couldn't see the end of the path, which was surrounded by glowing lights on both sides. Behind him, more and more writhing hands kept appearing. It felt like a strange ritual. Angor remembered the palace of the Shannon kingdom he visited before. From the king's throne to the palace gate, there was a red carpet with luxurious patterns on the ground, which was surrounded by hundreds of officials. Walking on the red carpet represented power, politics, and a solemn sense of ceremony. The red carpet in the palace was different from the one in front of him, but Angor had to admit that the ritual felt familiar. However, even though walking on this path was solemn, the struggling undead hands on both sides of the path gave off an eerie, absurd feeling as if one was walking on a path to hell. While Angor was lost in his thoughts, he had already walked half of the path. The path was long and winding, and it went around many trees. Now, there was a tall tree on Angor's right. Just like the one he saw when he entered the palace gate, the tree was already dead. The center of the tree was also hollow. Through the dim light, Angor could see a human-shaped figure swaying in the wind. 2 more withered corpses. Angor tried to recall all the trees he saw along the way. Each tree had 2 withered corpses inside it. He had already walked around dozens of trees, which meant there were nearly 100 of them. In the entire space, there were countless trees. If there were 2 dried corpses in each tree, then the number of corpses here would be astonishing. Of course, the number of corpses here was still much smaller than the ones in the forest outside. However, Angor paid attention to the trees here because he already had a vague idea about his current location. Previously, when he saw the first tree, he was already deep in thought. Trees, withered corpses, and a vast, enclosed space. Angor recalled the information he learned when he sneaked into Dark Castle with Shadow. Dark Castle had 18 floors, each with its own theme. From B6 to B18, there were different types of prisons, such as blood cells, water cells, and so on. B5 was the ice cave, which was used to store resources. Greya and Felicia were in the ice cave, where Isabel's soul was found. B4 was the insect nest, where the venomous insects lived. B3 was the soul exile, which used to be a playground for undead creatures. B2 was the soul realm, which used to be Isabel's private place. Due to the changes in the outside world, it was turned into a temporary resting place for Dark Castle. Apart from the 17 floors above, there was also a special B1. It was called Corpse Forest. Corpse Forest, as the name suggested, was a forest of corpses. Corpses provided nutrients to the trees, and it was also a place full of tree burials. Tree burials were used to seal corpses inside trees. It was similar to what he was seeing right now. Angor was almost certain that he was in B1 of Dark Castle, the Corpse Forest. Just like B3, Corpse Forest was also a playground for undead creatures. It was a dark, enclosed space filled with death aura, as well as a special burial ritual. If an undead creature stayed here for a long time, they would not dissipate. Instead, their soul power would gradually increase. It was normal for a large number of undead creatures to show up here. Besides, Corpse Forest was completely different from the other 17 floors. Corpse Forest was not connected to the other floors. The other floors all existed in an abnormal space, while Corpse Forest only had half of an abnormal space. Most of it was still underground. In other words, Angor looked up at the dark sky above him. If there were no mishaps, he should be able to return to the surface after destroying the earthen wall above him. However, since this was a semi-dimensional space, it would not be easy to destroy the earthen wall so easily. Also, he had to face another problem if he wanted to destroy the earthen wall. Undead creatures. When he looked up, he saw a large number of undead creatures floating above him. Their heads were all pointing downward and glaring at him as if they were going to tear him apart. However, no matter how vicious their gazes were, none of them dared to attack Angor. She's quite good at controlling undead creatures. Angor was not afraid at all. He calmly walked into the distance. Now that he knew where he was, Angor felt less worried. With the help of the door model, he was confident that he could escape at any time. Furthermore, the forest of corpses was actually underground. After Isabel discovered that he was missing, it wouldn't take long for her to discover his location. For this reason, he only needed to be extra careful and avoid being controlled by strange undead creatures such as baby spirits, and it would be easy for him to leave this place. Since he was confident enough, he did not mind meeting the familiar stranger, Goman Princess. While he was at it, he could also add a new example to his Prelude to Rebirth experiment report. Angor walked along the path for about 10 minutes. When he came to a dense forested area, he heard rustling sounds in the depths of the trees, in addition to the whimpers of the undead. It sounded like some kind of creature was moving. Angor stopped and looked at the source of the noise. The noises grew louder and louder, causing the ground to tremble. Suddenly, Angor heard a hissing noise. He looked up and saw a giant head poking out from the top of a tree. A snake, a gigantic python, the head alone was bigger than Angor's entire body. However, just like the mountain giant, this python was also an undead despite its enormous size. Angor did not know if it was an amalgamation of undead creatures. If it was, the explosion of such a huge python would probably be as powerful as giant Dongshans. Besides, they were right below Dark Castle. If the python exploded, Dark Castle on the surface would be turned into a pile of rubble. He didn't care about the fate of Dark Castle, and it wasn't his place to do so anyway. Angor and the python exchanged glances for a few seconds. The python stared at Angor with cold eyes as if it was trying to figure out a way to kill him. In the end, the serpent did nothing. It just sat there and watched Angor walk past without doing anything. So it's trying to show off its strength to threaten me? Angor was right. He saw many strange undead creatures along the way, some of which made his heart skip a beat. For example, there was a strange red specter standing in the grassland created by the undead hand. She did not move, but a strange aura appeared around her. Compared to the previous one, this specter gave Angor a stronger feeling. For example, he saw a coffin with a lid that kept shaking inside a gigantic tree. Angor did not know what was inside the coffin, but he could sense a terrifying aura coming out from the gap between the lid and the coffin. Even Angor felt the urge to stay away from it. Another example was this. Angor arrived at a deep moat. He did not know how deep it was, but all he could see was darkness. On this natural moat, there was a wooden suspension bridge. It looked old and broken. The wooden planks on the bridge were either rotting or had disappeared. It looked very dangerous. The bridge was the only way out because the path behind it was covered by the undead hand again. Angor stepped onto the bridge without hesitation. The suspension bridge swayed a little as he walked on it. First, it was his weight, and second, it was the cold wind from the trench, which caused the bridge to sway uncontrollably. Angor believed that Goman Princess would do something to show off her presence on such a wobbly bridge. As he expected, when he reached the center of the bridge, something strange happened under the dark moat. The head of a giant that was glowing faintly rose from the bottom of the moat and stared at the bridge with a pair of vicious eyes. Angor raised an eyebrow. He thought the bridge would break, and he would fall into the moat. Or maybe a large number of undead creatures would fly out from the bottom of the moat. But it was another mountainous giant. Moreover, this undead giant Wei Shan was probably even bigger than the previous one. The mountainous giant did not do anything to Angor until he crossed the bridge. It also showed that Princess Goman was still using the undead mountain giant to display her strength. Angor wondered what Goman Princess had been doing all these years to gain the support of so many powerful undead creatures. Or could it be that Princess Goman's special ability was so strong that she could easily control an undead of this level? As Angor walked, he heard a loud noise coming from behind. He turned around. The Wei Shan giant, who had been staying in the trench, slowly stretched out its head. The undead hand on the other side of the trench was no longer swaggering. All the undead crawled out from the ground. At a glance, countless undead had gathered in a dense crowd. He also saw a red specter and an undead serpent hiding among the undead creatures. All the undead creatures were now glaring at him with creepy eyes. Angor chuckled in his mind. Another threat. Angor didn't pay attention to what was happening behind him. When he was on the other side of the trench, he couldn't see anything clearly. However, he could sense a strong sense of evil. Now that he was standing on the other side of the trench, he noticed that the evil had almost turned into a solid mist. Because of this, Angor's vision was completely blocked by the mist. He couldn't see anything in the darkness. He expected another undead hand to show him the way. However, nothing happened after waiting for a while. So this trench is the dividing point, Angor muttered to himself. Perhaps he was not far from meeting the mastermind behind all this. Angor summoned a light source and walked forward. Still, he couldn't see through the darkness. Suddenly, he heard a strange laugh coming from the darkness. It was a woman's laughter. At first, it sounded charming, but as the laughter continued, it became sharper and sharper, like the ear-piercing sound of iron wire scraping against metal. It became more and more difficult to listen to. As the laughter echoed in the air, Angor felt a little uncomfortable in his soul. However, it was only discomfort. It didn't affect him in any way. Still, Angor was alarmed by it. His soul was special. It was immune to most negative effects. If the laughter could make his soul feel uncomfortable, there must be more to it than meets the eye. If it were anyone else, they might have already met with misfortune. Angor raised his guard and kept moving forward. After taking a few more steps, the laughter in the darkness stopped abruptly. There was also a small as if the person was wondering why the laughter did not work on Angor. Angor quickly followed the source of the laughter and saw a tree. Although the tree was still some distance away from him and he couldn't see it in its entirety for the time being, he could still see with the help of the illuminating spell that the tree didn't seem to have withered. Instead, it looked extremely lush. The source of the sound came from this tree. Angor took out Prelude to Rebirth and carefully moved forward. As he moved forward, he finally saw the tree. At the same time, he saw the source of the laughter, an undead creature. It was a red specter standing on a branch. She looked down at Angor from above. Only the whites of her eyes showed that she had lost her mind. There were also some undead around the red-clothed spirit, but these undead looked like ordinary undead, appearing and disappearing between the trees. However, all of them were male undead creatures. This was the first time he saw a male undead creature in this place apart from the Dangshan giant. "Why aren't you with me?" "Why? Why?" Li Ling's expression was calm at first. However, when Angor approached her, her delicate face suddenly twisted into a hideous expression as she screamed at Angor hysterically. "Hee, am I not beautiful?" After a moment of anger, she suddenly calmed down and continued to speak in a calm and strange tone. But in the next second, she raised her voice again. "Why? Why? Answer me. Why?" Red Spectre dashed toward Angor and was less than a meter away from him in the blink of an eye. Angor could even see the evil soul energy flowing under her skin. "Speak." The spectre tried to tear Angor's clothes, but Angor dodged her. "Answer me." Angor still didn't speak. Instead, he released a spirit ripple around him. "You were a soul speaker when you were alive, but you became a spectre after death. Your thoughts are gone, but your actions are still the same. Answer her, and you'll fall into the trap of the soul speaker." Angor's spirit ripple continued to spread into the darkness. The soul speaker's ripple is still a control technique. The previous infant spirit didn't succeed in controlling me, so you're planning to use the red spectre spirit to control me? Angor grinned. "Why do you always resort to such cheap tricks? What's your goal? Because of me?" Angor twirled Prelude to Rebirth around his finger. "Or because of this?" Angor's spirit ripple didn't receive any response. However, Angor was sure that the mastermind had already heard him. Li Ling, who was still questioning him, had now returned to the tree and was staring at Angor with cold eyes. "You asked those specters to guide me here, so you can see me. But why don't you show up now? Speaking of which, I don't know why you're looking for me. But I'm looking for you because there are some questions I need you to answer. There's an unspoken rule in the wizarding world called equivalent exchange. Answer my questions, and I'll fulfill your request. What do you say?" Angor knew that the spectre was hiding somewhere in the darkness. "You still don't want to come out? Or are you saying that your wings are not fully grown yet? That you are too weak and afraid of meeting me? You've been telling me that you're weak all this time. You're so weak." Before he could continue, he heard a sneer coming from the darkness. The sneer was filled with mockery. Angor's eyes glinted. It had been years, but he still remembered how he felt when he heard that laughter. Back in Dark Castle, he had seen Princess Goman turn from a living person to a dead person, from a soul to an undead, so he was no stranger to Princess Goman's voice. The laughter just now was definitely from Princess Goman. Angor heard the laughter, but he didn't move as if he didn't notice anything. "You think I'm joking, don't you?" "No, you're not. That path created by the undead hand was terrifying. That undead serpent gave me chills. And that giant mountain. Wait a minute. These are all powerful forces, I admit. But they're not yours." Angor's voice grew softer as he spoke. He heard a loud noise coming from the darkness. The ground was shaking as if something was approaching him. Angor didn't care. "I'm an illusionist. I don't know how much you know about wizards, but there's a school of illusionists called mind illusionists. To become a mind illusionist, you must have a good grasp of psychology and behavioral studies. I've studied some behavioral studies in order to learn mind illusionists. If you ask me, what you did just now was very interesting." The noises around him grew louder and louder. Angor was surrounded by a foul stench and an almost tangible evil spirit. It was almost within his reach. Angor could already see the outline of something. Still, Angor didn't stop talking. The more you rely on external forces to show your strength, the weaker you are, Angor said with a bright smile. Don't you think it's similar to what you did before? As soon as Angor finished speaking, a strong gust of wind blew at him. Angor tapped his foot against the ground and took several steps back. Along with his hind legs, a huge hole appeared where he had been standing. When the hole appeared, the surroundings suddenly brightened up. This wasn't caused by his light spell. Instead, it was caused by the countless undead creatures that gathered together and illuminated the dark place with their own light. Angor was able to see his surroundings with the help of the light. This isn't good, Angor muttered. Angor mumbled to himself. He already noticed that there were too many undulating shapes around him when he was in the dark. Now that he could see clearly, he finally realized what he was talking to. There were countless undead creatures around him. Not to mention, the mountain giant and python undead had crossed the natural moat and were now less than 100 meters away from him, glaring at him angrily. On the other side, on the trees, more than 10 red-clothed grim spirits with unknown abilities were looking over with sinister gazes. The giant undead creature alone was enough to make Angor's heart skip a beat. To be more precise, it was an eyeball. But it was huge, almost as big as the giant behind him. It had an oval-shaped eyeball with a blood-red pupil that was rotating faintly in the white of its eye. Angor recognized the eyeball right away. Before sneaking into Soul Genesis Garden, Angor and Shadow saw a similar eyeball outside the dome of Midworld. According to Shadow, this eyeball was called Cercibles. Cercibles was a gigantic magical creature. His true body was gigantic, and he could turn the world upside down with a single move. For the sake of the lives in the Midworld, he was ordered by the wizards not to move, so he could only patrol the Midworld with his eyes. On the other hand, Cercibles was also very powerful, having reached the level of a peak rank 2 magus. Angor didn't expect Goman Princess to get her hands on the soul of such a gigantic monster. He could only hope that it was just an eyeball and not a real body. If there was a real body, he wouldn't have to worry about it. But he would have to pray for Dark Castle. Cercible's crimson eyes kept moving around until they finally locked onto Angor. A terrifying aura immediately rushed toward Angor's face. Any other apprentice, even a peak level 1, would have been paralyzed already. However, Angor's body was as tough as a bloodline wizard's, so he could still withstand the pressure. However, although he was not affected, he still did not move. He wasn't expecting to see Cercibles here. He was confident that he could leave at any time, but he was here to observe Goman Princess' condition and gain more data for his experiment. So, he pretended that he was still under Cercibles' influence and decided to take a rest. As Angor went quiet, he heard a cold humph coming from afar. "Why aren't you talking now?" The cold voice reached Angor's ears. "You're all talk. If I want to kill you, I can do it with ease." Angor lifted his head and looked at the source of the voice. On top of Cercibles' eyeball was a throne made of human bones, on which a strange figure that was twice the size of an ordinary undead was sitting. The reason why this figure was strange was that her body was divided into two from the middle. According to the color, half was black, and the other half was white. The black side was filled with negative and chaotic energy formed by extreme ignorance and madness. It looked chaotic, ferocious, and evil. The white side was not much different from an ordinary soul. Her expression was calm and gentle, and she looked like a delicate and graceful lady from a big family. She was in her half-undead form. Angor didn't know if there were other half-undead in this world, but there was only one half-undead in Dark Castle's territory, Goman Princess, who was known as the origin of chaos by the wizards of Dark Castle. He didn't know why she looked so much bigger than before, but there was no doubt that she was the half-undead he accidentally created. Goman Princess was sitting on her skeleton throne while looking down at Angor with a pair of disdainful eyes. It had to be said that although the half-undead state looked a little strange, because of the lofty aura she carried, there was a strange sense of beauty. It was as if she really was an undead queen, standing at the top of all things and looking down on all life. Even Angor was a little surprised. Goman Princess changed so much in just a few years. Goman Princess raised her eyebrows and curled her lips. She seemed to be smiling, but the smile did not reach her eyes. "Oh, I almost forgot. You are too weak. You can't even speak before my undead army. Goman Princess saw that Angor had become humble and didn't try to fight back, which eased Cersibel's pressure. Angor also pretended to sigh in relief at the right time. Such a powerful undead army. I'm surprised. Angor smiled and bowed. Long time no see, 13th Princess of Goman. Goman Princess expression at first, but when she heard Angor's way of addressing her, she glared at Angor's face. Shut the hell up. When I left Goman Kingdom, I had nothing to do with the Goman Royal family. Once I'm done with those bitches in Dark Castle, I'll kill Goman King and that woman who framed me. Angor listened to her curses with a calm expression. He already heard about Goman Princess' story before she died. Because of the loss of the Crimson Crown, she was framed as a criminal by the eldest princess and ended up as a slave. After a period of wandering, she was brought to the Dark Castle by a slave trader and suffered terrible torture. In the end, she was bled to death. Therefore, the undead queen who looked down on all living things was actually very miserable and lowly when she was alive. Even when she turned into an undead, her heart was still filled with hatred. However, he was more interested in learning more about Goman King's current situation. As far as Angor knew, undead creatures didn't have a logical mind. They only existed because they were driven by hatred, which was why they killed all living beings. The fact that Goman Princess could talk to Angor and even remember all her memories clearly showed that she wasn't an ordinary undead creature. Also, her plan of revenge against Dark Castle also proved that she was a cunning and smart woman. She was a unique undead creature that Angor had never seen before. How did she do that? Angor was very curious. He came here to see Goman Princess because he wanted to know the reason behind it. He wanted to complete his prelude to rebirth experiment report. Was it because she was hit by a white bullet and turned into a half-undead? Or could it be that Princess Goman's soul contained some sort of special condition? Princess Goman stopped cursing and stared at Angor with a cold glare, which only got colder and colder as time passed. Angor didn't know what Goman Princess was thinking, but he didn't want to fight her just yet. First of all, I feel sorry for what happened to you. Angor did not comment on whether what she did was right or wrong, because it was hard to tell in the first place. From different standpoints, right and wrong were different. Also, since you don't recognize who you were when you were alive, how should I address you? Goman Princess gave Angor a cold look. You don't need to know. You won't be leaving this place alive. Even if I die, I should at least die knowing what happened to me. Goman Princess only sneered. Her eyes were filled with hostility. Fine, I won't tell you. Lastly, I'm very curious about one thing. You seem to have brought me here on purpose. May I know why? Princess Goman was no longer as silent as she had been before. Goman Princess glanced at the prelude to rebirth in Angor's hand. Her eyes were filled with both fear and expectation. Her target was the gun, but she needed Angor to explain how to use it. What happened to me? Princess Goman stared at Angor in disbelief. Angor nodded. Just as he thought. He had been wondering why Goman's princess would come to him. There were only two things that could be related to Princess Goman. The first was that he was the one who allowed Princess Goman to die, and even helped her accumulate resentment before she died, causing her to degenerate into an undead. The second was that when he got his first white light bullet, he casually fired a shot in order to test the effects of the white light bullet. Princess Goman was innocently shot and became the first test subject of the white light bullet. He didn't think Goman Princess would remember the first reason. Or rather, as an undead creature, she would only remember negative emotions such as hatred and anger. Besides, Angor didn't do much to help Goman Princess in the first place. The second reason was that Goman Princess wanted to see him because of Prelude to Rebirth and how she got hit by the white bullet. And he was right. You already know the answer, don't you? You asked me to come here because you knew it, didn't you? Angor waved the gun in his hand. While answering, Angor was wondering what kind of change the bullet brought to Goman Princess. Why didn't she die? Also, did she only want to know the answer, or did she want the gun as well? If he could get answers to these questions, he would be able to get more detailed results from Prelude to Rebirth's experiment report. What's it for? What's my condition? Goman Princess asked again. Angor lowered his head. As I said, there's an unspoken rule in the wizarding world called equivalent exchange. I can tell you the answer, but I also want to know something. How about we make a deal? Goman Princess scoffed. You think you're qualified to make a deal with me now? It's not a deal. I just want to know the answer. Like I said, I'm not going to die without knowing why, right? Angor showed a bitter smile. Goman Princess understood his answer, but she was still doubtful. She felt that Angor's answer was too calm, which made it seem like he was trying to win the battle by retreating. Did Angor have something else to rely on? Goman Princess checked the outside world and found that the people from Dark Castle were still outside. They shouldn't be here yet. Even if people from Dark Castle really came to save Angor. She looked around and realized something was wrong. Serpent, strange undead, red specter, mountain giant, and so on. Even if Dark Castle really came to save Angor, he wouldn't be able to escape from Cersei's hands. With the help of the undead army, Goman Princess no longer doubted Angor's words. I can let you know the answer, but you have to tell the truth first. Angor grinned. Of course. Do you think I'm lying when I'm surrounded by so many powerful undead creatures? Goman Princess snorted coldly and did not say anything. Angor considered. I can answer your question now. Goman Princess finally looked at Angor. It's called Prelude to Rebirth, and it's used for. Angor wasn't lying. He had already seen what Prelude to Rebirth could do, and Goman Princess probably knew what the white bullets were for. He didn't try to hide anything from her. However, he didn't tell her about the limitations of half-undead creatures. While listening to Angor's explanation, Goman Princess also made her own judgment. It had to be true. Based on what she saw and the changes in her body, she came to this conclusion. That's the truth. You're now a half-undead, Angor said. Do you need me to replenish the remaining photon bombs for you? And turn you into a soul? That's none of your business, Goman Princess said coldly. And this prelude to rebirth will belong to me. Goman Princess spoke without hesitation. Once she got the prelude to reincarnation, she would be able to carry out her plan. With Dark Castle as the hinterland, she would slowly develop into a kingdom of the undead. Eventually, she would completely overturn this world and become the world of the undead. Goman Princess' eyes were filled with excitement. Angor didn't refute Goman Princess' words. He simply looked at the princess who was still immersed in her dream of ruling the world. A moment later, Angor saw Goman Princess looking up from her thoughts. Can I ask you something now? What do you want to know? Goman Princess looked up. I'm the one who made Prelude to Rebirth, and I want to know more details even if I'm going to die soon, Angor said. I want to know, when you're in your half-undead state, which is your undead mind or your soul mind controlling your mind? Also, how do you increase your energy after becoming a half-undead? I'm talking about soul energy and undead energy. Goman Princess thought Angor was going to ask about her special ability or something like begging for mercy. She didn't expect to hear such a question. You don't have to ask me that, Goman Princess said coldly. Why? You don't want to answer me? Angor pretended to be anxious. Are you going to break your promise? Goman Princess grinned. I'm not going to break my promise. I'm giving you a reward. Since you've answered my question, I'll give you a chance to turn from an undead to a half-undead. You'll know the details then, won't you? If Goman Princess wanted to know, she could use Prelude to Rebirth to turn Goman Princess back into a half-undead. At this point, Princess Goman had made her intentions clear. She was determined to obtain the Prelude to Reincarnation. And Angor was dead for sure. Angor wasn't surprised that Goman Princess suddenly changed her mind. Half-undead creatures were still undead creatures, after all. They couldn't be understood by mortals. Although it's a little regretful, I still want to ask one last thing. Is there really no other way? It's good that I'm still alive, Angor suggested. For example, I can help you communicate with living people. No one alive can be trusted. Only the dead are trustworthy, Princess Goman said without hesitation. Because if I die, you can use your special ability to control my soul? Angor suddenly asked. Goman Princess didn't answer. She only stared at Angor in silence. Her murderous intent was so strong that it almost became tangible. Angor sighed and slowly walked toward Princess Goman Princess. His steps were slow but steady. Unfortunately, my soul is also a special soul. Even if I die and become an undead, your special ability won't affect me. Because of Angor's movement, the surroundings began to tremble. The serpent raised its head, the mountain giant raised its fist, and countless undead creatures flew into the air. Princess Goman Princess didn't move, but she still looked cautious. Angor's behavior is too strange. He doesn't seem to be afraid at all. Princess Goman Princess recalled Angor's calm expression since he entered the zombie forest. What's going on? Does he have something to rely on? Princess Goman Princess had her doubts, but she didn't think she would fail. She was a chosen undead who could control all undead creatures. She was a natural-born undead queen. Even if Angor had something to rely on, he was just an apprentice. How could he escape from her? Even if the prelude to rebirth could restrain ordinary undead, she had more tricks up her sleeve. Angor was now standing in front of Xianxia's. Xianxia's eyes looked exactly the same as when he was alive. However, the path was tangible but not real. Muddled negative energy filled a virtual shell. Xianxia stared at Angor with his crimson eyes. A terrifying pressure pressed down on him. He looked up at Goman Princess, who was sitting on her skeleton throne, as if he didn't feel any pressure at all. Sigh, half-undeads are such good research materials. Unfortunately, their wild nature is too difficult to tame, too difficult to train. There's no way to continue the research. If I want to know what happened to you, I'll have to turn you back into a normal soul first. At this point, his calm eyes finally flashed with a trace of fighting spirit. Angor jumped on the ground and drew a circle around his thumb with prelude to rebirth. Then, he dashed toward Goman Princess. So you're hiding your strength. You can still move under Xianxia's pressure. Princess Goman Princess frowned. But do you think Xianxia can only do this? Don't hold back. Kill him. When Angor was halfway there, his crimson eyes suddenly lit up. Angor was planning to kill Goman Princess first before doing anything else. However, when he saw the light, his heart skipped a beat. He sensed great danger approaching, which made his scalp tingle. I can't fight him head-on. Out of instinct, Angor aimed his gun at Xianxia's and fired several shots. Then, he quickly backed away. The ripples from prelude to rebirth spread out and destroyed all undead creatures in its path. However, when the ripples reached the vicinity of Xianxia's, countless red rays suddenly burst out from the scarlet pupils. They spread from the sky to the ground, forming a dense net. The ripples from prelude to rebirth were completely destroyed by the red rays. After destroying prelude to elimination's effect, the red ray didn't stop there. Instead, it kept coming at Angor. Angor could clearly sense that the red ray was a great threat to him. He couldn't take them head-on. However, the trap was already set. Angor was like a quail waiting to be caught. There was no way he could escape. Goman Princess sneered. Choosing to get close to Xianxia's was your biggest mistake. Goman Princess believed that even a wizard couldn't escape from the red rays at such a close distance. Not to mention that Angor was only an apprentice. Princess Goman Princess was already smiling as she waited for a pile of minced meat to fall on the ground. However, at this critical moment, a strange door suddenly appeared behind Angor, who was surrounded by the red rays. Princess Goman Princess was puzzled when she heard a familiar voice behind her. Sigh. I was the one who set you free. Otherwise, you would have been tortured in the blood pool for a long time. That's a small favor, isn't it? You're the one who owes me, yet you want to kill me and take my things. That's not good. His voice was clear and pleasant to the ears. However, Princess Goman's expression changed as if she had heard a demonic voice. She quickly turned her head around. She didn't know when Angor showed up behind her, but the shadow of a door was slowly disappearing behind him. Angor's prelude to rebirth was pressed against Princess Goman Princess' head. Looks like I won. Angor chuckled. Princess Goman Princess gave him a cold look. So that's all you got? It's useless. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia's once again shot out a red ray, but this time, it didn't go forward, but upward. At the same time, a series of rumbling noises came from all directions. Xianxia's wasn't the only one attacking. The other undead creatures also joined in. Angor didn't expect Princess Goman Princess to still be struggling. He frowned, and the muzzle of Prelude to Samsara glowed faintly. With a tremor, a white bullet shot out from the muzzle. Princess Goman Princess wasn't afraid of the bullet at all. Instead, she gave Angor a mocking smile. Before Angor could understand what she meant, the bullet went through Princess Goman Princess' spirit body and disappeared into the darkness. Meanwhile, Princess Goman's figure gradually became illusory. I've said it before, it's useless. You can't kill me, no one can kill me. Her voice slowly dissipated, and finally disappeared into nothingness. Angor watched as Princess Goman Princess disappeared from his sight. There were no spatial ripples, which meant Princess Goman Princess didn't use a space spell to leave. There was no illusion either. Princess Goman Princess was real, not an illusion. So where did she go? Angor had a lot of questions, but now wasn't the time to think about them. He had to save his own life first. He looked at the hostile undead creatures around him. Then, he looked down at the red net made of rays. Angor sighed. He chanted spirit mantra and ejected his soul. With the help of the sequence of gravity, he moved several hundred meters away in a flash of light. He managed to escape, but he did not look too happy about it. After landing, he planned to use his soul to deal with the undead creatures. After all, he could use Soul Link to cast cantrips with his soul. However, he didn't notice it when he was in his body. After ejecting his soul, he realized that the situation was far from good. Gloominess, coldness, madness, and hatred, all kinds of negative energy were gathered here. Even though his soul was still a living soul, under the influence of this negative energy, he could not withstand it. He had no choice but to return his soul. Without the support of the sequence of gravity, it would be a little difficult to survive the attacks of so many undead creatures, especially those that were terrifying. A strong gust of wind carrying a foul stench rushed at Angor's face as the serpent swung its tail. The wind even tore through the air and created a loud hissing sound. Angor would either die or be crippled if he was hit. Angor moved quickly and dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. For the next few minutes, Angor kept moving around while using Prelude to Rebirth to clear away the undead creatures around him. However, he was not as efficient as when he was on the surface. With Crucible's red laser interfering, Prelude to Rebirth's power was suppressed to the minimum. Besides, unlike the undead creatures outside, almost half of them had the ability to affect the material world. Therefore, Angor was in a very dangerous situation right now. He could barely move forward. The only thing Angor was glad about was that there were no large-scale explosions so far. Perhaps they didn't want to attract attention from the people on the surface. If either the serpent or the giant exploded, the people on the surface would notice it right away. Under such circumstances, he was able to rely on his sturdy body and incredible speed to make his way through the horde of undead creatures. However, if he kept this up, it would be very bad for him. Angor didn't turn around, but he could already feel the chaotic energy around him, as well as the bright light shining behind him. Another amalgamation of undead exploded. Angor tried to run away. However, the giant undead creature and Crucible's red laser kept coming. Angor hesitated and had to eject his soul again to escape using the sequence of gravity. Angor managed to escape again, but his face was getting paler and paler. It wasn't that his body was too weak. It was just that his soul was exposed. It was terrible. While Angor's soul was still in danger, another undead creature came at him. The giant's fist slammed into the ground and created a giant crater. Anyone who took it head-on would be crushed into meat paste. Luckily, Angor managed to move away in time. As long as the giant undead creature didn't explode, it wouldn't be a threat to Angor. The real problem was Crucible's, who kept harassing him with red lasers, as well as those red specters with strange abilities. Apart from the red specter who had the ability to speak, he was also in danger when facing other red specters because of his carelessness. It was a red specter who was holding her own head in her hand. Angor was already very careful when fighting against the red specter because he already knew how dangerous she could be. Unfortunately, he still got hit. The red specter's ability was almost unbreakable. Anyone who looked into her eyes would be affected. The red specter's neck was empty, while her head was held in her hand, which attracted even more attention. As long as they didn't know about her ability activation ceremony beforehand, basically anyone who saw that her neck was empty would subconsciously look at the head in her hand. And when they looked, they would definitely see her eyes. Angor's only luck. This Red Spectre's ability was almost invincible. Or at least, it wasn't too strong for Angor's eyes. Of course. Illusion. Well, illusion wasn't the right word. It was a kind of illusory space. The space was based on Angor's memories, which reflected his most cherished memories and made him fall into a trance. Anyone else would have a hard time dealing with such an ability. Once someone fell into an illusory memory space, the surrounding undead creatures would have enough time to tear apart their bones and devour their souls. But Angor was different. The first lesson for all illusionist talents was to distinguish between reality and illusion. Only when you can distinguish between reality and illusion can you grasp the hearts of people in illusions, shuttling between reality and illusion to achieve the effect of subduing the enemy. As a matter of fact, the Red Spectre's memory space was already very close to reality. It was almost flawless. The only downside was that she could create any space she wanted, but she chose Angor's memories. If Angor couldn't even see through his own memories, he wouldn't deserve to be an illusionist apprentice. Angor easily found out what was real and what was false. He also quickly regained control of his body. The most difficult thing to do in an illusory space was to find the truth. For example, when you are dreaming, your thoughts have already sunk into the dream. Although you are still you, can you control your physical body and move it? It was difficult. Only when you woke up from the dream could you regain control of your body. Just like now, as long as you found the truth in the illusory space, everything would be over. And Angor's control over his body was the truth. As long as he grasped the truth, he would naturally find a way to break through the Red Spectre's ability and break free from the illusory space. Although he had broken free from the Red Spectre space, he was not completely safe because he still had to face the pursuit of other undead. He could open the door and leave, but he didn't. He had a feeling that Goman Princess wouldn't leave so easily. He didn't know where she was, but he was sure that Goman Princess wanted him dead and prelude to rebirth. She wouldn't leave just yet. She was most likely watching him from somewhere. If Angor chose to leave, he would never be able to find Goman Princess again. Angor found himself in a tough fight. Even if the giant undead creature didn't self-destruct, Angor was already having a hard time. When Angor was about to consider opening the door as an option, the thing he had been waiting for finally happened. Give up. You won't have a chance. A cold, mocking voice echoed in Angor's ears. Becoming my slave is the best thing that ever happened to you. I'll turn you into a half-undead creature like me. You can think as if you were alive. What else do you want? Her voice was like an echo, reverberating endlessly. Angor slowly looked around. You want to find me? Impossible. You won't find me even if you kill all the undead creatures. Put away your self-righteousness. Choosing death is the only path you can take. Goman Princess's voice seemed to come from all directions. Angor couldn't find the source of her voice at all. Goman Princess saw Angor looking around and sneered. You can't escape anyway. You're going to die anyway. Instead of getting killed by the undead creatures, why don't you just leave yourself a decent corpse and find a good place to bury yourself? Princess Goman, who was hiding in the dark, suddenly noticed that Angor's head was facing her direction. Goman Princess's heart skipped a beat. Did he find out? But when she looked closer, she saw that Angor's eyes were closed. She relaxed a little. However, Angor's eyes suddenly opened. Goman Princess saw a flash of green light coming from Angor's right eye. Next, she saw Angor's lips curling up. Goman Princess widened her eyes and saw a door appearing in front of her. She then heard someone speaking to her in the next second. I found you, Angor said in a half-joking tone. Goman Princess quickly turned around and saw Angor standing beside her. Huh? His outer appearance has changed. He no longer looks like a half-undead. Angor raised an eyebrow and looked at the average-looking yet expressionless creature. You can disguise yourself? Or is there something else? Before Angor could finish, the expression in the undead creature's eyes began to change. Soon, they became the same as the other undead creatures, hatred, chaos, and murderous intent. There was nothing but murderous intent in the creature's eyes. Angor was a little surprised when the undead creature lunged at him with bulging veins. Angor frowned. He sensed that the undead creature wasn't talking about Goman Princess anymore. With no other choice, he fired Prelude to Rebirth at the undead creature. The undead creature disappeared, but Goman Princess was nowhere to be seen. Princess Goman was now hundreds of meters away. Behind the layers of undead, she turned into an ordinary-looking undead and slowly moved toward a dark cave. Goman Princess didn't know how Angor found her, but she knew that she would be in danger if she stayed here any longer. After all, the ability of undead possession had a lot of limitations. With that in mind, Goman Princess quickly walked toward the entrance of the cave. When she reached the entrance, she couldn't help but look back at Angor's direction. Layers of undead creatures blocked her view, allowing her to observe the young man without fear. Angor was currently looking around while dodging the attacks of the undead creatures with a troubled look on his face. Goman Princess chuckled. Idiots died because they talked too much. If Angor didn't give her time to react, she would have shot him right away. With her current strength, which was not considered strong, she might really die. Unfortunately, Angor was too talkative. Goman Princess turned away and didn't want to watch anymore. She would find other undead creatures to bring Angor's soul and the gun to her anyway. However, when Goman Princess was about to enter the cave, she suddenly heard a deep, hoarse voice. This voice was very soft, like a breeze brushing past the ear. It was a little itchy. If Princess Goman was still alive, she would have fallen head over heels for him just by hearing his voice. Because this voice was low, hoarse, and extremely charming. It had a kind of unconsciously seductive sexiness. However, for Princess Goman, who was now a half-undead, hearing the voice in her ears at this moment, no matter how charming she was still startled. Idiots died because they talked too much. She continued in a charming voice, then do you know why cats die? Because curiosity killed it. Goman Princess's heart skipped a beat. She didn't even turn around to see who was speaking and immediately activated undead possession. No matter who it was, they were a threat to her. She had to run as fast as she could. When Goman Princess opened her eyes again, she found herself still standing on the same spot. Behind her, the possessed undead was still standing there in a daze. Goman Princess lowered her head. Not only had she not left, but her true form as a half-undead had also been exposed. She looked at her surroundings and found that she was in a strange light barrier. Next to the barrier stood a tall figure. So, this is your special ability? The tall man rubbed his short black staff and looked at the two undead inside the barrier. To be more precise, one was an undead, and the other was a half-undead. You suddenly came out of an undead body, but nothing happened before. TSK. So Angor was right this time. Your so-called hiding ability is something like possession. Even Isabel was fooled. She thought that Goman Princess had a great concealment ability, but in fact, her ability was possession. Once possessed, the energy waves of her original body would be exactly the same as the energy waves of the undead. It was hard to detect. Goman Princess glared at the man outside the barrier. It's you? Why are you here? You saw me fighting a red specter, didn't you? Red specters are strong. But even Angor can drag so many of them around. Do you think I can't even handle one red specter? It was Sunders who spoke. Angor, who heard their conversation from afar, didn't know what to say. What do you mean by jumping up and down? Are you describing a monkey? Sunders looked at Goman Princess with the same curiosity in his eyes. Goman Princess half-undead form really aroused his curiosity. Fortunately, both Sunders and Angor were illusionists, so they could keep their curiosity to themselves. If Isabel of the Soul Element had appeared here, she might have been even more excited. You've been following him all this time? Goman Princess asked coldly. Sanders nodded politely. The one fighting the red specter on the surface was actually an illusion created by Sunders. Sunders had been following Angor ever since Angor fell into the zombie forest. So, Sanders witnessed it all. No wonder he's so fearless. So it's because there's an old hen behind the little chick. How did you find me? Princess Goman's face darkened as she mocked him. Then how did you find me? Before I answer your question, I need to correct you about one thing. He's not afraid because I'm here. It's because he can leave at any time. Sunders paused and continued, as for how I found you. I didn't find you. Goman Princess looked up. Angor is the one who found you. Sunders had been following Angor all this time, but they didn't talk to each other to avoid Goman Princess' attention. However, Angor knew that Sunders was nearby. Their spirit bond had been working ever since he fell into the zombie forest. Just now, Angor confirmed Goman Princess' location and told Sunders her coordinates. Only then did Sunders show up for the final interception and put an end to this matter. Sunders didn't find Goman Princess because her possession ability was almost flawless. Angor was the one who found her. Angor saw several strange undead creatures along the way. None of them looked like real undead creatures, which made him curious. Until he used the green tattoo on his right eye and found a flaw. This was one of the abilities of his right eye. It was similar to delirium, which allowed him to see through illusions and quickly process visual data to find any abnormalities. When Angor first found Goman Princess, he noticed an undead creature that was acting strangely just like the other undead creatures. When he looked closer, he found that this undead creature had double shadows on its body. It was almost as if it was possessed. Angor remembered what Isabel said about Goman Princess' excellent concealment ability. What if she wasn't concealing herself but possessed someone? Once she did that, no one would be able to find her. She could also observe the battlefield from a distance, which made it similar to how Angor killed the undead creatures outside. With that in mind, Angor flew to the undead creature and tried to test it with words. In the end, he really managed to find out. However, Goman Princess used her possession ability again and ran away. She even said that Angor's test was stupid. As Sunders said, curiosity killed the cat. Now that Goman Princess had used her possession ability to run away, it would be difficult for him to find her again. However, when Goman Princess was about to run away, she looked back at Angor out of curiosity. Angor noticed that something was wrong with the undead creature, so he quickly contacted Sunders through their spirit bond and asked them to stop Goman Princess. Sunders chuckled. So, not only will idiots die, but so will those who are too curious. Goman Princess's face was so cold that water could drip from it. She did not expect this to be the final reason. Her anger caused the chaotic energy inside her body to expand. A large amount of black smoke was released from her soul, which kept attacking the light barrier in an attempt to break it. However, the barrier didn't budge. Give up. The barrier can block all kinds of energy, especially negative ones. You won't be able to break it. Goman Princess stopped. Just as Sunders said, she couldn't break the barrier at all. She gave Sunders a grim look. You think it's over? Isn't it? Even if I die, I won't let you have it easy. Princess Goman suddenly raised her head. Veins were bulging on her face as she screamed. Sunders didn't realize what Goman Princess was doing at first since he couldn't sense any energy coming out of her body. However, when he saw the outline of Goman Princess' body, he was surprised. Sunders quickly turned around and saw that most of the undead creatures in the zombie forest were glowing brightly inside their bodies. The light meant self-destruction. It would be fine if it were just a few ordinary amalgamations of undead, but there were also the undead serpent, the undead mountainous giant, and the eye of Cercipius, which took up almost half the space in the room. When the giant undead exploded, Dark Castle, and even the entire dark forest, would be obliterated. Come here, Angor. Sunders shouted through their spirit bond. In fact, Angor had already arrived before Sunders even called him. His forehead was covered with sweat. Professor, what should we do now? Let's get out of here. I'll open the door now. Sunders quickly pointed at Goman Princess. Take her and go outside. Tell Isabel what's going on. What about you? I'll stay here. I need to find a way to control the undead creatures. Sunders added, they won't explode very quickly. There's still a chance. Angor glanced at the glowing undead creatures. Normal undead creatures would explode in no time. However, giant undead creatures such as the anaconda and the mountain giant still needed some time to fully activate the chaotic energy inside their bodies. If they could control the explosions in the meantime, there was still a chance. That's why I asked you to find Isabel. Angor was an illusionist, while Isabel was a soul manipulator. Sunders wouldn't take the risk. He could leave at any time. But if he could control the explosion, he was willing to do so. After all, the soul field was right below the corpse field, where the witches of Dark Castle lived. Once the explosion happened, they wouldn't be able to survive. He didn't like Dark Castle, but there was a soul realm and an ice cave under the corpse forest. Greya and Felicia were also in the ice cave, which meant they would be affected by the explosion as well. Angor quickly nodded. He opened the door leading to the surface and took Goman Princess with him. His face was a little pale when he stepped out of the door. He already used up too much energy in the forest of zombies. Now, he had to bring Goman Princess with him, which almost drained him of his mana pool. It was uncomfortable, but he wasn't about to lose his mobility. Angor quickly checked his surroundings and saw that he was right above the surface, not far from where Isabel was. He was planning to go to Isabel, but his sudden appearance had already attracted Isabel's attention. Before he could do anything, Isabel, Kimberly, and the other wizards all gathered around him. They were looking at Angor and Goman Princess, who was hiding behind the barrier, curiously. Isabel's eyes lit up. That's the source of the chaos. Destroy it. Angor frowned. This was not the time to deal with Goman Princess. Let's put that aside for now. What's more important is the forest below. It's dangerous. Angor quickly explained the situation to Sunders. Are you sure? Isabel and Kimberly looked at Angor in horror. Isabel, on the other hand, did not even bother to verify whether or not it was true. She simply disappeared from where she was and passed through the underground forest. Isabel's action proved everything. At this moment, Goman Princess sneered, "It's useless. Even though you didn't kill everyone in Dark Castle, it's enough to destroy Dark Castle." Isabel glared at Goman Princess and wanted to say something, but Kimberly stopped her. We'll deal with her later. Let's go to the forest first. This was the headquarters of Dark Castle, and they couldn't allow it to be destroyed. Besides, Dark Castle had a large number of apprentices waiting for them. This place was the foundation of Dark Castle. If it was destroyed, not only would their reputation be ruined, but it would also lead to greater chaos. After Kimberly and Isabella left, Angor was the only one left in the room. The other witches were still confused about what just happened. They were excited to see Goman Princess trapped behind Angor. However, when they saw Isabella and the other core combatants of Dark Castle leaving, they felt uneasy. There was nothing they could do but pray that nothing bad would happen. The explosion is irreversible. It's useless. No matter who goes, it's useless. The whole Dark Castle will be destroyed. Goman Queen laughed like a madwoman, her face full of arrogance. Maybe it's irreversible. But don't underestimate the intelligence of wizards, Angor said in a soft voice. Goman Princess didn't reply, but her expression was filled with disdain. Just wait and see. Angor didn't say anything else. He didn't know what happened to Goman Princess in the past few years, but he was sure that she didn't know much about wizards yet. Angor suddenly asked. Is it worth it? Goman Princess was surprised by his question, which helped her to calm down a little. Of course. Why not? Goman Princess regained her cold expression. I hate that I didn't kill them all. These demonesses deserve it. They need to pay the price for what they have done. You were the one who freed me. You saw what they did. Do you really think they'll be forgiven? Goman Princess looked at Angor. Goman Princess suddenly revealed a mocking smile. Oh, I almost forgot. You're the one who led the attack. You're on their side. Angor agreed with the first part of Goman Princess' words. He hated Dark Castle's actions and sympathized with the women who were killed by the blood ritual. However, it would be difficult for him to side with the undead. However, he didn't plan to explain himself. Goman Princess was still suffering from the negative energy in her body, which made it impossible for her to listen to someone else's advice. Angor didn't talk to Goman Princess to persuade her. He just wanted to learn more about the situation. Now, can you tell me my question? Angor asked. So, you're not going to tell me your name either? Goman Princess didn't answer. Fine. I guess I'll have to turn you back into your soul then. Angor sighed. Again, the conversation didn't end there. Half-undead creatures tended to side with the undead. It was too difficult to get any information out of her. Angor shook his head and ignored Goman Princess. A while later, the explosion Princess Goman Princess was waiting for still didn't happen, which made her look even more gloomy. When Angor thought the explosion was over, a beam of white light suddenly shot up from the ground. The beam of light was still far away from where Angor was standing, but it already covered the landmark structure on the surface of Dark Castle. When the white light appeared, Princess Goman's eyes lit up. I won. As soon as Goman Princess finished speaking, a terrifying explosion came. The white light turned into thousands of strands of light that shot out in all directions. The unstable energy caused the surrounding air to explode, and even the air seemed to have become thin. Angor heard a loud noise in his ears. He watched as the white light turned Dark Castle's buildings into dust, sending sand and gravel everywhere. The energy from the explosion spread from the top of the mountain. Angor and Goman Princess had to back away for about a kilometer. The explosion lasted for half a minute. It lasted longer than Giant Wei Shan's explosion. When the light faded away, Angor looked ahead. The entire surface of Dark Castle was gone. Only a few broken walls and pillars remained. The eerie castle was now a pile of rubble. There was also a huge crater in the ground. This crater was still emitting thick smoke. The smoke was made up of a large amount of gravel and sand that had been blown into the sky by the explosion. Because of the energy of the explosion, the gravel and sand had turned into dust and was slowly falling from the sky. When the surrounding witches saw this scene, their expressions all changed. What happened? How is this possible? Where is Lady Isabel? Their voices were filled with disbelief, urgency, sadness, and even despair. The biggest question that the witches had was, why did it suddenly explode, and why was it such a terrifying explosion? Angor could answer that question, but no one asked him. Angor was also surprised by the explosion. But he didn't think the explosion was as bad as he expected. Goman Princess's gloomy expression was proof of that. Why did you only blow up one building? That's all? Where's the rest? Princess Goman's expression was similar to the other witches. They were all in disbelief, but for different reasons. There were 3 giant undead creatures under the zombie forest, the mountainous giant, the giant serpent that could cover the sky when it raised its head, and the most terrifying of them all, Cercibles. But they waited for a long time, and all they got was a dud. At first glance, the effect of the explosion was shocking. Even the symbol of Dark Castle was destroyed. However, if one were to look closely, they would notice that the explosion was even more shocking. White light spilled out, energy spilled out, and heat waves rolled out in all directions. However, the explosion was much smaller than the explosion of the mountain giant. More importantly, it only caused one explosion. There must be more. There must be more. Goman Princess muttered to herself. However, she didn't see the 2 or 3 shot explosion she was expecting. Instead, it was a few figures that flew out from the huge crater. It was Sunders and the others who stayed in the zombie forest. At first glance, they didn't seem to be hurt. However, a closer look would reveal that the others did not look too happy apart from Sunders. Especially Isabel. Not only did she look pale, but her entire body was also covered in blood. Her originally black dress was dyed dark red. As soon as they landed, Kimberly supported Isabella, and Isabella immediately went forward to treat Isabella. The surrounding witches wanted to ask what had happened, but because of Isabella's serious injuries, they didn't speak. Professor, what's the situation now? Angor asked as soon as the spirit bond was re-established. It's mostly done. The explosion didn't affect the soul realm under the zombie forest. But the buildings on the surface, we can't do anything about them. Sunders didn't hide anything and told Angor everything that happened in the zombie forest. When Isabel and the others arrived at the zombie forest and learned about the situation, they immediately began to discuss a solution. Their initial plan was to place the undead aggregates in the interplanar layer. That way, Dark Castle wouldn't be threatened by the self-destruction of the undead aggregates. However, it wasn't easy to move the amalgamation of undead into the interlayer in a short amount of time. Without the help of a space wizard, forcefully opening a dimensional rift would be extremely unstable. Once the amalgamation of undead exploded inside, the dimension would collapse, and Dark Castle would become the prime target. Not only would it be destroyed, but it would also be sucked into the dimensional rift and completely destroyed. Since this plan couldn't be completed, they had to rethink it. If they had more time, they might be able to come up with a better solution. However, they didn't have enough time. The aggregates were already in an irreversible state of self-destruction, and they couldn't come up with a better solution in a short time. In the end, they decided to put the aggregates into a space of exile. A space of exile was created by wizards who learned the art of exile. It allowed them to maintain an alternate space for a short period of time. The space of exile could remove some supernatural impurities and was considered a garbage dump for wizards' experiments. A space of exile could also store items for a short period of time. However, it required mana to maintain the space, which consumed a lot of mana. It was much worse than a space storage. Space of exile wasn't a stable space either. They chose to put the aggregates into a space of exile because the space's stability could be controlled by the wizard's mana consumption. However, the plan was also very dangerous. All the wizards in the zombie forest had their own space of exile. Who should take the responsibility was another problem. Sunders was strong, but he was the first to be ruled out. The people of Dark Castle hoped that an outsider like Sunders would take the risk. However, they knew it was impossible, so they didn't mention it. Isabel's situation was special. She didn't use her own body, so she was also ruled out. Only Kimberly and Isabel were left. In the end, Isabel volunteered to take the responsibility. After all, she was the cause of the chaos in Dark Castle. She was also the one who created the blood ritual that turned Dark Castle into a gathering place for undead creatures. Therefore, Isabel accepted the responsibility. However, it was difficult for her to maintain the stability of the exile space by herself, so Isabel and Kimberly were also injecting mana to help her maintain the stability of the exile space. With the help of the others, Isabella managed to banish the mountainous giant and Surspiles. However, the explosions caused by the aggregates of undead creatures were terrifying, especially Surcibles. Even with Kimberly and Isabel's help, Isabel's space of exile was completely destroyed. Isabel also suffered severe damage from the spell's recoil, which resulted in her current state. Isabel might look fine on the outside, but she was already in a terrible condition inside. She might not even recover in 100 years. As for the remaining boa, they couldn't exile it. They didn't have enough time. Isabel made a quick decision and decided to let the boa explode. The others would do their best to suppress the explosion so as not to endanger the safety of Soul Society. That was the final result. There was only one explosion, and it did not affect a large area. The Soul Realm under the zombie forest was not affected either. The only regret was that the surface buildings of Dark Castle were destroyed. For the wizards of Dark Castle, the damage to their reputation was more severe. They couldn't even protect their own buildings, but they didn't lose much. After all, the supernatural resources were all underground. By the time Sunders finished his explanation, Isabel's treatment was almost finished. "How's Isabel now?" Kimberly asked. Although she didn't like Isabella, Isabella had taken the initiative to take responsibility this time, so she was also very concerned about Isabella's situation. "The situation has been stabilized, but..." Isabel pondered for a moment and said, "The backlash from the spell is very serious. Coupled with the impact of the explosion, the mind space has also been impacted. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to heal in a short time." Kimberly frowned when she heard this. She didn't expect Isabella to be so badly injured. She looked at Isabel and tried to comfort her. However, she noticed that Isabel did not seem sad at all. Instead, she was looking at Isabel happily, as if she was happy that Isabel was worried about her. "Let her recover. There can be no construction without destruction," Isabel replied in a soft voice. Isabel looked at her most worrisome student in surprise. Ever since she returned to the southern region, she had been unhappy with everything Isabella had done. However, at this moment, she finally felt a little relieved. "It's good that you can think like that." Isabel nodded. "I hope you can learn from this and change for the better. Maybe you'll still have a chance to go down that path." Otherwise. Although Isabella didn't finish her sentence, she understood what her tutor was trying to say. Isabel was delighted. This was the first time Isabel showed her hope after returning to the southern wizarding region. Isabel had become so stubborn in the past 1,000 years because of Isabel's departure. She was afraid that Isabel would see her old face when she returned, so she came up with the blood-bathing ceremony. When Isabel returned from the southern wizarding region, Isabel stopped the ritual even though she did not mention it. I understand. Isabel nodded. After hearing Isabella's answer, Isabella didn't say anything else. Whether or not Isabella could improve would be revealed in the future. What she needed to do now was to deal with the chaos source. Lady Isabel, what happened? Why is Dark Castle gone? Someone asked in a sad tone. What happened, Lady Isabel? Why is Dark Castle gone? The one who spoke was one of the wizards who came with them. Their faces were gloomy. It was obvious that they were still sad about the destruction of Dark Castle. Isabel didn't say anything, but Kimberly simply explained the situation. Isabel shook her head and said, "It's just a building on the surface. There's nothing to be sad about." As Isabel said, there can't be any new life without destruction. Dark Castle has been rotten all these years. If we want to restore Dark Castle, we might as well overturn it from the root. This disaster is an opportunity. Isabel didn't care if the others understood what she meant. She already had this idea when she let the boa explode in Corpse Forest. Isabel was Isabel's student. She was the first one to understand her. Isabel walked to Angor's side. She first looked at Angor with a complicated expression. The explosion happened earlier because of Angor. But if it wasn't for Angor, the explosion would have been even more terrifying. Isabel did not feel bad about Angor. Instead, she felt grateful. Angor's insight and ability to deal with the situation were much better than the apprentices of Dark Castle. Even wizards were not as good as him. Besides, Angor was a member of the research department. If someone like him could come to Dark Castle, Isabel would accept him even if he was a male. What a pity. Thank you, Isabel said to Angor with a serious expression. The fact that Isabella was willing to express her gratitude to Angor meant that she was more generous than Isabella. Isabel moved her gaze away from Angor and looked at Goman Princess. Isabel looked at Goman Princess in a much colder way. The other wizards also gathered around and expressed their anger at Princess Goman. Goman Princess was also glaring at Isabel with a venomous look. The dark aura around her almost turned solid. Isabel asked Goman Princess a few questions, but Goman Princess didn't answer. He could only mutter, I hate. Why are all of you demonesses still alive? Why, Lady Isabel, you must kill her." Some wizards were still angry about the destruction of Dark Castle, and their eyes were filled with hatred. "We can't let her die so easily. We need to torture her with the ritual of annihilation." Vicious suggestions came one after another, but Princess Goman's expression did not change. As a half-undead, she had no fear in her heart. Besides, she was already dead. No matter how they tortured her, she wouldn't come back to life. At worst, she would just vanish into thin air. Therefore, Goman Princess could only sneer arrogantly and resentfully in the face of everyone's insults. If looks could be used to curse people, no one would be able to escape from Goman Princess's curse. Since she couldn't communicate with Goman Princess, Isabel began to think about how to deal with her. "Lady Isabel, I have a request," Angor suddenly spoke up. Isabel looked at Angor and showed a much gentler attitude. "What is it?" "Leave her to me." Angor pointed at Goman Princess. Angor's words annoyed everyone. To them, Goman Princess was the source of all their troubles. They had to make her disappear in order to appease their anger. Was Angor pleading for mercy for the wretched undead? "What do you mean by that?" Isabel frowned. "She's an excellent test subject. I need more data to make some records." Angor took out his prelude to rebirth and twirled it around his finger. The other wizards didn't know how to use prelude to rebirth, but Isabel did. She quickly understood what Angor meant. "You're going to use the white bullet on her?" Isabel asked. Angor nodded. "I need more data so I can learn more about prelude to rebirth." Isabel hesitated. She wouldn't mind if Angor was talking about something else, but Prelude to Rebirth. Whenever Angor mentioned Prelude to Rebirth, Isabel would feel a little guilty even if she didn't say it out loud. After all, Angor was supposed to become a mystery alchemist, and she just took it away from him. However, she didn't want to give Goman Princess to Angor just like that. Isabel also wanted to study Goman Queen. After all, she was a soul manipulator, and she didn't want to let go of this opportunity. While Isabel was hesitating, a spirit bond connected to her. Isabel was a little surprised, but she still accepted the connection. First of all, Goman Princess was captured by Angor, so she belongs to Angor, at least half of Goman Princess. Second, Angor created Goman Princess by accident, and it's not a bad idea to give her to Goman Princess. Third, you won't be able to get any information from Goman Princess right now. But if you turn her into a soul, you'll understand a lot of things, right? And Angor can't just use the white bullet on her for free, so she belongs to Angor. Isn't that reasonable? Before Isabel could say anything, even Angor couldn't help but curse in his mind, sophistry. Angor couldn't bring himself to say something so shameless. At least, he didn't dare to say such things in front of someone as powerful as Isabel. Isabel couldn't help but chuckle. Angor's creation of Goman Princess was the cause of Dark Castle's destruction, and Angor had to take some responsibility for it. Before Isabel could say anything, Sunders added, "White Bullet is the only known item in the southern wizarding region that can turn an undead into a soul. It's hard to tell how valuable it is. It's not useful to those who don't care. But it can be useful to those who care. For example, if some Magi's family members turn into undead spirits, they can be turned back using white light bullets. Another example is that some very special undead spirits, such as baby spirits, can be turned into souls. Their usefulness is immeasurable." Isabel knew what Sunders was trying to say. Sunders was reminding Isabel that she got a pair of infant spirits from Angor, and that Angor was the only one who could turn those infant spirits into pure souls. This was because Isabel was only possessed by a remnant soul. To Isabel, the baby spirit was far more valuable than the rebellious and hateful Goman Princess. When Isabel heard this, she was finally defeated. Isabel sighed. "Fine. I'll let Angor take care of her, and no one in Dark Castle will object. But I have a few requests." Isabel asked for two things. First, she wanted to use Prelude Rebirth to turn her baby soul back into a normal soul. Second, she wanted to establish a friendship with Phantom Island. The first request wasn't surprising. Sunders raised an eyebrow at the second request. This was supposed to be between Isabel and Angor, but Isabel suddenly changed the topic into Dark Castle and Phantom Island, which was a little surprising. Still, Sunders understood what Isabel was trying to do. Isabel wanted to maintain a friendly relationship with Angor, but she soon realized that Angor didn't like Dark Castle at all. In fact, he even hated it a little. Especially in front of Isabella, that kind of dislike was incisive and vivid. If Isabel asked to maintain a friendly relationship with Angor, nothing would happen even if Angor agreed. Therefore, Isabel chose to expand her social circle. Phantom Island already had the potential to surpass Dark Castle. Besides, Angor was also a member of Phantom Island, so he couldn't avoid the relationship between the two parties. This was a win-win situation for Angor. Sunders didn't object to forming a friendship with Dark Castle either. It was a win-win situation. Meanwhile, Angor wasn't too surprised by Isabel's request. It wasn't Angor's responsibility to establish a friendship between Phantom Island and Isabel, so he had to fulfill the first request. Angor agreed to it. Angor didn't seem to be on the losing end. He had to put in a lot of effort, and he still had to agree to Isabel's request. However, there was no such thing as losing or losing. Actually, Angor might have gained something if he had to break it down. Both of them had a certain degree of responsibility for this bizarre development. After all, Angor was the one who caused the birth of Goman Princess. While he didn't have much to do with the subsequent events, he still played a part in it. The raw material for the white bullet was the souls of undead creatures from Dark Castle. Even though Dark Castle was trying to get rid of these undead creatures, they still belonged to Dark Castle. Besides, Angor could use the white bullet to turn Isabel's baby soul into a normal soul. Besides, he could also get more data from Prelude to Rebirth. In this case, Angor didn't really lose anything. Besides, Isabel would also give him a separate reward, so he would still make a small profit. Besides, Goman Princess would belong to Angor in the end. It wasn't unreasonable for them to ask for something from each other. Also, Isabel was trying to get Angor to join her side, so she gave Angor a lot of benefits. Angor didn't have any reason to refuse. With Angor's permission, Sunders also agreed to the idea of forming a friendship. Isabel smiled faintly and replied through the spirit bond, "I'll leave Chaos Source to you. I'll give Dark Castle an explanation." After saying that, Isabel did not hesitate and directly announced the result to everyone present. The members of Dark Castle had different reactions. Some were unhappy, some were helpless, and some were angry. However, this was Isabel's decision, and they couldn't stop her. Kimberly glanced at Angor and nodded at him with a smile as if she thought of something. As usual, she tried to show her friendliness. Isabel didn't say anything. She only stared at Isabel. She couldn't go against Isabel's decision. Isabel also announced that Dark Castle would become friends with Phantom Island in the future. Everyone agreed. Both Isabel and Kimberly had returned to the southern wizarding region, but Dark Castle wasn't doing as well as they thought. Apart from Candy House, Dark Castle didn't have much of a relationship with other wizard organizations in Fairy Town. The potential of Phantom Island was obvious. There were 2 Truthfinders and an alchemist from the R&D department. Brute Cavern was also a major organization supporting the island. Establishing a friendship with Phantom Island was a good idea. Of course, Isabel's announcement was only a promise for the future. If 2 parties wanted to establish a friendship, they would need to go through many rituals and contracts. After all, people's minds were fickle, and this was something that would benefit both parties in the long run. When the time came, the core members of both parties would have to be present. It wasn't something that could be accomplished with just a few words. Still, Isabel's announcement calmed the crowd's dissatisfaction. They all agreed to leave Goman Princess in Angor's care. The only condition was that they didn't want to see Goman Princess causing trouble in Dark Castle again. Of course, Angor nodded in agreement. The only one who didn't agree was Goman Princess. She looked at everything with a grim expression. She hated both Angor and Dark Castle. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. The dark aura around her became even thicker. Sunders noticed this. Something's wrong with her? Angor had killed a lot of undead creatures, but he didn't know much about them. Even so, he could tell that something was wrong with Goman Princess. Isabel, the soul manipulator, was probably the only one who could give him an answer. Under Goman Queen's resentful gaze, Isabel carefully inspected her from head to toe. What a wonderful half-undead state. Stability and chaos exist in one body at the same time. I've never seen anything like this before. Isabel sighed and answered, the chaotic energy in her body is rising. It's the first time I've encountered such a strange half-undead. I don't know if she'll turn back into an undead after becoming a half-undead, but it seems that the chaotic energy is continuing to rise uncontrollably. I don't know if she'll turn back into an undead because of the excessive amount of chaotic energy. But it's very likely that the unstable energy inside her will go out of balance and cause her spirit to collapse. Isabel paused. If we want to save her, she has to stop it herself, or, Isabel glanced at the prelude to rebirth in Angor's hand. The only way to solve the problem was to use white bullets to stabilize the chaotic energy inside Goman Princess, or to turn her back into a soul. As for asking Goman Princess to stop herself, it was impossible for her to do so, judging from the resentment in her eyes. The only way was to pull her out of the swamp of depravity and turn her back into a soul. Goman Princess was hit by a white bullet before, so he needed at least 5 more bullets to turn her back into a soul. There were only 3 bullets left in Prelude to Samsara's magazine because he had wasted a white light bullet earlier. So he had to get at least 2 more bullets. The dark aura around Goman Princess was getting thicker and thicker. He didn't want to lose such a good research subject, so he quickly went to collect more bullets while leaving Isabel to take care of Goman Princess. There were still many undead creatures in Dark Castle. However, due to Goman Princess' disappearance, they didn't gather together like before. Instead, they were slowly spreading out. It would take some time to get rid of all the undead creatures. But if he only needed a few white bullets, it wouldn't take long. About half an hour later, Angor arrived at the zombie forest. Bang! Angor calmly fired a shot. Ripples spread out from the muzzle of the gun, and the hundreds of undead creatures that were charging at him were instantly reduced to light particles. At the same time, a tiny ray of white light entered Prelude to Rebirth. Angor checked the magazine and felt glad. After half an hour of hard work, the fifth bullet was ready. Angor looked around. He had been fighting in the forest for 15 minutes, but the number of undead creatures didn't seem to decrease at all. 5 bullets should be enough, but there were too many undead creatures around. It wouldn't take long for him to fill up Prelude to Rebirth with one more bullet. With that in mind, he decided to keep clearing the undead creatures around him. Goman Princess half-undead form is showing signs of collapsing. Collect all the bullets and come back as soon as possible. Angor quickly gave up on collecting the last bullet and returned to the surface. When he arrived, he saw that all the wizards were gone. Only Kimberly, Isabel, and Sunders were still here. Isabel told the others to go back to Soul Society, Sunders explained. Angor nodded. Isabel was being considerate. Since the others didn't know the real function of Prelude to Rebirth, Isabel asked them to go back first for Angor's sake. When he approached the barrier, he could no longer see Goman Princess' silhouette. The only thing he could see inside was a sea of darkness. No wonder Sunders sent a voice transmission to Angor in such a hurry when the black smoke had already reached such a level. Chaotic energy has taken over 80% of the spirit. It's showing signs of collapsing, Isabel said. There was no time to waste. He had to open fire. Angor nodded to Isabel and took out his Prelude to Rebirth. He aimed at Goman Princess inside the light barrier. A strange ripple appeared on the surface of the gun, and white light began to gather at the muzzle. Now, everyone was paying close attention to this scene. They heard that white bullets could turn an undead creature back into a regular one, but they never saw it with their own eyes. The reason why they stayed behind was to witness this scene. This was something that could break the rules of wizardry. Isabel was especially excited. As a soul manipulator, she knew what it meant to turn an undead creature back into a regular soul. Isabel didn't even dare to blink her eyes. She didn't want to miss a single second. Finally, the bullet left a trail of white light behind it as it shot out of the barrel of the gun. Everyone was waiting for a miracle to happen. However, right at this moment, an unexpected turn of events suddenly occurred. This incident had nothing to do with Princess Goman. The white photon bullet passed through the light shield and hit Princess Goman's forehead. As the bullet entered her body, Goman Princess' body began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. The black gas around her quickly disappeared. Or rather, it was absorbed by the hole between her eyebrows caused by the bullet. It was a horrifying sight to behold. However, no one was paying attention to Goman Princess right now. Even Isabel, who was most interested in the soul transformation, was distracted by something else. It came from the sky above Dark Castle. They looked up and saw that the sky above Dark Castle was still gloomy. Dark clouds covered the sky, and lightning flashed across the sky. When something happened, a large amount of strange energy suddenly gathered under the dark clouds, which stirred up the wind and clouds in the area. A strong gust of wind blew at them, causing their clothes to flutter. Even the broken branches on the ground were lifted into the air. Even the dark clouds in the sky were constantly rotating due to the hurricane. They looked like cotton candy filled with an electric field, or like a spinning top. The lowest point of the dark clouds, which was the sharp corner of the bottom of the spinning top, was the place where the abnormal energy gathered. After a moment of silence, Angor spoke first. It's spatial energy. Isabel was surprised that Angor could tell the nature of the energy so accurately. However, she didn't think too much about it since they were in a special situation. Yes, spatial energy is gathering. The convergence of spatial energy. What did this situation mean? There were many possibilities. However, considering the current situation, there were only 2 possibilities. The first was that they were unlucky enough to encounter a spatial disaster, which wasn't impossible. After all, 2 giant undead creatures exploded within Dark Castle. If the 2 explosions caused an energy collapse in a plane they couldn't see, it was possible that the collapse was part of a topological chain reaction, which could lead to a spatial disaster. The second possibility was that some kind of life form had traveled through space. Because of the distance, it caused the space energy to gather. No one wanted to see either of these possibilities. The first was a spatial disaster. It was hard to say how big or small the disaster would be. It could destroy the inner world or even destroy fairy world. In the second situation, if there was a life form crossing through space, it was actually very dangerous. This was because it was impossible to determine whether this life form was friendly or evil. Basically, if it was a non-human life form, evil was the majority. Most importantly, such a large area of spatial energy gathering was not something an ordinary plane passageway could compare to. If a life form had come through, it must have come from the void outside the southern region. Life forms that could travel through the void were basically not easy to deal with. Just as everyone was on guard, a spatial rift suddenly appeared where the spatial energy was converging. When they saw the stable spatial crack, everyone understood that the anomaly this time was not a spatial disaster, but a life form passing through. Be careful. We'll leave at any time, Sunders whispered. He knew that the situation wasn't looking good. Someone who dared to enter Dark Castle's territory and gather so much space energy must be up to no good. Everyone's expression became very serious as they waited for the life form behind the crack to appear. Judging from the size of the crack, it wasn't a giant creature. Perhaps it was a human. However, someone who dared to invade Dark Castle in such a brazen manner was either an idiot or someone who had a strong backing. Either way, even if it was an idiot, it was still a powerful idiot. Everyone tried to figure out what was going on, but only a few seconds had passed in the real world. It took less than half a minute for the spatial energy to gather and the crack to appear. A few seconds after the crack appeared, a black figure stepped out of it. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on that black figure. It was a man whose face was obscured. He was covered in a black robe with dark patterns on it. He was over 2.5 meters tall and looked very skinny. There was no supernatural aura coming from him. However, someone who could travel from the void to the southern region should not be underestimated. Huh? Angor frowned. What is it? Sunders frowned and asked through their spirit bond, is it related to you again? Angor was speechless. What do you mean again? No, I don't know him. But the patterns on his robe, they look familiar. Angor frowned and searched through his memories. Finally, he found an answer from an alchemy book he found in Nether City. I think it's the emblem of an ancient school of alchemy. An ancient school of alchemy? What do you mean? Angor shook his head. He had no idea. He only saw this pattern in an illustration in the book, which was about alchemy. The book only talked about the School of Death, which was led by Odorous, so there was not much information about other schools of alchemy. Angor didn't know which school the pattern belonged to, but his answer provided some useful information. The intruder was most likely a wizard. Since he wore the emblem of an ancient school of alchemy, he was either an alchemist or someone related to the school of alchemy. As for why he came to Dark Castle, Angor still had no idea. Time ticked by. The man in the black robe showed up, but it didn't seem like he was going to attack Dark Castle. Was he really an idiot? While everyone was confused, the black-robed man looked around and stared at Goman Princess for a few more seconds. Finally, a voice came from under the black hood. I'll stay out of your business. Don't mind me. He spoke in the common language of the continent, but his intonation was different from the mainstream. Some of his intonation clearly had a personal style. However, it wasn't hard to understand. In fact, it even had a hint of elegance. No one believed the man's words. As the current spiritual leader of Dark Castle, Isabel looked at the intruder and asked, "Who are you? Why are you here?" The man chuckled. I didn't know there was such a powerful soul wizard in the southern wizardry region. You managed to reach the level of a level 2 truthfinder by possessing a remnant soul. So your real body is quite powerful. The man pointed out Isabel's current condition, which made everyone frown even more. Someone who could see through Isabel's condition had to be at a higher level than Isabel. Also, the man's tone was relaxed, and his choice of words suggested that he had a higher position. Judging from this, perhaps the black-robed woman's level was much higher than Isabel's. That was terrifying. If he was only slightly stronger, he could be a level 3 Truthfinder wizard. If he was stronger, he could be considered a legendary wizard. Everyone's expression, even Sunder's, turned serious. Is Dark Castle a wizard organization? Forgive my rudeness, but I don't know much about the southern wizardry region. The man slowly descended from the sky, but he didn't land on the ground. He kept a safe distance from everyone to show that he didn't mean any harm. Relax. I'm just here to check out the coordinates. I didn't think I'd barge into your backyard. You're not from the southern wizardry region? Isabel didn't let her guard down. Yes. But I've been here not long ago. Let me count the time. How many years ago was that? Or a dozen years ago? Oh, forgive me for not being sensitive to numbers. After the black-robed man finished speaking, he smiled to himself. However, seeing that everyone was looking at him in silence, the black-robed man continued, "Is my joke not funny?" Everyone remained silent. They understood what the man meant. How could a wizard not be sensitive to numbers? He was obviously being sarcastic. But was it a joke? Even if it was a joke, should they laugh at a time like this when everyone was so tense? Despite the awkward atmosphere, the man in the black robe remained polite. Alright, let's skip the joke for now. I've been to the southern wizardry region before, and I met an interesting wizard. I vaguely remember that he called himself Goman King. The man in the black robe chuckled again. Everyone understood that his punchline was probably vaguely or seemingly, which were words of uncertain timing. Let's get back to what the man in the black robe said. Goman King? Everyone looked at each other, and then glanced at Princess Goman, who was transforming in the black mist, and fell into deep thought. When the man in the black robe saw Princess Goman, he also paused for a few seconds. Don't tell me he's here for the Goman princess? You're here for her? Isabel asked straightforwardly. The man in the black robe looked at Isabel in surprise. You're also a divination wizard? Yes, I'm here partly for her. But as a man of principle, I won't take her away from you since she already has a master. Besides, I just want to verify something. Now that I've found the answer, I don't care anymore. The man in the black robe sounded calm, which only made everyone more curious. What did he mean? He mentioned Goman King, and he came for Princess Goman. Why did he suddenly say that he gave up? Something was wrong. Moreover, he said that he wanted to verify something. What was it that he wanted to verify? While everyone was still wondering, the man in the black robe looked at Goman Princess and suddenly exclaimed, I didn't notice that. She looks strange. How did that happen? No one said anything, but they all looked at Angor. The black-robed man also noticed this. His gaze followed the crowd's line of sight and looked over. Interesting. The black-robed man stared at Angor. He didn't pay much attention to the apprentice before, but now, he noticed some interesting details. The apprentice's body was unusually strong, and he could sense a faint but dense blood aura coming from his body. In fact, compared to the other true sorcerers around him, he was not inferior at all, and he might even be stronger. To have such a powerful physical body while still in the apprentice stage and not have collapsed, this was an extremely rare thing. Even in the origin world, such an apprentice would have great potential. Perhaps only the few superstar adept organizations, such as the Nuke Academy and the Trudy Bloodline Research Institute, could have such talents. He didn't expect to meet such a potential apprentice in the southern wizarding region. Apart from that, the black-robed man also noticed many other things about Angor, such as his hidden right hand and the strange soul ripple. However, none of these were important to the black-robed man. He wasn't a wizard who liked to pry into other people's secrets. Besides, this other person was only an apprentice who hadn't fully developed yet, so he didn't need to know more about him. Finally, his gaze landed on the strange-looking pistol in Angor's hand. Huh? I can sense mystery power from it. The black-robed man looked at the pistol curiously. Suddenly, a faint light flashed in his eyes. After a while, the black-robed man said regretfully, so it's a half-step mystical weapon. Another failed product. What a pity. The black-robed man revealed the secret behind Prelude to Rebirth without hesitation, but his tone was full of regret. This made Isabel, who was on the other side, a little uncomfortable. Sir, are you an alchemist as well? Angor asked curiously. An alchemist? It sounds like you're an alchemist? The black-robed man shook his head. Unfortunately, I'm not an alchemist. But I do know a thing or two about alchemy, especially mystery items. The black-robed man pointed at Goman Princess, who was still in the middle of her transformation. Is her condition caused by this half-step mystery item? Angor wasn't sure if he should answer. Angor considered for a moment and decided to tell the answer. Perhaps the effect of the prelude to samsara was a moderate secret. However, the core members of Dark Castle already knew about this secret. If only one person knew about it, it could still be considered a secret. With so many people knowing about it, it could already be considered half-public. Yes. Her condition is caused by prelude to rebirth. Angor nodded. Prelude to samsara, samsara. This name really makes me feel uncomfortable. The black-robed man murmured to himself and looked at Princess Goman again. The chaotic energy in her body is changing rapidly, but surprisingly, when the chaotic energy is changing, it can still maintain a relatively stable state. Such a terrifying balance, the slightest mistake will cause it to collapse. So, was it the effect of the prelude to samsara? Could it be that the prelude to samsara can turn the undead back into souls? The black-robed man's words surprised everyone. How could he figure out the real effect of prelude to reincarnation from Goman Princess's current situation? This black-robed man's eyesight was simply astonishing. Since the black-robed man already knew what prelude to rebirth could do, Angor decided not to hide it anymore. Yes, prelude to rebirth can turn an undead back into a soul. No external force can turn her back into a soul. Is it because the prelude to rebirth isn't perfected yet? The black-robed man seemed to be quite interested in mystery items. This was only a half-step mystery item, but it still had something to do with mystery. Prelude to rebirth has 6 bullets in total, and all 6 bullets must hit the same undead soul. Angor pointed at Princess Goman Princess. She only took 2 bullets. I see. The black-robed man revealed an expression of sudden realization, and then said, since you have already shot 2 bullets, are you preparing to turn her into a soul? Angor nodded. Do you mind if I take a look? I'm curious about the process as well, the black-robed man asked politely. Angor didn't know how to answer this request. It wasn't up to him to decide. This was Dark Castle's territory, and it was up to the people of Dark Castle to decide. If he said yes, he would be violating the rules. I'm not a member of Dark Castle, so I can't answer your question. Forgive me. The black-robed man raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at the soul manipulator who spoke to him first. What do you think? Isabel was trying to figure out the answer. Isabel had been trying to figure out the black-robed man's identity and strength, but she couldn't find any clues. She didn't want to let an unknown person stay in Dark Castle's territory. However, there was no doubt that the man in the black cloak was powerful. If they offended him, would it bring disaster to Dark Castle? Isabel had been considering her options. The black-robed man might look gentle and polite, but his behavior didn't necessarily mean what he was thinking inside. Many adepts were also very polite and elegant. However, while they were chatting with you, they were already thinking about which part of your body they should start dismembering later. You can stay in Dark Castle's territory for now. Isabel chose her words carefully. But according to Dark Castle's rules, you must tell us who you are, and you are not allowed to attack anyone from Dark Castle, including our guests. The 2 requirements that Isabel mentioned were basically the same requirements that all wizard organizations had. Isabel even simplified some of the details. The black-robed man nodded. Of course. As I said, I'm not planning to become your enemy. I'm just here to confirm something. Now that I've confirmed it, I should leave. But I'm curious about the effect of this prelude to rebirth. After the black-robed man finished speaking, he gently took off his hood and revealed his face. To be more precise, it was a mask. Under a head of messy silver-white hair was a bronze-colored full-face mask. Even the eyes were completely covered. The mask had a unique design. It started from the left side of his forehead and extended to his right cheek. When the black-robed man spoke, the gears would move along with his words. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm Frost. As for where I came from, I guess I'm a wandering wizard? Wandering adepts referred to a group of individuals who did not belong to any adept organization. Isabel frowned. Putting aside whether or not the name was real, she didn't care about the identity of a wandering wizard. Seeing Isabel's expression, the black-robed man Frost knew what she was thinking. I used to be a follower of a great alchemist. However, due to various reasons, I returned to being an independent individual. So, I'm considered a wandering wizard. Isabel didn't know if Frost was telling the truth, but she was glad that he was willing to do so. Isabel gave Frost a thoughtful look. I hope you'll keep your promise. Of course. I don't like killing. Frost chuckled. Since Isabel agreed to let Frost stay in Dark Castle for now, Frost looked at Angor. Since Isabel agreed, Angor didn't mind letting Frost watch the process. Frost moved to the side and left some space between him and Goman Princess, indicating that Angor could begin. The others didn't let down their guard against Frost, but they didn't dare to ask about Goman Princess. Angor took a moment to get rid of Frost's influence and focused on Goman Princess. After several minutes, half of the dark aura around Goman Princess was gone. Goman Princess returned to her half-undead state. However, her eyes looked a little dazed. She sometimes looked angry, sometimes looked blank, sometimes looked calm, and sometimes looked angry. Angor could tell that she was confused about her own condition. Angor carefully observed Goman Princess' condition. She was able to stay half-undead for years when she was hit by the first bullet. What about now? Would the second bullet be able to balance the energy in her body as well? Angor couldn't help but enter his supercomputer mode, which was similar to when he was dragged into the strange world by the alien eye. In his eyes, Goman Princess' body was now filled with data. The data was constantly changing, which gave Angor a strange feeling. The others also noticed Angor's strange behavior, but they were more focused on Goman Princess and Frost, so they didn't pay much attention to Angor. Frost, on the other hand, was looking at Angor with great interest. This kind of calm appearance, infatuated and focused state, as well as the brilliance that flowed through his eyes from time to time, was very similar to that of the alchemist he had followed in the past. Frost couldn't help but sigh in his mind. When he looked at Prelude to Rebirth, he felt even more regretful. The alchemist he followed also disappeared because he failed to create a mystery item. The alchemist still had the item. While Frost was lost in his memories, Angor noticed that the chaotic energy around Goman Princess began to rise again. At the same time, the energy curve inside her body began to plummet. Did this mean her spirit body was going to collapse? It seemed that one bullet was already Goman Princess's limit, which allowed her to stay in her half-undead state for a long time. Now, she had to use another bullet to break that limit. Angor still didn't know why the bullet could keep Goman Princess in her half-undead state. He would have to wait until Goman Princess turned back into a normal soul and see if he could get an answer from her. With that in mind, Angor took out Prelude to Rebirth and fired the second bullet at Goman Princess. The bullet left the gun and hit Goman Princess again, leaving a long trail behind it. Now, he only had eyes for Goman Princess. He blocked out all information from the outside world and used his eyes to record every change happening to the princess. Whenever he found something, he would take out a notebook and quickly jot down the information in it. Apart from the scratching of Angor's pen, the only sound that could be heard was Goman Princess moaning in pain. One shot, and another. Every time Goman Princess' energy was about to go out of balance, Angor would reload her with another bullet. Each bullet was dispelling the chaotic negative energy in Goman Princess's body. The dark aura around her was getting weaker and weaker. When the fourth bullet hit her, Goman Princess' body had almost turned into a normal soul. Her half-ferocious, half-calm state was gone. She stood quietly inside the light barrier, looking just like a noble lady. Only the occasional look of doubt and evil thoughts in her eyes told Angor that she was still a soul. She still had half a foot in the abyss of depravity. At first, Frost was curious to see what Prelude to Rebirth did to Goman Princess. But after a while, he realized what the bullet was for. His interest in Prelude to Rebirth faded a little. Instead, he began to pay more attention to Angor. This was the first time he saw an apprentice who was as radiant as the alchemist he used to follow in the past. If Angor could keep this up, he might go far on the path of alchemy in the future. Angor's only regret was that Angor's potential would be better if he could receive systematic alchemy education in the origin world. Frost suddenly felt a sense of appreciation for Angor's talent. When Angor was done with his experiment, Frost decided to remind Angor to pay him back for letting him watch. Angor had already fired the last shot while Frost was still thinking about this. The fifth shot was the sixth white bullet fired by Goman Queen. When the white bullet entered Princess Goman's body, the strands of negative energy that were stubbornly entangled with the stable energy in her body turned into a wisp of smoke and drifted away from Princess Goman's head. Goman Princess' appearance was completely changed. It no longer had the sinister appearance of an undead. It was completely an ordinary soul, and its soul power was clear and pure. Her long hair draped over her shoulders. Just by standing there quietly, she had a kind of bright and beautiful, quiet and elegant aura. He watched as all the negative energy inside Goman Princess' body dissipated. He exhaled deeply and exited his supercomputer mode. When he looked up, he saw Goman Princess looking at him with her eyes wide open. When Torres was hit by 6 bullets, he lost consciousness and only woke up after a long time. However, Princess Goman did not seem to have experienced this. What could the reason be? You. What's your name? Do you remember it? The moment I became a slave, I no longer had a name. I once had a pet bird called Mandhila, which was my mother's favorite September flower name, Goman Princess said quietly. You can call me Mandhila. Judging from Mandhila's description, Goman Princess didn't lose any of her memories. But why did she wake up so quickly? Could it be, do you still have your special ability? The difference between Torres and Mandahara was that Torres used to be a special soul, but his special ability was created by a mystery item, which only existed when he was an undead. Mandhila's special soul had nothing to do with mystery items. Perhaps she still had her special ability after turning back into a soul. Mandhila looked at Angor in silence for a while before she revealed a mocking smile. Why should I tell you? I could have killed those bitches, but you ruined my plan. Why should I tell you? Although Mandela had turned back into a normal soul, it still had its own emotions. Torres never had anything to do with Angor before his death. In fact, Torres even attacked Angor when he turned into an undead spirit. Later on, Torres felt guilty when he turned back into a soul, which was why he decided to follow Angor. But Mandhila was different. Not only did she retain her memories when she was alive, but she also retained her memories when she turned into a half-undead. Angor's existence was a part of Mandhila's memories. Mandhila knew exactly what Angor did, so it was normal for her to be angry at Angor. She's still using her special ability, Isabel suddenly spoke to Angor. Mandhila gave Isabel a resentful look. Isabel glanced at her indifferently. She was more interested in half-undead and the process of turning into a soul. Now that Mandhila had turned back into a soul, Isabel wasn't interested in the topic at all. Angor thanked Isabel. Since Mandhila still had her special ability, it was reasonable to assume that Mandhila didn't fall into a coma like Torres did. Perhaps it was because Isabel had revealed the truth, but Mandahara's tone suddenly changed. Let me go, and I can tell you more. Aren't you curious about what happened to me when I was half undead? I can tell you everything. I can let you go, but not now. Angor stared at Mandhila. If I let you go now, you'll either be destroyed or become an undead again. You don't like your current state, do you? Or do you prefer being an undead? Mandhila didn't respond. When she was half undead, she didn't really care about being an ordinary soul. However, it was only after she had turned into a soul that she truly felt what it meant to be free. There were no murmurs of resentment in her ears, no ups and downs in her emotions from time to time, and no inexplicable power that caused her to go on a killing spree. Right now, the feeling of being able to completely control her own body was incomparably good. She didn't want to go back to her old state. But she didn't want to be controlled by Angor either. Of course, Angor knew what was going on inside Mandahara's mind. However, it was impossible for him to take everyone's thoughts into consideration. Angor didn't pay any more attention to Mandhila. He was curious to know more about Mandhila, but he wasn't in a hurry. Besides, there was another threat. Everyone present was apprehensive and wary of the target of their vigilance, Frost. Angor looked at Frost and bowed slightly. So, this is the process. Do you have anything to say, Mr. Frost? Everyone shifted their attention back to Frost. Frost replied, I didn't give you any advice, but this is the simplest, most convenient, and fastest experiment I've ever seen on an undead turning back into a soul. Everyone was surprised by Frost's words. You mean there are other ways to turn an undead into a soul? Angor asked. Everyone wanted to know the same thing. The southern wizarding region had never heard of a case where an undead turned into a soul. But from Frost's words, not only had he heard of it, he had even seen it before. Frost nodded. I have indeed seen it once. It was when I was still a follower. It was a very complicated and costly conversion ceremony. It took more than half a month to successfully turn an undead into a soul. The final result was almost the same as Prelude to Rebirth. But Prelude to Rebirth was much more convenient. Angor didn't expect there to be another way to turn an undead into a soul. He sighed. Well, Prelude to Rebirth isn't that convenient either. Each white bullet in Prelude to Rebirth has to kill at least 2,000 undead creatures. If we use the number of undead creatures to measure the cost, it'll take a lot of energy to do it. Frost raised an eyebrow. I see. So it does cost a lot. No wonder you chose to do the ritual in Dark Castle, a place where so many undead creatures gather. Frost paused, a look of pity in his eyes. If the alchemist who created the Prelude to Reincarnation had been able to take that step and make the Prelude to Reincarnation a mystery item, he probably wouldn't need to spend so many materials. He might even be able to transform many undead creatures at once. Frost sighed. Many worlds require undead creatures to be turned into souls, and some of them have to pay a very high price. A real mystery item would be worth a lot of money. Isabel felt like she was being stabbed by an arrow when she heard Frost's words. Isabel frowned. If she didn't steal half of the mystery item, Prelude to Rebirth would have become a mystery item. If the Prelude to Reincarnation really becomes a mysterious item, the creator might not be able to keep it, Isabella retorted when she saw Isabel's unnatural expression. She had a point. If Prelude to Rebirth really did become a mystery item, Angor wouldn't be able to keep it safe. Even if Isabel didn't do it, Felicia would still try to take it away from Angor. Frost sneered. The alchemist who's going to become a mystery item is fully prepared. Why can't he keep it? The alchemist lowered his head in silence. Isabella said, the creator is right in front of you. See for yourself if he can keep a mystery item. This time, it was Frost's turn to be shocked. The alchemist was right in front of him? How? The alchemist failed to become a mystery item, and he's still alive. Did the alchemist not suffer any backlash? Who was the one who refined it? Frost looked from side to side, from face to face, but he could not see any of him. Was it a soul manipulator? Frost looked at Isabel again, but she didn't seem to want to look at him. Not her. Next, Frost looked at Sunders, who was another Truthfinder wizard he cared about. Sunders was a strong Truthfinder wizard, and his sharp eyes and arrogant attitude reminded Frost of the geniuses from Origin World. The gentleman did not avoid Frost's gaze. After several seconds of staring, Frost shook his head again. That's not it either. Kimberly was the only one left. Well, she was the only one who smelled like gears. She must be an alchemist who specialized in machinery. Frost was a little surprised that a mechanical alchemist could make a complete Prelude to Rebirth, but he had no other choice. Frost looked at Kimberly in satisfaction. She was a level 2 Truthfinder wizard, and she was able to touch mystery. However, how did she manage to survive after failing to refine the mysterious item? Before Frost could ask, Kimberly shook her head. You misunderstood me. I'm an alchemist, but I haven't studied alchemy for long. I don't know anything about mystery. Kimberly's denial confused Frost. If it wasn't her, who else could it be? Who's the alchemist you mentioned? Frost looked at Isabel. You're not talking about yourself, are you? Isabel turned her head away and humphed. After a moment of silence, he raised his hand. It's me. Frost's heart skipped a beat. It's you? How? Frost's calm and courteous voice had now become somewhat sharp and high-pitched. It was clear just how shocked he was. It's Angor. He did it in Dark Castle. We saw it with our own eyes. Isabel sighed. Frost looked at Angor from head to toe again. He only paid attention to Angor's body and didn't pay attention to the alchemy items on Angor's body. Frost's eyes glowed with a strange light as he tried to get more information from Angor. Hat, a very common alchemy tool, but with a purifying force field, it barely qualified. There was a necklace around his neck with ordinary glass beads hanging from it. It seemed to be some kind of item to entrust one's thoughts to. The clothes were ordinary, and the bracelet was a spatial tool that seemed to have the effect of reducing one's presence. It looked like a pretty good alchemy product. Even in the origin world, it wouldn't fall behind. The weapon, needless to say, was prelude to samsara. Looking further down, the shoes were also an alchemy tool. They should be used to increase speed and fly. They were still very exquisite. He had quite a lot of alchemy tools on him, which was quite a lot for an apprentice. What's more, he still had the space in his bracelet, so there should be a lot of alchemy tools hidden there. If Angor was not rich enough, there was only one way to get all these alchemy items. Angor was an alchemist. Frost believed that Angor was an alchemist. Apart from the hat, most of Angor's alchemy items were enchantment items passed down from generation to generation. Even Prelude to Samsara had traces of magic arrays. It was very likely that Angor crafted Prelude to Samsara. While thinking, Frost glanced at Angor's shoulder. I didn't expect to miss one. Interesting, there was actually a hidden cloak, and its effect was actually the rarest ability to block prophecies. Also, there's a familiar smell on it. You were tagged by the time thief? Frost frowned. Angor nodded. When I was crafting a certain item, when you crafted this cloak, right? Frost pointed at Angor's shoulder. Angor didn't expect Frost's eyes to be so sharp. Yeah. It's called Crimson Night. When I was crafting it, I saw a man sitting on a clock inside the alchemy omen. He called himself Cassini. So it's him. Frost sighed. The time thief is a very powerful wizard. He can give you some benefits, but he can also take away your choices. If he takes away your right path, you'll never be able to find the truth. I sincerely suggest that if you ever meet the time thief again, you must make your choice carefully. Don't be fooled by him. One mistake and you'll lose your entire future. Frost's words were directed at Angor. However, Sunders also listened to Frost's advice because he was also tagged by the time thief. Most wizards in the southern wizarding region were happy to see the time thief. In fact, most of them welcomed him. However, Sunders had always been against the time thief and told Angor the same thing. Now that Frost, who seemed to be a powerful wizard, also said the same thing, Sunders was even more certain that he should be wary of the time thief. Frost didn't say anything else. The time thief was a powerful wizard. If he kept talking about Angor, the time thief might turn his attention to him. Frost was a little surprised that Angor was tagged by the time thief. However, the time thief never tagged someone without potential. Angor's presence meant that Angor had a lot of potential. Did you really make Prelude to Rebirth? Frost already had an idea, but he still wanted to use truth verification to confirm the answer. Angor nodded again. Yes. It was true. Angor was telling the truth. Frost was silent for a while to digest this information. After a while, he asked, "Then why are you fine?" Why? Angor didn't know what Frost meant. Frost looked at Angor's confused expression and sighed in his mind. Angor didn't know the meaning of a mystery item, nor did he know what would happen if he failed to make it. No wonder Isabella said that Angor wouldn't be able to keep the item even if he succeeded. He was simply a hothead. However, even if he was a hothead, he was still a very lucky hothead. Frost explained to Angor helplessly, aside from the naturally formed mystery items, crafting a mystery item involves a whole different level of knowledge compared to ordinary alchemists. There are many mysteries involved, and some even touch upon the truth of the matter. But it's also very, very difficult to make a mystery item successfully. Frost used the word very 3 times to express how difficult it was to craft a mystery item. I'm not an alchemist, so I can't tell you how to make a mystery item. Or maybe you know better than I do. Frost paused for a moment before continuing. However, once you set your mind on creating a mystery item, there is no turning back. There are only two outcomes, success or failure. Without considering the benefits, if the refinement is successful, nothing will happen to you. Of course, that's not entirely true. Sometimes, the item might backfire on you. But you'll be safe as long as the item is finished. But if you fail, you'll suffer a calamity. You might disappear, or even die. The alchemist that Frost had been following had disappeared on the spot. No one knew if he was dead or alive, and no one knew where he had gone. Perhaps he was trapped in the mystery omen forever without knowing it. So, I'm curious. If you're the one who crafted Prelude to Rebirth, how did you survive? Frost briefly told Angor about his failed attempt. He did not want to know how Angor, an apprentice, came into contact with a mystery item. He only wanted to know how Angor managed to survive the ordeal. Angor was shocked by Frost's explanation. He didn't think that crafting Prelude to Rebirth would be so dangerous. But now that he thought about it carefully, he realized that he didn't suffer a calamity like Frost said. Why is that? Frost already knew the answer when he saw Angor's confused expression. Angor was lucky enough to be blessed by the gods. He didn't even know where his luck came from. How about this? If you don't mind, can you tell me how you did it? When Angor was crafting Prelude to Rebirth, almost everyone in Dark Castle saw it, so it wasn't really a secret. He thought for a moment and nodded. All right. He wanted to know the reason as well. Frost didn't wait for Angor's answer right away. Instead, he turned to Isabel and spoke in a polite tone, I'll be staying in Dark Castle for a while. Of course, I'll keep my promise. Isabel hesitated. Was Frost going to stay in Dark Castle for a while? Frost continued, I'm a wizard who believes in fair trade. While I'm in Dark Castle, if you can pay the price, I'll make any deal with you. A deal? Isabel didn't say anything, but Sunder seemed to have thought of something. He lowered his head and frowned. Isabel agreed in the end. She didn't dare to say no because she still couldn't see through Frost's power. Faced with such a powerful adept, all she could do was try her best not to offend him. Frost turned to Angor and said, I see we can continue our conversation now. How about I create a mana hut so we can talk in my room? I'll prepare delicious food from different worlds as a treat. In the end, he didn't go to Frost's hut. After all, it was Frost's territory, and they didn't know what Frost was up to. Instead, they chose to go to Dark Castle's soul realm. Sunders, Isabel, and Kimberly were all gathered in a luxurious hall. Frost didn't mind their presence, nor did he chase them away. Instead, he took out a strange-looking hollow bottle and placed it on the table. A fresh and leisurely fragrance wafted out from the hollow body of the bottle. Kimberly smelled the fragrance at the tip of her nose and seemed to have discovered something. She couldn't help but take a deep breath. Is this the natural cardamom of the cyclone world? Frost nodded and looked a little surprised. Yes, it's cardamom. But cardamom was discovered and developed by an aromatherapy alchemist in recent years. I thought the southern wizardry region hadn't heard about it yet. Actually, I used Manda Plane to return to the southern wizardry region not long ago. I was lucky enough to smell a sample of cardamom at the fragrance tasting fair in Xianxia Federation. Kimberly looked pleased. But at that time I smelled the fragrance of cardamom with other ingredients. Your fragrance is more comfortable and elegant. It should be a natural fragrance. Frost nodded with a smile. Kimberly saw everyone looking at her in confusion and explained, cardamom is a strange subtype of wind found in the cyclone world. It's about to evolve into an elemental life form. It was discovered by master bitter alchemists who refined it. Cardamom has a very powerful effect. I was lucky enough to smell it once. At first, I didn't feel anything special. But that night, I felt my mana pool expanding greatly. Not only did my mana pool increase, but my mana also became pure, Kimberly said. It's an immediate effect, and it doesn't do any harm to my body. Cardamom already has such an effect. This bottle contains natural cardamom, which should be even more effective. After Kimberly finished speaking, everyone was in disbelief. Kimberly was already a rank 2 Truthfinder wizard, and even her mana pool had expanded. The effects of this potion were simply too overpowered, however, compared to the effect of cardamom, what surprised them more was that Frost took out a bottle of cardamom without a care. If Kimberly hadn't explained, no one would have known that the effect of Kofun was so amazing. Frost shrugged and said, the effect of gust is not bad, but it is limited to wizards below level 3. His meaning was clear. To me, this was just a small toy. Everyone had originally guessed that Frost had already surpassed level 3 and reached the mythic rank. Now, although no one asked, they were even more certain of this conclusion. Only magi who had reached a higher level would not care about such small things. Well, let's just say this is Angor's reward for telling me his story. Do you mind if I call you Angor? Frost looked at Angor. Of course, Angor did not mind. The others, especially Isabella, were a bit disappointed by Frost's words. Frost never asked for anyone's name, which meant Angor was more important to him, even if Angor was the weakest among them. What made Isabella even more annoyed was that Angor was the only reason why they could enjoy such a powerful cardamom. Didn't that mean they owed Angor a favor out of nowhere? Isabella was not happy about it, but she was seriously injured. Besides, she might be facing a legendary wizard, so she did not dare to act rashly. She lowered her head and cursed in her mind while enjoying the comfort of the cardamom. As I said, I once followed a great alchemist, Frost said as he looked at Angor. When Frost talked about the person he used to follow, his eyes flashed with nostalgia and longing. He was an alchemist who had reached the realm of mystery. No one was too surprised to hear this. It made sense that such a powerful wizard would follow a mystery alchemist. She used to craft mystery items herself, and she also participated in the creation of several mystery items. She could be said to be very experienced. Yet, even with that being the case, she still ended up failing when refining a certain mysterious item. The consequence of her failure was her disappearance. Literally, she vanished from the world. No one knows if she's still alive or not. I've been looking for her outside over the years, but I haven't found any clues. I've also gone to a super-level alchemy organization to check some information. Basically, I can confirm that she has fallen into an unknown and vast space. The possibility of her returning is close to zero because no one in history has ever returned. A mysterious alchemist was trapped in a vision space? A strange space created by an alchemy omen. Frost looked at Angor and asked, so, I'm really curious. Your alchemy failed. How come nothing happened to you? Frost's gaze was very calm, unlike other magi who would faintly emit an aura of might. Sometimes, they would even give off a sense of distance, as if they were unreachable. Frost looked like an ordinary mortal who was talking to Angor face to face. The elegant fragrance of cardamom, the quiet and bright hall, and Frost's calm eyes all created a kind of atmosphere that made people want to talk. Everyone, including Isabel and Sunders, quieted down and allowed Angor to take charge of the topic. Even though Isabel knew what happened, only Angor himself knew the details of the process. Angor took a moment to think about what he should say and recalled the dangerous and exciting night. He didn't describe the omen he saw in the outside world, nor did he talk about the details of his alchemy. What he wanted to talk about was his spiritual experience. When I was at a certain point in the refinement process, I suddenly had an epiphany. At that time, I had a feeling that if I followed this epiphany in the refinement process, there would be unexpected gains. Then the mystery spirit showed up. The cloud of souls condensed into a dark shadow, while Angor was immersed in his recollection. The others also listened attentively. After all, they didn't have the chance to experience something like this on the path of mystery. But at that moment, Frost suddenly interrupted, "Stop. What did you just say? The cloud of souls condensed into a dark shadow? Before that, the mystery spirit showed up?" Angor was confused. Frost couldn't believe his ears. How is that possible? The mysterious item you're refining is on the path of a mysterious spirit? Fine. That's one way to create a mystery item. Prelude to Rebirth is a soul manipulator item, so it's understandable that it has a mystery spirit. But why would it appear? Are you sure it really showed up? Frost's words were somewhat incoherent, but he was full of doubts and suspicions. Yes, it did. Angor didn't know why Frost was so surprised. The cloud of souls in the sky kept shrinking until it turned into a dark soul. The dark soul was about 3 meters tall. Angor couldn't see its face clearly. It had a pair of huge bull horns on its head, a pair of black wings, and a black trident in its hand. Just from the silhouette alone, she looked like a female demon from the abyss. The strange soul suppressed all the undead creatures as soon as it showed up. The more Angor described, the more complicated Frost's expression became. After a while, Frost sighed deeply and gave Angor a strange look. Now I know why you're fine. You didn't suffer any disasters, and you didn't die either. Everyone looked at Frost, waiting for him to speak. Because, you've already refined it. That's why you didn't suffer any disasters. Frost's words were filled with disbelief and envy. Countless alchemists in the origin world had risked their lives to fight for that tiny chance of entering the realm of mystery. But who would have thought that a level 3 apprentice? A level 3 apprentice, who might have been even weaker a few years ago, would recklessly walk to a height that others would never be able to reach in their lifetime without any guidance from others. Frost was planning to tell Angor to leave the southern wizardry region and go to the origin world to learn more about alchemy. That way, Angor's future would be brighter. But he didn't expect Angor to have already reached such a height. Is the laissez-faire theory from Greenwald Spell Academy right? It's easier to gain more inspiration and achieve greater achievements? While Frost was deep in thought, he suddenly remembered something. Although I don't know how you managed to break through the vision space created by the alchemy omen, since you've already crossed this step and the mysterious spirit has already appeared, it means that you've already succeeded in refining it. Why did the half-step mystical prelude to reincarnation appear in the end? What happened after that? According to Frost's calculations, there was only one possible reason for Prelude to Rebirth's failure: something went wrong with the final step. If this path was subdivided into 100 steps, the first 99 steps would be rough and bumpy. In other words, the last step was the smoothest. As long as the mystery spirit could fuse with Prelude to Rebirth, the task would be completed. This step was basically a suicide mission. But this step had actually gone wrong? What happened? Before Angor could answer Frost's question, Isabel already showed an awkward expression. Angor was wondering if he should answer Frost's question. If Isabel wasn't here, he could tell Frost what happened. But he didn't want to do it in front of Isabel. Angor didn't say anything, but Frost's observation skills were better than expected. Something went wrong at the last step, which prevented Prelude to Rebirth from becoming a mystery item. That said, the Prelude to Reincarnation didn't completely fail. Could it be that something happened to the mystery spirit? Frost said softly. The mystery spirit is only halfway into the Prelude to Reincarnation. But why only half of it was absorbed? Is the other half unable to fuse, or is it lost, or has it been stolen? When Frost said this, he unconsciously looked at Isabel. It wasn't because of Isabel's awkward expression. She was the only soul manipulator in the room. If someone tried to steal the mystery spirit, Isabel was the most likely suspect. When Frost looked at her, Isabel felt like she was being seen through. She lowered her head and didn't say anything. Angor thought Frost might have noticed something, so he decided to tell Frost what happened. It was a pity that he didn't become a mystery alchemist, but it was hard to tell who was right and who was wrong. He was wrong to break into Dark Castle. He provided most of the materials for crafting Prelude to Rebirth himself, but the mystery spirit was formed by gathering and compressing all the souls around Dark Castle. Therefore, the mystery spirit was actually made from the souls of Dark Castle. When Isabel stole the mystery spirit, she also claimed the moral high ground. You stole the mystery spirit from Dark Castle without permission. Even if it's a disease, it's still not yours. You used it to build up your reputation as the mysterious alchemist. Don't you think it's inappropriate? In Angor's opinion, both sides were in the right and wrong. In the end, Isabel also gave him a spirit whisper. Perhaps spirit whisper was not enough to make up for half of the mystery spirit, but it had saved his life many times in real life. Therefore, he couldn't judge Angor based on its current value. Besides, as Isabel said, even if Angor succeeded in crafting the mystery item, would he be able to keep it? He didn't think so. After hearing Angor's explanation, Isabel's expression softened a little. At least Angor wasn't biased in his explanation, which gave Isabel a better impression of him. Of course, Frost didn't think so. Frost couldn't help but scold Angor. You're so stupid. He turned to Isabel in anger. Do you know how difficult it is for a mystery alchemist to appear? Just because you wanted to use the mysterious spirit to reconstruct the remnant soul, you seized half of it and killed the appearance of the mysterious alchemist? There are many ways to reconstruct a remnant soul. Why did you choose this one? You've killed a genius. Frost was both furious and heartbroken. It was as if he was the one who had created Prelude to Samsara. Isabel couldn't refute Frost's words because Frost was right. Isabel knew how valuable mystery alchemists were, which was why she felt guilty every time she saw Prelude to Rebirth. But Isabel didn't argue with Isabel. Isabella, on the other hand, was a little unhappy. Humph, he was just an apprentice who had only been in alchemy for a few years. It was pure luck that he was able to create the Prelude to Rebirth. Even if he really did advance to the mystery stage, it was useless if his skills were not enough. Frost laughed coldly. Only those who have never looked into the mystical realm would say that so casually. Only those who have truly stepped into the mystical realm would know what it means. Maybe Angor was lucky enough to craft Prelude to Rebirth. But you should know that countless alchemists in the origin world were waiting for such a stroke of luck. Unfortunately, it didn't happen to them. Angor deserved it. It was the most bizarre, relaxing, and heart-wrenching journey Frost had ever heard of. This was such an easy advancement in the mystic domain, yet it was stopped at the last moment? Probably all the alchemists in the source world would want to kill Isabel if they encountered such a situation. Frost wanted to say something, but the people present didn't understand what the realm of mystery meant to an alchemist. He let out a deep sigh and lamented, "That's right. Ignorance is the most tragic thing for a wizard." And now, Frost was facing people who were ignorant and had no respect for knowledge. Frost shook his head and looked at Angor again. "Do you have any idea what you've just done?" Frost gritted his teeth. Angor looked up. "You've missed your chance to find the truth." Frost looked sad. "You think it doesn't matter. You think we're both right and wrong. But that's not how it works. If you think you can't protect the mystery item with your current strength, fine. Let's just say they took it away from you. But giving them a mystery item is enough to make up for what you owe them. For example, you trespassed into Dark Castle and used their souls. Mystical items are very precious, but compared to the title of mystical alchemist and the level of mystical, it's much cheaper. You should know that there are very, very few alchemists in the origin world who can become mystery alchemists. They're extremely rare, and extremely valuable." Frost used the word extremely 3 times to tell Angor what he missed, and also to explain to the ignorant people behind him. An alchemist who can become a mystery alchemist is worth more than you can imagine. In any sorcerer organization in the origin world, they would receive the same treatment as the miracle sorcerers. Everyone looked at Frost in shock. What was a miracle wizard? A real, high-tier wizard. A wizard who was even stronger than a legendary wizard. The southern wizardry region didn't even have a single legendary wizard, let alone a miracle wizard. Isabel's heart skipped a beat as she listened to Frost's explanation. Both Frost and Sunders were looking at her with disdainful eyes, which made her feel even more guilty. "Now do you understand what you've missed?" Frost looked at Angor with a sad and helpless look. Angor nodded calmly. "I guess I've missed out on something big. Mystery alchemist isn't just a title. It seems there's more to it, sir." "Yes." Frost wasn't an alchemist himself, but he had once followed a mysterious alchemist, so he was well aware of this point. The benefits of mystery are hard to describe. Only when you experience it will you understand how important it is. Frost thought Angor already understood the importance of mystery, but Angor suddenly changed the topic. "I guess I'll have to find a way to enter mystery again." Frost was surprised. Angor said find a way to enter mystery, but he sounded so confident that it sounded like he was going to succeed. Frost didn't understand where Angor got such confidence from. He was going to ask more questions, but he didn't think it was a good idea for an alchemist who didn't even have the confidence to enter mystery. Frost gave Angor a thoughtful look. Once again, he saw the shadow of her in the boy. He was still so young. Talent, luck, and time. Maybe he could really achieve his goal? As soon as Frost had this idea, it was like a fire burning the grass, burning fiercely. He used to think Angor was just an alchemist who got lucky. But now, he saw something else in Angor's eyes. He had an idea, but he needed to know more about Angor before he could carry it out. Don't you think it's annoying? Frost asked again. Annoying? Maybe it was once, but I'm sure it's not now. Angor considered. It's a shame, but it happened several years ago. There's nothing we can do to change it. It's pointless to be angry. Let's just look forward. Angor didn't know what kind of changes the mystery domain would bring him, but he clearly felt that Spirit's whisper had saved his life many times. Perhaps it was an unfair trade. But most of the time, clinging to something that happened in the past and couldn't be changed at the time would only affect one's self-cultivation. Frost agreed with Angor's open-mindedness. Sometimes, clinging to one's goal could help one achieve it faster, but it could also hinder one's rational judgment. Frost was impressed that Angor was able to figure it out. Frost put away his emotions and said in a calm and polite voice, "Then I look forward to the moment when you step into the realm of mystic again." Frost sounded like he was joking, but his expression was serious. Angor couldn't tell what he was thinking, so he just nodded. At this point, the topic seemed to have come to an abrupt end. However, Frost didn't stop there. Instead, he continued, "Speaking of which, I thought of something that I want to tell you." "Something to tell me?" Angor looked at Frost and waited for an explanation. Frost didn't speak right away. Instead, he glanced around the room and glanced at everyone else. It was obvious that he was trying to chase Angor away. Isabel stood up. Dark Castle just went through a disaster, and the surface buildings need to be rebuilt. There are too many things I need to do, so I'll have to leave for now. Isabel already wanted to leave when Frost asked her why Prelude to Rebirth failed. Every minute and second of sitting here was like sitting on pins and needles, so when she saw Frost chasing her away with his eyes, she also took the opportunity to leave. Isabel looked at Angor with a complicated expression. "I have something to discuss with you later. We'll talk about it later." Naturally, Isabel couldn't stay here any longer and left as well. Kimberly didn't want to give up the nourishment of the natural cardamom, but she couldn't do anything about it. Seeing Frost's stern look, she sighed and left as well. "I'm going to the back too." Sunders stood up as well. They were in the hall where Sunders and his apprentices lived. Sunders said he was leaving, but he was actually going to another room. However, before he left, Sunders sent a secret voice transmission to Angor's ears. Angor didn't know what to do next. When the room was completely empty, Angor looked at Frost and waited for him to say something. However, when he looked at Frost, he couldn't help but recall Sunders' voice transmission, which made him a little suspicious. Frost didn't tell Angor why he asked him to stay. Instead, he smiled. "You look confused. Did that wizard tell you something?" Angor looked a little embarrassed. "He's my professor, Sunders. Indeed, the tutor mentioned something to me just now. But it's just a small guess about Mr. Frost. Why don't you tell me? You mentioned that you've met Goman King, right?" Angor asked after a moment of hesitation. A nostalgic look appeared on Frost's face as he nodded. "That's right. He was a very interesting wizard." "Interesting?" Angor didn't know what Frost meant by interesting, but at least everyone in the southern wizarding region believed that Goman King was a cruel, ruthless, and ambitious man. Angor couldn't understand why Frost thought someone like that was interesting. "Did you make a deal with Goman King, Mister? Angor asked. Frost nodded. "That's right. We did make a deal." "You want to see the Crimson Crown, sir?" Angor was a little surprised. Frost smiled and nodded. "Indeed. I made this deal with Goman King to determine if the Crimson Crown would go out of control." Frost paused and said, "Given Goman King's personality, he probably won't reveal the contents of this deal. Other than Goman King and me, the only other person who knew about this deal was the one whose name was stolen." "Did he tell you about it?" "Yes. Roland did." Angor nodded. Angor already knew about this. According to Roland, his evil personality was born because Goman King made a deal with a mysterious person. However, he never connected Frost to the mysterious person mentioned by Roland. It was only when Sunders sent a message to him that he realized who Frost was. So Goman King gave him the name Roland? Roland has an evil personality in him. If you want to pry information out of him, you have to suppress the evil personality. I'm rather surprised that you were able to do this. Frost didn't ask Angor how he did it. Angor sighed in relief. If Frost asked, the Dream Wasteland's existence would be exposed. Frost was the one who made a deal with Goman King and used the Dark Movement to take away Roland's real name, thus forcing Roland to develop his most evil personality. With this information, his impression of Frost grew even deeper. He still couldn't tell if Frost was a good man or a bad man. But at least he knew that Frost was a gentle wizard. At least when he made a deal with Goman King, he did not bully the weak or covet the Crimson Crown. In the end, he kept his end of the deal. From this point of view, Frost's credibility had increased to a certain extent. Is that all you want to know? Frost asked. Angor nodded. He only wanted to confirm Frost's identity. Frost nodded. Now, it's my turn. Are you planning to leave the southern wizarding region and go to the origin world? Angor was a little surprised. He thought Frost was going to ask him about some of his secrets. But what Frost said was completely different from what he expected. Huh? Go to the origin world? Angor repeated in confusion. Frost nodded. Don't you want to step back into the realm of mysticism? It's hard to do that in the southern wizarding region, where knowledge is scarce. I can take you to the origin world as a reward for telling me about the crafting process. Angor looked at the bowl of natural carom on the table. Carom is already a reward, isn't it? I'm the one who determines the value of the reward. I don't think carom is enough, Frost said, and I hope you can learn mystery again one day. What's your answer? Angor shook his head without hesitation. I'm not going to leave yet. I still have things to do in the southern wizarding region. Are you sure? Frost didn't expect Angor to refuse so decisively. The teleportation link between the southern wizarding region and the origin world has been cut off. If you want to travel to the origin world on your own, you'll need more than a few years to do so. If you agree, I can take you to the origin world when I leave. Anyone else might be tempted by Frost's offer. After all, resources and knowledge determined everything. If a wizard wanted to go further, staying in the southern wizarding region wouldn't do him much good. He had to leave in the end. In the old days, Sunders would have accepted the offer. What Frost didn't know was that Angor already knew another shortcut to the origin world, which was the Phase Gate at Frosty Citadel on the Tutan continent. Using the Phase Gate, Angor could travel to the other phase planes of the Abyss, then travel to the 4 wizarding realms and teleport to the origin world. Angor wasn't lying. He still had things to do in the southern wizarding region. For example, John's illness, his family's affairs, and many other complicated matters, such as his agreement with Wardell, the promise he had made to Mara but had yet to fulfill, and the fact that the tidal realm had yet to be explored. Angor would definitely go to the origin world. And it wouldn't be too long. But he definitely wouldn't leave now. I'm sure. I'll go to the origin world, but not now, said Angor confidently. Frost gave Angor a thoughtful look. He didn't see any hesitation in Angor's expression. He was rather surprised by this situation. Regardless of what Angor was thinking, Frost was sure that it would be difficult to change Angor's mind. Frost sighed. Fine. I'll respect your decision. However, the repayment I mentioned is still valid. Since you don't need me to take you away from the southern wizarding region, I can only repay you in other ways. If you have any requests, feel free to tell me. Angor was surprised. He didn't expect Frost to be so easygoing. Seeing Frost looking at him, Angor felt a little hesitant. He didn't know what to ask since he didn't know what to ask. There were many things he wanted to ask, but he didn't want to go beyond Frost's expectations. Angor considered for a while. Mr. Frost, you mentioned that you wanted to see Goman King to see if the Crimson Crown has gone out of control? Frost nodded. To be precise, I wanted to see if it could go out of control. Can you tell me what you mean by out of control? Angor asked curiously. He once came into contact with mystery items, but he still didn't know much about them. If Roland didn't mention out of control earlier, he would never think that a mystery item could go out of control. Frost didn't expect Angor to ask such a question either. He looked at Angor with a complicated expression. This ignorant question reminded him of what happened earlier. An alchemist who didn't even know the type and level of a mystery item actually came into contact with a mystery item at such a close distance. Angor didn't know if he should say that he was fearless or ignorant. But he was really lucky. If other alchemists heard Angor's question, they would probably want to strangle him to death. If an alchemist like Angor could reach such a level, how could they not be worried? Fortunately, Angor wasn't talking to an alchemist. It was Frost. Frost wasn't as extreme as other alchemists, but he still felt that fate was playing tricks on him. He sighed and began to speak slowly. Speaking of which, let's talk about my current job. I'm a mystery hunter from the Order faction. I'm responsible for retrieving mystery items that have gone out of control. Frost began his explanation. Following Frost's explanation, a scroll that Angor had never seen before slowly unfurled before his eyes. The Order Association was a superstar association in the Origin world. Anyone from a Magus organization could join, even if they were a wandering Magus. The main purpose of the Order faction was to retrieve mystery items that had gone out of control and prevent them from causing a greater disaster. Frost was a mysterious hunter in the Order Guild. Although he was called a hunter, he only hunted for one thing, which was the mysterious item that was out of control. Currently, mystery items can be classified into 3 types based on their degree of stability. Controllable, which belongs to the state of order. Half-controllable, which belongs to the state of chaos. Uncontrollable, which belongs to the state of disorder. Controllable mystery items are those that can't actively affect the outside world while they're still in storage. Half-controllable mystery items are those that can still be controlled under certain circumstances. If they lose control, they'll go out of control. As for uncontrollable mystery items, as the name suggests, they can't be controlled at all. As long as you meet the conditions for them to invade, they'll go out of control without stopping. Angor was still confused after hearing Frost's explanation. He didn't completely understand it, but he still felt like there was a thin veil between them. Frost considered for a moment and continued, "How about this? I'll give you an example. Maybe it'll help you understand. Controllable mystery items are those that belong to the state of order. More than 80% of the mystery items found in the southern region are like this. For example, the Starliege Church's Mystery of the Stars. The Mystery of the Stars is powerful, but it's controlled by a prophet from Starliege Church. It's very stable, so there's no chance of it going out of control." Frost's eyes widened when he mentioned the Mystery of the Stars. He knew that there were powerful mystery items in all 4 worlds. Many of them couldn't be replaced even in the Origin world. The Mystery of the Stars was one of them. However, due to the rules of the Ancient Covenant, they couldn't steal from the 4 worlds. Angor also knew about the Riddle of Stars, which was used to reveal the stars of the future. It was a medium that allowed prophets to perform their astrology more smoothly. This was a mysterious item that was so powerful that it had to have a cooldown period. The stargazing day of the Starliege Church was actually the day when the Mystery of the Stars opened. The stargazing day was held every 6 months, which was the preparation period for the Mystery of the Stars. It could also be said that it was the cooling period. Using a controllable example, Frost continued, "Half out of control, that is, a mysterious object in a chaotic state that is about to go out of control. This kind of half out of control existence is a very special state. Although it seems to be restrained, it does not mean that it is stable. Most of the mysterious items that possess the egotism attribute are considered to be half out of control. Only I, in other words, is to recognize a master." At this point, Frost suddenly thrust his hand into his own chest. But when he looked at Frost's chest again, he didn't see any blood coming out. Instead, he sensed a faint ripple of space energy coming from where Frost's hand touched Frost's chest. Frost dug into his chest several times, which was a horrifying sight for mortals. After a short while, Frost took out a pitch-black flute from his chest. Angor didn't want to use his alchemy eye to check the material of the flute. His eyes only saw a cold, bone-like object. The flute also looked as if it was carved out of a single piece. There were no other decorations or materials. It was simple, but Angor's taste as an alchemist gave him a unique sense of delicacy. When the flute appeared, Angor noticed that Frost didn't move at all, but the notes on the flute began to dance on their own. A strange melody with a beautiful tone that contained an absurd twist flowed out of the flute. Angor's mind was in a mess as he listened to the music. His body swayed as if an evil shadow was about to emerge from the depths of his mind. Just then, the music stopped abruptly. Angor looked up and saw Frost twirling the flute as if it was a pen. Then Frost clenched the flute tightly. The music stopped, and Frost held the flute tightly in his hand. Angor felt the evil shadow in his mind disappear, and the boiling evil thoughts calmed down. Angor looked at the flute in Frost's hand with fear. He already knew what the flute was. It must be the dark symphony that caused Roland's worst personality to appear. Angor still felt a lingering fear when he thought about the effect of the flute. He couldn't imagine how terrible it would be to have another evil personality in one's mind. As expected, Frost pointed at the flute and said, "This is the Dark Symphony. It's also a mystery item that's half out of control." Frost used the dark movement as an example to briefly explain what half out of control meant. The original meaning of half out meant that the item was still under control under certain circumstances. This special situation meant that the dark movement only recognized Frost and no one else. In other words, the Dark Symphony could only be controlled in Frost's hands. If Frost lost it or died, the item would go completely out of control. That's how it works. I'm the only one who can control it. Frost looked at the Dark Symphony as if he was looking at his lover. Basically, most mystery items that have the effect of recognizing a master are half out of control. However, half-out mystery items must be recorded by the order because they could go out of control in the near future and cause irreversible consequences. Frost looked at Angor and said, "Now you know why I went to Goman King to see the Crimson Crown, right? The Crimson Crown had the effect of recognizing a master. However, the magic array engraved on it was called Bloodline Retrace, which meant that the item would recognize a master through blood. Also, it was highly possible that the creator of the item created it himself, which had nothing to do with the mystery item itself. However, the item still had the effect of recognizing a master. No wonder Frost went to Goman King just to see the crown." Frost twirled the flute in his hand. "By the way, do you want to try the effect of the Dark Symphony?" Angor quickly shook his head. "No." Frost chuckled. "The effect of the Dark Symphony is to gather all the negative energy in your body and force the birth of the most evil personality. It's both good and bad for wizards. The evil personality will bring you great power, but you'll also lose control of your body. But don't forget, the Dark Symphony recognizes me as its master. As long as I give the order, even if the evil personality inside you is born, it will still be controlled by your main personality. This will give you a lot of power. Think about Roland. When the evil personality controls your body, you'll become much stronger. Are you sure you don't want it?" Angor remembered Roland telling him that the evil personality would only obey the orders of its master, which was Frost. Back then, Frost gave the evil personality an order: obey Goman King's order and protect the Crimson Crown. Do not lose it. If this order was changed to obey the orders of the main personality, it would indeed give him a lot of power. However, there was one thing to consider: the evil personality was controlled by Frost. In other words, if Angor gave birth to an evil personality, he would be controlled by Frost. Angor was still wary of Frost, so he didn't dare to agree. Frost saw Angor's expression and asked again, "You really don't want it?" "Actually, I saw a dark shadow inside your teacher's body. It seems to be an evil personality too. Even your teacher has it. Don't you want to give it a try?" Frost was trying to persuade Angor, but Angor still refused firmly. Frost didn't force Angor in the end. "Fine." Still, Sunder's words made Angor feel a little confused, especially when he mentioned the shadow inside his teacher's body. This reminded Angor of what happened in Midnight Sovereign. That shadow had a very different tone, personality, and voice, but they looked very similar to each other. Was he really Sunder's evil personality? Frost didn't bother him while Angor was deep in thought. When Angor came back to his senses, he saw Frost holding a cocktail glass in front of him. Seeing Angor looking at him, Frost picked up the empty glass and filled it up with some transparent liquid. It looked like ordinary water, but it emitted an alluring aroma. Angor felt as if the aroma was spreading from the depths of his mind space to every corner of his body. He wanted to drink it. This unprecedented thirst was about to overwhelm his rational mind. Angor closed his eyes and kept telling himself. But Frost handed him the glass. I prepared this for you. It'll be good for you at night. Frost's teasing words made Angor even more uneasy. Good for him at night? What? Could it be some kind of weird bar? No way, no way. It's delicious. Angor suddenly exclaimed as he tried to resist the wine. When he came back to his senses, he noticed that the glass in his hand was empty. There was also a sweet taste in his mouth. When did I drink it? His mind was against his will, but his body couldn't help it. Angor panicked. He quickly checked his body, fearing that something bad might happen to him. Don't worry, Frost suddenly said, the water is used to complement the wind. It won't do you any harm. If you don't believe me, check it with alchemy eye. Angor hesitated and used alchemy eye to check the remaining water in the glass. He could see the specific ingredients, and the unknown ones did not give him any negative feedback. So Frost's words were basically true, and there shouldn't be any major harm. The specific effects seemed to be similar to the effects of certain protective potions, and the effect of this cup of water was very short, only lasting for a day. He checked the remaining water in the cup and checked his body condition. He felt no discomfort and relaxed a little. Now that he thought about it, Frost had plenty of ways to kill him. He wouldn't use something as lowly as poison. Still, Angor was a little worried. He had to wait for the day to pass and see what would happen. Frost didn't mention the water again. He continued, all right, I'm half out of control now. Now, let's talk about the thing you care about the most, which is also my hunting target, out of control. When a mystery item goes out of control, it goes into a state of disorder similar to a virus. For this kind of mysterious object, as long as you meet the conditions for its invasion, you will enter its chaotic rhythm and eventually be assimilated by it. In short, a mysterious item that had gone out of control was equivalent to a terrifying disaster with strange characteristics. Once a person fell into it, he or she would be fighting against an unsolvable disaster. Angor was still a little confused. So your mission is to fight against the disaster and defeat it? Frost nodded, then shook his head. It's not that simple. Let me give you an example. Do you know why I came to Dark Castle? Frost didn't intend to let Angor answer his question. Instead, he continued, the reason for all this is because of a mystery item that went out of control. Not long ago, I was resting in a small world nearby. One day, I received a report from the Order Guild. According to the report, there was a mystery item that went out of control in a small world not far from where I was. This mysterious item that has lost control was named by the Order Guild as the Undead Reincarnation Chest. Frost gritted his teeth when he mentioned the word reincarnation, which reminded Angor of Frost's prelude to rebirth. Reincarnation. I don't like that name at all. So Frost felt uncomfortable because of the reincarnation of the box of reincarnation, but the word reincarnation reminded Angor of the empty display case he saw in the R&D department not long ago. According to Master Mitra, the box contained a mystery item that was once created by a member of the Research and Development Institute. According to the description on the display case, the item was temporarily named Box of Reincarnation. Did the Revenant's Box of Reincarnation have something to do with the Box of Reincarnation in the R&D department? Frost continued, according to the order, the Box of Reincarnation isn't a high-priority item. But that doesn't mean the box isn't powerful. It means that it's out of control, but there's only one way to invade it. For example, some of the great demon gods of the abyss could descend upon one's body as long as one chanted their true name in their mind. And this act of descending was actually an invasion of humanity. It was the same for mystery items that had gone out of control. Once some mystery items went out of control, they would invade humans under different conditions. For example, if someone did a certain action, the mystery item would invade them. Some people would be invaded by mysterious items when they said certain syllables when they spoke. This invasion meant that humans were being pulled into the chaotic rhythm of the mysterious entity. To put it in simpler terms, it was, welcome to my nightmare. Some mysterious things that had lost control could invade from anywhere. Even if you were on the other side of the universe, as long as you met certain conditions, you would be pulled into the chaotic rhythm of the mysterious things. The priority of retrieving such a mysterious item would be very high. As for the Revenant's box of reincarnation, there's only one condition for it to invade. It creates a special space around the small world it's in. As long as you enter the small world, you will be pulled into its chaotic rhythm. If you avoid the small world, you won't be invaded. Therefore, it's not a priority item. After explaining the priority items, Frost went back to the Revenant's box of reincarnation. After I received the news, I came to this small world as soon as I could to retrieve the lost object. Frost continued, retrieving a mystery item has great benefits. You'll know when you join the order, so I won't go into details. Since I didn't have any specific information about the box of reincarnation, I had to be invaded by it myself. So, I came to this small world. What happened next was a nightmare. Frost rubbed his forehead. He really didn't want to think about what happened. Is the box of rebirth really that powerful? Frost considered and nodded. It's not powerful because of the power level you know. It's because it can take away laws. Many lost objects have the ability to take away laws, or even change them. The box of reincarnation, on the other hand, takes away a special ability. This special perception ability allows you to sense the mind space, the spirit sea, the soul space, and so on. It's the ability to sense illusory spaces that have energy properties. Frost sighed. So now you should know what will happen to you once you enter the reincarnation box, right? I'll lose all my power. Angor was a little surprised. Not all of it. Your physical strength is still there. Generally speaking, the box of reincarnation is more suitable for bloodline wizards to retrieve, Frost continued. Losing your power is only the first hurdle after entering the reincarnation box. The true power of the reincarnation box lies behind. Frost went on to explain what happened inside the box of reincarnation. Angor finally understood why the box of reincarnation had the word undead in front of it, and why it was called box of reincarnation. After Frost entered the reincarnation box, not only did he lose his strength, but he was also dragged into a small dimension. There was only one scene in this dimension, and it was called Horror Monastery. There were many insane humans living in the Horror Monastery, as well as a lot of strange things. People who suddenly died, a room filled with strange noises at midnight, long whispers in his ears, stares that appeared out of nowhere. Why does it sound like a horror story? Angor frowned. It does. But it's not a story for me. It's a cycle that I have to go through. Frost sighed again. Do you know what's behind all these strange things? Undead? Angor asked. If he thought of this as a horror novel, he would either find it hard to predict people's minds, or it was the work of undead spirits. The word undead in front of the box of reincarnation reminded Angor of the undead spirits. Frost nodded. It is indeed the work of an undead. What I need to do is to solve all the mysteries and clues in this strange hour sky. I need to find this hidden undead and kill it. Kill it, and I can leave? Angor muttered. That doesn't sound too hard. Those strange things didn't require much skill. Even if it was an undead spirit, it shouldn't be too strong. It's not hard. It's just an ordinary undead spirit. Even if I lost all my power, I can still kill it with my body. However, after resolving the anomaly in this small spacetime, I entered another small spacetime. Angor was a little surprised. He finally understood why this place was called reincarnation. Frost, on the other hand, had experienced many small dimensions, such as the Monastery of Terror, the Vengeful Spirit Orphanage, the Ghost Town, and so on. None of them were difficult. However, during his 8th reincarnation, he encountered a strange scene, the Twilight Palace. I met a special undead spirit in the palace that was as strong as a half-legendary. The situation at that time was very difficult to endure. Frost didn't say how he did it, but it wasn't hard to imagine that turning from a normal undead to a special undead was already a huge improvement. It was impossible to predict what a special undead's abilities would be. Even more frightening was the fact that the special undead spirit was as strong as a half-legendary. Such a jump in power was simply unheard of. Frost continued his story. He realized that this so-called reincarnation didn't have any logic to it. It was all about luck. 1 second, it was a regular undead spirit, and the next second, it was a special undead spirit. The most terrifying part was that Frost mentioned the last stop of his reincarnation, the Tomb of Ancient Gods. In the Ancient Gods graveyard, Frost encountered a legendary-level fallen god undead and a group of half-legendary-level undead following him. Angor felt suffocated just thinking about it. I killed the fallen undead spirit, but I also lost my right arm, Frost said calmly. Frost calmly said, this was my 20th reincarnation. When the reincarnation ended, I received a reward and was kicked out of the reincarnation box. To Angor, it sounded like a game where Frost defeated all 20 scenarios and gave him a reward. Then the game was over. Then, this out-of-control object has also been successfully recovered? Frost shook his head. No, it's because I haven't found the core of this reincarnation chest, which is its main body. There was only one way to find the core of the box. Enter the box again, go through all the reincarnations, and look for that slim chance. Angor felt a chill down his spine as he listened to Frost's story. If he wanted to retrieve the box, he might have to go through a second reincarnation. His power was sealed, and he still had to face such a powerful undead spirit. I don't think I can find it the second time. Maybe a third, or a fourth, or even more. Frost sighed. Actually, the most annoying thing for Frost was not encountering powerful undead creatures, but the unknown test of every reincarnation. There were also hidden clues in every reincarnation scene. He was a mystery hunter, not a master of puzzles. And this is the runaway mystery item. That's what it means. See? Frost's description kept repeating in his mind. Ordinary undead creatures, special undead creatures, legendary undead creatures, and even the spirits of fallen deities were all here. If someone accidentally stepped into a mystery object like this, he or she would be trapped in one of the endless cycles. Not everyone was as powerful as Frost, able to pass through 20 cycles of reincarnation. Most people would only be assimilated by the cycle of reincarnation and become a part of it in the end. Angor couldn't even imagine if he could leave this chaotic box of reincarnation alive. The answer was no. Even if he had prelude to rebirth, it would be useless against legendary undead and fallen deity spirits. Most importantly, this mystery object that was out of order was like a landmine. If you didn't step on it, you wouldn't even know that there was an unexploded bomb hidden underneath. And once you stepped on it, you wouldn't know what would happen. According to Frost, there was more than one such mystery object. They could be found in different areas, and they all had different ways of triggering them. Once trapped, there was basically no way to escape. Only someone like Frost, who always targeted mystery objects, could escape from them. S3, but even mystery hunters don't have a high success rate in retrieving mystery objects, Frost sighed. You can only run when you're faced with an unsolvable mystery object. If you're faced with an unsolvable mystery object, you won't even have a chance to escape. An unsolvable mystery object? What's that? Angor asked curiously. Speaking of unsolvable runaway items, Frost seemed to have thought of something. There was an indescribable melancholy and sadness on his face. After a while, he replied, because of the confidentiality agreement, if you join the Order faction in the future, you will naturally know these secrets. The only thing I can tell you is that every single one of these unsolvable runaway objects has annihilated miracles. Destroyed a miracle? Angor did not know what to do at first. It took him a while before he looked up with disbelief in his eyes. Miracle of annihilation. Does that mean? Angor's voice trembled. You're right. That's what I meant. Frost nodded and said softly, let's change the topic. It's not a good thing that a wizard's memory is too good. Even a single word can make me overthink. Frost paused for a moment. Let's talk about the rewards from the reincarnation box. Like I said before, I came to Dark Castle because of this mystery item. This reward is the main reason I came to Dark Castle. Frost continued, the reward isn't that great. In fact, it's pretty bad. After I passed through 20 rounds of reincarnation and left the reincarnation box, a set of coordinates appeared in my mind. This is Dark Castle. Angor was still confused. Didn't they say he would get a reward? Just one coordinate point as a reward? What kind of reward was this? Frost said. The meaning of these coordinates doesn't refer to the location of the coordinates. Instead, it refers to what's at that location. Now do you understand what I mean? Angor recalled Isabel asking Frost if he was here for the Goman Queen. Frost's answer was affirmative. He was indeed here for Mandahila, and he even emphasized, I'm here to verify some things, and I've already gotten my answer. Angor didn't know what verify meant at first. But when he thought about the reward Frost received from the reincarnation box, he began to see the answer. The reincarnation box gave you Mandahila? Angor exclaimed. To be precise, it gave me the coordinates of a special undead creature, Frost said. 20 rounds of reincarnation and 1 coordinate? That doesn't make sense, Angor muttered. Well, it can't be helped. A mystery item that's out of control is already lucky enough to have a sense of reward. If I can retrieve the J, I'll give it to those old bastards in the guild. Maybe they'll just give me a special undead creature. Angor frowned. Should I return Mandahila J to you? Frost shook his head. No need. As I said, I'm only here to verify the reward from the reincarnation box. I'm not a soul manipulator, so I don't need a special undead creature. Angor sighed in relief at Frost's refusal. He hadn't studied Mandahila's data yet, and he didn't want to give it away just like that. Now he understood why Frost would show up in Dark Castle. Isabel thought Frost was here because of the relationship between the Goman Queen and Goman Queen, but that wasn't the case. It was all a coincidence. However, fate had added a trace of coincidence to this fated meeting. You just asked me if my mission is to fight against the calamity and then defeat it? Now you understand. My mission is to fight against the disaster, but to defeat it, that's too difficult. Frost sighed in his mind. He was trying to explain to Angor what it meant to lose control, but Frost was the one who had more to say. Frost calmed himself down and went back to the main topic. These are the 3 states of a mystery item according to its stability. Each of these states means that the item must have a higher level of G involvement. However, they only mean the G involvement of a mystery hunter, not the actual strength of the mystery item itself. Angor nodded. He had learned a lot from Frost's explanation. Frost didn't talk much about many topics, but Angor was able to see the true face of the wizarding world in a new light. These were the new worlds that Angor would explore in the future. S3, Angor was about to follow up Frost's question. How do you determine the strength of a mystery item? But before he could say anything, Frost said, let's end today's topic here. You'll have something else to worry about later. Frost said in a low voice, as if he was talking to himself. Before Angor could understand what he meant, Frost stood up and slowly put away the cardamom bottle on the table. The water I gave you before is called Black Randy water. It works well with cardamom. You'll know soon enough. Frost paused. I just escaped from the box of reincarnation, and I'm exhausted. I'll stay in Dark Castle for a while. I hope you'll reconsider my suggestion. The southern wizarding region is too barren. Going to the origin world will give you more room to grow. Before I leave Dark Castle, if you change your mind, feel free to come find me. With that, Frost turned around and left, leaving the confused Angor behind. Angor took out his notebook and began to write down everything Frost said. After that, he planned to check on Tower and Floral Sparrow in his bracelet. Then, he would go find Angor and meet Mandahila, who was trapped in the Gravity Garden. Angor's plan was perfect, but something unexpected always happened. He was just about to send his psychic tentacles out of his psychic sea, but before he could open an exit in his psychic sea, a spasm suddenly spread throughout his entire body. Without warning, Angor bowed down and collapsed on the sofa. His entire body was trembling, and blue veins were bulging on his forehead as if he was trying to hold something back. He felt as if his spirit sea was about to explode. Streaks of spirit sea rippled like a tidal wave, rising and falling. It wasn't just his spirit sea. The pain was spreading to other parts of his body. While he was still feeling unwell, he heard footsteps approaching him. Are you okay? There was a hint of urgency in his low and hoarse voice. It was none other than Sunders, who was dressed impeccably. Not long ago, Frost sent Sunders a voice transmission and asked him to check on Angor's condition. Sunders hesitated for a second and quickly came out. Sunders almost jumped out of his skin when he saw Angwar's condition. Angwar's body was trembling, and blue veins were bulging on his forehead. He could sense the energy inside Angwar's body, which was about to go out of control. What's going on? Did he do something to you? While speaking, Sunders activated his Eye of Truth to check Angwar's condition. However, when he took a closer look at Angwar's body, his expression suddenly changed. There was no sign of energy going out of control inside Angwar's body. Instead, Angwar's aura was growing stronger and stronger. Sunders couldn't see Angwar's spirit sea, but he was sure that Angwar's spirit sea was expanding rapidly. Angwar's spirit sea was the source of the aura. Not only his spirit sea, but his mind space was also undergoing drastic changes. Sunders clearly sensed that the amount of primal mana around him had suddenly increased. And it was definitely not something an apprentice could handle. This was the sign of a breakthrough. Sunders smelled the lingering fragrance of carom wind in the air and realized what was going on. When he returned to his room, he already noticed that his mana pool was expanding. After a bit of training, he could already see the growth. Just as Kimberly said, carom wind could strengthen one's mana pool. If Sunders could do that, Angwar's mana pool would be even stronger. Besides, Angwar had stayed in the hall for a long time, so he must have been influenced by carom wind for a long time. When Angwar created his first spell slot in the Whalebone Sea, he was already on the verge of breaking through to the next level. Now, with the help of carom wind, he was on the verge of breaking through. Breaking through to become an official magus was the most important step in any acolyte's life. Sunders already told Angwar to prepare for the breakthrough as soon as possible. He didn't expect carom wind to cause such an early breakthrough. Angwar felt like he was being soaked in cold water, then hot water. His brain felt like it was being stirred into a paste. He didn't know how long this lasted until a strange ripple entered his spirit sea. The ripple was like a mountain mist that blew away the mist, or a ray of sunlight that pierced through the dark clouds. It illuminated Angwar's chaotic mind with a gentle light. Angwar could feel his brain slowly calming down. At the same time, he heard Sunders' voice. "You're awake? Your spirit sea is expanding. I had to use the spirit concentration scroll to keep you awake for a while. Also, have you prepared the spirit movement potion?" When he looked up, he saw Sunders standing beside him with his cane pointing at an old parchment scroll. The scroll was releasing faint energy waves that were trying to invade his spirit sea. It was this energy wave that gave Angwar a glimmer of light in his muddled mind. Angwar was still looking around in a daze. "If you're going to break through now, come back to your senses." Sunders' voice was calm, but Angwar's heart skipped a beat when he heard the words. Breakthrough? What breakthrough? He couldn't help but look into his mind space. Earlier, he sensed that something was wrong with his spirit sea, which caused his mind space to be affected as well. Now, when he focused on his mind space, he was surprised to find that his mind space had undergone a drastic change. His mind space seemed to have come alive. It was originally dark and chaotic, but at this moment, it became bright. It was as if there was a source of light shining in all directions. Under the light, lines of strange patterns appeared in his mind space. Angwar could see them clearly in his vision. He was familiar with them. They were the axes of the universe. However, this was the first time the axes of the universe had shown themselves. Not only did his mind space become brighter, but his mana pool that was connected to his spirit model also changed. Just like an inflated balloon, the mana source was constantly expanding. And the expansion was increasing at a visible speed. If the mana pool was not stopped, there would only be two outcomes. One, the mana pool would reach its limit and explode, and the other, it would undergo a qualitative change and become a new mana pool, and this step of qualitative change meant a breakthrough. Sunders was right. It really was a breakthrough, and he had reached the threshold of breaking through. When Angwar sensed the change in his mana pool, he remembered Frost's mysterious words when he was leaving not long ago. "You'll have to worry about other things later." Angwar did not know what other things meant at that time. But now, the answer was self-explanatory. Frost was probably talking about his breakthrough. Angwar connected many things together and realized that the sudden change in his mana pool must have something to do with coarse wind. Perhaps Frost saw that Angwar was about to reach the threshold, so he decided to help Angwar with Nuke. For someone at Frost's level, becoming a wizard from an apprentice was not a big deal, so he decided to help Angor out of convenience. Angor was planning to break through soon, but he did not want to do it in such a hurry. The spirit concentration scroll can't hold on much longer. I'll ask you again. Have you prepared the spirit actuation potion? If you're not ready, give up. Sunder's voice echoed in Angor's ears. Giving up was simple. Drain the mana in one's mana pool and cut off one's spirit tentacles to let his spirit sea recover. However, Sunders felt that it would be a waste to give up now. For one thing, a large amount of pure mana would enter one's mana pool, and the mana pool itself would naturally expand under the influence of coarse wind. This was a perfect opportunity to break through, which would greatly increase the success rate. For another thing, giving up on a breakthrough was usually very difficult. Once given up, it would be difficult to break through again in a short time. Also, it would be a great blow to the person who broke through. It might even become an inner demon. Sunders believed that Angor was already at the threshold of breaking through. If he could use this chance to break through, it would be a good thing. Angor knew how important this was. He forced himself to calm down and thought quickly. I prepared the spirit actuation potion. But I didn't get the ancient silver flower. The flower was used when one's mana pool turned into a whirlpool. When that happened, a large amount of chaotic mana would fill one's mind space, which would affect one's mana whirlpool. With the ancient silver flower, one would be able to repel the chaotic mana to maintain the shape of the whirlpool and prevent it from being affected. This was something all acolytes would prepare for when they became official adepts. This was because the mana origin mana whirlpool was the core of a breakthrough. He had to ensure that nothing would go wrong. Sunders frowned. You're right. Ancient silver flowers are necessary for other wizards. But what you practice is channeling method, which is the best in the southern region. It will greatly increase your sensitivity to changes in the mind space. Once there is a chaotic magic power, as long as you correct it in time, you won't need the ancient silver flower. Even if your mana whirlpool is affected, it won't affect you much as a whole. In the process of breaking through, try not to use any external forces, especially the most important ones. This way, you'll have more potential in the future. The ancient silver flower was involved in the most important part of the process, the mana whirlpool. It would be best if one could avoid using it. When Sunders became a wizard, he only used potions and supplementary materials in the unimportant early stages. He forced himself through the most important parts. He did not use the ancient silver flower either. Sunders made it clear that he should avoid using the flower as much as possible. Sunders looked at Angor again. Is there anything else you need? Angor remained silent. He still needed a bottle of Snow Orchid Potion. Snow Orchid Potion was an enhanced version of White Orchid Potion. The effect of the White Orchid Potion was to increase the chances of breaking through the barrier. As for the Snow Orchid Potion, it could also increase the chances of breaking through to an official magus. For most magi, this was something they couldn't do without. However, Angor knew that if he told Sunders that he needed a bottle of Snow Orchid Potion, Sunders would only sneer at him. Wizards who used Snow Orchid Potion to break through would lose all their potential. Let alone becoming a truth finder, it would be difficult for them to break through again. However, not using it did not mean not preparing for it. Many wizards never thought about using Snow Orchid Potion during their breakthroughs, but they still prepared it. If something went wrong during the breakthrough, at least the potion could help them. That was why Sunders prepared the potion just in case. However, Angor did not say anything in the end. His goal was not to become a regular wizard. If he really used Snow Orchid Potion, he would only become an ordinary wizard in the future. He might as well not use it at all. Since the arrow was already knocked on the string, he could only press forward with an indomitable will. He would not be afraid even if his bones were crushed. That's all, Angor said seriously. Sunders gave Angor a thoughtful look. Then get ready. I'll watch over you. Remember, your channeling method is the strongest, and this is the best time for you to break through. This is not the end. It's only the beginning. Angor's body, soul, and energy had all reached the required level, or even exceeded it. It looked like a hasty breakthrough, but Sunders thought it was just right. Angor was already well prepared. Without external help, he might fall into a cycle of anxiety, where he was ready, but he would always worry that he was not good enough, which would lead him to do unnecessary things that would waste his time. Now, he made this move. Not only did he get out of the cycle of anxiety, but he also had carved wind to strengthen his mana pool. This was the best chance. Unlike Sunders, Angor didn't think too much about it. He didn't care if this was the best time or not. He had already tossed aside all these complicated thoughts and focused all his attention on the changes in his body. He had been preparing for a long time so that he could break through as soon as possible. The breakthrough this time was a little unexpected, but when it came to the actual breakthrough, he quickly recalled all the information he had prepared. The spirit concentration scroll will last for 1 more minute. Use this time to adjust your body's balance and reach your best condition. Only then will you break through. While speaking, Sunders quickly tore open a spatial rift. Dark Castle wasn't the best place to break through. It wasn't because there were outsiders here that might affect Angor's breakthrough. It was because Dark Castle was located in the inner world, which was known for its rich and active primal mana. Even wizards who meditated in the inner world would have to be careful not to be attacked by the primal mana. Besides, he needed more primal mana to break through than when he was meditating. If he was affected by the environment and failed the breakthrough, it would be an unexpected disaster. Among the 3 worlds in Fairy World, the surface world had the lowest concentration of primal mana. However, the inner world's mana was too active, to the point that it became violent. Therefore, the best place to break through was the middle world between the 2 worlds. After locating the coordinates, Sunders brought Angor to the middle world. Some of the Dark Castle members frowned when they saw Sunders' departure. Most of Dark Castle's buildings on the surface were destroyed, so many wizards and apprentices were sent to the surface world. Some of them were there to discuss the reconstruction of Dark Castle, while the rest of the apprentices were there to search for useful materials on the surface. They were there to prevent the ruins from being destroyed again. Isabella, who looked pale and weak, was in charge of the reconstruction. Isabella was talking to the wizards below and explaining some of her ideas. However, as she was talking, she suddenly frowned. How arrogant. You just tore a spatial rift in Soul Realm. Isabella looked down with a terrible expression. Her background music also changed from the sound of calm breathing to a rapid and high-pitched scream. What Sunders did was tantamount to breaking out of a guest's house without telling the host. Not only was he rude, but in Isabella's eyes, he was extremely arrogant. The other wizards also sensed the space ripple and showed angry expressions. They did not like Sunders' plan at all. Isabella's figure flashed as she prepared to go to the Soul Society. However, at this moment, there was another person in front of Isabella. It was Kimberly from the Fantasy Forest on her head. Kimberly's expression was also very serious, but her seriousness was different from Isabella's. There was a hint of surprise and absent-mindedness in her eyes. Why are you stopping me? Dark Castle hasn't officially established a friendship with Phantom Island yet, and you're already on their side? Isabella glared at him coldly. Kimberly said, forming a friendship is another matter. It's not Mr. Phantom's fault. Isabella asked, you don't blame him? He opened a space rupture in the Soul Society. Do you think Dark Castle is to blame? Isabella's words combined with her angry shouts made her look quite intimidating. Her words made the other adepts nod in agreement. Some of them even wondered if Lady Kimberly had really left Dark Castle as Isabella had guessed, since she had not returned for so many years. Just as the atmosphere was in a stalemate, a figure with a cold aura appeared nearby. Isabella, Kimberly is telling the truth. Isabella looked up and saw that it was her mentor, Isabel. Isabella's aura was much weaker in front of her teacher. The background music also calmed down. However, she still sounded angry. But he broke the rules. Isabel looked at Isabella quietly. After a while, she whispered, has your perception decreased that much? Isabella was puzzled. She did not understand what her teacher meant. Isabella continued, it's true that Sunders didn't do it on purpose. Why? Isabella wasn't the only one who was confused. The other wizards were confused as well. Natural Karam, Kimberly explained, have you forgotten? What do you think will happen to Angor when he's exposed to it all the time? What will happen to Angor? Isabella tried to recall Angor's condition. Angor was already a top-level apprentice. If Karam caused his mana pool to expand further. Isabella looked up in disbelief. You're saying he's going to break through? Kimberly nodded. Isabella looked into the sky as if she could see through the dark clouds and see what was happening in Midworld. She looked a little emotional. After a while, she said softly, "Now, you should understand why he tore space and left this place, right?" Isabella remained silent. Indeed, she would have done the same thing if she was in Sunder's shoes. However, in Isabella's heart, she did not have much understanding after knowing the truth. Instead, she was more surprised, doubtful, and then angry, jealous, and indignant. Isabella shook her head when she saw Isabella's grim expression. "I thought you'd change after what happened. But it seems you still have a long way to go." Isabella pulled herself back from her thoughts and lowered her head. I'm just surprised." Isabel didn't say anything else. She was actually very surprised, but she wasn't jealous. She was more emotional. Angor was just a naive kid when she first met him. Yet he became so powerful in just a few years. This was probably the fastest achievement in the history of the Southern Wizarding region in the past 1,000 years. He might even be as good as some of the most talented wizards in Origin World. If Angor could really break through, he would be one of the top wizards in Origin World at such a young age. Not to mention, his alchemy skills were there for all to see. However, Angor still needed to break through first. At this moment, although everyone's emotions were different, they all had the same question. Can he really break through? Angor did not know what the Dark Castle people were thinking. At this time, he was not far from the Soul Genesis Garden in the Middle World. This was the path he took when he sneaked into Dark Castle with Shadow. There was a dome above his head that could protect him from the monsters. The concentration of primal mana was also high and stable. This was definitely the best place to break through. Angor already sensed the weakening effect of the spirit concentration scroll. Without hesitation, he took out a spirit shift potion and gulped it down. Then he closed his eyes and began his breakthrough. Sunders did not say anything after seeing Angor's action. He jumped several hundred meters away and waited for the result. Although the spirit movement potion was a water potion, when it entered the throat, it turned into a cool and refreshing energy. It was like a mouthful of ice water on a hot summer day. It didn't make people feel cold, but instead, it made people feel comfortable. The energy did not stay in Angor's body. Instead, it slowly climbed up his head and entered his spirit sea. Before this, Angor only dared to observe his mind space. He did not dare to touch his spirit sea because it was very unstable during the breakthrough process. Previously, it was stabilized by the spirit concentration scroll. Now, with the help of the spirit shift potion, Angor dared to peek into the secret of his spirit sea. Earlier, Angor sensed that his spirit sea was in chaos. It was rising and falling like tides. Now, as he expected, his spirit sea was not only in chaos, but also showing signs of collapsing. If Angor's spirit sea was compared to a real ocean, it would be like a hurricane or a series of earthquakes. It was no longer enough to describe the turbulence of the sea. It was almost as bad as the illusions in ocean rhythm. It was the end of the world. Under the influence of such a chaotic and terrible spirit sea, anyone would probably feel dizzy and mentally deranged. Even wizards could not avoid it. This was why the spirit shift potion was needed. The spirit shift potion was the first step in a wizard's breakthrough. It was also a very important step. During the breakthrough process, the spirit sea would keep expanding until the end of the process. Once the spirit sea was expanded, it would become chaotic like this. The changes in the spirit sea would directly affect the wizard's thinking ability. The spirit shift potion showed its effect. It could prevent the spirit sea from affecting one's mind. After using the spirit shift potion, a wizard could temporarily put the expansion of his spirit sea aside and focus on his breakthrough. Besides, the spirit shift potion was only a supplement. It did not affect the expansion of the spirit sea, so using it would not affect one's potential. This was why every apprentice would prepare the spirit shift potion when they were about to break through. When the spirit shift potion's cooling energy soothed his spirit sea, Angor could clearly feel that his chaotic spirit sea was separated by a layer of membrane. The uncomfortable feeling still came in waves, but it no longer affected his thinking ability. If the breakthrough could be compared to a battle, it would be a battle in which everyone was besieged on all sides. Once the breakthrough was decided, Angor would have to face 4 different battlefields. He had to eliminate the conflicts in each of them in order to achieve immortality and become a wizard. The 4 battlefields were the body, the soul, the spirit, and the mind space. The first one was the spirit sea, which was also the easiest one to deal with. With the help of the spirit actuation potion, Angor could temporarily ignore the spirit sea's influence on the breakthrough. And the second to start clamoring was the mental space. With the help of the spirit actuation potion, Angor temporarily stabilized the problem of his spirit expansion. Now, he focused on his mind space. If the expansion of the spirit sea was the horn of war, then the mana vortex in his mind space was the beginning of the war. If he was determined to break through, he would have to take the initiative and open up his mana pool to alter the mana vortex. In his mind space, which was much brighter than before, Angor focused on the mana pool connected to his spirit model. Under the influence of the wind, his mana pool had expanded to an unimaginable size. Angor waited patiently. When his mana pool was about to explode, it would be time for him to open up his mana pool. Time passed. Angor read some records before. Many apprentices relied on absorbing primal mana for this step. In about 15 minutes, their mana pool would reach its limit. With a little calculation, Angor could figure out the limit of his mana pool's capacity. However, his mana pool had been holding mana for more than half an hour already. Due to his different channeling method, his mana pool was already much larger than ordinary apprentices. After such a long time of accumulation, his mana pool was more than twice as large as the average apprentice's. There were pros and cons to this situation. Before the vortex, the bigger the mana pool, the stronger the vortex, the more mana he could control, and the faster the conversion rate of primal mana would be. However, this only saved him some time. Once the breakthrough was completed, an ordinary mana vortex could also reach the same height after some training. Also, if the mana pool was too large before the vortex, it would cause a greater danger during the process. This was because when the vortex was formed, the energy would constantly dissipate, and this dissipated energy would cause great damage to the mind space. If he didn't have the ancient silver flower, he would have had to spend a lot of energy dealing with the scattered energy, which would have been an unnecessary risk. But there was nothing he could do. He didn't dare to touch it before his mana pool reached its limit. Unless he decided not to break through and went to remove the mana in his mana source. Otherwise, he could only wait patiently for his mana pool to swell to a critical point. Meanwhile, Sunders was observing the situation from afar. He couldn't see what was happening inside Angor's mind space, but based on his experience and the energy ripples nearby, he could tell that Angor hadn't reached the vortex stage yet. In other words, his mana pool had yet to reach its true limit. For Sunders, the more mana pool he had, the better. However, this was also a double-edged sword. Especially during a breakthrough, it was very easy to cause a deviation in the final result. Moreover, half an hour had already passed. Sunders couldn't imagine how large Angor's mana pool was now. Once the vortex was formed, Angor's mana capacity and efficiency would be comparable to a mid-level level 1 wizard. However, the stronger the mana pool, the more worried Sunders became. He was confident that Angor would be able to break through without the ancient silver flower. However, he was not sure if Angor could survive the mana vortex without the ancient silver flower. Apart from this, Sunders had another thought in mind. Angor's channeling method was singularity dispersive meditation. But it was slightly different from the one he used before. Sunders didn't see Angor using the 36-dimensional space coordinate system localization method, so it was still very different from the original version. Even so, Angor's mana pool was still so strong. Sunders couldn't imagine how terrifying the final result would be if someone really followed singularity dispersive meditation's method. Of course, he didn't think any apprentice could do it. The 36-dimensional space coordinate system localization method required too much computing power for an apprentice. On the other side, Angor waited for about 45 minutes. His mana pool, which had expanded to almost the same size as his spiritual model, finally began to enter the critical range. At first, Angor was worried about how to deal with the mana vortex. However, when his mana pool grew so large, he no longer worried about it. With this size, he would either make a fortune or fall into the mud. Instead of worrying about it now, he should focus on breaking through. When a crack appeared on the outer shell of his mana pool, Angor realized something. The time had come. If his mana pool kept growing, he would have to drink a second bottle of spirit actuation potion. For other apprentices, 45 minutes was more or less the end of the breakthrough. Success or failure was already determined. But Angor was just getting started. When the crack on his mana pool grew bigger, Angor quickly activated his spirit model and used the method recorded in Singularity Dispersive Meditation to open up his mana pool. As the energy contained in his spirit model was added, the outer shell of his mana pool blossomed like a flower and turned into energy particles, which were absorbed into his mind space. These energy particles would stabilize his mind space and give him more time to proceed with this crucial step. Mana vortex. Angor put on a serious expression and focused his mind. He no longer paid attention to any information from the outside world. Now that his mana pool was broken, the vortex had begun. It was an irreversible process. When he reached this stage, he would either successfully transform his vortex and become a wizard, or he would fail and fall from the clouds and become a pile of mud. From now on, there was no turning back. No regrets. As the outer shell of his mana pool dissipated, only a ball of pure, faintly glowing energy remained under his spirit model. The energy was so large that even Angor himself was surprised by its purity and quantity. Because of the convergence, this mass of energy didn't start to run amok and was still stable. However, if Angor did not turn the energy into a mana vortex soon, it would run amok in his mind space, which would greatly increase his failure rate. More than half of apprentices failed at this step. Vortex was a process with a fixed result, but everyone's vortex was different. For example, the 36-dimensional space coordinate positioning method had a different mind space for everyone, so there was no accurate reference. To use this method, one had to calculate it himself. As for the 36-dimensional space coordinate positioning method, even a wizard would need a long time to calculate it, let alone an apprentice. This was why apprentices could not use this method. Vortex was the same. Every apprentice had a different mana pool, so the energy left in the vortex was also different. Sparse, dense, pure, or not, total mana pool, changes in nature, and so on. Therefore, in order to create a vortex, every apprentice had a different way of operating it. This stage was a test of the apprentice's knowledge. Did you know enough about energy? If you did not know enough or could not react fast enough, the energy would dissipate at an unimaginable speed. In the end, your mind space would become a mess, and there would be no way to fix it. Angor was not only lucky on his path of cultivation, but his talent was also valued by Sunders. He was more sensitive about energy than ordinary apprentices. Otherwise, Sunders would not have asked him to prepare for the breakthrough. When Angor saw the energy, he did not panic. Instead, he began to observe the energy. It was like an exam. Examine the question, analyze the data, determine the solution, and then enter the final stage. This was something every apprentice had to go through. For other people, their energy clusters were not large, so they could quickly observe the pattern of energy circulation and then immediately calculate the vortex. But Angor was different. He had too much energy, and it took him longer to complete one cycle than others, which meant he had to spend more time observing. Angor had already lost track of time. When he was about to confirm the vortex, he glanced at the energy pool and sighed in relief. The energy pool was still in an aggregated state and did not dissipate, which meant he did not spend too much time on it. According to the records he read, some apprentices already had a large amount of energy dissipating when they decided on the vortex. Compared to other apprentices, Angor might need more time, but he did not make any mistakes so far. The vortex was his top priority. Angor quickly went through his mind to make sure nothing went wrong. Then, he began to work on the energy pool. First, he had to form the seed of his mana whirlpool. Next, when the energy pool entered the rhythm of the seed, it would gradually rotate and become the initial form of a mana whirlpool. When the initial form of the mana whirlpool was formed, he had to stabilize it. The steps were simple, but the process was not. And it was not a single process. did Angor think he could do it by focusing on the mana whirlpool? Of course not. During this process, his soul space and body would be affected as well. In other words, including his mind space and spirit sea, the conflict between 4 battlefields would begin at the same time. Angor's heart skipped a beat when he saw a small, spinning sphere with a faint red glow entering the energy cluster. The sphere inside the energy cluster was the mana whirlpool seed Angor created. Angor did a lot of calculations and simulations in his mind, but he still felt a little nervous when the mana whirlpool seed actually entered the energy cluster. Every step of the mana origin vortex was crucial. If there was a problem at any step, there would be a deviation and he would fall into a spiral of failure. Countless apprentices fell at this step one after another. No one could guarantee that they would not end up as a failure. Even geniuses would not be treated well. Even the slightest mistake would cause them to be pushed to the shallows. There were 3 things to consider after the mana whirlpool seed entered the energy cluster. First, could the mana whirlpool seed merge with the energy cluster's rotation rhythm? Angor carefully observed the red sphere and noticed that it did not match the energy cluster's rotation rhythm. For a brief moment, the energy cluster and the red sphere's rotation rhythm was disrupted. This was a crucial step. If the 2 sides could not adjust to the same rhythm quickly, the energy would escape. Once the energy escaped, not only would Angor have to spend a lot of effort to control it, but it would also destabilize the structure of the energy cluster, which would lead to more energy escaping. Normally speaking, the energy would escape from the mana whirlpool. However, the later it happened, the less it would affect the wizard's progress. Angor became even more nervous when he sensed the disrupted rhythm between the energy cluster and the red sphere. He silently counted down to 5 in his mind. Normally speaking, if the 2 could not reach the same rhythm within 5 seconds, the energy would escape. When he reached 2, the red sphere, or the mana whirlpool seed, paused for a moment and began to rotate according to the energy cluster's rhythm. 1 round. 2 rounds, 3 rounds. Nothing happened for several rounds, and no energy escaped either. Angor felt a little relieved. He not only completed the step that troubled countless apprentices, but also achieved it perfectly. He had laid a good foundation for his progress. This foundation meant that when the mana whirlpool seed and the energy cluster moved at the same pace, the seed itself would attract energy and reduce the possibility of energy escaping. This was to pave the way for the second step of the mana whirlpool seed. The first step was to assimilate the mana whirlpool seed into the energy cluster's rotation rhythm. The second step was to let the mana whirlpool seed enter its own rhythm and lead the energy cluster into a new rhythm, which would eventually turn into a mana whirlpool embryo. There was nothing he could do to stop them from doing so. Before the mana whirlpool seed entered the energy cluster, Angor had to prepare for the second step. Once the mana whirlpool seed entered the energy cluster, he would not regret his decision. It all depended on the result. However, Angor's decision did not mean he had nothing to do in this step. If one thought of becoming a wizard story, the expansion of one spirit sea expansion was the main plot, mana whirlpool was the main plot, and the transformation of one's body was a subplot to acquire treasure items. In the 3rd battlefield of the Breakthrough campaign, the Land of Souls, the horn was blown. Midworld, outside the dome. The originally pitch-black sky was suddenly illuminated by an orange light. The orange light shone through the dome like a burning flame, which made Angor's already chiseled face look even more mysterious. Sanders raised his head and glanced at him. A flock of flamingos had arrived at the dome without him noticing. There were thousands of blazing lava birds, and when they gathered together, they looked like a cloud of fire. They flapped their fiery red wings and circled around the dome several times. They seemed to have discovered the 2 living humans inside the dome. However, since they could not break through the dome, the flamingos had no choice but to disappear into the twilight. The flamingos were the first group of visitors. The second group soon arrived, but there was only one of them. It was a 30-meter-tall magic giant. Unlike the flamingos, this magic giant did not leave after realizing that it could not break through the dome. This magic giant was lying on the dome like a curious baby. It opened its eyes wide and observed the only 2 living humans inside the dome apart from the Soul Genesis garden. Sanders frowned a little. He knew that the magic giant could not break through the dome. However, the magic giant's malicious gaze was also an external influence. Sunders considered and tapped the air with his walking stick. A tiny door appeared out of thin air. As the door opened, someone cried out in surprise. A small figure fell out of the door without any warning. It was a little person, which meant little. He was only about the size of a palm. He was wearing a silver knight's armor, and his face was covered by a helmet. They were 20 meters above the ground. If he fell to the ground directly, he would suffer a devastating impact. At this critical moment, the little knight picked up the whistle and blew it. A pink piglet flew out from the open door and turned into a pink lightning bolt, quickly catching the little knight. After catching the knight, the piglet tried to run through the door. However, after flying for a short distance, he crashed into a barrier. Crocox. A hoarse voice reached the piglet knight's ears. He quickly looked back and saw that it was the terrifying wizard he had been observing earlier. Esteemed Sir Adept, I didn't mean to observe you. If I said I was just passing by, would you believe me? The flying boar knight weakly said something that even he didn't believe. Sunders did not answer. Instead, he changed the topic. I don't care what you did. Now, go to Dark Castle and find Isabel. Tell her to find a way to expel the magic giant outside. Sunders pointed outside the dome. He could kill the magic giant himself, but it was not necessary. Besides, he would break the dome, which would seriously affect Dark Castle. After all, the dome was here to protect the Soul Genesis Garden. Of course, he could also break space and go outside. However, doing so would not only waste casting materials, but also create ripples that would affect Angor's progress. It was not a wise choice. That was why Sunders summoned the Piglet Knight who had been observing him. The Piglet Knight's talent, gate opening, would not cause too much ripples, and it would not affect Angor's progress. After making sure the Piglet Knight nodded, Sunders released the cage and let him go. When the Piglet Knight left, a strange ripple came from Angor's body. Sunders raised an eyebrow and looked at Angor. His soul is also entering the tide stage? Sunders pondered. Looks like the second step of the Mana Whirlpool Seed is coming soon. I wonder how much energy Angor has left. Can he still hold on? Sunders knew that Angor had entered the Trial of Soul Land. Following that, there would be a physical test. Still, Sunders was not worried about Angor's safety. With a special soul and a body that was comparable to a bloodline adept's, if he couldn't pass these two tests, then the other adepts should just give up. What worried Sunders more was the battlefield in his mind space. Without the ancient silver flower, would Angor be able to handle the energy that was even more terrifying than the ones he was looking for? Angor did not think about whether he could hold on or not. At least for now, he did not need to worry about it. His Mana Whirlpool Seed had not released any energy yet. Angor was a little surprised. According to his calculations, there was a 40% chance that more than one strand of energy would escape before the Mana Whirlpool Seed fused with the energy whirlpool. Angor was already prepared to split his attention to control the energy, but the process went smoothly. So far, the energy whirlpool was still intact. It was spinning around the Mana Whirlpool Seed and moving steadily toward the final stage. What Angor was facing now was not the battlefield in his mind space. Instead, he was going through the trials of storms in Soul Land. This was the battlefield of Soul Land, the Soul Land storm. It was not called a storm. It was more like waves of soul energy that came from the depths of Soul Land. Soul Land was an illusion. Similar to the spirit sea and mind space, it seemed to exist inside the body, but it was more like an existence that transcended dimensions. There were many secrets to Soul Land. For example, soul manipulators sought restless peace and eternal consciousness, which was the result of exploring the secrets of Soul Land. Among all the secrets, there was one that all wizards would try to understand. It was the soul storm that happened when one became a wizard. In other words, it was a qualitative change in one's soul. Waves of soul energy came from nowhere and began to wash over one's soul. If one's soul was strong enough to withstand the attack, it would undergo a qualitative change. The change was difficult to describe, but the final result could be called a wizard-level soul. Under the scouring of these waves, it was as if the soul was rising and falling in a storm. It was even possible that it would be blown away and scattered. This was why it was called Soul Land Storm. It was a test of one's soul. Wizards were supernatural beings who developed in all aspects. If one did not pay enough attention to his or her soul, he or she would be washed away into the endless abyss like an impurity in a great wave. Suddenly, he heard a strange noise coming from the depths of the dark and chaotic soul realm. Angor knew that a soul storm was coming. It was like a long river of stars flowing from the dark universe. From the faint starlight at the beginning to the dazzling brilliance at the end, it only took a very short time to go from the distant and boundless place to the resting place of souls. When this starry river, created by soul power, illuminated the soul realm like a dream, it was also the moment when Hun Difeng's ferocious face was revealed. As the light scattered, the river of stars stirred up a storm and rushed toward the peaceful soul realm. This meant that a new battle had begun. In the beginning, the soul was still safe and sound in the storm. But later, the storm grew stronger and stronger, and the soul was blown into the sky and began to dance with the storm. Sometimes it rose, sometimes it fell, sometimes it rose, sometimes it fell. Only by enduring the storm could one's soul undergo a qualitative change. Once the soul was pushed into the depths of the darkness by the storm, not to mention the failure of the breakthrough, only death awaited. Of course, he could also use soul calming potion, calming soup of Kalia, and other external items to help him. However, his soul would not be able to experience the storm's cleansing, and it would not be able to evolve. In the end, even if he could survive the storm and become a wizard, his potential would be limited, and he would never be able to reach the next level. This was why Angor moved away the green velvet around the soul realm when the storm began. He had to face the storm with his soul. His soul was dancing with the storm, but he did not feel too uncomfortable. Instead, he felt comfortable. Maybe the storm is not too strong at first, and it can still expel the impurities in my soul? Angor guessed. He did not dare to relax and waited for a stronger storm to come. While Angor was fighting against the soul storm, something else was happening in the outside world. A buzzing noise came from outside the dome. Sunders looked up and saw a beam of light coming from the darkness. It was a floating ghost ship that was slowly approaching the giant moon. With the appearance of the specter ship, the demonic origin giant that was originally lying on the dome and peering inside suddenly seemed to have sensed something, and directly ran away. Sunders raised an eyebrow and muttered the name, Sky Ghost Ship. The ghost ship stopped above the dome. Sunders could clearly see a white-haired woman standing on the deck and looking at him through the light barrier. It was Isabel, the Lord of Twilight. Sunders did not expect Isabel to find a sky ghost ship to expel the magic giant. Sky ghost ships were a means of transportation in Midworld, as well as public property owned by the Wizard Alliance in Fairy Town. They had great deterrence, power, and great mobility. They could even be called sky warships. Shadow knew where Soul Genesis Garden was because he saw it when he used a sky ghost ship to patrol around Midworld. The Sky Ghost ship was usually managed by several wizard organizations under the jurisdiction of the Wizard Alliance of Fairy Town. However, Dark Castle had given up the right to manage the ship for a long time. Sunders did not expect Isabel to find a Sky Ghost ship now. How did she do it? Meanwhile, on the ghost ship outside the dome, Kimberly, who had the fantasy forest above her head, was looking at the ghost ship captain who was being threatened by Isabella with a big smile. It was an old wizard from Silent Hill. He was furious, but he could not find any words to refute Isabel's unreasonable behavior. We've given up the Sky Ghost ship for almost 600 years. It's time to take it back, Isabel said. The old wizard was furious. He knew that the Lord of Twilight had returned to the southern wizarding region, and he knew that Dark Castle would ask for the right to manage the ship. But why did Isabel tell him now? Go talk to the core members of several organizations, threatening him and intercepting the ship? Was she trying to start a war with Silent Hill? Sunders watched the old wizard with bloodshot eyes, but he did not dare to say anything. Kimberly stepped forward and explained with a smile, we need to borrow the ship for something. We're not robbing it. But we're patrolling Midworld with our apprentices. The old wizard pointed to the side of the deck. Kimberly turned around and saw dozens of apprentices huddled together, shivering. They lowered their heads and didn't dare to speak. Judging from their attire, they were all apprentices from Silent Hill. Don't worry. We're only here for a while. It won't be long. Kimberly smiled. Besides, it's not bad for them. They can witness the birth of a wizard. It's a good experience for them. Witness the birth of a wizard? The old wizard was surprised. An apprentice from Dark Castle is about to become a wizard? I wish he's from Dark Castle, but he's not. Kimberly looked regretful. The old sorcerer thought for a moment and went to the side of the ship to look down. Through the dome, the first thing he saw was a handsome man with cold eyes. Phantom. Phantom Master? The old wizard's heart skipped a beat. He did not expect to see such a killer here. He paused for a moment and suddenly thought of something. If Phantom Master was here, then who was the one who became an official wizard? Was it someone from Phantom Island? He turned around and saw a blonde young man sitting not far from Sunders with his eyes closed. There was a faint energy aura around him. Angor? The old wizard yelled in shock. He turned around and looked at Kimberly in shock. Is he the one who's going to become an official wizard? Who else could it be other than him? Kimberly answered noncommittally. Her answer left the old magus in a daze. Of course, he knew how great Angor's reputation was. He could even count all the incidents Angor had been involved in since he came to the wizarding world. The magazines were really too powerful, and they dug into everything. The old wizard knew Angor well, which was why he was so shocked. A man who came to the wizarding world for less than 6 years was already going to become a wizard. Wasn't the speed too fast? If Angor succeeded, he would break the fastest record in the history of the southern wizarding world. Was he going to witness the birth of a genius wizard? While the old wizard was still in a daze, Kimberly glanced at the deck and saw a young man with dark circles under his eyes quickly running to the railing and looking down. This apprentice was the only one who did not lower his head when Kimberly looked at him. Who's he? Kimberly asked curiously. The old wizard was still in a daze. Falca. He's Falca. Mr. Taurus student. Black Raven student? I think Taurus student is his relative. Is that him? Kimberly pointed at Falca. The old wizard nodded. Kimberly thought to herself. No wonder this apprentice was so bold. He was backed by Silent Raven Taurus, the leader of Silent Hill. Kimberly did not want to talk to an apprentice. He might be rude, but the Sky Ghost ship was under Silent Hill's control, and they were the intruders. Now you know what I mean. We'll leave after Angor becomes a wizard. With the Sky Spectre ship's presence, the other small monsters would not dare to come to the dome. This way, Angor would not be disturbed during his breakthrough. The old wizard considered for a moment and nodded. Not only would this save him a way out, but it would also save Sunders some face. Why not? Besides, Angor might really become history. However, the old wizard was still doubtful. Is he really going to succeed? Did he learn enough in such a short time? Who knows? Kimberly said, besides, even if he doesn't succeed, he'll still teach these apprentices a lesson. It'll be good to tell them how hard it is and that they must prepare well before they start. As they talked, Isabel, who was standing at the front of the deck, suddenly spoke in a low voice. The soul ripple is gone. Looks like the soul storm is over. Just as Isabel said, the chaotic soul energy around Angor's body was no longer there. Angor's soul is really strong. Looks like the soul storm did not affect him too much, Kimberly commented. I wonder if his body transformation will go as well. Isabella said coldly, that soul earthen storm was because he was lucky. As for the transformation of his body, it's hard to say. Isabel glanced at Isabel but did not say anything. As far as she was concerned, Angor's body was the strongest part of the apprentices, so the transformation should not be a problem for him. While Isabel was thinking, Kimberly suddenly spoke up, wait, am I seeing things? The transformation of the body seems to have ended? Kimberly's words immediately attracted everyone's attention. As expected, Angor's body was already showing signs of a successful transformation. It only took him 1 minute. Isabel could feel her face hurting. However, no one cared about Isabel's thoughts. Everyone was still in shock. How did Angor's body transform so fast? Isabel was also surprised. She could see that Angor's body was strong, but it was rare for someone to be this strong. It had to be known that during the breakthrough battle, the soul storm and the physical body metamorphosis, both had killed countless apprentices. But Angor's body was so weak. Looks like he's unstoppable. Kimberly sighed. Isabella opened her mouth and tried to argue. She still had to deal with the mana vortex, which was the most difficult part. She didn't know if Angor would be able to handle it. But in the end, she did not say anything. She did not want to be slapped in the face again. "Let's see how the mana vortex turns out," Isabel said. As long as Angor could control the outflow of energy and turn his mana into a mana vortex, he would be able to break through the barrier. However, the mana vortex was not easy to do. Could Angor really survive it? Angor had no idea what happened on the ghost ship. He was still in a state of shock. A few minutes ago, Angor's mind was focused on his soul space, waiting for a stronger storm to come. For now, his soul didn't feel any discomfort. In fact, he even felt a little comfortable. However, he didn't feel relieved. He was still waiting for the next storm. And a stronger one came as expected. But to his surprise, his soul did not feel any discomfort at all despite the strong impact. So he kept waiting for the next storm. Every time he waited, he would not let his guard down. But every time he arrived on time, he would be able to deal with it easily. When Angor thought that the unknown energy deep inside his soul space was preparing for another big move, the storm suddenly stopped. While Angor was still in a daze, an extremely pure and gentle soul power entered his soul without warning. His soul was being purified like never before. It felt like a person who just avenged an irreconcilable grudge and found salvation and peace in his heart when looking at the dead body of his enemy. All burdens were put down. Only peace and tranquility remained. The soul body in the soul realm seemed to be filled with bright sunlight. It closed its eyes peacefully, and a warm smile appeared on its face. He enjoyed this moment of peace without any restraints. His soul was happy, but Angor's mind was full of questions. That's it, Angor checked his soul carefully and compared it with the purified state described in the book. He came to a conclusion: the soul storm was really over. Angor didn't even feel that it started, but it was already over. This process did not have any unbearable details. The only thing that scared him was his fear and apprehension of the unknown. However, this was just his own imagination. There was no danger at all. Of course, it was good that nothing happened. But he still needed an answer. The only explanations he could think of were the tips he read in the book: train your soul often, develop your soul, special souls will gain some kind of buff when facing the storm, use special potions. Apart from using external items, the book basically said that soul manipulators would have a much easier time dealing with soul storms. Angor wasn't a soul manipulator, but he was already a soul manipulator. For example, he used his soul a lot. Almost every time he fought a difficult battle, he would use his soul to train it. Moreover, when he had obtained the secret soul murmurs, he had also obtained the method to cultivate soul power from Isabel. He had been working hard these years, so he didn't neglect the development of his soul. Last but not least, his soul was also special. Apart from the unexplainable wound on his soul, he also had the power source of gravity in his soul. Perhaps all these circumstances were the reason why he could deal with the soul storm so easily. After coming up with the answer, Angor couldn't help but think about another question. In short, his soul must be strong enough to deal with soul storms perfectly. Then, would the same situation apply to the other battlefield of the breakthrough campaign: the physical body, energy, soul, and body? These three were the hard requirements for a wizard to break through. They were also the three obstacles he had to face during his advancement. Compared to the three, Angor's body was the most outstanding. His energy level was normal, about the same as other peak-level apprentices. His soul was good, but his soul power was only at the level of a half-step wizard. His body, which he didn't pay much attention to before, was actually the most powerful part. His trip to the abyss plane had improved his body to an unimaginable level. In fact, his body was already as strong as a bloodline manipulator. This was why he was immune to most wizard auras as an apprentice. His body was able to withstand the auras of wizards. With his physical body as the foundation, the illusory limbs that he developed could basically be considered as a spell. That was why Angor was so strong. If that was the case, he could deal with soul storms easily with his current soul power. Would his body, which had reached the level of a formal wizard, be able to face the final battlefield, physical transformation? With this question in mind, Angor began to transform his body. As it turned out, Angor's guess was correct. The transformation of the body was a kind of bloodline enhancement. Using other supernatural creatures as an analogy, it was similar to the awakening of abyss demons. It forced one's blood essence to reach a critical value, and the body would be enhanced. Such enhancement was the development of one's own bloodline. During the process, one's bloodline would continue to boil. According to others, the process was extremely painful and would make one wish for death. Moreover, the enhancement of one's bloodline required a strong foundation. Otherwise, the process would fail easily if one's blood essence was not enough. Of course, one could still use external objects to increase the concentration of one's blood essence. However, doing so would still cause harm to the process. Angor felt a little uneasy when he entered the body metamorphosis. However, this feeling of uneasiness quickly disappeared because in the blink of an eye, the transformation of his physical body had ended. It was as if he just went through the motions. Angor only felt his blood boiling and tingling. Next, his bloodline showed a slight improvement. The so-called pain did not happen at all. The improvement was not bad. Before this, Angor's body was as strong as a bloodline wizard's, but only at the beginner level. Now, it was about the level of a mid-level wizard. In terms of relative value, it might not be as qualitative as when he was in the abyss. After all, his first advancement was from an apprentice to an official magus. However, in terms of absolute value, the degree of advancement this time was very high. It was a quantitative change. All in all, Angor's body had reached the maximum level he could imagine. It was a perfect upgrade. When the transformation was over, the purification of his soul, which also meant the qualitative change of his soul, also came to an end. From this, one could see how fast his physical body was transforming. The qualitative change of his soul was also amazing. It was completely different from when he was an apprentice. However, Angor did not have the chance to test it out yet. He had already turned his attention away from the two battlefields and returned to his mind space. The soul space and the battlefield of his body were only side quests. The mana vortex was the most important one, which would determine whether Angor could become a wizard or not. According to normal circumstances, the second step of the mana origin whirlpool would be the soul storm and the body transformation battlefields. Because the breakthrough couldn't interfere with the rotation of the mana whirlpool seed, the second step of the mana origin whirlpool would be the soul storm and the body transformation battlefields. Normally speaking, the mana vortex would also come to an end when the soul storm reached its end. This was a crucial moment for the candidate. They had to deal with both the soul and the mana vortex at the same time. By the time the mana vortex first appeared, the apprentices would have finished dealing with the soul storm. The third step was to stabilize the mana vortex. This step did not only require the candidate to stabilize the mana vortex, but also to prevent the energy from escaping. Angor had to divide his attention to restrain the energy and face the physical transformation. He had to do three things at the same time. Also, the physical transformation would cause great pain. One careless mistake could easily lead to a mistake. As for the cost of such a mistake, it was not worth mentioning. This also showed why only 1 in 10,000 people could become a wizard. It was because of the difficulty of this step. Every detail would be a challenge to the candidate. That was all. The other apprentices' progress was also recorded in the most detailed books. But Angor was an exception. Whether it was the soul storm or the physical transformation, he completed them faster than the other candidates. Therefore, he could now focus on the mana vortex. The second stage of the mana vortex was about to come to an end. The mana vortex seed was spinning the energy vortex. Its shape was already blurred. Now, Angor could see the shape of a vortex. When the mana vortex seed completely disappeared and turned into a spinning vortex, the second step would be complete. Angor watched quietly and waited. When the mana vortex seed's shadow disappeared from the center of the vortex, Angor's heart was racing. Would the mana vortex seed appear? And would it be able to function normally after it appeared? Would it work properly? These three questions began to linger in Angor's mind. Under Angor's careful attention, the mana vortex seed finally reached the third step. The mana vortex seed had appeared. Angor saw the mana vortex seed, which was exactly as he predicted. But he did not let his guard down. Having a mana vortex seed did not mean everything would be fine. The mana vortex seed was still in its infancy. To become a real mana vortex, Angor had to go through many tests and stabilize it with a special method. The first test of the mana vortex seed was whether it could be used. It was a simple question, but it could be traced back to when Angor first designed the mana vortex seed. Did the results of his calculations match with the current situation? Angor carefully observed the mana vortex seed. Time passed little by little. After watching the mana vortex seed spin countless times, he made a conclusion using induction. The result of the operation was consistent with his initial calculations. In other words, he passed the first test. After the success of the first trial, the second trial came. Could the mana whirlpool work properly? The second test looked similar to the first, but it was not. The first test was to see if the mana whirlpool could move. The second test was to see if it could work properly. It was an upgrade from the first test to the application level. As for whether the mana whirlpool could work properly, Angor only needed to look at one thing: spirit model. First, whether the mana whirlpool was compatible with the spirit model above. Second, whether the energy contained in the mana whirlpool could form a closed loop when it entered the spirit model. If he could achieve these 2 points, it would mean that he had passed the second test. Angor carefully tried to control the mana whirlpool. When he tried to transfer a strand of energy from the whirlpool, his heart almost jumped out of his chest. He was afraid that the slightest movement would cause a large amount of energy to escape. When the strand of energy slowly entered the spirit model, Angor relaxed a little. If it could enter the spirit model, it meant that it was compatible with the spirit model. Next, he would have to see if the pure energy could form a closed loop in the spirit model. While waiting for the energy to finish, Angor remained fully focused on the mana whirlpool. According to what he knew, when most apprentices reached this step, their mind space would more or less dissipate some energy. However, until now, he had not had any energy dissipate. This was very rare. When his mana pool was destroyed, he had several times more energy than the other apprentices. His energy balls also had a higher probability of losing energy than other apprentices. However, his energy did not dissipate. What was the reason for this? Angor pondered for a long time but could not come up with an answer. He could only say that he was lucky. Angor checked the mana whirlpool again. The energy ball was still rotating steadily. It did not look like any energy was leaking out. He had to put his doubts aside and focus on the spirit model again. When his mana pool broke into energy balls, the spirit model was already in a half-dried state. There was basically no energy flowing through the pipes. Now, this strand of energy felt like spring rain moistening the frozen ground, giving Angor a feeling of being reborn. The energy flowed smoothly through the spirit model. When it reached the last section of the pipe, Angor sighed in relief. The embryonic mana whirlpool could operate normally. The pure energy it produced successfully formed a closed cycle in the spiritual model. He had passed the second test of the embryonic mana whirlpool. Next was the final test. It could be said that this was the most important part of the mana origin whirlpool, stabilizing the mana whirlpool. Only by stabilizing the mana whirlpool would the mana origin whirlpool truly come to an end. That was the most crucial step, because when stabilizing the mana whirlpool, the energy that had been left in the mana whirlpool would start dissipating. Moreover, because the mana whirlpool had to be stabilized, it would inevitably enter a new operating state. At that time, a large amount of primal mana would be absorbed into his mind space and refined by the mana whirlpool. At that time, his mental space would definitely be in a mess. For one thing, Angor needed to pay attention to the escaping energy. For another, he had to adjust his primal mana to avoid the entanglement of 2 different types of energy. During this process, he also had to stabilize his mana whirlpool. Therefore, it was very difficult. There were countless apprentices who had failed at this step. Of course, compared to other apprentices, he had it easier. The other apprentices still had to endure the pain brought by the transformation of their bodies. Angor, on the other hand, did not have to go through this step. Angor took a deep breath and began the final step without hesitation. His movements were very fast. He directly used the method of singularity dispersive meditation to stabilize the fledgling mana whirlpool. The faster he could stabilize the mana whirlpool, the better. As long as he could do it fast enough, the energy would not dissipate. While stabilizing the mana whirlpool, Angor also focused his attention on the energy. He had to control the energy as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the energy began to dissipate in his mind space, it could lead to unimaginable consequences. However, time passed second by second. Angor waited for a long time, but no energy leaked out. This caused his heart to be filled with confusion. He was lucky that no energy leaked out before. But now? There was bound to be energy leakage at this stage. Although the absence of energy could save them a lot of trouble, no one could be sure if this situation was due to a problem in one of the links, or if there would be a deeper impact. As Angor pondered, a strand of energy finally escaped from the mana whirlpool. Angor was glad instead of being surprised. It was normal that there was some leakage. Because he had been staring at the energy cluster, when the energy dissipated, he caught it immediately and did not let it disperse into the depths of his mind space. Angor began to observe the strand of energy. As he did so, he noticed something he did not notice before. There seemed to be a familiar attraction to this wisp of energy. As he sensed the attraction, a memory suddenly popped up in his mind. Time, 3 hours ago. Location, Soul Realm. Frost casually handed Angor a cocktail glass. It was not filled with wine but some translucent liquid. He couldn't resist the temptation of the liquid. His entire body, even his mind space, was screaming thirst. So, he drank it. He did not feel any discomfort at the time. Before Frost left, he told Angor, "That's black soft water for you. It's called black soft water. It works wonders when combined with cardamom." After saying that, Frost added, "You will know soon enough." By soon enough, Angor was referring to now. He could vaguely feel the attraction of the soft water from Helrandi on this strand of energy. Could it be that black soft water was the reason why the strand of energy did not dissipate? It was a question, but he already knew the answer in his mind. Did the black soft water count as an external aid? If the black soft water could prevent spirit energy leakage, then it did not enter the core of the breakthrough. Similar to the spirit actuation potion, it could be considered as a useful aid. Angor was a little surprised. If he was right, the black soft water was too powerful for him to handle. If he released the black soft water to the outside world, countless apprentices would go crazy for it. Frost, on the other hand, did not seem to care at all. This was what happened when one's level was different. As Angor's mind raced, he released the second strand of energy, which he also successfully controlled. When his mana whirlpool reached a semi-stable state, he released 2 strands of energy. Any apprentice could easily do that, let alone Angor. However, the next step was different. The Helrandi soft water only affected the previous energy cluster. Now that his mana whirlpool had reached a semi-stable state, it would naturally absorb primal mana from the outside world and convert it. When that happened, the primal mana would enter the whirlpool. Only by smoothing out the origin mana and successfully transforming the mana whirlpool into origin mana would the mana origin whirlpool truly end. It had been almost 2 hours since Angor's breakthrough. As for Angor's physical transformation and soul storm, it was half an hour ago. Now, everyone was waiting for the final result. Can Angor become a wizard? On the specter ship in the sky, an ethereal voice, accompanied by the sound of bats flapping their wings, entered everyone's ears. Kimberly looked back and saw that it was the young man who spoke. Silent Raven tore a student, as well as his relative, Falca. Falca was dressed in black. He had black hair, black eyes, and dark circles under his eyes. Apart from his exposed pale skin, almost everything else was black. Although he was dressed in black, Falca did not look too gloomy. His clothes and pants were adorned with strange black straps and dense rivets, highlighting his unique style of dressing. However, it was not Falca's appearance that attracted people's attention. Instead, it was his black deerstalker hat, which had 2 bats with glowing eyes. "Falca, this is not the place for you to talk. Go back and sit down," the old wizard from Silent Hill frowned and scolded him. "Don't be so strict with your juniors." Kimberly stopped him with a smile. Her eyes stopped on Falca's hat for a second. "Your 2 bats are not bad," Kimberly praised. "You seem to care about Angor a lot. Are you friends with him? No, Falca said without hesitation. Oh, so you're an enemy then? Falca hesitated for a second and shook his head. Not really. Then why do you care so much about him? Falca remained silent. Kimberly did not mind Falca's silence. Sometimes, silence did not mean impoliteness. It just meant that one did not know how to answer. You want to know if Angor will break through successfully? I can't give you a definite answer. But based on what I've seen so far, it's very likely that he'll succeed. No one disagreed with Kimberly's answer, including Isabella. They could not see what was going on inside Angor's mind space, but Angor's calm expression told them something. Falca's expression dimmed a little. He clenched his fists inside his sleeves and released them without making a sound. Kimberly noticed this, and interest rose in her eyes. Falca's little action was obviously related to some unknown change in his mood. It probably had something to do with Angor's breakthrough. However, before Kimberly could explore the story behind this, she was attracted by another matter, under the dome. All of a sudden, the energy around him began to boil. Around Angor, a strange energy began to boil. This energy also affected the surroundings, even causing ripples to appear in the air for no reason. Furthermore, the ripples continued to spread outwards, and in an instant, they had exceeded dozens of meters. At the same time, a strange feeling rose in everyone's mind. For the apprentices on the Sky Spectre ship, this feeling was especially strong. Falca held on to the edge of the ship and stared at Angor, who was hiding under the dome. In his eyes, everything else did not exist. Only a figure entered his vision. At this moment, this figure was undergoing a change that he could not fathom. Before, Falca could only see Angor's figure from afar. But now, he could clearly sense that Angor had grown. It was not the expansion of the material world. Instead, it was a strange feeling. It was as if some kind of energy was growing in an unknown world, growing from a small point until it finally broke out of its shell. Angor's body grew bigger and bigger along with the energy coming out of the shell. In an instant, Angor turned into a towering giant that was dozens of meters tall. Falca looked at the scene in front of him with a blank look. When a cool night breeze came, Falca finally woke up from his daze. He looked down at the dome again, but there was no longer a towering giant. Angor was still sitting calmly under the dome. Well, not exactly calmly. The ripples in the air around Angor did not dissipate. Instead, they were still expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, Falca couldn't tell what the ripples in the air were. However, Falca did not care about the ripples in the air. His mind was still stuck in the illusion he had just experienced. What was with that towering giant? Why did he feel so pressured? Why did he feel like he could not breathe? Kimberly, who was standing not far away from Falca, suddenly spoke up. Angor is already at the last step. I don't think he'll face any more problems. The final step? Falca looked at Kimberly in confusion. Did she mean that Angor was going to succeed? Was he really going to become a wizard? How? Angor was just as strong as him a few years ago. Falca never thought of himself as a lazy man. He had a high opinion of himself, and he was quite talented. So why was the gap between them getting bigger and bigger? Falca recalled Kimberly's question. What was his relationship with Angor? Actually, it didn't matter at all. There were some conflicts between the two of them due to his jealousy and dissatisfaction, but they were all over by the end of the Purification Garden. However, Falca still saw Angor as an enemy even though Angor had already forgotten about his existence. However, after watching the latest episode of Ing City's Night Language, he was a little confused. Not only did Angor cause chaos in the Abyss Plane, but he also got involved in Monkey's plan and befriended an Abyss Dragon who was as powerful as a half-legendary. Falca felt that he was getting further and further away from Angor. In his confusion, Falca was depressed for many days. He did not even participate in the Rising Star tournament. It wasn't until recently that he was able to regain his strength. Angor was still an apprentice. There was still a chance for him to catch up with the other apprentices before he reached the stage where the gap between them was huge. Once the Sky Ghost ship's patrol was over, Falca would go to the Rising Star competition to train himself and catch up with Angor as soon as possible. To his surprise, Falca happened to run into Angor while on a patrol mission, and he was about to witness Angor's advancement into a wizard. Isabella spoke to Kimberly calmly. Maybe his body is in a mess right now, and he's trying his best to hold it together. We don't know if he can take the final step yet. You saw it yourself. His spirit power has transformed from a seedling into a towering tree, Kimberly said. There's very little chance of him making a mistake at this point. Spirit power transformation? Falca caught the word. He thought of some of the information he had read on a daily basis and suddenly understood. In fact, the various illusions that he had seen before were merely due to the influence of his mental power. The so-called spirit transformation was the result of the expansion of one's spirit sea. Soul storm could change the quality of one's soul, improve one's body, and improve one's bloodline. The expansion of one's spirit sea would result in spirit transformation. Just as Kimberly said, Angor's spirit power transformed from a seedling into a towering tree. This period of time was actually the process of the transformation of spiritual power. Falca saw Angor turning into a towering giant because he was witnessing the process. Once the transformation was complete, Angor's spirit sea would change as well. Falca wasn't a wizard, so he didn't know the details. However, he was sure that once the transformation was complete, Angor would gain the power common to all wizards, aura. While Falca was thinking, Isabella said to Kimberly, "Who knows? It's hard to predict. It's very rare to make a mistake at this stage, but there are plenty of such cases in history. Maybe Angor is one of them?" Kimberly looked to the other side. "What do you think, Lady Isabella?" Isabella had been observing Angor from the front of the deck. She didn't look back even though she heard Kimberly's question. "I won't speculate. The mana vortex is about to end, and the answer will be revealed soon." Isabella didn't answer Kimberly's question directly, but she seemed to be optimistic. Angor didn't show any signs of panic since the beginning. When the expansion of his spirit sea ended, he also released his aura naturally. This kind of calmness had already set the pattern. "You're right. It's almost over," Kimberly said. Everyone, including the apprentices on the ship, quietly looked down, wanting to witness the scene that would go down in history. Falca clenched his fists and held his breath as he waited for the result. When the air ripples around Angor's body suddenly disappeared, Falca saw the towering giant again. This time, the giant's body was shining with golden light. Falca already felt pressured when facing the giant earlier, and this time, he felt even more pressured than before. All the apprentices, including Falca, were stunned. Some of them even put their hands on their chests as blood trickled down from their lips. Seeing this, the old wizard of Silent Hill quickly activated the defensive barrier on the Sky Spectre ship to protect the apprentices from harm. Isabella's final words reached Falca's ears. "The pressure is here. We're done." Not only that, but the quality of the pressure is really high. Kimberly nodded and sighed in relief. "I didn't think Angor would actually do it." As Kimberly's voice fell, clouds suddenly floated in the dark night sky. They didn't disperse yet, but everyone knew that this was the sign of a supernatural phenomenon. There was only one reason for this phenomenon. It was the blonde figure under the dome. Now that the phenomenon had appeared, the result was obvious. Angor succeeded. From an apprentice, he had officially stepped into the realm of adepts. As long as he didn't do anything stupid, he would live for 1,000 years and be one step closer to the gate of truth. Most of the wizards here had read Firefly's Night Tale before, so they all saw Angor's rise. In just a few years, Angor went from a mortal to such a powerful wizard. It could be called a miracle. Everyone was astonished and shocked. Even Isabel, who was known as the strongest genius 1,000 years ago, couldn't help but sigh with emotion. At the same time, she felt relieved. Isabella hoped that Angor would succeed. After all, Dark Castle was just about to establish a friendship with Phantom Island. If Angor failed, the ceremony would lose a lot of its value. Angor's success was a good thing for Dark Castle. "Breakthrough, he really made a breakthrough," Isabella muttered in disbelief. "Now you have nothing to say, right?" Kimberly mocked her. Isabella recovered from her daze and put away her surprised expression. She snorted coldly and said, "Who knows if he used any external objects? Maybe his potential has been exhausted. Even if he broke through, it is hard to say what his future potential will be." "You think Sunders would allow Angor to use such items?" Kimberly sneered. Isabella didn't answer, but she was clearly weaker than before. However, at this moment, Isabel suddenly said, "No, something seems to have happened." Isabel's words were like a falling rock, causing ripples in everyone's hearts. The wizards who were teasing each other all turned their attention back to the dome. Angor, who had been acting calm all this time, suddenly hugged his head and curled up as if he had entered an unconscious defensive posture. The energy around him was no longer as stable as before. It was clearly disordered. Even the wind and clouds that had appeared in the sky earlier were slowly thinning out and showing signs of dissipating. Everything that was happening now seemed to be incompatible with the success of the breakthrough. "What's going on? What's going on?" someone asked in surprise. Could it be that Isabella was right? Did Angor fail at the last step? Did he fail? Isabella looked at Angor's body curled up under the dome and felt very conflicted. Did Angor really fail? In fact, she was gloating over Angor's misfortune. However, Isabella didn't lose her mind. She knew that Angor's failure would be a great loss to Dark Castle. The friendship between Angor and Dark Castle might be affected. She didn't care about the alliance with Phantom Island, but her teacher, whom she admired, respected, and loved the most, did. Because of this, Isabella's mood was very complicated. She hoped that Angor would fail, but she also didn't want to see her teacher disappointed. Isabella couldn't help but look at her teacher. What would Isabel think if Angor failed to do so? However, to her surprise, Isabel's expression was very strange. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted, and her face was filled with confusion and doubt. Did he fail? Isabella couldn't help but ask. Isabel hesitated for a moment, neither shaking her head nor nodding. Instead, she slowly said, "I don't know, but when I look at him, I have a feeling. Like he was staring into an abyss." An abyss? No one on the ship understood what Isabella meant. Isabella didn't explain. "I can't tell what will happen in the next second. Perhaps it was a failure, or perhaps..." An even more intense explosion erupted. Isabella didn't finish what she wanted to say. Isabella's words confused the others. Wasn't it obvious? In the next second, other than failure, what else would happen? While they were still trying to figure out what was going on, a terrifying pressure suddenly appeared. This sudden pressure even made Isabella feel a strong sense of discomfort. However, the pressure didn't come from under her feet. It came from the void above her head. At the same time, inside a soundproof room in B2 of Dark Castle, Frost was resting in his meditation room. Wearing his gear mask, Frost was resting with his eyes closed. The injuries inflicted by the undead reincarnation box were more serious than they seemed. He stayed in Dark Castle because he wanted to find a quiet place to recover. Dark Castle was a good place. Because they were in the inner plane, the primal mana here was so dense that normal adepts could not absorb it. This was perfect for Frost. More importantly, there was another person in Dark Castle whom he was very interested in. The air was tranquil, and leisurely energy was flowing in a fine manner. Without any warning, Frost opened his eyes behind the mask. He looked above his head in confusion. It was as if he could see through the thick layer of soil and see the higher and deeper void. What's going on? It appeared again in such a short time? Frost muttered to himself. After thinking about it, Frost stood up and took a step forward, disappearing into thin air. Midworld, under the dome. Angor's condition didn't look right. Sunders considered for a moment and approached the boy. However, he had only taken 2 steps when a black-robed figure appeared in front of him, blocking his path. The black-robed man turned his head, revealing a bronze gear mask. It was Frost. Angor is going through a critical moment. Stay away from him. Can you take responsibility if something happens? Frost's voice reached his ears. Sunders stopped just in time. What's going on with Angor? Sunders didn't ask why Frost was here. Instead, he asked about the most important thing. Sunders had experienced many breakthroughs in his life, but this was the first time he saw Angor's condition. It looked like the breakthrough was a success, and Sunders even felt relieved. However, something unexpected happened in the next second. The mana vortex was completed, and Angor's spirit sea had finished expanding. As far as Sunders was concerned, this should be the end of the process. All he needed to do was spend some time to stabilize his mana vortex and nourish his spirit model. But Angor made a mistake at this moment. Sunder still didn't know what went wrong in the last step. Frost appeared here and said something that seemed to know something about Angor's condition. Only then did Sanders ask him for confirmation. Frost raised his head to look at the dark void and whispered, "You'll know soon enough." Not long ago, Angor had reached the final step of stabilizing his mana vortex, which was to let his mana vortex come in contact with the primal mana from the outside world for the first time. He wanted to see if his mana vortex could turn the primal mana into pure energy. Angor carefully absorbed the primal mana from the outside world. In mid-world, where the concentration was just right, the amount he absorbed was just right. As the primal mana entered his mana whirlpool, he began to feel a little nervous. Soon, some of the overly active and mixed primal mana was cut off in the middle of the whirlpool's rotation. This was normal. It wasn't that the primal mana could not be used. It was just that the mana vortex could only absorb a fixed amount of primal mana. Based on Angor's current situation, it was not suitable for him to use it. Angor had to keep strengthening his mana vortex in the future to absorb the primal mana for his own use. And the mixed primal mana was the key to this final step. Whether or not it could be quickly captured and removed from the mental space was the key to success or failure. If the primal mana affected the formation of his mana vortex, there was a great chance that his mana vortex would fail. Angor carefully tried to capture the primal mana. Angor finally realized how powerful singularity dispersive meditation was. The mind space created by this channeling method was much more sensitive to energy than other channeling methods. It allowed Angor to quickly sense the location of the primal mana. This greatly increased his chances of success in advancing to the next level. Also, Angor could use the coordinates of the axis of the universe to quickly and accurately locate the chaotic primal mana. Since his mana vortex was still in a semi-stable state, Angor did not dare to release the primal mana. Instead, he used his multitasking ability to keep it in his mind space and wait for the final result. At this point, he was no longer in charge. Success or failure depended on whether his mana vortex could be stabilized successfully. If he succeeded, he would have achieved his goal today. According to Angor's calculations, the success rate was very high. However, he did not rule out the possibility of unforeseen accidents. Therefore, he was actually very nervous. Several minutes later, when the spinning mana vortex began to emit a faint white light, Angor was surprised. He knew exactly what the white light was. It was pure energy formed by primal mana. After confirming the nature of the energy, Angor let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, a mixture of excitement and joy rose from the bottom of his heart. The appearance of pure energy was of great significance to the mana vortex. It meant that Angor's calculation of the seed of his mana vortex was correct, and the difficulties he went through during the breakthrough were not in vain. His mana vortex successfully entered a fully stable state from a semi-stable state. It meant that he could finally get rid of the redundant term embryo for his mana vortex. It also meant that Angor's journey had finally come to an end. He was about to reach the end of his journey. Of course, Angor was happy. He stepped on the path of wizardry just for this moment. Breaking through to become an official magus was the true transformation. Apprentices were also supernaturals, but they were more like talents. Only by entering the realm of magi would one be considered a transcendent. Besides, there were many things he could only do after becoming a wizard. He no longer had to be timid like before. For example, searching for the path of truth and returning the truth to his heart. Another example was to follow the vague alien eye and bring John back to his hometown. Angor's mind was filled with countless beautiful dreams, waiting for him to realize them. However, Angor still restrained himself and did not let his imagination run wild. It was not the time to celebrate yet. The breakthrough was still in progress. The joy of success would have to wait until everything was over. Right now, he still needed to complete the last step by step. Only after this step could he be considered a true success. The last step was more like a ritual than a step. Angor used the pure energy of his mana vortex to connect with his spirit model, allowing the new energy to nourish his spirit model. Carefully, he began to manipulate the energy he successfully converted. The purity and power of the energy completely exceeded Angor's imagination. Just this strand of energy that flowed out, and the aura that it emitted, was already on the same level as half of an apprentice's mana source. This was a qualitative change. This was a real wizard-level energy. He was looking forward to seeing what kind of changes the spirit model would undergo after the energy entered it. When the unprecedentedly pure energy entered his spirit model, Angor sensed a momentary change. The change was not obvious, but it was like a seed buried in the ground. As long as Angor kept nourishing his spirit model, the seed would eventually grow out of the ground. The pure energy slowly flowed in his spirit model. Angor's thoughts followed the energy. When the energy reached every corner of his spirit model, everything would be settled. However, at the last moment, the energy coming from Angor's direction brought him an unexpected result. As the energy nourished his spirit model, the door model on the spell slot was gradually changing. When Angor noticed the change in the model, the pure energy was about to finish its cycle. This was because the change in the model was a subtle change inside. The 2,700 intertwining patterns were hard to notice. Besides, Angor wasn't planning to use the model right now, so he didn't pay much attention to the spell slots. It wasn't until the model released a strange ripple that Angor shifted his attention to it. He was stunned by what he saw. Half of the 2,700 runes were created by Angor himself, while the other half was created by a special energy source. The special energy was completely different from the energy he knew so far, and it came from a special source as well. It came from the strange world that was closely related to the alien eye. When Angor used the model earlier, the special energy was only used for limited short-distance teleportation. However, Angor knew that there was something else about the model that he didn't see yet. He wondered if the model would change under the influence of the special energy. When Angor created the model in the Whalebone Sea, there was a part of the special energy in it. The special energy was stored deep inside the model, and it was slowly spreading as mana flowed inside the model. Angor didn't know whether it was increasing the total amount of the special energy, diluting the total amount, or other possibilities. But he could foresee that the special energy would eventually spread to the entire model. Angor already had this idea. When the special energy spread to the entire model, he would be able to see what would happen to the model. Angor had been looking forward to this day for a long time, but the special energy was spreading too slowly. According to Angor's prediction, it would take some time. However, when he tried to channel the energy into his spirit model for the first cycle, Angor noticed that something was amiss. The special energy inside the model suddenly spread faster. Angor thought it would take several months for the energy to finish spreading. But in the blink of an eye, it had already spread to more than 80% of the model. And it wasn't done yet. Angor could see that the energy was still spreading at a visible speed. It wouldn't take long for the entire model to be covered by the special energy. Angor noticed the change in the model because he sensed a strange energy fluctuation coming from it. When the energy reached 90% of the model, the ripple became even more intense, which made Angor feel a little uncomfortable. The moment the special energy spread to every part of the door model, the discomfort increased to another level. The transformation of his body only caused him a slight pain. This time, however, he felt like something was tearing him apart. The tearing sensation was so intense that he couldn't tell if it came from his body or his spirit. The only thing he could do was to frown and curl up his body to retract the energy around him. It was as if he was trying to ease the tearing sensation. The tearing sensation also caused the model of the door to undergo a strange transformation. He couldn't describe it, but he knew that when the transformation ended, the mysterious energy would be removed. Everyone was still worried about Angor's condition. They did not even know if Angor succeeded in breaking through the barrier or failed. If he succeeded, why did the strange phenomenon disappear? But if he failed, why did he only look like he was curled up instead of showing any sign of energy collapse? While everyone was puzzled, only Frost seemed to have understood something. Frost stared at Angor for a while before he looked up at the sky. He wasn't looking at the ceiling or the ghost ship. Instead, he was looking at the deeper darkness beyond the dome. There, an indescribable change seemed to be taking place. It's really it. It's here again, Frost muttered. Who is it? Sunders, who was standing behind Frost, heard Frost's words and felt confused. But before he could ask, another powerful pressure came from the sky. When the pressure appeared, a gust of wind came out of nowhere and slowly brushed past everyone's skin. With the arrival of the wind, the air became slightly stagnant. On the ghost ship, Kimberly looked up at the distant horizon and asked in confusion, "The phenomenon seems to have returned?" Everyone followed her line of sight and looked over. At the end of the dim horizon, outside of the rising and falling mountains, low clouds began to gather. Under the dim night sky, balls of black clouds formed. Furthermore, they were quickly gathering towards the location of the crowd. "It's a strange phenomenon," the old wizard from Silent Hill also exclaimed, "but why does this anomaly look more?" The old wizard thought for a long time and didn't know how to describe it. In the end, he just said, "It's bigger?" Bigger wasn't the right word to describe it, but everyone understood what the old wizard meant. This was because the horizon they were looking at was not in the same direction. Instead, they were looking at a large number of low clouds from all directions. They couldn't see where the clouds were coming from. They only knew that they were moving toward them like a tide. Just from this alone, it could be seen that this phenomenon was many times larger than the one before. Besides, they could only see the horizon with their naked eyes, and the horizon was just a vague concept of distance. Could it be that these strange phenomena came from a more distant place? This strange phenomenon isn't fully formed yet, but it's already so majestic. Even the majestic heavenly might came before. Kimberly frowned. What's going on? This question was finally answered when the rolling black clouds reached above their heads. At this moment, the entire midworld was covered by the black clouds as far as everyone could see with their naked eyes. Only above their heads, the black clouds didn't gather together. Instead, they started to rotate slowly like a vortex. At the center of the black cloud vortex, there was a familiar fluctuation, and an extremely terrifying aura descended from the sky. Even with the protection of the ghost ship, this horrifying presence still pressed the apprentices to the ground. All the apprentices were shivering, not knowing what was happening outside. The eyes of the magi who were standing were filled with shock. "Impossible!" Isabella shrieked. "Why is the world's consciousness here?" "Why?" "The world's consciousness." The terrifying presence and the familiar fluctuations all pointed to one thing: it was the world's consciousness. Kimberly sensed the fluctuations in the air and finally understood what had happened. However, it was this understanding that made her feel shocked and incredulous. Kimberly looked at Isabella, who was still screaming in the background. "Why? Don't you already know the answer in your mind?" Kimberly looked at Angor, who was standing under the dome, with a hint of surprise and jealousy in her eyes. Isabella, on the other hand, was stunned by Kimberly's words. "Why?" she mumbled. Falca, who was leaning against the mast of the ghost ship, asked the old wizard in a confused tone, "What's going on? Why did the world's consciousness descend?" The old sorcerer hesitated for a moment and said softly, "I don't know if my feeling is right or wrong. This is spell creation phenomenon." "Spell creation phenomenon?" Falca stared at Angor in disbelief. Of course, he knew what a spell creation phenomenon meant. It was the ticket to the path of truth. If it was really a spell creation phenomenon, did it mean Angor was not only going to become a wizard, but also a truth finder? Falca's eyes were filled with disbelief. "That's impossible." "How is this possible?" Falca said the same thing, but he was trying his best to convince Angor that he already believed Angor's words. In fact, the old sorcerer himself had some doubts, but Isabella's behavior made him understand something. Isabella's bloodbath ritual, as well as how she went to Silent Hill to get close to Bogula, all happened because she couldn't become a truth finder. Isabella was frustrated by her failure to become a truth finder, but at the same time, she had a strong obsession. It was precisely because of this that she had such a huge reaction when she saw the creation technique vision. While the others on the ship were still surprised by the old wizard's answer, Isabella quietly sensed the stagnant air around her. Apart from Frost, Isabel was the one who had experienced the most creation phenomena among all the people present. She had a very deep understanding of the creation phenomenon. She was sure that the old wizard was right. This was indeed a spell creation phenomenon. However, Isabella still couldn't get rid of the doubt in her mind. The creation law phenomenon was indeed correct, but she kept feeling that there was something wrong with this creation law phenomenon. There was something else that made Isabella suspicious. She looked up at the swirling dark clouds in the sky. The world's consciousness also gave her a strange feeling. It wasn't because she was doubting the existence of the world's consciousness. It was because she sensed something deeper behind it, which was similar to the world's consciousness, but also different. The feeling of being torn apart blurred Angor's perception of time in the outside world. He felt as if his body was sinking into a bottomless ocean, and he saw all kinds of strange things in this ocean. As he fell into the abyss, his body began to tear apart due to the pressure of the water. Angor felt his body being torn into countless small pieces. His consciousness was also being torn apart. Each piece of his body had a fragment of his consciousness attached to it. His mind was like a popped balloon, and he could not make any logical decisions. Until he reached the bottom of the ocean. When he felt that he could not go any further, everything seemed to have stopped. Angor forced himself to open his eyes in the chaotic darkness. The darkness was gone. There was only a tall door in front of him. Angor was familiar with this door. It was the model of the door he created by drawing lines on his body. At this moment, the door was shining brightly. Angor instinctively moved closer to the door, but his surroundings suddenly became blurry. When he realized what was going on, he was already standing in front of the door. As Angor approached the door, the discomfort in his body began to subside. The feeling of his body and consciousness being torn apart seemed to be glued together. Even his ability to think came back. Angor suddenly realized something. Without hesitation, he stepped through the door. As soon as he stepped through the door, all the discomfort in his body disappeared, and he felt better than ever. A path appeared in front of him. The door behind him shattered and turned into countless streaks of light that melted into the darkness. An unknown amount of time later, Angor opened his eyes in the real world. He slowly stretched his body and recovered from his crouched position. Then, he stood up. Someone was behind him? He turned around and saw Sunders looking at him with a puzzled look. It seemed the man had something to say. Frost, who was wearing a gear mask, was also looking at Angor. Angor could not see Frost's expression, but he could sense the man's interest behind the mask. He slowly looked up at the sky. The first thing he saw was the dome, then the ghost ship floating in the air. There were also some familiar figures on the deck of the ship, but he didn't pay attention to them. In the end, he looked at the center of the black cloud vortex that filled the sky. There was a hole there, and the surrounding black clouds were all revolving around this hole, very much like the mana whirlpool he had just established. Angor looked at the hole quietly. The hole was like a pair of eyes embedded in the center of a whirlpool, staring back at Angor. This was a strange scene, and everyone was puzzled. Angor, on the other hand, was the only one who slowly changed his expression from confusion to contemplation. In the end, he smiled as if he understood something. Unbeknownst to them, something was happening in Angor's mind space as well. After a while, he lowered his head and began to think. At the same time, everyone suddenly felt their eyes brighten. The previously heavy air also returned to normal, including the terrifying aura of the world's will. They raised their heads in confusion, only to see that the black clouds that had covered the entire sky had all disappeared. In the pitch-black night sky, there were no clouds at all. There was only a lone moon, coldly illuminating everyone's silvery radiance. On the ghost ship, Falca looked at the old wizard in confusion. What's the meaning of this? Isn't it a spell creation phenomenon? Why did it disappear all of a sudden? Falca had read about the creation vision in a book. Generally speaking, such phenomena could last for at least days. When Greya created her Genesis spell on the Cloud Sea, the phenomenon lasted for 100 days. All the wind that reached the Cloud Sea would be tainted with the aroma of minced meat, and all the water that flowed into the sea would be filled with the fragrance of fine wine. Angor's phenomenon was too strange. Gather, disperse, gather again, and disperse again. Was this really a creation phenomenon? The old wizard couldn't answer Falca's question. He couldn't help but look at the powerful witches of Dark Castle, hoping to get an answer from them. However, Isabella was still lost in her own thoughts. Kimberly shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either. In the end, the old wizard looked at the white-haired woman standing at the front of the deck, Isabella. She already triggered several such phenomena 1,000 years ago, so she might know something. Isabella looked at the old wizard and explained in a small voice, "This phenomenon is very strange, and the world's consciousness is also strange. But it's not hard to tell. Who is the one who triggered this strange phenomenon? Go and see him, and you'll know." Everyone looked at Angor again. At first, Falca didn't notice anything strange. But perhaps their intense gazes attracted Angor's attention. Angor looked up from his contemplation. Falca's heart skipped a beat when he saw Angor's eyes. A terrifying consciousness entered Falca's mind. In his eyes, Angor once again turned into a giant who was staring at him with cold eyes. "Wake up." A cold voice reached Falca's ears. He looked up and saw that Isabel was standing in front of him. "Angor just broke through not long ago, and he hasn't retracted his consciousness yet. He's much weaker than you. You'll only get yourself killed if you look him in the eyes," Isabella spoke in a soft voice. Falca nodded absent-mindedly. He didn't fully understand what Isabel was trying to say, but the first thing she said was deeply engraved in his mind. "Angor just broke through not long ago." Isabella's words confirmed one thing: Angor really did break through. Countless apprentices fought and lost their lives, but Angor went all by himself. Falca thought he was a genius, but now, he began to doubt his own talent. Falca was confused because of Angor's breakthrough. However, the old wizard was also confused. He listened to Isabella's words and observed Angor carefully. He also noticed that Angor was surrounded by the aura of a formal wizard, which meant Angor really did break through. The old wizard was confused because he couldn't sense anything when he tried to sense Angor's strength. He was a bit confused and tried to sense it again. This time, he even used a spell technique. But he still couldn't find anything. At this time, Angor looked up and exchanged a glance with the people on the ghost ship. The old wizard didn't fall into the illusion like Falca did, but he felt as if he was looking at a towering mountain. How could Angor be so strong when he just broke through? Could that really be a creation phenomenon? Has he already stepped onto the path of truth? The old sorcerer was puzzled. Isabella shook her head. He's not a truth finder yet, but the path is already under his feet. Isabella made it clear. Angor wasn't a truth finder yet, but there was no doubt that he would become a truth finder when the time was right. In other words, the law creation phenomenon must be real, or Angor wouldn't be able to see the path ahead. Isabella was also confused. If the law creation phenomenon was real, why did it suddenly disappear? Below the dome, Sunders was also asking Frost the same question. Sunders was quite surprised. Why would a law creation phenomenon appear when Angor broke through? As far as he knew, Angor didn't create any new laws recently. Since the phenomenon already appeared, Sunders didn't bother to ask about it. He was more interested to know why the phenomenon disappeared so quickly. Frost considered and kept looking at the sky. "Do you really think the phenomenon disappeared?" Sunders didn't know what Frost meant. Frost didn't explain further. He glanced at Angor, who was still lost in his own thoughts, and pointed at the sky. Under Sunders' puzzled gaze, Frost pointed at the air with his finger. Several glowing particles flowed out from his fingertip. Sunders was surprised. The particles didn't look like anything special. He couldn't even sense any energy from them. However, Sunders clearly saw the complicated and stable energy structure inside the particles. It was perfect, enchanting, and full of mystery. Sunders could still tell that the particles belonged to the wizarding system, but they were already beyond his comprehension. This was the difference in levels. This was Frost's power. Sunders couldn't even hope to catch up with him. Apart from being shocked, Sunders also felt a strong emotion. He was also curious about Frost's intention in releasing those particles. Frost noticed Sunders' confusion and spoke in a polite and elegant voice, "You're wondering about the creation phenomenon, aren't you? You'll see it soon enough." With that, the glowing particles slowly floated upward as if they were being carried by a rising air current. Following Frost's gesture, Sunders followed the glowing particles with his eyes. On the ghost ship, everyone was still discussing Angor's power and the creation phenomenon. Isabel was the only one who noticed the glowing particles. At first, Isabel was distracted by the fact that the glowing particles were released by Frost. However, as the glowing particles floated up, Isabel's heart skipped a beat. The Spectre ship was right above the glowing particles. Was Frost going to deal with them? Under Isabel's high vigilance, she found that the luminous particles passed through the dome calmly. Before they touched the ghost ship, the light spots automatically bypassed them and continued to float upward. Isabel sighed in relief when she saw that the particles didn't do any harm to the ship. However, her curiosity was aroused. She wanted to know what the use of these glowing particles was. Soon, the glowing particles reached the sky. When it reached a high altitude, the light spot suddenly flickered a few times and then disappeared. At the same time, both Isabel and Sanders were surprised by what they saw. Isabel and Sanders both opened a space fissure at the same time as if they had agreed to do so beforehand. Isabel and Sanders vanished into thin air. In the void corresponding to the middle world, Sanders and Isabel both walked out of the fissure. The dark space was filled with glowing particles. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that they were the same particles that disappeared in the sky. When the light spot appeared in the void, it suddenly exploded with an unprecedented light. Even the darkness of the void was illuminated by the light. Both Sanders and Isabel were shocked by what they saw. The spell creation phenomenon that they thought was gone didn't disappear at all. Instead, it showed up in the air and created a shocking scene. Doors, countless doors, slanted, vertical, long, short, wide, tall, exquisite, simple, all kinds of doors appeared in the void. They were densely distributed, just like a square, the graveyard of doors. So this is the phenomenon that disappeared? Isabel muttered in a daze. On the other side, Sanders muttered to himself, so it's still here. At this moment, Frost appeared out of thin air behind the two of them. He stepped through the air as if he were walking on flat ground and walked over with an elegant gait. Frost stopped beside Sanders and looked at the world behind the door with admiration. What an amazing phenomenon. Frost looked at Sanders. So, this is the answer you're looking for. After pausing for a moment, Frost continued, speaking of which, the phenomenon this time is very strange. Its appearance is very sudden, don't you think? Sanders knew what Frost was trying to say. Just like a wonderful story, it couldn't reach the climax right away. It needed a transition, or something like a foreshadowing. Besides, even if you were given a climax, you wouldn't be able to immerse yourself in it if you didn't understand the story. What Frost was trying to say was that this phenomenon wasn't complete. At this moment, Isabel also came to a realization. Why did she still feel that something was wrong when she saw that this was a creation phenomenon? That was the reason. The strange phenomenon this time appeared out of nowhere, as if it was the second part of the movie without any prior hints. It was very sudden. This is the first time I've seen something like this. But as far as I know, this isn't the first time something like this has happened. It happened in the origin world. Frost then gave an example from the origin world. In ancient times, a very talented wizard created a spell called Dark Light Spell, which caused a spectacular phenomenon. A few years later, he created another spell called Dark Light Spell, which caused another phenomenon. But this time, the phenomenon appeared halfway through. According to him, the obsidian spell originated from the Dark Light Spell. Of course, the effects of these two spells were completely different. Otherwise, the phenomenon wouldn't be triggered. To put it simply, it was the development of multiple spell models of the same type. In other words, a wizard would dig deeper into the spell model he or she created. The spell model he had created at the very beginning had already triggered a spell creation phenomenon. However, as a wizard dug deeper into the spell model, he or she would obtain a completely different effect, which would lead to a second phenomenon. Because they both belonged to the same spell system, this spell creation phenomenon was like the first and second volumes of a novel, with a sense of connection. Only those who had experienced the first phenomenon would be able to see the second one without feeling that it was too abrupt. Frost looked at Sanders. So, Angor must have created a similar spell before, right? Isabel, on the other hand, was surprised by Sanders' answer. If Angor really created a spell before, didn't he already do it when he was still an apprentice? If that was true, then Angor's potential was too terrifying to imagine. Frost didn't ask further. Instead, he turned around and looked at the seemingly endless door. The phenomenon of a spell creation is closely related to the spell it's created. There are so many doors here, which means Angor's creation must have something to do with them. Just as Frost finished speaking, Isabel suddenly had a flash of inspiration in her mind. Not long ago, Angor ran into Goman Princess, or Mandebra, in the underground forest. When several giant undead creatures were about to explode, Angor teleported out of the forest and asked Isabel to help Sunders. Isabel clearly remembered that Angor used a strange door to teleport to another world. She didn't ask about it right away because the situation was too dangerous. Now that she thought about it, Angor really did create a spell before, and the effect of his creation must be that door. Both Sunders and Frost noticed Isabel's strange expression. Sunders sighed. Since Isabel already noticed, there was no need to hide it. He considered and nodded. Yes. Angor experienced a phenomenon not long ago. The spell he created must have something to do with a door. Isabel already had her guesses, but she was still surprised to hear it confirmed by Sunders. Angor really did create a new spell when he was still an apprentice. This was unbelievable. Unlike Isabel, Frost was more interested in the time period when Angor first created a new spell. Not long ago? For supernatural beings with long lifespans, such a word meant a lot of time. For example, Frost could use the word not long even if it was 100 years ago. But judging from Angor's situation, it might really mean not long. If that was the case, then Frost thought of something. Before he went looking for the box of reincarnation, he sensed a phenomenon in the southern wizardry region. At that time, the phenomenon of law creation was not big, and normally, it would not attract its attention. At that time, the reason why it paid attention to the phenomenon of law creation was because an unusual situation had occurred at that time. The God's will came. The creation phenomenon that led to the descent of the Lord's will had actually happened in the origin world before. However, the will this time was different from what Frost had expected. The consciousness did not show itself. Instead, it hid behind layers of space. It seemed to be observing from the dark. This might be normal in the eyes of living creatures, but this was the consciousness they were talking about. Some wizards even called it the truth, or ultimate. The consciousness was an amalgamation of information and consciousness. It was a great operating consciousness that did not have the ability to think. Therefore, observing from the dark was extremely rare. This was the reason why Frost had paid attention to the creation phenomenon. Back then, Frost was in a hurry to find the box of rebirth, so he did not pay much attention to it despite his curiosity. Now that he heard Sunders' words, he couldn't help but connect the two phenomena together. Because this time, the anomaly, the consciousness of the consciousness came again. And this time, it was doing the same thing as last time. Again, the consciousness of the world was at the front while it remained hidden. It was very similar to last time. Frost pondered for a moment. It was rare for him to open his dusty memory box and recall the map of the southern region. He wanted to confirm the location of the creation phenomenon in the southern region. A moment later, he asked, "You said Angor triggered a creation phenomenon not long ago. Was it at the sea outside Fake Continent?" "Let me think. Whalebone Sea?" "Yes." Sunders nodded in surprise. So it was him. Frost's expression changed a little. He already had a certain idea when he learned that Angor once came into contact with a mystery domain. Now, the idea was getting stronger and stronger. A wizard with such potential, creativity, and someone who attracted the attention of the consciousness of the world. Maybe it was worth waiting for. "Mr. Frost, you know about the creation phenomenon?" Sunders looked at Frost in confusion. Frost did not reveal the thoughts hidden in his heart. Instead, he continued to hide them deep within his heart. He nodded. "Yes. I was in the void near the southern wizardry region and sensed the creation phenomenon." Could it be that there was something unusual about that creation phenomenon? Frost smiled and replied meaningfully, "There was nothing unusual. However, in my opinion, that strange phenomenon was very interesting." Frost did not answer the question. Instead, he changed the topic to the realm of gates. "The doors here are quite interesting. Don't you think so?" Isabel looked at the different doors with a trace of doubt in her eyes. In her opinion, these doors were full of oddities. They looked both real and fake at the same time. Somewhere between reality and illusion. As an illusionist, Sunders could tell that all the doors here were illusions. However, these illusions could affect the material world, which was similar to the concept of true illusion. When an illusion reached this level, it was not wrong to say that it was real. For example, he created an illusionary room for Sparrow in the well, which looked like an illusion to outsiders. But in Hua Kei's heart, it was real. She could rest, read, listen to music, and even record in her diary. It was an illusion, but it was also real. These doors are both illusions and anomalies. However, reality and illusion are relative. When an illusion can affect the real world, it is real. Frost saw through the truth of the doors as well. While explaining, he walked toward the door world with elegant steps. Soon, Frost stood in front of an old wooden door. Under Sunder's and Isabel's puzzled gazes, the door was slowly pushed open with a creak, revealing a dark space behind it. No one could see what was behind the door despite the bright light. They could only see darkness, which looked like a giant mouth waiting to devour them. If it were any other magus facing such a door, they would have considered all aspects and made a choice after weighing the pros and cons, to enter or not to enter. However, Frost didn't hesitate at all. After the door was opened, he directly walked in. He did not come out from the other side of the door. Instead, he disappeared into thin air. Frost's voice came from the other side of the door. Looks like these doors have some sort of spatial property. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw another wooden door being pushed open. Frost's figure was walking out from within. Frost's eyes flashed with interest as he pushed open another door. Not long after, he walked out from behind another door in the distance. After shuttling back and forth a few times, the corners of Frost's mouth curled up into a smile. It is both the nature of illusion and a portion of the nature of space. It's quite an interesting creation phenomenon. Frost's words caused Isabel to be bewildered, and she also fell into deep thought. As Frost said, the creation phenomena were closely related to the spells he or she created. Since these phenomena contained both illusionary and spatial properties, did it mean Angor's new spell had these properties as well? What kind of spell would it be? Isabel thought about Sunder's creation, Nightmare Double. To outsiders, the spell also contained both spatial and illusionary properties. However, since it could trigger the creation phenomenon, there should be a clear difference between it and the nightmare substitute. Confused, Isabel flew to one of the doors and pushed it open just like Frost. Sunders did not move. He did not think about how these doors were related to Angor's new spell. He could just ask Angor what spell it was. Now, Sunders was curious about the purpose of the gate phenomenon. He began to observe carefully. Soon, Sunders noticed a pattern. The doors were actually facing each other. For example, if Frost had entered through the old wooden door, the door he had exited through must have been the same old wooden door. In other words, the doors were in pairs. It was impossible to enter through a wooden door and exit through an iron door. However, there was one particular door that caught Sunders' attention. He walked to the door. This was a very simple door. There were no gorgeous decorations or complicated carvings. However, the fact that it was still standing here made Sunders feel strange. Did you notice it too? Frost's voice came from behind. Sunders looked back and saw Frost and Isabel both staring at the door. It's the only door in this place, said Sunders. It's the only door here. All the doors were arranged in pairs. However, there was only one door to this world. Where does this door lead to? Isabel asked curiously. The other doors had corresponding exits, so where would this single door lead to? Open it and you'll know, Frost suggested. Isabel stepped forward and tried to push it, but no matter what she did, the door was tightly shut. It was a locked door. When Frost saw this, a dark light flashed in his eyes. He seemed to have thought of something. His lips curled up under his mask. I knew it. It left it behind. It left it behind? Who is it referring to? Isabel looked at Frost in confusion. Instead of explaining, Frost whispered, Angor has woken up from his meditation. It's time to go back. Perhaps he'll give you the answer you want. Of course, he has to be willing to tell you. With that, Frost's figure slowly faded away. Will these creations stay here forever? Isabel asked before Frost's figure disappeared. They were in the void, but the location of Midworld was close to Soul Genesis Garden. Isabel was still worried that the creations would affect Soul Genesis Garden if they stayed here for a long time. What's gone will disappear, but what's here will also remain. Frost left behind an ambiguous sentence before disappearing completely. Midworld. Under the dome. Angor woke up from his meditation. His mind was still a bit muddled. Not long ago, he was still focusing on the transformation of the door model. He did not expect that when the special energy filled the model of the door, there would be a second creation phenomenon. This time, the creations allowed him to see the path again. Countless pieces of information were gathered together, forming a magnificent and surging path. The path was only an illusion. It didn't really exist, nor did it have the shape of a path. But in Angor's eyes, it was a path constructed by endless knowledge and information. The first time he saw the path, it quickly disappeared. This time, the path didn't exist for too long. However, Angor had a feeling that the path wasn't really gone. It was just covered by a layer of mist. If he could remove the mist, he might be able to see the path again. Angor didn't know how to remove the mist, but he had a feeling that it wouldn't be too hard for him. Angor didn't pay much attention to the path. His attention was soon attracted by something else, which was the model of the door on the spell slot. Angor had always wondered what would happen when the special energy filled the model. Now, he had the answer. Angor could faintly sense the effect of the model. However, there were still many unsolved mysteries. He had to try it out to find out. However, when Angor was about to give it a try, he noticed that the model had some limitations. Angor stood there for a long time because he was trying to figure out the limitations of the model. Soon, he figured out the limit of the door model based on the information he already had. Whenever Angor used the new door model, the special energy contained in it would return to zero. In other words, if Angor wanted to use the new door model again, he would have to wait for the special energy to spread out again. Angor did not know how long it would take for the special energy to return to its full state. However, this restriction told him that he shouldn't use the new door model carelessly. Also, he was only able to figure out the limitations of the spell for now. Apart from this, Angor also sensed that the door model had other restrictions. However, he could not figure them out yet. Only when Angor tried to use the door in real life would they gradually reveal themselves. Angor was planning to test the new door model right away, but he decided to put it on hold for now. After all, no one knew how long it would take for the special energy to spread out again. Therefore, hastily experimenting now was not an appropriate choice. Back to the spell itself. There were many limitations to the new door model, but he didn't regret it at all. The greater the restrictions placed on any technique or matter, the more powerful or important it was. That was why it needed to be restricted in many ways. For example, some very powerful spells required supplementary casting materials in order to cast them. These casting materials could also be considered as a restriction. With this in mind, Angor became more serious about testing the door model. Besides, Angor could tell that there were many people around. It wasn't a good time to experiment with a new spell technique in a situation where everyone was looking at him. Russell's voice came from behind, and he slowly woke up from his reverie. He turned around and saw Frost, who was wearing a bronze gear mask, slowly walking to his side. Frost didn't speak right away. Instead, he observed Angor from head to toe for a while. "Your breakthrough is within my expectations. But I'm surprised that you found the path of truth." Angor recalled the path paved with information and knowledge he saw earlier. At that time, he had a vague feeling that this was the so-called path of truth. Now it seemed that he was right. Frost continued, "I don't like what the time thief did, but I have to say, I admire his foresight. Your potential is much higher than I had imagined." Angor had not truly embarked on this path yet, but from Frost's point of view, Angor would be able to do so in the future. Frost's words confirmed Angor's suspicions and told him something else at the same time. Angor's breakthrough was within Frost's expectations. In other words, Frost must have given him the Kofing and Helrandi soft water on purpose. Angor did not know whether he should thank Frost or not. In terms of results, Frost did a good job. At least Angor succeeded. However, Kofing and Helrandi soft water were not the key to his breakthrough. Angor could still enter his mana vortex without Kofeng. The Hellrandy's soft water prevented the energy clusters from escaping, but Angor still had the axes of the universe to help him capture them. But from another perspective, Frost was a legendary wizard. To him, becoming a wizard was not a big deal. Therefore, he decided to give Angor a little push when he saw him inside the barrier. Kofeng and Hellrandy's soft water might not be the key to his breakthrough, but they did help Angor a lot. For example, Angor could feel that his mana vortex was twice as large as a normal wizard's, which saved him at least several years of training. This was the result of Kofeng expanding his mana pool before his breakthrough. From this point of view, Frost was also helpful to him. Angor considered and thanked Frost in a serious manner. Angor had other thoughts in mind, but he did not want to think too much about someone as powerful as Frost. Frost didn't deny Angor's gratitude. He glanced at the space fisher behind him and said, "You've just broken through, so you need some time to get used to it. I'll leave you to it. But we haven't finished our conversation yet. I hope we can continue once you've settled down." Frost did not ask about the door or Angor's spell creation. He only nodded to Angor politely. Last but not least. Congratulations on becoming a wizard. May the truth be your path. After saying that, Frost's figure gradually turned into nothingness and disappeared. At the same time, Isabel and Sunders walked out of the space fisher. Angor walked to Sunders. Sunders inspected Angor carefully and nodded with a smile. "I see you didn't leave any regrets for yourself. And I didn't disappoint you, sir." Sunders chuckled. Angor did not disappoint him, but he would not say it out loud. Placing his hopes on someone else would only put more pressure on Angor. Sunders slowly looked behind Angor. At first, he did not understand what Sunders was looking at. But when he saw a series of footprints on the ground, he realized something. His breakthrough was not only about his strength. It was also about his body, soul, and energy level. Such a sudden change in strength could also cause some problems. For example, right now. "I see you still need some time to get used to it." As a matter of fact, he already had good control over his body. It was just that he was too busy thinking about the model of the door and let his guard down a little, which led to these footprints. However, Sunders didn't just refer to his body. Angor did not know how to control his aura and energy, which was why the apprentices on the ghost ship did not dare to look him in the eyes. While Sunders and Angor were talking, Isabel was also observing Angor from the other side. As soon as she saw Angor after returning from the void, she sensed a powerful aura coming at her like a raging torrent. It was a mixture of blood aura, and energy released by Angor. It was like an unconcealable source of heat that kept releasing light and heat. Isabel knew that it was because Angor had yet to learn how to hide his aura. Still, she could tell that Angor was very strong. Compared to other newly advanced wizards, Angor was not at the same level. In terms of energy density, Angor was even stronger than the old wizard on the ghost ship. Isabel was sure that if Angor fought against Isabel now, the result would not be as clear as what happened in Silent Hill. Thinking of this, the emotions in Isabel's eyes became somewhat complicated. Now that Angor was a wizard, he was not far from becoming a truth-finder. Phantom Island's strength had increased, and Dark Castle had taken the lead in establishing a friendship with Phantom Island, which made Phantom Island even more valuable. However, Isabella and Angor's emotions were like a ravine between the two of them. Isabel sighed in her mind. She needed to talk to Isabel. Hopefully, she could resolve this quickly. While Isabel was thinking, Sunders also finished talking with Angor about energy concealment. Judging from Sunders' tone, it seemed that he was going to stop there. Isabel was hoping that Sunders would tell Angor something about the strange phenomenon, but he didn't do so. Of course, Sunders would talk about Angor's creation of the door phenomenon. Isabel was curious to know what door, illusion, and space was, but she did not want to pry into Angor's private matter. However, it wasn't a good thing for Dark Castle if the gate remained outside of the void. Isabel tried asking Frost, but Frost's answer was vague. She could only hope that Angor could give her an answer. Since Sunders did not intend to tell her, Isabel decided to take the chance to ask a question when the two were done talking. Door phenomenon? Angor knew about the phenomenon, but he did not know what it was because he was too absorbed in his mind space. Speaking of the phenomenon, Angor suddenly remembered something. In ancient times, the creation phenomenon was known as the gift of truth by the Magi of that time. The phenomenon was actually a reward given by the world's consciousness. Back in the Whalebone Sea, Angor once received a gift of truth. Back then, Angor entered a miraculous scene, in which he learned spells, alchemy, and even how to use the power of the dream wasteland. That was how Angor truly understood what it meant to be inspired. Thanks to the gift of truth, Angor was able to quickly perfect the ability of his phantom limbs. This time, the gift of truth did not give Angor the miraculous scene. Instead, it gave Angor something else. If he was not mistaken, it should be the only variable in the strange phenomenon of the door that Isabel mentioned. He now understood what Frost was trying to tell Isabel. The door will disappear, but the door won't, Angor said. The door? You mean the only door that is impaired? Isabel looked at Angor in confusion. Why? The other doors are just anomalies. They'll disappear one day. As for the door, I don't think so, Angor explained. If it's not a phenomenon, what could it be? Angor didn't answer right away. He considered for a moment and said, I have some questions about the door myself. I'll tell you when I figure it out. Isabel gave Angor a thoughtful look and nodded. All right then. Before leaving, Isabel said something to Angor, I still have something to discuss with you, but now's not the time. I'll come to you next time. Angor nodded. Isabel already told him that she wanted to talk to Angor about something. Angor didn't expect something like this to happen before he finished his conversation with Frost. When Isabella left, he noticed that Kimberly and Isabella were also leaving from the ghost ship outside the dome. Before leaving, Kimberly mouthed a congratulations at Angor. Isabella remained expressionless and walked away with her head lowered. As the witches left, the sky ghost ship slowly sailed into the distance. When the ghost ship was about to leave, a small dot of light fell from the ship and turned into a piece of paper, which fell into Angor's hands. He opened it and saw a congratulatory letter, which seemed to be congratulating him on his breakthrough. The letter also wished that Angor could visit Silent Hill when he had time. Ivan was written at the bottom of the letter. Wizard Ivan, an old wizard from Silent Hill. He's the captain of the ghost ship. Sunders paused a little before continuing, he's an academism wizard, and he's quite popular with people. Now that you're a wizard, you'll need some connections. He's a good man. You can choose whether to go or not. I'll think about it. Angor put away the letter and looked at the ghost ship in the sky. It was an instinctive action, but he soon saw Falca standing on the wooden railing at the stern of the ship, looking at him from afar. Angor nodded at Falca in greeting. Falca, on the other hand, twisted his legs and almost fell off the edge of the boat. Feeling a little embarrassed, Falca lowered his head and quickly disappeared. Let's go back. You have a lot of things to deal with after your breakthrough, Sunders said. Angor didn't just need to deal with his own problems. He also needed to deal with the aftermath of his breakthrough. Angor nodded. Sure. But before that, I want to take a look at that door in the sky. Sunders gave Angor a meaningful look and nodded. He sensed that Angor knew something about the door that could not be opened and did not form a pair. Speaking of which, Sunders was curious as well. What was the purpose of the door? When he was about to tear open a fissure leading to the void, a white light suddenly appeared above his head. Along with the light, he heard a loud noise coming from afar. He looked up and saw that the moon in the night sky was covered by a giant eye. The previous white light was shot out from the scarlet pupil of this huge eye, and its target was the ghost ship that was sailing in the sky. Cercible's? Angor looked at the giant eye in surprise. He saw Cercible's soul in Corpse Forest, but he didn't expect to see Cercible's true form here. Angor knew that Cercible's was a creature from Midworld. But why would it attack the ghost ship in the sky? As he wondered, the ghost ship in the sky was already in a mess. The ghost ship was a powerful vessel that combined defense, attack, and maneuverability. Although Cercible's was very powerful, he didn't use his main body. He couldn't shake the ghost ship in the sky with just one eye. However, the unfortunate thing was that when Cercible's launched his attack, the Sky Spectre ship happened to be defenseless. Because of Angor's spell creation, the world's consciousness came and suppressed the apprentices on the ship. In order to prevent the apprentices from being seriously injured and damaging their foundation, Wizard Ivan opened the defensive barrier on the ghost ship. When Angor finished his spell creation, Wizard Ivan removed the barrier to save energy. The barrier would go into a temporary state after being deactivated, and it would take some time before it could be reactivated. Since the ghost ship was defenseless during this period, Wizard Ivan didn't think they would be attacked during this period. However, reality slapped him hard in the face. Cerberus appeared out of nowhere and attacked the Spectre ship. With a loud explosion, a huge hole appeared on the deck of the ghost ship. Screams and cries of agony came from the ship. Wizard Ivan looked back and saw the deck covered in crimson blood. The apprentices who stayed on the deck were more or less affected by the explosion. At a glance, he couldn't tell if there were any casualties or injuries. However, judging from the drop of blood, the situation was not good. Why now? Wizard Ivan's expression turned grim. The barrier was still in its preparation phase, and it would take at least 1 minute to reactivate it. A minute might seem short, but for a magical creature of Cerberus' level, it was enough to cause near-destructive damage to the Spectre ship in the sky in an instant. At present, the only way was to increase the speed of the Spectre ship to the maximum and stall for as much time as possible so that the defensive shield could be reactivated. Only then would they be able to escape. With that in mind, Wizard Ivan quickly called out, "Falca, go to the helm and fly at full speed toward my." Falca was at a loss for what to do with the sudden turn of events. When he heard Ivan's shout, he immediately rushed to the main control room. At the same time, a ray of white light was released from Cerberus's crimson eyes, aiming straight at the ghost ship. Falca's voice came from the main control room, "Not good, we can't increase the speed. It seems that Cerberus's attack has affected some of the machinery's operations. As the saying goes, when it rains, it pours." This was probably the situation now. Ivan cursed, flew into the air, and quickly rubbed the ring on his index finger. A huge light shield instantly enveloped the entire ghost ship. Boom, the ray of white light collided with the barrier. After a loud noise, the ray disappeared, but cracks appeared on the barrier. This was only a mid-grade defensive alchemy item. If it covered only one person, it could block many attacks. However, Ivan had to protect the entire ghost ship. At most, it would take one more attack for the barrier to break. Just as Ivan was thinking this, the second ray of light hit the barrier. Not only did the barrier break, but the huge recoil also made the ghost ship tremble. Several apprentices were shaken off. The apprentices who were already injured got even worse. Even Falca, who was in the main control room, spat out a mouthful of blood from the impact. Falca stood up in a daze. He looked out from the main control room and saw Cerberus's giant eyes gathering white light again. Ivan's voice came just in time. "Maybe we should prepare to abandon ship." Falca's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the Sky Spectre was going to fall today? Just as the apprentices were in despair, the white light in Cerberus's eyes slowly dissipated. Cerberus's personality seemed to have changed. The hostility in its crimson eyes gradually disappeared. At the same time, it slowly turned around and floated towards the depths of the night. In the blink of an eye, the giant figure was gone. Falca was taken aback by the abrupt end of the conversation. What happened? Why did Cerberus leave just like that? All of the acolytes had the same question in their minds at this moment. While they were still confused, Ivan suddenly looked in a direction and said, "Thank you, Wizard Pat, for your help." Wizard Pat? Falca hesitated for a moment and followed Ivan's gaze. He saw a tall figure standing in the place where Cerberus had been standing. The figure was surrounded by rings of illusions that looked like steam. Falca's eyes flickered with complicated emotions. This so-called Wizard Pat was none other than Angor. It was said that Cerberus's resistance to illusions was much lower than other elements. Angor was an illusionist. Perhaps he used illusions to confuse Cerberus, which caused it to leave. While Falca was still pondering, Wizard Ivan and Angor had already started talking in the air. Falca didn't know what they were talking about. However, seeing Angor and Wizard Ivan talking so fluently, and Wizard Ivan's joyful expression, Falca's resentment toward Angor slowly faded away. Before this, Falca was still in a daze about Angor's breakthrough. It was only at this moment that he finally had a clear understanding. Crucibles might not be immune to illusions, but it wasn't something an apprentice could do. Angor didn't seem to care about it at all. This only meant one thing: he was much stronger than before. Reality was always cruel. When there was a huge gap in strength between two people, no matter how unsatisfied one was, it would be crushed by reality. The pride in Falca's heart was completely crushed at this moment. He didn't know whether this was good or bad for him. But at least for now, Falca felt terrible. Angor watched the ghost ship flying away until it disappeared from his sight. He was still in a daze. He looked at his palm and sensed a ripple of energy coming from it. The energy ripple was stronger than ever. He was just experimenting to see what would happen if he used his new mana whirlpool to activate an illusion. If he could buy some time for the ghost ship, it would be killing two birds with one stone. Angor really did want to buy some time, so he used an illusion on Crucibles. However, Angor soon noticed that Crucibles did not seem to be very resistant to illusions. The giant crimson eye fell into a confused state without much effort. Since he succeeded so easily, he decided to further control his illusions and lure Crucibles away from the ghost ship. In the end, he really succeeded. The energy cost was much lower than he expected. After his breakthrough, Angor knew that he was much stronger than before. However, he didn't really know how much he had improved until he cast this simple illusion. It was only when he used a basic illusion that he had a better idea of how much he had become stronger. Wizards and apprentices were only separated by a thin line. However, there was a huge gap between them. Angor did not think too much about saving the ghost ship. But from what Sunder saw, it was a great benefit. It seemed that Angor only saved the people on the ghost ship, but there were many other parties involved. The ghost ship did not belong to Wizard Ivan alone, nor did it belong to Silent Hill. It belonged to the entire Wizard Alliance in Fairytale Town. Angor's act of saving the ghost ship would be considered a favor to everyone in Fairytale Town. Of course, it did not mean that all wizards in Fairytale Town owed Angor a favor. However, as long as someone accepted the favor, they could slowly build up their connections. For example, Wizard Ivan already accepted Angor's favor. He already wanted to build a good relationship with Angor, and now, he became even friendlier. This was not a bad thing for Angor. With that done, Angor and Sunders left Midworld with mixed feelings. A while later, the two of them arrived at the portal. Even though it was Sunders' second time here, he still felt a subtle sense of awe when he saw the endless doors. Although everyone's creation phenomenon was different, this was the first time he had seen such a strange phenomenon. Maybe it was because he was the one who saw them, but he didn't feel anything strange. Instead, he felt comfortable walking between the doors like a fish in water. He pushed open an intricately carved wooden door and exited from another one of the same shape. After several experiments, Angor had a feeling of enlightenment in his mind. Perhaps these doors correspond to the spatial displacement effect in the door model? However, the effect of the door model formed by the special energy did not appear in the vision. Soon, he stood in front of an ordinary-looking door that was, in fact, the most special one in the realm of gates. Angor observed the door quietly. Compared to the others, he did have a better understanding of it. However, understanding was one thing, but he still did not understand the purpose of the door's existence. Why would the gift of truth give this door to him? Angor pondered for a long time without saying anything. Sunders stood behind him and waited patiently. A while later, Angor finally moved. He walked to the door and tried to open it. Sunders followed Angor's movement. He was also curious about the secret behind the door. But soon, Sunders began to doubt himself. Angor couldn't open the door either. When he realized that he could not open the door, he stepped back again and looked at the door with a strange look. He frowned and relaxed his eyebrows as if he had found something. But when he thought about it carefully, he felt that it was ridiculous. A while later, Sunders saw Angor coming back to his senses. What do you think of this door? The door is a gift from the truth. Angor pondered for a moment and chose not to answer. It's a gift from the truth. The gift of truth? Sunders was surprised. He knew what the gift of truth was. It was a reward given by the world's consciousness, and he had received it many times. Even though he knew what the gift meant, he still felt strange. Why was it a door? Most of the time, the gift of truth was a form of idealism. It was rare to see something like this. At least, Sunders had never heard of such a thing. My professor asked me what I think of this door. Angor paused. I don't know what to say. I know a lot about it. But the more I know about it, the more confused I am. Why is that? Sunders asked curiously. There was no one else in this area, so Angor decided to tell Sunders about the door's function. To me, this door is a coordinate? A street sign? That doesn't sound right. Angor paused for a moment as if he was trying to find a suitable adjective. After a while, he spoke in a hesitant tone. Target anchor. Target anchor? Sunders frowned. The word coordinate was similar to coordinate, which both referred to a location. However, coordinate was more like a concept, while target anchor was a concrete representation. Still, Sunders did not understand what Angor was trying to say with the word. It's right here, existing eternally. As long as I want to, I can feel it anywhere, anytime, Angor spoke slowly. It's like a bright lighthouse. I can see where it is when I turn around. Sunders slowly understood what Angor was trying to say. The door could also be considered as a space waymark, but it was more concrete. As long as someone sensed the door, they would always know the way back. Just as Angor described, the door was like a lighthouse in the dark, guiding people who lost their way. It sounded like a good idea. But in terms of its effect, it was not very useful. As Sunders understood, a space waymark could completely replace the door's function. No matter which world Angor went to, as long as he remembered the waymark, he would never get lost in the dark. Is there anything else? Angor rubbed his forehead and shook his head. I don't think so. It was because of this that he had hesitated when Isabel asked him about it. Angor did not believe that this was the only effective truth's gift. So, he went to the void to verify it. And it turned out that this was the only thing the door could do. At least, Angor could not sense anything else. You mean the door won't disappear? Asked Sunders. It's eternal? Angor nodded. He couldn't sense the other doors, so it was only a matter of time before they disappeared. But this door was a target anchor. It was fixed in place and would not disappear. Sunders considered for a moment. Well, at least we saved a spaceway mark. That's good. Sunders tried his best to praise the door. Angor shrugged. He was planning to tell Isabel about the door's special effect after he figured it out. But now, it seemed there was nothing special about it. He would just tell Isabel when he got back. You're right. We saved one space waymark, Angor said helplessly. Angor didn't give up and checked the door again. Still, he found nothing. It seemed that the gift of truth this time had really shrunk a little. Angor thought about it again. There was only one door model, after all. He used a door model to trick two creation anomalies. Overall, he didn't lose anything. At least, he now had a path. It wasn't a bad thing to use the gift of truth as a spaceway mark. With this thought in mind, Angor felt a lot better. Since he didn't find anything useful, he decided to leave the void. After all, he had a lot of things to take care of since he just broke through. Angor and Sunders turned to leave. However, just as they turned around and walked a few steps, a guttural chuckle came from behind them. Young man, long time no see. Angor quickly turned his head around. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared on the doorframe that he had used as a target anchor. At first, the black shadow's color was as dark as ink. However, as he chuckled, spatial ripples began to appear. The black shadow gradually revealed itself as if it had been dipped in water. It was a man wearing a large robe and a tall hat. His clothes were made of countless gold and silver clocks, which rotated like gears and shined brightly. On his head, there was a round hat in the shape of a clock. If someone else wore such a hat, they would look ridiculous. But on this man, it did not look out of place at all. As if this was how he should dress up. As for the man's face, it was still dark. Angor could vaguely make out his facial features, but he could not tell what he looked like. The man was smiling. The corners of his mouth curved upward like an upside-down crescent moon. Against his dark face, his white teeth looked extremely dazzling. When he looked into the man's eyes, Angor's expression became extremely serious. His body was even trembling slightly. Even though the man's clothes and hat had changed, and Angor had never seen the man's face before, Angor still recognized him as soon as he heard the man's voice. "What's wrong, Angor?" Sunders gave Angor a puzzled look. He did not understand why Angor suddenly stopped moving. From the looks of it, it was as if he was looking into someone's eyes. Angor frowned. "Can't you see him, sir?" "Him?" Sunders caught the name and carefully followed Angor's line of sight. However, he could only see the door. There was no one in sight. "He's sitting on the door frame of the target anchor," Angor spoke in a soft voice. Sunders looked at the door again. It was still empty. Sunders did not think Angor was lying. With a thought, he covered his eyes with a thin layer of clear light. Spell, Mana Breaker Eye. Mana Breaker Eye could tear away all illusions and reveal the true appearance of something. Still, Sunders found nothing. There was no one on the door frame. It was still empty. However, in Angor's vision, the man sitting on the door frame was still looking at Sunders with a lazy grin on his face. Two seeds at the same time. The man glanced at Sunders and then looked at Angor again. "But this has nothing to do with him, so he can't see me." "So you're here because of me?" Angor considered. "Mr. Cassini?" The man nodded with a smile. He did not deny Angor's title. Sunders' expression changed. He could not hear the man's voice, but he did hear Angor's answer clearly. "Cassini." Either Angor was lying to him, and there was no one here, or this person was strong enough to hide from him. Sunders didn't think Angor would lie to him, which left only the second possibility. The person was so strong that even Sunders couldn't detect his presence. Also, Angor called him Cassini. Sunders immediately thought of a person. That was a hateful fellow that he would often dream of in the middle of the night. Most wizards in the southern wizarding region were looking forward to meeting this man. However, Sunders did not like this man at all. A self-proclaimed thief who stole someone's future simply because of a small favor. Such a person was the worst criminal in the world. And Cassini was exactly that man. He was the infamous time thief in the wizarding world. Sunders' expression turned serious after confirming the identity of the man. He did not dare to take Angor away from such a powerful enemy. Instead, he looked at Angor and spoke in a serious tone. "Choose. Choose. Carefully." Angor nodded and kept his eyes on the time thief. "Yes. It has something to do with you." The time thief did not mind Angor and Sunders' small movements. "Young man, you don't need to be so cautious of me." The time thief sat on the door frame, his legs even shaking with the rhythm of the music, which gave him a rather youthful feeling. "I'm more than willing to participate in your life." The time thief's voice was very clear and crisp, just like the sound of spring water hitting rocks on a hot summer afternoon, making people feel comfortable from the bottom of their hearts. Angor tried to stay alert, but he still could not bring himself to dislike the time thief. "If you want me to participate in your life, why don't we start with this door?" The time thief jumped down from the door frame and pointed at the door behind him. "Since you don't think this door is useful, why don't you give it to me?" The time thief looked at Angor with a big grin. Angor thought to himself, "Here it comes." Every time the time thief showed up, it was to steal your choices. He was like a scavenger who wandered around the nodes of time. Whether it was the past, present, or future, as long as you gave up your choice, the time thief would steal it away. If you compare your life to a long road, every choice you make in life will lead you to a new road. Sometimes, you feel that the new road is not satisfactory, so you will go back and take another road. However, in life, you can't go back on every choice you make. For example, if the time thief gave you a choice, he would not give you the chance to change it. Even if your choice led you to a dead end, you would not be able to turn back. And now, the time thief was going to force Angor into a 2-versus-1 fight. Choose the door, or give it up. Angor almost blurted out, "I won't give up the door." But before he could say anything, the time thief stopped him with a smile. "Don't be blinded by your inner prejudice. If you refuse me because of his..." The time thief pointed at Sunders and narrowed his eyes. I'll be very sad because of his influence. Why don't you think about it again? What does this door mean to you? Angor frowned. If he really thought about it, he could not figure out what the door meant to him. Most of the time, a space waymark could replace the door. So what if he gave it away? The time thief did not urge him. He leaned against the door frame and waited with a smile. Young man, it's not a difficult choice. Why don't you give it a try and let me be a part of your life? Angor did not mind the time thief's words. He was currently immersed in a memory. It was when he told Sunders about the time thief back in the Abyss Plane. When you can't get rid of the time thief's shackles, you must follow your heart when he gives you a choice. Follow his heart. This was a choice he had to make for his own future. With that in mind, Angor looked at the time thief and shook his head. I won't give the door away. Even if it's useless to you? Angor remained silent. The door doesn't mean much to you. You're right. It's just a target anchor. Nothing else. Are you sure you don't want to give it to me? Angor nodded. The time thief did not get angry. Instead, he snapped his fingers. The door slowly disappeared in front of Angor's eyes. Angor did not show any expression. It seemed like the time thief took the door away, but it was not. Angor could sense that the door was still in the same place. However, it was unknown what the time thief did, but it was hidden away. Not handing this door to me is also a choice. If that's the case, I'll fulfill one of your wishes. If you want to hide it, I'll do it for you. With that, the time thief's figure slowly faded away. Right and wrong, true and false, existence and illusion, past and future. Countless choices lead to countless paths. There were countless paths, but there would always be one that led to the truth. Will my visit eliminate the wrong choice for you, or steal the right one from you? It's a multiple-choice question, young man. As his voice trailed off, the time thief's figure completely disappeared from the other side of time. It was as if nothing had happened. There were no waves, no ripples. However, that was not the case in Sunder's eyes. When the door disappeared, he thought Angor had made a deal with the time thief. Angor suddenly walked up to them. He pointed at the air, and the door that he thought disappeared showed up again. There were no energy ripples or illusion ripples. It was as if the door had just appeared from the depths of time. He's gone? You didn't give the door to him? Yes. Angor nodded. He was still in a daze. Even though he gave up the door to the time thief, the old man still rewarded him. Sunders asked about the process in detail. That's how the time thief works. No matter what you choose, even if he doesn't get anything, he'll still reward you. This was why many wizards sought the time thief like a flock of ducks. However, most of the time, the current choice was not the time thief's true goal. Instead, it was something hidden behind each choice. Angor might be rewarded this time, but when he fell into the honey trap again and again, what the time thief really wanted would be taken away without him noticing. When you realized that the time thief was a thief, he had already stolen all your choices. Should he hand over the target anchor to the time thief? This was actually a very simple choice, because the two sides of this choice would not involve any major variables that would change one's life. For example, if a lover and a relative fell into a river at the same time, who would you choose to save? No matter who you choose, it will bring a lot of variables to your future life, because it is very difficult to have a perfect solution in this world. However, the time thief didn't give him such a choice. Handing over the target anchor might change his or her life to a certain extent. But if he didn't hand over the target anchor, he wouldn't make any changes. Since he was sure that the time thief's goal was not pure, the best defense was to not change the current situation. Angor's choice wasn't absolutely correct, but there was no risk involved. Of course, the time thief's choice was simple, but it didn't mean it would stay this way forever. Again, Sunders reminded Angor not to let his guard down when encountering the time thief again, even if it was a simple multiple-choice question. The time thief would often set traps in such questions and wait for Angor to jump into them himself. Choices in this world could happen in any situation, anywhere. The answers were often born or destroyed by a single thought. For example, on the other side of Midworld, Falca, who had just returned to Silent Hill, made a decision after a long silence. He decided to let go of his obsession with Angor. It wasn't just because Angor saved them all. It was also because of the difference in strength between them. Besides, there was no need to keep this obsession. Angor didn't see him as a target. It was ridiculous that he still saw Angor as his mortal enemy. One had to lower one's head in reality, and there was no need to be arrogant in life. Falca let go of his obsession with Angor and his pride. As Falca's teacher, Taurus was glad to see Falca's change. However, when he heard the reason for Falca's change from Wizard Ivan, he was a little stunned. At the top of Silent Hill, inside a stone tower that looked ragged on the outside, Taurus, the current ruler of Silent Hill, was sitting in front of a withered wooden table. His eyebrows, which were full of scars, were furrowed. In front of him was a pile of raging flames, and an image appeared in the blazing flames. It was the image recorded by the Spectre ship on the dome not long ago. When the image gradually dissipated, on the other side of the bonfire, Wizard Ivan whispered, "That's what happened." Taurus pondered for a long time. Their encounters could be divided into two parts. Taurus wasn't surprised when Isabel and her apprentice, along with Kimberly, hijacked the ship. When Isabel returned to the southern region, Taurus already knew that as long as Dark Castle remained in the Fairytown Wizard Alliance, one day, Dark Castle would regain control of the Sky Ghost ship. The second part was when he became a wizard and stood in front of the path of truth. The rescue of the ghost ship in the sky was also part of the story. When Taurus heard the news, he was even more shocked than when Dark Castle regained control of the Sky Ghost ship. As a long-lived wizard, Taurus felt like it was only yesterday when he saw Isabel almost killed Angor in Silent Hill. But now, Angor had broken through the Great Barrier and became a wizard in the blink of an eye. And he even reached the threshold of truth. This was shocking. Even Taurus himself was still wandering around the gate of truth without knowing how to get there. Taurus rubbed his swollen temples. Not long ago, Taurus heard about Angor's deeds in the Abyss and how he became a member of the R&D department. All of these were already shocking news to Taurus. But he didn't expect the news to spread to Silent Hill's midworld so far. After a long time, Taurus took a deep breath and said, "Phantom Island is really something." He couldn't help but admire Angor's talent. Sumesh had just become a truth finder, and Angor had already shown his true potential in terms of individual strength. It was such a pity that such a genius didn't show up in Silent Hill. However, Taurus read a lot of magazines recently, and they all recorded Angor's experiences in great detail. If one were to say that Taurus's regret was due to a moment of lament, then Taurus's regret was due to a moment of emotion. White Coral Floating Island Academy would be the one who would feel regret when the news about Angor's breakthrough spread out. Taurus sighed and shook his head. He then said to Wizard Ivan, who was standing beside him, "Although the Sky Ghost ship was damaged, it's still worth it to have a relationship with Wizard Pat." After all, Angor had a lot of potential, and he was already a truthfinder wizard. Plus, he was a member of the R&D department, so he would be treated as a VIP in any wizard organization, including Moonfrost Union. If Wizard Ivan could talk to Angor and maintain a good relationship with Angor, there would be no harm in doing so. Wizard Pat just became a truthfinder, so he should be able to stabilize his condition for a while. "Maybe you can visit him and thank him later," Taurus said. Angor's identity as an alchemist was already worth the effort, not to mention the fact that he was also a potential student. Wizard Ivan nodded in agreement. Taurus then changed the topic to Falca. "It's a good thing that Falca was able to let go of his obsession," Taurus said. Taurus knew Falca too well. His excessive pride made him look down on others and became a shackle that shackled him. Wizard Ivan nodded in agreement. He witnessed Falca's change on the way back to Silent Hill. Pride wasn't a bad thing. However, if one treated pride as the cornerstone of one's life, one's view would become narrower. It wasn't a bad thing for Falca to let go of his pride. "By the way, Falca told me that he's going to participate in the Rising Star competition in 2 days," Wizard Ivan said. "It's almost time to register for the Rising Star competition. It's good that he's going now." Taurus paused for a second and then said, "Xianxia, go get Falca for me." Xianxia was a small sunflower cockatoo. Taurus had met her during the disaster. At that time, Xianxia was still a newborn bird. Because of the sudden rainy season, she had been abandoned by her mother. If it wasn't for Taurus, Xianxia would have been left alone in its nest, waiting for death. Xianxia helped Taurus through the worst of his life. Later, Taurus brought Xianxia back to Silent Hill and spent a lot of effort to turn it into a monster. Taurus called out to Xianxia several times but received no response. When he looked back, Xianxia was no longer on the windowsill. Among all of Taurus' black crows, Xianxia was always the most eye-catching one with its white feathers. Now, there were countless crows on the windowsill, but Xianxia was nowhere to be seen. Taurus frowned. Xianxia was here just now. Where did it go? This guy, don't tell me. He went to find Taurus to gossip again? Xianxia was good at everything, but as a talkative parrot, it had one thing that troubled Taurus the most. It loved to gossip. In the whole of Silent Hill, Taurus was the most similar to Xianxia, so if Xianxia went missing, she must have gone to Taurus' place. At the same time, at the edge of Silent Hill, a cockatoo with beautiful white feathers and a yellow sunflower crown on its head was resting on a huge rock. There was a strange human face on the surface of the stone. Half of its eyes were open and the other half was closed. Half of its brows were furrowed and the other half was white. It was half young and half old, half laughing and half silent. It was as if the face of a young man was forcefully pieced together with the face of an old man. Taurus, don't pretend to be asleep. Wake up. I have big news. The cockatoo landed and started pecking at the rock with its red beak. No, no, no. Stop pecking, I'll go bald. Have you forgotten that you're a rock? You're bald. The old man's face on the rock spoke first, and the young man's face on the rock spoke later. How dare you say I'm bald? I think I'm bald? Are you an idiot? I'm you, and you're me. You call me bald, and you're bald too. You call me stupid, and you're stupid too. Do you want to quarrel, old man? Seeing that they were about to quarrel, the cockatoo quickly stopped them. Taurus, stop quarreling. I'm here to share big news with you, not to listen to your pointless quarrel. Xianxia, we've always been the ones telling you gossip. What big news do you have? Did Europa say something to you? And how many times have I said it? Our name is Taurus, not Taurus. The cockatoo was Taurus' pet, Xianxia. It was dissatisfied. I really have big news. I just heard it from my master. Oh? What news did Mr. Taurus have? Didn't you notice that when Wizard Ivan came back just now, there were several big holes in the ghost ship in the sky? Oh, that's true. I also saw a lot of injured people on the ship. That's why I didn't ask what happened, Xianxia said proudly. Xianxia said proudly, so, that's what I want to say. Big news. The two faces on the rock both looked at Xianxia curiously. The old one was flattering, while the young one was flattering. Taro's expression pleased Xianxia perfectly. It raised its head and spoke slowly, this big news is about the person you care about the most. The person we care about the most? Miss Main from Elysium? Xianxia snorted. What kind of woman are you talking about, you stone? I'm talking about Angor, the one you were talking about a few days ago. The famous Bensway was an entertainment area in Floating Mech City. You could find anything you wanted here. There were several Elysian pavilions in the city. Almost everyone on the street was smiling. However, Pride walked out of a small building at the corner of the street with a gloomy expression. Standing in front of the small building, he let out a deep sigh and turned around to look at the building that wasn't too tall. When he saw the magic neon sign that read Sky of Truth at the top of the building, he couldn't help but feel helpless. If nothing changed, he would be kicked out of his position by Mr. Vaughn's man in a few days. Once he lost his position, his girlfriend, Jolene, would probably leave him, and he would never have enough money to buy the potion of austere night again. In other words, he, Pride, would have to live as an ordinary mortal for the rest of his life. His father and brother might be able to help him survive in Floating Mech City, but they were only apprentices. One day, they would leave Floating Mech City. Who could he rely on then? In this man-eating world, it was unreliable to rely on others. Only by relying on oneself could one be worry-free. But how could he rely on himself? He had to become a supernatural himself. His spiritual power level was 9. As long as he could buy the potion of austere night, he would have a chance to become a supernatural. But he needed money to buy it. Pride lowered his head dejectedly and slowly walked away from the Bensway Curve building. Along the way, Pride kept thinking about how he had to keep his position as the chief editor if he wanted to make money, and the next issue of Sky of Truth had to sell well. But to do that, he needed something that would make him famous. But where was he supposed to find something? Pride walked past the entrance of a blissful house that was illuminated by rainbows. 2 male apprentices staggered out of the house. I heard that Son of Ocean Gebra has broken through the 10th level of Tower of Infinity, and he's a genius we can't hope to match. By the way, I heard Gebra has an old enemy. Is he going to participate in the Rising Star competition? Mr. Pat? How? Did you drink too much? How could you forget about this? Mr. Pat is already a member of the R&D department. There's no way he'd lower himself to participate in the Rising Star competition. The 2 male apprentices walked away with their arms around each other's shoulders. Pride listened to their conversation, and his eyes dimmed. 2 years ago, he was promoted to chief editor because he reported about Angor's discovery of mystery items in Dark Castle and Isabel's return to the south. Now, he had to step down from his position because of Angor. His reputation was growing day by day. Especially after he became a member of the research department, he was now the brightest star of the future. As long as they could report more about Angor, the magazine's income would increase. However, the Sky of Truth was just a small magazine. It didn't have many connections, and its news was outdated. How could there be any breaking news? For this reason, Sky of Truth didn't sell many copies even though it was still about Angor. Sir Bonsman was already very angry after the consecutive failures of the first few issues. He had just ordered that if Pride did not improve in the next issue, he would fire him from the position of chief editor. But how could he make the magazine look better? Should he use the strategy given by his girlfriend, Jolene? Jolene's strategy was to write about Angor from the opposite side. Because of the deep-rooted bad habits of humans, the thing they liked to see the most was the appearance of the person who was praised. The higher they were, the more they would fall from the altar. Angor was one of those people who was held in high regard. If they analyzed Angor's flaws and described him as an example of someone who was bound to be overpraised, Angor might actually be able to find a way out of this mess. Jolene's strategy was a good one, but Pride was hesitant. He didn't want to use this method. It was not that he was a righteous man. In fact, he had used similar methods to write about other people before. It was just that he did not want to write about Angor like this, simply because Angor was his benefactor. After all, he relied on Angor's information to get Pride the position of chief editor. If he did this now, he wouldn't be able to live with himself. Besides, Angor was now a member of the R&D department. If he wrote about Angor like this, he would offend the department as well. But if he didn't use this method, what else could he do to bring Truth's Sky back to life? Pride's face was gloomy as he walked forward. He returned to his residence with a sad look on his face. It was a small cubicle between 2 buildings. The room was small, but if he lost his chief editor, he might not even be able to afford it. Pride sighed and opened the door tiredly. He wanted to go back and take a shower before thinking of other ways to deal with the situation. As he was about to enter his room, he saw the mailbox in front of his door. A corner of a white envelope was peeking out from the dark green leather mailbox. Who would leave a letter for themselves? Pride walked to the mailbox, puzzled. He used the key to open the mailbox and took out the letter lying quietly inside. Pride looked at the cover of the envelope curiously. It was a simple white envelope without any words. What made Pride feel strange was that the pattern on the wax seal was usually the emblem of an individual or an organization, but this wax seal was actually a paw print. It looked like the footprint of some kind of bird. Who sent this? Pride returned home with the envelope in his hand. He went to take a shower first. When he came out of the bathroom, he was still thinking about how to make the next issue of his magazine a hit. But he still couldn't find anything. He saw the envelope on the table. After thinking for a while, he decided to read the contents of the envelope. He guessed that it was from his father and brother. Maybe they had something to tell him. When he took out the oily yellow letter, he suddenly froze. This handwriting looks familiar. Pride didn't read the contents of the letter. Instead, he quickly glanced at the bottom of the letter. When Pride saw the signature, he was stunned. Your grandpa Stone? It was actually a letter from him. Pride's face was full of surprise. Don't be fooled by the name Your Grandpa Stone. It was because of Your Grandpa Stone's contributions that Pride was able to become the chief editor of The Sky of Truth. Your Grandpa Stone was the one who sent the news about Angor and Isabel's return to the southern wizarding region. At first, Pride hoped that Your Grandpa Stone could stay in Truth's Sky and create a column for him so that he could become a professional writer. However, Your Grandpa Stone never submitted any more articles, which made Pride feel quite disappointed. Now, Your Grandpa Stone sent him another letter. Was it another new article? Back then, his submission had made Pride the editor-in-chief. This time, would Your Grandpa Stone save his life again? With this in mind, Pride began to read the letter in excitement. When Pride was halfway through reading, the fat on his body began to tremble. He was excited. His eyes became brighter and brighter. In the end, he couldn't help but jump up from the sofa. Great! Great! Your Grandpa Stone means you're my grandpa. He didn't expect that in his most desperate moment, Your Grandpa Stone would come to his rescue again. Pride quickly picked up his robe and rushed out of the door with the envelope in hand. He didn't even wait to put it on. Once the information in the envelope was published in Truth's Sky, it would definitely sell out. Pride was sure that as long as he could publish this article exclusively, his position as chief editor would be secured. After all, the information in the envelope was about Angor, who was currently a hot topic. It would definitely reignite the prairie fire in the already calm public opinion. And Truth's Sky was the one who would ignite the fire. Pride quickly ran back to the magazine office and used the communicator to call the staff back one by one. A moment later, everyone stood in the lobby of Truth's Sky with dissatisfaction and confusion. Pride, what the hell is wrong with you? Why are you yelling in the middle of the night? If you don't explain yourself, I'm not going to let you go. It was a young staff member who spoke. In terms of social status, he was definitely lower than Pride. However, he was a talent. Even if he spoke disrespectfully, no one would dare to refute him, including Pride. Pride's current girlfriend, Jolene, was also confused. Pride, did you call us here because you've decided to use that method? Jolene knew that Pride must have an idea. That was why he called everyone here. Jolene did not think that Pride could get any explosive news in such a short time. She assumed that he would use the method she mentioned. The others all looked at Pride, waiting for his explanation. Pride took out the envelope and spoke to everyone excitedly. I just received a big piece of news. Tomorrow. No, today, we'll rush through the night and try to have the new magazine published by the day after tomorrow at the latest. In such a hurry? What kind of news is it? Jolene frowned and asked. Yeah, you can't keep your position as chief editor. Don't drag us down with you. Someone mocked. Pride didn't care about their sarcasm. That was the reality. Talented people had a greater right to speak than a mere mortal like him. The fact that these talented people were willing to come to the magazine in the middle of the night was already giving him a lot of face. Pride put the envelope in the middle of everyone. Read for yourselves. With this news, Truth's Sky will definitely make a beautiful comeback this time. Everyone looked at the letter in confusion. The more they read, the more shocked they became. The young man who had mocked Pride said in an incredulous tone, "Is what's written here true?" Mr. Pat really became a wizard, and not far from becoming a truth finder? Pride nodded. The author is Your Grandpa Stone. You should know him well. It can't be fake. When everyone heard this, there was an uproar. Pride was immortal, so he did not know how terrifying news about Angor becoming a wizard was. However, as talents, they knew the value of such news. Once the news spread, the entire floating mech city, no, half of the southern wizarding region would be shocked. Jolene looked at the shocked faces of the people in the magazine, then at Pride. She grinned. It seemed that Pride could keep his position as chief editor. Jolene was also immortal, so she did not react much. She even had the time to think about the evil content of the letter. By the way, don't you think the last sentence of Your Grandpa Stone is a bit strange? Everyone followed the voice and saw the last paragraph of the letter. Please write more words of praise for Angor. That's the main point, and the only thing I asked for when I submitted the letter to you. Oh, and remember to mark my name. It's best if Angor can see it, or I'm doomed. Everyone looked at each other. What did your Grandpa Stone mean? Someone spoke up. Maybe your Grandpa Stone offended Angor in the past and wants to use this method to beg for forgiveness. Angor didn't know that the news about his breakthrough had already spread to the outside world through the ghost ship. In Dark Castle, Angor's breakthrough had already become the center of attention. Angor, on the other hand, had already disappeared from everyone's sight for 2 days. During these 2 days, Angor had been staying in a soundproof room in Soul Society to get used to the new changes in his body, both inside and outside. This was a necessary process every wizard had to go through after breaking through. For one thing, it allowed his mana whirlpool to operate continuously without being disturbed by the outside world. After all, the nature of his mana whirlpool and its recovery speed were much faster than his previous mana pool. Angor needed some time to get used to it, not only to familiarize himself with his mana whirlpool, but also to achieve a more harmonious balance in his mind space. For another thing, Angor could use this time to calm his mind down. This was to prevent his overly excited mood and sudden increase in power from affecting his judgment. Sorting out his emotions and calming his mind was more important than the first. The time required for this process varied from person to person. Some might take 10 days or half a month, while others could do it very quickly. Angor belonged to the latter. Angor preferred to follow the academic path, but his personality was very similar to Sunder's. He was a very disciplined person. He could feel how powerful he had become, but because he had become stronger, he had also become more self-disciplined. He was very clear that power was meant to serve people, not to make people become captives of power. Therefore, the process of him settling his mind was much faster than anyone had imagined. 2 days later, Angor came out of the soundproof room. The first thing he wanted to do was to find Sunders and ask about what happened after his breakthrough. Angor's breakthrough was done in a hurry, and he spent most of his time preparing for it. He didn't know much about what would happen after the breakthrough. However, when he came to Sunders' room, he didn't see him inside. Frost, who lived in the same area as them, wasn't there either. Angor didn't stay idle either. He still had a lot of things to deal with. For example, Floret and Babota, who he had been keeping in his bracelet. Angor reached his spirit feelers into the bracelet and carefully controlled the strength of his spirit feelers to prevent them from pressurizing him. He thought the siblings would have a lot to talk about. Maybe they were still talking about their feelings. However, when he reached his spirit feelers into the bracelet, he found nothing. No one said anything. In a corner of the bracelet, a dim light was still on. Babota was sitting in front of a desk, carefully observing the soft larva nest with a serious expression. Floral Sparrow floated behind Babota and leaned her head on Babota's shoulder from time to time. She seemed to be very close to Babota, but she was actually observing the nest just like Babota. Angor's mind's eyes way. Why was this pair of siblings so different from what he had imagined? Shouldn't they lick each other's wounds and make up for their past mistakes? Babota had taken such a unique path. Even when they were reunited, he did not forget to study the soft larva nest. He even brought Floret with him to study it. Unromantic. Angor sighed in his mind. At this time, Hua Kk turned her head to look into the darkness, her clear eyes carrying a trace of hesitation. Is that, Big Brother? Flower Sparrow's voice pulled Babota out of his serious state. He looked around in confusion. Is Angor here? Angor didn't expect Floret to be even more sensitive than Babota. He tried his best to hide his spirit ripples, but Floret still noticed him. It's me. Angor's voice came from the darkness. How did you find me, Floret? Is it your clairvoyance? Flower Sparrow grinned from ear to ear. It's my instinct. Instinct? Angor muttered to himself. That's even more ridiculous than I thought. Babota explained, my sister's clairvoyance is still a bit uncontrollable. Compared to her clairvoyance, her intuition is more sensitive. At first, Babota was only explaining what Floret meant by intuition. But as he went on, Babota couldn't help but praise Floret like a maniac. I think this intuition ability is even more powerful than foresight. You know, I've been relying on my sister's intuition for the past 2 days. Through the stimulation of the pheromones secreted by the ricin worm, I've successfully made the mother worm give birth to a new type of mutated soft worm. Although it's still not a mutated soft worm, it's a breakthrough after many days of stagnation. With her help, I might be able to create a soft morphing worm in no time. Angor frowned at Bobota's impassioned words. He had no objection to Bobota's research on the soft larva nest. It was his job to study it in the first place, and Bobota was very talented in this field. You've been studying soft morphing worms for the past few days? Angor couldn't believe it. Bobota nodded. Yeah. Angor rubbed his forehead impatiently. I gave you guys some time to reunite, and all you did was ask Floret to study soft morphing worms with you? Bobota finally understood why Angor sounded a little disgruntled. He opened his mouth and mumbled a few words, not knowing what to say. Floret Sparrow chuckled. Don't blame him, big brother. I'm the one who suggested it. Angor looked at Floret Sparrow. I'm really grateful for your help, big brother. I don't have anything else I can do to repay your kindness. I heard about the soft morphing worms from my brother, so I thought I might be able to help you. Angor looked at Flower Sparrow quietly. He could tell that Flower Sparrow was telling the truth. However, the woman was looking down when she spoke, which meant there was more to her story. For some reason, Floret Sparrow didn't mention it. Angor considered. I don't need anything from you, but I won't stop you if it's what you want. You won't blame my brother then, will you? After getting a definite answer, Huakeke smiled so widely that her eyes narrowed into slits. I have a feeling that Big Brother and I will definitely be able to help Big Brother cultivate the soft morphing worm. Angor looked at Floret Sparrow's confident look and chuckled. It'll be great if you can. Of course. Floret Sparrow and Bobota agreed at the same time. They even looked at each other with a smile, as if they were happy because of their agreement. Angor was going to ask them what they learned from their reunion. But when he saw them looking at each other and felt the warmth overflowing from their eyes, Angor decided not to ask about it. It was the first time Angor saw Bobota smiling like this when he was always so gloomy. The once beautiful brother and sister were separated because of an accident. Because of this, they walked on two different paths in life. After going through all kinds of hardships, the gloomy man and the lonely man were finally reunited. Even if they hadn't seen each other for years, even if they were separated by life and death, they could still find comfort in each other. Bobota's gloomy sky began to lighten up because of Floret Sparrow. Floret Sparrow's lonely world was also filled with sunshine because of Bobota's arrival. They both became each other's saviors. Big brother, can you talk to Lady Isabel for me? I want to stay here. Flower Sparrow suddenly spoke up. Angor glanced at Floret Sparrow and then at Bobota, who was looking very nervous. It seemed they thought he showed up because Isabel wanted to take Floret Sparrow away. Sure. Angor chuckled and spoke in his usual calm voice. Hearing this, the siblings heaved a sigh of relief. Angor finally looked at the soft morphing worm nest on the table. He didn't manage to grow a soft morphing worm, but there were several types of soft morphing worms that were quite useful. The soft morphing worm he saw last time, especially the soft morphing worm. For now, his best long-range weapon was still the phantom limbs. Angor wondered what kind of mutant soft morphing worm this time was. After a careful inspection, he found the soft morphing worm to be quite interesting. At first glance, it looked no different from other soft morphing worms. It was white and chubby, with tiny black dots around its eyes. A worm lover would probably find it adorable. However, if someone tried to stimulate it, it would turn into a puddle of puddles. This cute little guy would immediately shrivel into a layer of skin. Then, the liquid in its body would cover the skin, making it look like a pool of liquid. Based on our observations, this soft morphing worm only turned into liquid because it's scared, Bobota said. Bobota said, the liquid is highly toxic and stinking. Even the nemesis of soft worms wouldn't touch it. Basically, the liquid is its protective shell, and its core is under the liquid, which is under the thin layer of skin. So, basically, as long as this guy is not attacked by anything beyond its level, it can perfectly protect itself and not be disturbed by the outside world. Generally speaking, Angor didn't find anything special about the soft morphing worm. Many monsters had similar defensive measures. For example, Some fish would swell up into a ball of spikes to protect themselves, while some insects would blend into their surroundings and so on. But the reason why he found this liquid worm interesting was because this liquid worm was showing a certain trend. It was turning into a soft morphing worm. The previous soft morphing worms had different shapes, but they didn't change their shape at all. This soft morphing worm could be considered as a form of transformation. If this trend could continue for a long time, perhaps it wouldn't be too far away from cultivating a soft morphing worm. Angor told Boboda about his experience and left the place. He heard some noises coming from the hall outside. When he opened the door, he saw Frost already in his mask. Frost was already sitting on the sofa and greeted him lazily. "Mr. Frost," Angor greeted Frost politely. Frost waved a hand. "I don't like formalities. Come, sit down. Are you waiting for your professor?" Frost asked as if he knew what was on Angor's mind. "Yes." "Do you know where my professor went?" Frost asked casually. "I saw him in the void. He was studying those doors. I think he's still there." Frost paused for a moment before he continued, "As for me, I went to the void to study the door created by Truth's gift." Seeing Angor's reaction, Frost continued, "No, your professor didn't tell me that. Anyone who knows something about this field should be able to notice it. But it's gone now. It's completely hidden." Frost gave Angor a curious look. "I feel something familiar about it. If you don't mind me asking, who did it?" Angor considered for a moment and decided not to hide it. "It's the time thief, Cassini." Frost raised an eyebrow. He didn't look surprised at all. "So it's him. So he wants you to give him the door?" "Yes, but I refused," Angor said. "Mr. Frost, may I ask if I made the right choice?" Angor didn't want to hide Cassini's identity because Frost reminded him to be careful of the time thief not long ago. Perhaps Frost was on the same side as Angor. He really wanted to know what Frost thought about this, and what was the use of the door in Frost's eyes. "The choice the time thief gave you isn't a right or wrong decision. In my opinion, it is more of a bargain than a choice," said Frost. "But you did well to refuse. In the game with the time thief, even if it's a transaction like this, we should try not to add too many variables." From Frost's explanation, Angor understood how someone as powerful as Frost viewed the door. The time thief didn't lie to him about the effect of this door. It really only had one effect, which was positioning. In most scenarios, this door could indeed be replaced by a spatial waymark. However, under certain circumstances, this door can be very useful. Frost said, for example, you might be caught in spatial turbulence, or you might be lost in some special space. Under these two circumstances, the spatial coordinates might not be effective, and might even deceive you, but that door won't. It has existed since the beginning of time, and has truly become the lighthouse that guides you back. He might not be able to reach the legendary level, so the door was not useful for him at the moment. Besides, once he reached the legendary level, he would have other ways to save himself if he got lost in spatial turbulence or another special space. He wouldn't really need to rely on this door. In this case, the door really didn't have any meaning. But that wasn't the case. The door was an absolute indicator. It was a marker that would never get lost. Any existence with an absolute nature has its own value. Otherwise, why would the time thief come to Angor and make a deal with him? After explaining, Frost moved on from the topic of the time thief and returned to the door itself. The reason why Frost went to the void to study the door was that there was something else about it that confused him. It wasn't the effect. It was the meaning of the door's existence. Or rather, why did the world leave the door to Angor? Both Angor and Sunders believed that the gift of truth came from the world's consciousness. But that wasn't the case. Frost knew that the door was left behind by the consciousness. He was curious why the world's consciousness left this door behind. When Angor created a new spell in the Whalebone Sea, the world's consciousness didn't reward him. But this time, it did. There was a commonly accepted saying in the origin world that the reward of the world's consciousness always pointed to the truth. Of course, it wasn't absolute. There weren't many people in the origin world who were rewarded by the consciousness, but none of them actually found the truth. But one thing was for sure, the reward of the world's consciousness would never be useless. As far as Frost was concerned, the door was useless to Angor. At least, it wouldn't be useful for a long time. So why would the consciousness give the door to Angor as a reward? Frost studied the door because he wanted to find out more about the will of the world's consciousness. But he didn't get any answers. Frost looked at Angor again. Since the gift of truth was given to Angor, maybe he could find some clues from the boy. Frost asked, "You're right. The door isn't useful to you right now. However, the gift of truth would never be given to useless things. So I'm curious. What do you think the door can do for you? What can I do for you?" Angor pondered for a while but still couldn't come up with anything useful. The door was like a target anchor to him, and he could always use a space waymark to replace it. As for the useless space waymarks mentioned by Frost, Angor had already considered it, but he didn't think he would fall into such a situation anytime soon. But he still couldn't figure it out. Frost could tell that Angor really didn't know. But maybe it was because Angor didn't think about it yet. "Why don't you think about your new spell? This door appeared because you created it. Perhaps you created it to deal with this situation as well," Frost reminded him. Speaking of creating a spell, Angor fell into deep thought. The model of the door should have two effects. The first one was short-distance teleportation. The second one required special energy to activate the model. Angor didn't use the second one out of caution. But he had a vague idea of what the second one would do. Would he use the door for the second one? He didn't think so. But he had a feeling that the door did appear because of the second effect. But it wasn't because of the effect itself. It was because of the special energy needed to activate the second effect. When he thought of this, he stopped thinking. This was related to his secret. He couldn't afford to let his guard down since there was a powerful wizard in front of him. Frost noticed Angor's change of expression. He didn't use mind reading, but he could tell that Angor really thought of something. But Angor didn't want to talk about it. If it were someone else, Frost would use other methods to force them to talk. But Angor didn't. Frost only smiled and gave up on the idea. After observing Angor for a while, Frost already had an idea. As a mystery hunter, he couldn't do many things without a mystery alchemist to help him. But ever since she disappeared, Frost couldn't find a single mystery alchemist who was willing to help him. Until he accidentally met Angor here. Angor hadn't become a mystery alchemist yet, but Frost already knew a thing or two about mystery. Angor had great potential. Maybe he could become a mystery alchemist in the future. Frost had a long life ahead of him. He didn't mind waiting for Angor to grow stronger. If Angor could really become a mystery alchemist, Frost would have an outlet for his thoughts. Because of this, Frost didn't want to force Angor. At least for now, he hoped to talk to Angor peacefully. If you can't figure it out, then the world's consciousness must have accidentally opened the door. Frost chuckled to himself. Angor knew that Frost wasn't amused at all, but he didn't see the point in Frost's words. He could only smile perfunctorily. Frost changed the topic. "Speaking of which, you're a wizard now, and you're not far from becoming a truth finder. Are you sure you don't want to go to the origin world?" Angor's answer was still no. He would consider it, but not now. "All right." Frost didn't insist. "We haven't finished talking about mystery items yet. How about we continue now?" Angor didn't mind. Frost only talked about how mystery items could be controlled. He didn't talk about the energy distribution of mystery items. But before he could agree, he heard footsteps coming from outside the hall. Someone lifted the curtain by the door with his long, white fingers. It was Sunders, who was wearing a standard gentleman's suit. Frost raised an eyebrow. "Looks like we'll have to wait until next time." Frost knew that Angor needed guidance the most since he just became a wizard. He could give Angor some pointers, but he didn't want to overstep his boundaries in front of Angor's teacher. Frost stood up. "I'll stay here for a while. Come find me when you're free." With that, Frost headed back to his room. "I thought you'd stay here for a while longer. I didn't think you'd come out so soon. Looks like you're better at controlling yourself than I thought. I know what you want to ask. Follow me." Angor stood up and saw a strange space tunnel appearing in front of him. He quickly realized that the tunnel was connected to the gravity garden. However, he never had the strength to resist when Sunders brought him to the gravity garden. Now that he saw the space tunnel, he had a feeling that he might be able to resist it. It was only a fleeting thought in his mind. He wanted to resist, but he would not actually do it. Instead, he followed the suction and found himself in the familiar open-air study room. As soon as he arrived, he heard rustling noises coming from not far away. He turned around and saw the source of the noise coming from a 3-story tower made of soul stone. Behind the window on the top floor of the tower, a long-haired woman was looking in his direction. Mandarhara, he called her name in a soft voice. Angor wasn't sure if Mandarhara could escape from the Church of the Deceased since Isabel gave him Mandarhara's soul. Furthermore, Tora's soul was also in the Church of the Deceased. If Mandela's special ability could work on souls, it might even be able to hide inside Tora's soul. That would be troublesome. Therefore, he decided to leave the item in Sunders' gravity garden for now. Perhaps because Mandela had been ignored for a few days, the resentment on her body had lessened a lot, but her expression was still cold. When he saw Angor, he gave him a cold glance and turned away. She's a soul now, but considering how much she hates Dark Castle, she won't be grateful to you. What do you plan to do with her? Sunders' voice came from behind. He looked back and saw Sunders already sitting in front of his desk. A chair floated in front of Angor's face. It's going to be hard to make her talk. Angor sat down and pondered. He wanted to study Prelude to Rebirth more, so he hoped that Mandela would tell him about her half-undead state. But it seemed that she didn't want to talk about it right now. Angor pondered for a long time but couldn't come up with a better solution. If he didn't force Mandela, he couldn't just visit her every day and wait until she was no longer disgusted with him. That was too troublesome, and he didn't want to waste time. Since you can't think of a better idea, I can give you a suggestion. Angor looked at Sunders and waited for his explanation. Isabel gave you the right to decide what to do with her. In a way, she's yours now, Sunders said. If that's the case, why don't you treat her the same way as Torres and throw her into the dream wasteland? Throw Mandela into the dream wasteland? Angor was a little surprised. Of course, he didn't mind throwing Mandela into the dream wasteland, but why would Sunders suggest something like that? Suddenly, an idea flashed across his mind. He was starting to understand what Sunders meant. The reason why Sunders wanted Mandela to enter the dream wasteland was similar to the plan he abandoned earlier. He wanted to create an emotional bond between him and Mandela. Angor didn't have the time to visit Mandela every day to slowly change her mind, but he could do it in Foundation City. Mandela spent most of her life in the Goman royal family. She might be a princess, but her life was very oppressive. Later, she was framed by the elder princess and ended up as a slave. No one knew how much pain she had to go through. She was sold to Dark Castle and tortured to death. Let's not talk about how tragic Mandahila's life was, just looking at the few missing pieces of the puzzle of Mandahila's life. She lacked emotions, a social circle, and an independent personality to be accepted and needed. The easiest way to make up for the missing pieces of the puzzle was to throw her into a friendly environment and let her slowly change. If Mandhara was still alive, this would be easier to do. He could just find a city with a better atmosphere and let Mandhara adapt to it on his own. But she was already dead. Was there a friendly soul city? Maybe. But Angor didn't know where to find one. For now, the dream wasteland was the best option for Mandela. He might not be able to make Mandebra change on her own, but it was highly possible that Mandebra would be influenced by the atmosphere around him and slowly change his mind. With this in mind, Angor nodded. That's a good idea. Then send her to the dream wasteland later. You don't have to pay attention to her. It might be better if she grows on her own. Angor had the same thought. Changes were always unintentional, but they were the most lasting. If he did it deliberately, he might end up at a disadvantage. After deciding on Mandela's future, Sunders finally got down to business. Now that you're a wizard, I believe you have a complete understanding of what a wizard is like after a few days of getting used to it. Sunders paused. So, what do you think is the difference between an apprentice and a wizard? What he really wanted to know was something about becoming a wizard. Angor was a little confused by the sudden question. But there must be a reason why Sunders asked this question. Angor considered for a moment. Whether it's the nature of energy, soul origin, or bloodline, apprentices and wizards are on two completely different levels. You can even say that they belong to two different worlds. Angor once heard that some wizards completely removed themselves from the category of human and kept calling themselves stupid humans to show their superiority. He used to think that it was ridiculous, but after he became an official wizard, he felt the difference between heaven and earth. He started to understand the thoughts of these wizards. Of course, understanding did not mean that he understood, nor did it mean that he agreed with them. However, from this perspective alone, apprentices and official adepts were indeed two completely different races. Moreover, there was a huge gap between them. That's true. What do you think is the biggest difference? Asked Sunders. Angor considered for a moment. Maybe it's our understanding of the world. Angor had just become a wizard not long ago, but he did notice that the world he saw now was completely different from before. When he was a mortal, Angor only paid attention to things that were already formed in the material world, such as mountains, streams, trees, houses, and so on. But after becoming an apprentice in the wizarding world, Angor began to look at things on the energy level, such as primal mana, spirit power, elemental particles, and so on. Now that Angor was a wizard, he saw different things again. Gradually, he could see, or rather, sense some very fundamental things. From a macroscopic view, Angor could see more profound things, such as the rich and stable energy web formed by primal mana. From a microscopic view, Angor could sense the origin of energy. If he looked deeper, he could even see the crystal walls hidden behind layers of origin. When Angor was in the soundproof room, he spent most of his time observing this new world, which was completely different from the one he saw when he was an apprentice. The more he observed, the more fascinated he became. He now understood why many wizards chose to stay in their own towers for years. It was because this world was too fascinating. It was changing all the time, and Angor could learn something from it by observing it. If Angor didn't need to know what he needed to know after becoming a wizard, he would probably still be in the soundproof room, wandering about in this strange new world. Sunders nodded in satisfaction. You're right. Understanding the world is a big difference. But it's not all. I can share my answer with you. Sunders paused. I think the biggest difference between an apprentice and a wizard is different power systems. The so-called power system isn't just about external strength. It's actually a series of things, including knowledge, cognition, spells, expectations, and so on. It also includes the interpretation of the world that you mentioned just now. Even external alchemy equipment belongs to this system. When Sunders was talking about power systems at first, Angor felt like he understood it. But as Sunders explained further, Angor was a little confused. There are different power systems. It's like a bookshelf that belongs to you. What books you put on it determines what category it will become in the end. Some have music-related books, some have cookbooks, and some have history books. The bookshelf is the framework of the whole system, which is what you can do. What books you put on it represents your perception, the depth and breadth of your knowledge. The category it forms in the end is your power system. At this point, Angor began to understand what Sunders was trying to say. Knowledge is the soul of a power system. It's the most important thing. According to the structure and content of knowledge, everyone starts with a different power system. As your perception grows, your power system will become more complete, Sunders said. Theoretically speaking, the more knowledge you absorb, the more similar your power system will become. The only difference is how you understand it. Some wizards once speculated that when a power system reaches its ultimate completion, it will become omniscient and omnipotent. Sunders' explanation was still vague. However, there were many concepts involved. If Sunders pointed them out, Angor's power system would become too similar to his and lose his individuality. Everything Sunders said was meant to be understood by Angor himself. Angor's current situation was just as Sunders expected. He was confused, but he could vaguely understand what Sunders was trying to say. It was as if a seed was slowly growing in his heart, emitting golden light and warmth. It was planted in his soft heart, waiting to be watered by Angor's knowledge so that it could sprout and grow. Everyone has different power systems, so their understanding is different. Even the way they use the same technique will be different. You'll have to understand this yourself. Sunders did not touch on the topic and let Angor think about it on his own. The power system he was talking about was the recognition of oneself, the summary of one's knowledge, and also a long road to clear the fog of the future. How to construct one's own power system was the key. Building the system did not mean the end of it. You still need to work on it for a long time in the future. As Sunders said, you need not only to expand the capacity of the bookshelf, but also to put more books into the bookshelf. There was one more thing Sunders didn't tell Angor. Wizards could only realize the path of truth faster after creating their own power system. Now that he was already halfway to becoming a truth finder, he didn't want to say such a thing, so it was better not to mention it now. Also, Sunders believed that Angor would figure it out himself when he began to construct his own power system. As for how to establish your own power system, you can slowly think about it when you go back. Now, I'm going to tell you what you need to do after becoming a wizard. Angor calmed down and looked at Sunders seriously. Next, Sunders began to tell Angor about the necessary knowledge to become a wizard. He talked about the construction of a system, the creation of an exile space, the creation of plane passageways, the cultivation of elemental creatures, until he learned how to use the nightmare domain when he became a wizard. Angor's eyes glowed. The unknown transcendent domains were always so fascinating. They were filled with curiosity and anticipation. Angor recalled the time many years ago when he was sitting in a carriage heading to Vichy Harbor from Pad Manor. Outside the carriage, there was cold wind and snow. A stove was burning in the middle of the carriage. Alan and Aline were sitting beside him, and Mara was sitting across from them. Mara was telling Angor about the wizarding world in a weathered tone, including the three major structures of occult, bloodline, and elemental, as well as the strange spells, strange wizard organizations, and a world full of hierarchical rules. Angor saw a mysterious world through those words. He was a little afraid of the unknown, but he still had hope in his heart. Now, Angor had become one of the most powerful wizards in the wizarding world. In fact, he was one of the top wizards in the southern wizarding region. As he listened to Sunders' words, he was still fascinated by what he was about to see. As long as there was still a long way to go, this curiosity would be the motivation for every wizard to move forward. Sunders spoke for an entire afternoon before he finally stopped. Seeing Angor's unsatisfied look, Sunders smiled. That's all for today. You still need to digest and experiment. We can talk about the rest later. Sunders waved a hand and several thick books floated out from a bookshelf not far away. Sunders handed the books to Angor. These books recorded some of the things he said today, which should be helpful to Angor. After doing all this, they talked about some other topics. Angor also told Sunders about the target anchor door he learned from Frost. Sunders didn't say anything about it. He only joked, at least you don't have to pay for a spaceway mark. Compared to the anchor, Sunders was more interested in Angor's method. He knew that Angor didn't show any signs of creating new spells recently. Why did he suddenly do it again? I don't know. Maybe it's the aftermath of the last spell I created? Angor answered. Sunders didn't need to use truth inspection to see that Angor was hiding something. Still, he didn't point it out. Angor was a wizard now, so it was normal for him to have his own secrets. If he really wanted to know, he could wait until Angor stabilized his power and fight him. Then, he might find out the answer. Of course, Angor's new spell had to be usable in a real battle. If it was a functional spell, such as Grea's Genesis spell, Sunders couldn't help it. Is Lady Grea still in seclusion? Angor asked something he really wanted to know. It had been several days since they arrived at Dark Castle, and the place had undergone a lot of changes. Even the buildings on the surface were destroyed. However, apart from reuniting with Babota, they had yet to achieve their main goal. Not yet. But I received a message from Isabel saying that the energy in the ice cave is weakening. Grea will come out soon. Angor sighed. He hoped that Grea would be able to solve Toby's problem after coming out. Apart from Grea's condition, Isabel has another message for you, Sunders said. She wants you to see her when you're stable enough. Angor nodded. Isabel already told him about this when he first became a wizard. Thinking about it, it was probably because of the two infant spirits. They probably wanted him to turn the infant spirits back into souls. Angor promised Isabel this, so he wouldn't refuse. They chatted about other trivial matters in the outside world for a while before Angor decided to leave. For one thing, he wanted to take Mandhara to the Dream Wasteland and check on his brother's match. Secondly, he had used up all the white bullets in Prelude to Rebirth. If he wanted to help Isabel turn her baby spirits back into souls, he would have to go out and collect more. Before he could leave the Gravity Garden with Mandhara, Sundar suddenly said, "Oh, there's something else I need to talk to you about." Dream Wasteland, Beginning City. Angor stood at the top of Heaven's Tower and looked down at the thriving city. Although it hadn't reached the point where it was bustling with traffic, it was full of life. He heard someone walking quickly behind him. "Sir." Freud came to him and bowed respectfully. He then stood aside without saying anything else. Freud sneaked a peek at Angor. He didn't know what was going on in Angor's mind, but he couldn't help but feel something strange when looking at Angor. It had only been a few days since they last met, but Angor already felt like a completely different person. Freud couldn't help but think of Angor's teacher, Phantom Master Sunders. "Lady Monroe has been working on the city's construction for a while now, right?" Angor suddenly spoke up. "Yes." Freud nodded. "No wonder the strange buildings look so much better now," Angor muttered. If Sunders saw the layout of the city now, he wouldn't doubt his sense of beauty anymore, right? Still, Monroe's performance really surprised Angor. Angor couldn't help but admire the city's transformation. "It's not that bad. Otherwise, Monroe wouldn't have been able to fix it," Freud said. "It's just like how ugly people won't look good no matter how much makeup they put on. You need to find the right foundation to change the exterior." Angor glanced at Freud. The guy was getting better at lying through his teeth. Freud didn't like to flatter Angor for a long time, so he thought Angor didn't say anything. "Speaking of which, the city is already on the right track." Angor quickly added, "Now that you mention it, the city is getting on track." "That's true," Freud nodded. "Why so?" Angor looked at Freud curiously. Freud considered for a moment. "Because many things are still floating on the surface, and there are too many unsolved problems. For example, food. We can't be self-sufficient right now, and we're using up all the food we have. Of course, the Dream Realm residents won't starve to death. They can just stop eating. However, for mortals, the joy brought by food is very difficult to replace by other desires. Apart from the food, there are many other aspects that have not been perfected. For example, a gloomy sky all year round will actually affect the mood of the residents." Freud was no longer talking about infrastructure. He was talking about the spiritual aspect. He knew there was no perfect solution to these problems. However, it was not that he could not solve them. It was just that he could not solve them in the past. It was just like the weather. He couldn't make the sun rise and set, the wind, the snow, the moon, the rain, and the lightning. He had to have the authority to do so. "Why, sir?" Freud asked curiously. Angor must have a reason for saying that the city was on the right track. "I'm going to build a second city in the Dream Wasteland." "A second city?" Freud was surprised. "Isn't it a bit too early?" Freud knew that Angor wanted to build a new city. He asked Monroe to take over Foundation City because he knew that there would be more than one city in the Dream Wasteland in the future. However, Foundation City was just starting to take shape, and there were still many problems that needed to be solved. "Wasn't it too hasty to build a second city?" "It's not just my opinion. It's also my professor's idea," Angor said. When Angor was about to leave the Gravity Garden, Sunders stopped him and said that he wanted to discuss something with him, which was exactly what Sunders was talking about. Now that Angor had become a wizard, it was time to start building the Dream Wasteland. Sunders meant that Angor should try his best to prepare for the opening of the Dream Wasteland in the future. Of course, he still needed to acquire the core authority first. But he wasn't in a hurry to do that, and he shouldn't forget about his preparations. "But Foundation City still has a lot of problems to solve," Freud said out of instinct. "That's why I'm going to open the Dream Wasteland." Angor sighed. It wasn't easy for Angor to solve these problems alone. However, other wizards might be able to find a solution. For example, there might be plant-type or life-type wizards who could provide suggestions for the development of plants in the Dream Wasteland. With the help of a collective mind, many problems could be solved without needing the authority to show up. When Angor saw Freud's confused look, he slowly explained his plan to Freud. The second city I'm going to build is a wizard city. A wizard city? Freud didn't know how to react. He thought Angor was too hasty to build a second city, which was meant to be a city for mortals. But now, Angor was going to build a wizard city? Freud was a little excited. Even if he wasn't the one who built the city, he was still excited to witness the birth of a new wizard city. However, he still needed to consider some practical issues. For example, did building a wizard city mean that he was going to open the wasteland to the public? Could the dream wasteland accommodate more supernaturals? The so-called tolerance didn't only refer to people entering the wasteland. Freud would also have to bear all possible negative consequences and schemes. Freud was just as worried about the dream wasteland as Angor, and he couldn't help but show a worried look. Angor chuckled. It's just an idea. I'll have to wait until I get more authority before I actually do that. Besides, I don't mean opening the wasteland to the public. I'll only open it to certain areas. I'll bring some trustworthy people or core members of Brute Cavern to the dream wasteland. First, it'll make it easier for us to communicate with them. Second, it'll greatly reduce the risk. Of course, Sunders had thought about this carefully before coming up with this idea. Angor put a hand on Freud's shoulder. It's not urgent yet. Go back and think about it. We'll talk about it later. Moreover, it's not that easy to build a mega city. After learning from the painful experience of building Foundation City, Angor wasn't going to rely on simple copying this time. The planning and layout of a city was a very professional job, and someone had to be in charge of it. Even if he really wanted to use the dream Welk, he would only bring the necessary materials into the wasteland. He wanted to build a city that was completely different from the wizarding world. In fact, he even planned to ask John to help him build the wizard city into a city on Earth. However, this was only an idea. It was hard to say whether it would actually work. Angor waited until Freud calmed down a little before he told him the real reason why he came to the dream wasteland. He told Freud about Mandahara's story in a simple way. Freud shook his head and sighed. I've heard about Goman King's tyranny. But I didn't expect him to be so cruel to his own children. Angor sighed in his mind. Not only Mandahara, but Roland as well. In Goman King's eyes, all of his children were just tools to be used. I see. It's not hard to change Mandahara's mind without anyone noticing. With her personality, it'll be easier to put her in the friendliest group of people. Freud began to think of a solution. I'll bring her here later. You can make the arrangements. Try to make her join the group willingly. Mandahara was no longer an undead, but her stubbornness was still there. If Mandahara wanted to break down the old but firm wall of her mind, it would only strengthen it further. It would be easier if Mandahara was willing to tear it down on her own. Next, Angor asked about his brother Leon. He should have gone to the Sky Tower by now, right? Yes. He said he's learning fighting skills from a strong female apprentice. A strong female apprentice? Of course, that was Nausicaa. He said he had a hard time in his first match in the Sky Tower, but he managed to get through it thanks to his good equipment. He didn't expect the first match, so he spent most of his time practicing in the real world. He only came here to spar with Night Saber once in a while. Unfortunately, Angor didn't come at the right time. Leon had just finished sparring with Night Saber half a day ago, then left. Considering how often Leon entered the dream wasteland these days, Angor estimated that it would be a day or two before he came back again. Angor sighed in disappointment. He would have to wait until next time. If Greya came out early, he might be able to go back to Floating Mech City and watch Leon's matches. Since Leon wasn't here, Angor decided to leave the dream wasteland. Now that Mandahara was temporarily under his control, he planned to return to the real world and send her to the dream wasteland. Angor bid farewell to Freud and prepared to leave. Before leaving, Angor looked into the distance. The main body of the Nightmare Domain was hidden there, which was also the core of the Authority. With his current strength, as well as the endurance of his body, he should be able to take on the new Authority. However, he didn't plan to do it right away. He wouldn't do it recklessly until he found the scroll to increase his luck. Otherwise, he would have to delay the opening of the dream wasteland. Mandela looked around in confusion. Tall and beautiful buildings, busy streets, and the beautiful sound of a piano coming from who knows where. This unfamiliar scene made Mandela a little confused. Not long ago, she was still locked in that tower that she couldn't get out of. How did she appear here in the blink of an eye? Suddenly, there was a burst of laughter in front of her. Mandela could faintly see two children under the age of 10 chasing each other. The little girl in the red dress was chasing a little boy who had some baby fat. She pretended to yell, "Alda, we're already at the Ocean Theater, and you can already hear teacher's music. You still dare to run? If teacher finds out, you'll definitely be punished by copying the score." Alda turned his head, his eyes turning into crescent moons as he stuck out his tongue and said in a childish voice, "I'm not going." Haha. After saying that, Alda turned and ran in Mandela's direction. He was like a slippery little kitten that accidentally bumped into Mandela's chest. Mandela frowned and subconsciously wanted to throw Alda away, but Alda suddenly cried out, "Ouch." That childish voice made Mandela's arms relax a little. She stiffened for a moment and didn't fling Yada away. Instead, she allowed Yada to crash into her body. Yada fell to the ground from the recoil of the collision. Just as he was crying out in pain, Sunny appeared beside Alda and twisted his ear. "You're really bold now. You think teacher dotes on you, so you can show off? When we get back, let's see if you still dare to scare those talents who came to." Halfway through her sentence, Sunny seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at the person Alda bumped into. She was about to apologize and bring Alda to the Ocean Theater. But when she saw the person Alda bumped into, she frowned slightly. "You. Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before?" Sunny looked at the girl in confusion. Now that there were more and more people in Origin City, Sunny might not be able to remember everyone's names. However, she was very sensitive to appearance. Even if she couldn't remember some people's names, as long as she met them in First Heart City, she would have an impression of them. But the person in front of her, her memory database was completely empty. Her long hair draped over her shoulders and her face was elegant. It was obvious that she came from a noble family. However, her body was shrouded in a gloomy aura, and this gloomy aura was vaguely familiar to Sunny. If Sunny had seen such a striking appearance before, she would definitely have an impression of it. Could it be that big sister is new here? Alda also raised his head and rubbed his aching forehead as he asked in a childish voice. Being stared at by these two children, Mandela suddenly felt a little nervous. What do they mean by newcomers? Where was this place? She wanted to ask, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She turned around and ran to the other end of the street as fast as she could. Sunny and Alda looked at each other suspiciously. They both had the same thought, what's wrong with this guy? Should we go after her? Alda asked hesitantly. Sunny gave Alda an annoyed glare. Go after her? A newcomer at this time must have been brought in by those people. They must have some special purpose. Don't worry about it. Someone else will take care of it. If Angor was here, he would definitely agree with Sunny's words. Sunny's observation skills were indeed very good. Then what should we do now? Alda mumbled out of instinct. Sunny grinned and pinched Alda's ear. The most important thing right now, of course, is to take you to Teacher John. No. Arg. Alda's desperate cries pierced through the sky and lingered for a long time before they turned into heavy shackles that slammed onto the poor Alda's body. At the same time, in a dark alleyway, Mandela also heard the scream. So miserable, could it be that he met with an accident? Countless terrifying possibilities flashed through her mind. Mandela's eyes could not help but darken. She walked to the entrance of the alley and looked outside. The little girl from before was pinching Alda's ear and threatening him. Keep screaming, and I'll make you learn how to play the piano. As he spoke, he dragged Alda into the Ocean Theater. Mandela also noticed that the beautiful piano music she heard before was coming from the Ocean Theater. Mandela sighed in relief. So he's only there to learn how to play the piano. I thought something bad happened to him. But after letting out a sigh of relief, Mandela suddenly froze. Why am I worried about a brat? Not only did this question appear in his mind, but another question also appeared in his mind. Why should I run? For the first question, Mandela still could not sort out her messy thoughts, but for the second question, she had a vague answer in her heart. When the little girl asked her that question, Mandela subconsciously wanted to respond with sarcasm. This was her nature after being influenced by the undead for the past few years. But just as she was about to speak, Alda's childish voice rang in her ears. She froze for a moment, suddenly realizing that she wasn't facing a group of undead filled with negative energy, but two innocent children. She couldn't control her tone, so she ran. It was a ridiculous reason, but it wasn't an excuse. It was a subconscious reaction from someone who hadn't come into contact with outsiders for many years. In fact, it was her subconscious reaction to hide in this dark alley after she escaped. The bustling buildings outside, as well as the people chatting and laughing, were like walking light sources, so free, so enviable. It reflected the darkness in her heart, and it kept coming out. And so, Mandela hid in the dark alley, curling up in a corner as if she could find her own comfort zone. Mandela leaned against the mottled wall and sat on the dry ground, her eyes filled with absent-mindedness. What was wrong with her? Why did he suddenly become so worried about personal gains and losses? Was it because of those two immature children? Mandahara rubbed his temples. With the comfortable pressure, Mandahara felt more comfortable. But in the blink of an eye, her pupils shrank, and her body began to tremble. Why can I feel my body? Why is it real? Mandela suddenly turned around, slapping the wall with all her strength. Pack! 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 Along with the falling wall, she seemed to be in a sorry state. Why can't I go through the wall? After a while, Mandela looked absent-mindedly at the dusky sky, her heart filled with confusion. Where am I? Could it be that I'm like the little girl in the graveyard? Did those damned adepts cast an illusion spell on him? Am I in an illusion? But the illusion in the graveyard was so fragile, so easy to see through. But now, not only was she unable to see through it, she couldn't even tell where she was. Everything seemed to be real, even his body was real. More importantly, she couldn't even feel her own soul energy, as if she had really become an ordinary person. No. She was indeed an ordinary person without any abilities. Mandela sat in a corner, lost in her thoughts for a long time, and her restless mind gradually calmed down. She began to carefully recall what happened before she came to this prosperous city. She remembered that she was locked in a tower where she couldn't escape. She was kept there for several days, and there was nothing inside. The only way to communicate with the outside world was through a glass window that couldn't be opened. Through the window, Mandela saw a lush forest in the distance, which was completely different from the dark and gloomy dark castle. She sat by the window and occasionally heard the cries of animals coming from the forest. Near the tower, there was an open-air library. Bookshelves were placed randomly on the lawn, creating a sense of beauty. No one had ever entered the library until not long ago, when two despicable humans had entered. One of them was Angor. What happened after that, Mandela couldn't remember too clearly. She only remembered that she was sitting in a corner of the tower, silently recalling the scene before her death, hoping that she could use that miserable state to make herself fall once more. Her soul state was very comfortable, and there were no terrifying whispers in her ears, no anxiety, and no worries. However, she didn't want to sink into such comfort. She still wanted revenge. But no matter how hard she tried, she still couldn't fall. When she was about to give up, she sensed something changing around her. Soon, she heard Angor's familiar voice. Hatred and obsession are two towers built in your heart. You don't need to take them down, but why don't you try to live a better life? Mandela remembered that he had wanted to retort, live an easier life? I'm already dead. I can't live a better life. But before she could say anything, Angor spoke again. Why don't you go live in your dreams? Mandahara's scalp tingled a little. She couldn't even remember where he was talking about. Dream? Where? Am I in a dream? If this is a dream, I should be able to wake up, right? Mandela struggled for a long time, but she didn't feel like she was in a dream at all. Either she was trapped by a powerful illusion, or Angor just threw her into this strange city. Mandela closed her eyes and thought about what she should do next. When she was trapped in that tower, what she wanted the most was to get out. But now, she felt a little hesitant. She couldn't help but think about Angwar's words. Why don't you try to live a better life? Mandela shook her head. Angwar wasn't a good person. He was on Dark Castle's side. Why should she listen to him? After getting rid of his complicated thoughts, Mandela had no choice but to face reality once more. What should she do now? Just as Mandela was at a loss for what to do, a gust of wind came from above. Mandela looked up in confusion, only to see a black shadow appear in the sky. The black shadow flew from the top of one building to the top of another, looking very dashing. If the shadow had noticed that there was a wall in front of him, it would have been even more dashing. Unfortunately, the shadow seemed to be looking in a certain direction and did not notice the wall in front of him. By the time the shadow realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. There was an intense collision sound, and the black shadow fell from the sky along with countless pieces of bricks, smashing heavily into the ground. The place where he landed was coincidentally at the corner of the alley, not far from Mandela. Mandela hesitated for a moment and walked to the corner, wanting to see what happened to the person who fell from the sky. But when she poked her head out to take a look, she saw that the shadow was standing steadily as if nothing had happened. Instead, there was a large hole in the ground. The black shadow had his back to Mandahara and was muttering to himself, bumping into a wall again. This is not my style at all. If Freud knows about this, he'll definitely nag at me again. I don't think anyone noticed, right? Probably? As he muttered, he seemed to have sensed something and suddenly turned around, his eyes meeting with Mandela's. There really is someone in this alley. Mandela looked at the person in front of her. He was tall and muscular, wearing a horned helmet that covered most of his face. He wore an open leather jacket that revealed his strong abs. There was a faint totem pattern on his body, giving him the air of a primitive race. The most eye-catching thing about this man was not the horned helmet, but his left foot. It was empty, replaced by a sharp scythe. Mandela could feel a sense of invasion just by looking at his appearance. She unconsciously raised her vigilance to the highest level. Who are you? I don't think I've seen you before. After Taurus finished speaking, he thought to himself that there were many people he had never seen before, and even if he did, he would have forgotten them. This was just a casual remark from his mouth. Mandela took a few steps back, his eyes cold. What do you want? Her voice was low and hoarse. It wasn't unpleasant to hear, but her tone was extremely cold. Anyone who heard it would feel a sense of dread. Taurus scratched his head in confusion. You don't know me? Mandela's heart trembled. Could it be that this person was someone famous in this city? Taurus noticed the change in Mandahila's expression and had an answer in his heart. Are you a newbie? Taurus was very confident that he was known by everyone in Origin City, and his reputation was brilliant. Those who didn't recognize him were either blind or newbies. Since there were no blind people in First Heart City, there was only one possibility, a newcomer. What does that have to do with you? Mandahila coldly snorted and took a few steps back to a safe distance. She had just arrived and had yet to figure out the situation here. It was not very wise to rashly start a conflict with the local tyrant. Moreover, she was no longer the undead queen who could summon wind and rain in the Black Forest. She was just an ordinary person. If she really fought, she would be the one at a disadvantage. Taurus didn't think too much about it. After determining that this was a newbie, he was much more lenient towards Mandahila's resistance. You are indeed a newbie. I'm Taurus, the sheriff of First Heart City. Since I've run into you, I can't just leave you be. Newbie, First Heart City, Sheriff Taurus. Mandahila tried to grasp the keywords, but they were all unfamiliar to her. Where on earth did she appear? Mandela frowned and took a few more steps back, cautiously asking, where is Origin City, and why am I here? Huh? You don't seem to know anything. Did the person who guided you here not tell you anything? Taurus was a little confused. Freud would more or less give some information to other newbies when they entered the city. But this woman seemed to know nothing. What was going on? Was Freud slacking off? Taurus's eyes lit up. If Freud was slacking off, did that mean he had caught Freud's weakness? Did that mean he wouldn't be held accountable for destroying the walls and ground? It's fine if you don't know. Come with me, I'll take you to the registration counter. Torres walked up to Mandahila and tried to pull her back. But Mandahila was faster than him. She had been on guard all this time and immediately turned to run when she saw Torres moving. Mandela's reaction speed was fast, but she was just a normal human. Her movement speed was much slower than Torres. She barely took a few steps before Torres caught her wrist. "Let go of me." Mandela glared coldly at Torres, his heart filled with hatred. Why was this body so weak? Torres ignored her and dragged her out of the alley. "Stay where you are. If you run into that Sibel bastard who calls himself the captain of the city defense, you're done for." Torres kept muttering bad things about Sibel as he dragged Mandahila away. Mandahila's face turned red from anger. She tried to shake Torres off and even attacked him, but she still couldn't break free. "Don't worry, I'm a sheriff. I won't do anything to you," Torres explained, perhaps because Mandahara was struggling too hard. Mandahila wouldn't trust anyone until she knew where she was and whether she was in danger. Mandahila sneered at Torres. "Back then, a self-proclaimed princess sold me to a human trafficker. You're just a sheriff. Who knows what kind of shady business you're involved in?" Mandahila immediately regretted her words. She didn't know why she suddenly said something like that. As expected, was it because her heart was too weak? "Damn you. Why did you turn me back into a soul?" Hearing Mandarhare's mocking words, Torres paused and stared at Mandarhare. After a long while, when Mandela was starting to feel uncomfortable, Torres said with pity, as expected, "All the nobles of the royal family are trash. Don't worry. You won't run into anything like that again in Foundation City. Aren't you a noble yourself?" Mandahila retorted. Torres nodded with a serious look. "Of course not. I'm just here for fun. I don't want Angor to lock me up in the Church of the Deceased every day," Torres muttered. Mandahila was a little surprised. Did Torres just mention Angor's name? What did he just say? Mandahila was a little frustrated. She was too focused on escaping to pay attention to Torres' words. What did he say to Angor? Mandahila hesitated. Should she just ask Torres? But before she could ask, she was dragged out of the alley by Torres. Mandahila felt like she was being stared at by countless people. Her curiosity was quickly replaced by discomfort. Mandarhara began to struggle again, growling with a guttural voice, "Let me go." Torres didn't care about other people's gazes. He continued walking on the street while still holding Mandahila's wrist tightly. After taking a few steps, Torres seemed to have noticed something and started running. Mandela was still in his grasp, and in order not to fall to the ground, Mandela had no choice but to run with Torres. Mandahila couldn't help but curse Torres as she ran. But Torres didn't seem to hear her at all. He only focused on chasing after his target. Torres only stopped when Mandarhara felt dizzy and disoriented. Mandela was panting heavily as he raised his head, only to see a tall man standing in front of Torres. This man looked very handsome and masculine. He was wearing soft armor and had a long sword at his waist. He looked very majestic. The newcomer didn't seem to have any expression on his face, but Mandahila could tell from his eyes that he had something urgent to do. "What's up, Torres? I heard you're preparing for your second match, so I'm here to help you with your training." Torres put his arm around the other man's shoulder and complained, "Why did you only go to Sibel? You would have come to me in the past. Every time I come, you're nowhere to be found. You only go to Saber. I'll talk to you later. I need to talk to Freud." With that, Angor walked around Torres and headed toward the tower not far away. Torres hurriedly chased after him, and Mandarhara finally managed to catch his breath before he was dragged away again. "I need to talk to Freud too." Torres followed Angor. "You look like you're in a hurry. What do you need from Freud?" "Nothing. I just want to ask about Angor." Leon sighed. "Nothing. I just want to ask about Angor." "What about him?" Torres was confused. Leon shook his head. "I heard a rumor, and I want to confirm it with Freud." Torres wanted to ask more questions, but Leon stopped him. Instead, he looked at Mandahila, who was being dragged away. "Who's she?" Torres turned back to look at Mandahila. At some point, Mandahila had stopped struggling and was silently following Torres. However, if one looked closely, one would notice that Mandahila's ears were twitching slightly. A newbie who doesn't know about this place yet. I'm taking her to register, and I'm going to talk to Freud about it. Torres said proudly. Leon didn't believe him. I heard that you destroyed the statue in the memorial square yesterday. Freud should be thanking you for it. I wasn't being careful. Torres' tone softened. Who told you that? Don't tell me it's that bastard Saber who likes to gossip behind people's backs? Leon shook his head. Night Saber never gossips. Torres frowned. You're saying I'm gossiping? Leon shook his head again. He didn't want to talk about it. Speaking of which, I heard a rumor just now. I heard a loud noise near the Ocean Theater, and the wall was broken. Don't tell me, Torres cleared his throat. It has nothing to do with me. Leon looked at Torres' expression and realized something. Mandahara was getting more and more confused as she listened to their conversation. Mandahara heard Angwar's name being mentioned more than once, which reminded her that she heard Angwar's voice before coming here. Now, she was sure that Angwar had something to do with her. But other than that, she knew nothing else. Also, the Freud that they kept talking about seemed to be someone of high status. Perhaps he was the city lord of Foundation City. He must know something about this. Now that she was brought to Freud by this sheriff, Torres, she was sure to be interrogated. How was she supposed to answer that? Mandela seemed to be following Torres meekly, but his mind was spinning rapidly, trying to think of a way to escape. But Torres didn't care about her gender at all. Every time she showed any signs of struggling, he would tighten his grip even more. Amidst Mandela's gloomy expression, she was still dragged into Firmament Tower. There were many people on every floor of Firmament Tower, and this made Mandahila very uncomfortable, his expression becoming even more gloomy. Soon, she was dragged to the top floor of Firmament Tower. As the door closed behind her, Mandahara's eyes were filled with despair. Inside the spacious room, Freud, who was sitting in front of his desk, heard the noise coming from the door and looked up. He was stunned by what he saw. It made sense that Torres would show up here. But why was Leon here? Didn't he just leave the dream wasteland? What surprised Freud the most was Mandahara, who was being dragged by Torres. Freud didn't see Mandahara with his own eyes, but Angwar's description told him who she was as soon as he saw Mandahara. Why was Mandahila captured by Torres and brought here? Freud's mind was filled with questions, but he didn't show any emotion on his face. He only glanced at Mandahara briefly before looking at the others. Hey, Leon, I heard from Night Saber that you just left. Why are you back? Freud didn't mention the dream wasteland because there were outsiders around. I heard some rumors about Angwar, and I wanted to confirm them with you. What rumor? Freud looked at Leon in confusion. What rumor? Instead of replying immediately, Leon pointed at Torres and said, Why don't you deal with Torres first? My business is fine. We can talk about it later. Freud turned to Torres and looked at the nervous Mandahara. Torres, what do you want from me? And who is she? Torres was already in high spirits and was about to criticize Freud for not giving them any basic information before bringing them into Foundation City. You don't know her? Torres was surprised. You don't know her? How could you not know her? Didn't you bring her in? You mean she's a newcomer? Freud frowned. I didn't bring them here. I haven't brought any new residents here in the past few days. Torres turned to Manderhala and asked, You weren't brought here by Freud? Then how did you get in? Let me go, Manderhala said in a cold tone. This time, Torres let her go. They were already in Firmament Tower, so he didn't need to keep her in his arms. Mandela looked at his wrist that had been pinched red and was a little dazed. His eyes were filled with nostalgia and anger. She missed the fact that she now had a body, and she was angry because her wrist was so red that it almost turned black. This Torres bastard is a monster, Torres asked again, Who are you? Why have you come to Origin City? I want to know the answer to that question as well, Manderhala said in a cold tone. Manderhala looked around the room and fixed her gaze on Freud. Can you answer me? Freud pretended to be confused as well. Apart from me, the only ones who can bring people to Foundation City are my Lord and Phantom Master. Did Mr. Freud bring you here? Manderhala already knew that Freud was referring to Angor. It seemed she was right. It was Angor who brought her here. But what did he mean by that? Why do I have a body now? Mandela was deep in thought and ignored Freud's question. Freud sighed. Forget it. I don't care who brought you here. As long as you're here, you're a new resident of Foundation. What's your name? Who are you? Mandela asked after regaining his senses. My name is Freud Thiessen. What about you? Freud smiled, not minding Mandahara's rudeness. She hesitated for a moment before replying, Mandela. Mandela paused for a moment before continuing, where is this place? I don't want to become a new resident. I just want to leave. This is Firmament City, an otherworldly city. Freud paused. I don't know why you're here, and I don't know why you want to leave. But there's only one thing I can say. If you can leave, there's naturally a way. If you can't leave, then I can't help you. Manderhala was confused. What did he mean by if you can leave? Freud shook his head apologetically. I don't know. If you don't want to tell me, I'll leave the city by myself. I suggest you don't leave the city. It's a forbidden area. It's a wasteland that hasn't been explored. What do you mean? Manderhala frowned. I don't know who you are in the outside world. I don't care if you're sick or dying. But didn't you notice the changes in your body after coming here? This place is different from the outside world. Even if you leave the city, you'll be lost in the wasteland forever, Freud explained. After listening to Freud's explanation, Mandela was almost convinced. Her body was clearly different from her soul, and according to what Freud said, she was actually in another world. Mandela knew that fairy world was also a subsidiary world. Different worlds had different rules. Did Angor take her to a strange world where she could have a body? Manderhala's face turned pale as she cursed Angor in her mind. No matter what, I still want you to stay in Firmament City. Here, you'll have freedom and a new life. Why don't you give it a try? Freud's words reminded Manderhala of Angor's words. Why don't you give it a try and make your life easier? Manderhala shook her head as if she was trying to get rid of all the distracting thoughts from her mind. Think about it yourself, Freud said. Torres added, yeah, I think Mr. Pat brought you here. I don't know why, but if you really want to leave, you can ask Mr. Pat for his opinion the next time he comes. Angor's here too? Everyone's eyes lit up. Freud pretended to be enlightened as well. So, you were brought here by my lord. He will come. He came in a few days ago. Manderhala remained silent. It seemed she had no choice but to stay here for a while. Freud didn't say anything else when he saw Manderhala's expression slowly calming down. Instead, he looked at Torres. I'm curious. Why did you bring Manderhala here? When Torres learned that Manderhala wasn't Freud, he knew he couldn't catch Freud's tail. Torres smiled sheepishly. It's nothing. She's a newcomer, so I brought her along. You're a sheriff. You don't need to do this job, do you? Besides, the registration area is downstairs. Why did you bring her here? Torres didn't know what to say. Wait, I heard a loud noise coming from the Ocean Theater. Did you? Freud raised his voice. Did you break it again? No, I didn't. Torres quickly waved his hands. Freud didn't believe him at all. He turned to Manderhala and asked, do you know? Manderhala didn't expect Freud to ask her this question. She glanced at Torres, who kept gesturing at her with his hands. Yes, I did. Manderhala grinned. Torres widened his eyes and pointed a trembling finger at Manderhala. Why you? Freud didn't question Manderhala further. Instead, he gave Torres a cold glare. You just destroyed the statue in the plaza, and now you're going to destroy the Ocean Theater as well? No, I didn't. I just didn't see the way. Seeing Freud still looking at him, Torres rolled his eyes and looked at Leon. Hey, Leon, you're still here. What did you say you wanted to talk to me about? What do you mean by Angor? Tell me about it. Torres was obviously trying to change the topic. Now, it was up to Leon to answer. Leon looked at Torres' pleading eyes and chuckled in his mind. Yes, I heard a rumor about Angor, and I'm here to verify it. Leon put on a serious face. That's right. I heard a rumor about Angor, and I'm here to verify it. Freud glared at Taraz and turned his attention to Leon. Leon also put on a serious expression. But when he mentioned the rumor, his expression became a little strange. Not long ago, a new issue of Truth Sky released a piece of news, which claimed that Angor had. Everyone looked at Leon, including Mandela, who was listening attentively, waiting for Leon to speak. Leon paused for a while and said, I heard he broke through the barrier and became a wizard. A breakthrough? A real wizard? Torres and Mandahila hadn't really come into contact with the wizard training system, so they didn't realize how important this matter was. Freud, on the other hand, was a seed apprentice of the Tower of Hurricane. He knew what a real wizard was. Freud was stunned for a few seconds. Are you serious? Leon shook his head. I don't know. It's just a rumor. That's why I'm here. Not long ago, Leon was training his body with Nausicaa in the courtyard of the Brocade Tavern. Leon didn't notice anything unusual during the training. The only thing he noticed was that the bar in the front yard was a little noisier than usual. Leon didn't mind. Wood Tavern wasn't called Wood Tavern if it wasn't busy. Unlike the front yard, the Brocade Tavern was as peaceful as ever. Leon was preparing for the second round of the Sky Tower competition tomorrow. Nausicaa was reading a leather scroll that recorded cantrips. Shilyu was sleeping as usual. Such a peaceful and tranquil scene was suddenly broken by a rumbling sound. The ground trembled. When they looked up, they saw Sean running toward the Brocade Tavern from the front yard while sitting on Gank's puppet's shoulder. Every time Gank's giant feet touched the ground would tremble as if there was an earthquake. Nausicaa was also attracted by the noise. She exhaled some smoke and looked outside with a frown. Sean was usually a lively girl, but she rarely made Gank move like this. What's going on today? Did the Supreme Cult target Sean again, just like what happened in the past? But that couldn't be right. Gank's real body was already dead. The Supreme Cult wouldn't go after a dead body. Gank was nothing but an alchemy puppet now. As Nausicaa and Leon wondered what was going on, Sean pushed the door of the Brocade Tavern open and announced excitedly, Big news. Big news, I went to the bar to talk to someone. Do you know what I heard? Sean jumped up from Gank's shoulder and waved her hands. Angor. It's about Angor. Both Nausicaa and Leon perked up their ears when they heard the news. Has the R&D Institute's matter been fermenting? Nausicaa asked. They had been talking about Angor in Fragrant Pavilion. Not long ago, they received news that Angor had become a member of the research department. This was the first time Brood Cavern received such an honor. It was great news for other wizard organizations, and even more so for Brood Cavern. They discussed this matter every day. Now that Sean came back so excitedly and mentioned Angor, the first thing Nausicaa thought about was the research department. It's not about the research and development department. It's the latest news. Sean paused. She wanted to keep Angor in suspense, but she was too excited to do so. Everyone in the bar is talking about him. They say he's a wizard now. Both Nausicaa and Leon were dumbfounded by his words. Are you sure? Nausicaa's voice was hoarse. Sean hesitated for a moment. It's just them talking about it. They seem to be saying it with certainty, but I don't know if it's true. I ran back to Fragrant Pavilion as soon as I heard the news. Nausicaa remained silent for a moment before she stood up. Let's go check it out. Nausicaa took the lead and left the room. Leon quickly followed her out of his stupor. When they arrived at the bar in the front yard, they saw that everyone was talking about Angor, just as Sean said. Angor had been the center of everyone's attention for the past few days. However, unlike a few days ago, everyone was talking about Angor's breakthrough today. They made inquiries in the bar to confirm the facts of the matter. In the end, they found out that it all came from a magazine called Truth Sky. The magazine's name might sound impressive, but it was actually a gossip magazine. However, the articles in Truth Sky were not as timely as other magazines, so it did not sell well. Yesterday, Truth Sky released an exclusive piece of news. Angor, who was now the center of attention, broke through a major barrier and became a wizard just a few days ago. Because of this, Truth Sky sales skyrocketed. Nausicaa and Leon had to go to several bookstores to get their hands on the latest issue of Truth Sky. After reading carefully, they found that the content was mostly about the news of Angor's breakthrough, as well as the possible repercussions that would follow. But did Angor really become a wizard? But the Sky of Truth didn't provide any substantial evidence. Is this real or not? Nausicaa frowned after reading it. It was not that Nausicaa did not believe in Angor's strength. It was just too strange. The news about the research department had not reached its climax not long ago, and now it came out again? She did not believe it at all. Besides, Nausicaa saw Angor several days ago. She did not see any sign of Angor breaking through at all. Most apprentices needed at least half a year to prepare before breaking through. The people in the bar had the same opinion. They believed that Truth Sky sales had plummeted recently, so they decided to spread rumors to gain more attention. If Angor really makes it to the next level, the other magazines will follow him, and Truth Sky won't be the only one who gets to the top. The other magazines did not mention anything about Angor's breakthrough, so most people believed that the news was fake. However, someone else said, that's why they don't dare to spread rumors. If they find out it's a rumor, they won't even be able to maintain their low sales. Readers will refuse to buy the magazine. Thus, there were two sides to this matter. Some believed it to be true, while others believed it to be false. Because of this, the Muyuan bar was in full swing. Sean calmed down and listened to the opinions of both sides. Maybe there's something wrong with this. Nausicaa said, we can only wait for Truth Sky to show us the real evidence. But even if they do, some people won't believe it. Angor has to show up in person to put an end to this matter. Angor was not in floating mech city right now, so this matter would continue to spread for a long time. Nausicaa sighed and looked at the cover of Truth Sky. She saw Angor's handsome portrait on the cover. I don't want to admit it, but I still hope it's true. Leon, who had been wandering outside, had returned to the fragrant brothel. When there was no one around, he entered Beginning City. Leon's plan was to find Freud and learn more about Angor from him. Did Angor become a wizard? You said Angor came here a few days ago. Did he mention anything about that? Leon asked. Freud hesitated for a second before answering Leon's question. Since Mandahara was here, he lied and said that Angor came here a few days ago. In fact, Angor entered the dream wasteland today. Freud tried to recall, but he never heard anything about leveling up. However, there was something else that bothered Freud. When he saw Angor today, he already had a strange feeling about him. He felt something different about Angor. It had only been a few days, but Angor already looked like a completely different person. At first, Freud thought it was just his imagination. But now, when he thought about what Leon said, he realized that Angor had changed a lot. Even if the dream wasteland did not allow Angor to transfer his power into the real world, Freud could still sense something different about Angor's aura. Freud considered for a moment. Sir, you didn't mention anything about leveling up. But I did feel something different when I saw you last time. Maybe it's just my imagination, but it can't be used as proof. We'll have to wait until the next time Sir Angor comes here. Leon sighed. I guess that's the only way. He then glanced at Mandahara and asked, since Angor brought you here, you should know what happened to him, right? Mandahara didn't expect to be noticed again. She remained silent for a moment. Whenever Angor was mentioned, she felt like cursing out loud. But in the end, Mandela didn't say anything rude and only said expressionlessly, I don't know. Since Mandahara didn't know, Leon shook his head helplessly. I'll be on my way then. Since Freud didn't know about Angor's disappearance, Leon prepared to leave. Although he was very curious about this matter, the second match tomorrow was more important. After Leon left, Freud ordered Torres to repair the damaged walls of the Ocean Theater. Meanwhile, Freud brought Mandahara to register her identity. During the registration, Mandela thought that she would be involved in some sensitive matters, but she found that no one cared about what she wrote. No one will care about your past. Here, the past is meaningless. Your future is the only thing that matters, Freud said. Regardless of what happened in the past, your life here is brand new. Mandahara didn't say anything. She lowered her head and seemed to be thinking about something. Freud didn't say much. He simply pointed out that Mandahara's missing pieces of the puzzle couldn't be fixed with words. Only by letting Mandahara experience it herself would she be able to let down her guard. Inside the Black Forest, Angor vanished from one end of the castle and reappeared on the other side of the mountain. Without Mandahara's protection, the forest was now filled with wandering undead creatures. These creatures no longer had any desire to kill humans. When Angor walked past them, they swarmed around him like bees attracted to a delicious scent. In just a few minutes, Angor killed hundreds of undead creatures with prelude to rebirth. About 2 hours later, Angor saw the gun barrel glowing with white light again and sighed in relief. Once again, the 6 white bullets were successfully assembled. With that done, Angor opened a door leading to Soul Realm from a dark corner of the forest. It was time to go see Isabel. As soon as Angor appeared in Soul Realm, he was surrounded by the voices of the witches around him. News of Angor's breakthrough had already spread in Soul Realm, so it was natural that the witches were attracted to him. Angor was glad that none of the witches dared to disturb him due to their differences in status, which made him feel more comfortable. While passing through an intersection, Angor saw a blonde woman hurrying back from a teleportation node. Natasha, Angor called her name. Natasha froze and looked at Angor with surprise. Mr. Pat, Wizard Pat. Natasha lowered her head and didn't dare to look into Angor's eyes. Angor raised an eyebrow. This was the first time he saw Natasha so nervous. Angor retracted his aura and spoke in a gentler voice, "You came at just the right time. Lady Isabel told me to go find her after I've stabilized. But I don't know where she is right now. Can you take me to her?" Natasha looked at the envious gazes of the witches around her and thought for a moment. She then nodded and said, "All right, please follow me." Natasha led Angor to another direction. On their way to Isabel's place, Angor learned something from Natasha. Isabel wasn't in Soul Realm. In fact, she wasn't even inside Dark Castle. She was not a stranger to Angor's location. She was in the Soul Genesis Garden. Lady Isabel will come to the surface from time to check on the reconstruction. She's always in the Soul Genesis Garden, Natasha explained as she led Angor to a portal node. After exiting the teleportation node, he found himself in a mountain behind the Black Forest. Natasha brought him to a teleportation array, which happened to be the same one he used to sneak into Dark Castle with Shadow several years ago. "I can only bring you here. Without permission, we can't enter the Soul Genesis Garden. But since Wizard Pat has an appointment with Lady Isabel, I'm sure Lady Isabel will be able to sense your presence after he goes to the Soul Genesis Garden." Angor nodded, thanked Natasha, and stepped into the portal. Natasha looked at Angor's back and sighed. She touched her cold machine and lowered her head without saying a word. After a long time, Natasha turned around and left gloomily. Angor appeared on Hippocrates' altar. Usually, only a small group of flying boar knights patrolled the area. As soon as Angor showed up, they quickly surrounded him. Angor looked at the flying boar knights who were smaller than his palm and felt a little nostalgic. He left with a group of Krokiks. Some of them also carried flying boar cubs, but he didn't see any flying boar knights so far. Angor looked at the flying boar knights and felt a sense of familiarity. "Not Lady Witch? You're not from Citadel? Who are you?" A small figure in silver armor standing at the front of the flying boar knights yelled at Angor. Angor didn't answer. Instead, he looked around and saw the small city of Hippocrates in the distance. He felt a sense of familiarity. Of course, this feeling didn't include the soul orb creation array under Hippocrates. The flying boar knight seemed a little annoyed by Angor's lack of response. Another knight riding a red boar spoke with a puzzled look, "Captain Lantern, why does he look so familiar?" It would have been fine if only one person said that he looked familiar, but a few flying boar knights revealed puzzled expressions. "I feel like I've seen him somewhere before." Lantern Sasa, the captain of the Flying Boar Knights patrol team, also observed the newcomer's face with a serious expression. They lived in Soul Genesis Garden, so they knew that there were only witches in Citadel. But why did her subordinates say so? Lantern Sasa also looked at the newcomer with a puzzled look. Even in the eyes of the Krokiks, this man was very handsome. His golden hair shone like the golden sunlight, and his blue eyes were the same color as the clear sky. They were clean and elegant. Lantern Sasa felt like she had seen someone like this before. Where did he see it? Where is Grand Priestess Bayer now? Angor asked Lantern Sasa in a small voice. Grand Priestess? As soon as he heard Angor's voice, Lamp Sasa's memory was flipped open. He suddenly realized why Angor looked so familiar. It was because he saw Angor's portrait in the Grand Priest's temple. According to the Grand Priestess, Angor was the hope of the Krokiks. Dang Sasa's angry expression immediately disappeared. Sir, could it be Mr. Pat? Angor nodded. It was rare for him to come to Soul Genesis Garden, so he wanted to see his old friend. Grand Priestess Bayer has been staying in her temple for a long time. We can't go there, so we can't show you the way. Lantern Sasa spoke in a much more respectful tone after confirming Angor's identity. The other Flying Boar Knights also bowed to Angor. Angor nodded. He then looked at a mountain not far away. It was just a small hill, not too tall for him. However, for the Krokiks, it was an insurmountable sacred mountain that they couldn't reach. At the top of the mountain, there was a building that emitted golden light as the sun rose and fell. That was the temple of the Holy Mountain. Angor looked at the mountain with a thoughtful expression. His attention had been drawn to the mountain ever since he entered Soul Genesis Garden. That was where the core law of Soul Genesis Garden was located. Strange ripples were constantly spreading to every corner of the garden. Why don't I take you to the Centennial Hall to rest first, and then inform the priest to go to the Holy Mountain Temple and inform the High Priest of your arrival? Angor shook his head. No need. I'll go there myself. As soon as he finished speaking, the misty mountain in the distance suddenly released a beam of light, which pierced through the barrier and reached the altar where Angor was standing. Everyone in Hippocrate fell to their knees and began to chant the name of the mountain. Even Lamp Sasha was shocked by this scene. When the light reached the altar, a path of light appeared in front of Angor's eyes. The path twisted and turned all the way to the mountain. However, it didn't end at the temple at the top of the mountain. Instead, it went to the back of the mountain. The Flying Boar Knights looked at each other in confusion. This was the first time something like this happened, and they didn't know how to react. They could only watch as Angor stepped onto the path of light and his tall figure was slowly covered by the light. When Dang Sasa rubbed her eyes and came back to her senses, Angor was nowhere to be seen. Angor heard Isabel's voice. While looking at the sacred mountain. Next, the path of light was laid out before him. Without a doubt, it was the way to Isabel's location. The path of light didn't lead to the temple at the top of the mountain. Instead, it turned into a winding path halfway up the mountain. He raised an eyebrow as he followed the path of light to the final destination. He didn't expect it to be here. This was a small path that wound down from the Holy Mountain Temple, but at the end of the path was a sectioned-off cliff. With his attainments in illusions, he could clearly sense that this cliff was created by illusions. Behind it was a deep and serene cave. He sensed powerful soul ripples coming from the cave behind the cliff before he even got close. Back then, Baya told him that there was a path that led to the center of the sacred mountain. At the end of the path, there was a soul orb left behind by Isabel. Angor tried to find this place, but he didn't go in because he sensed danger. He didn't expect to find this place again after several years of wandering. As his mind was filled with memories, the illusionary cliff suddenly rippled like water. A flying boar with black and white skin that looked like a cow flew out from the center of the ripples. A bald old man sat on the flying pig's back. His white beard touched the ground, and his skin was as loose as layers of a pleated skirt. It was covered in grayish-black spots, and he held a walking stick in his hand. The old man with gray eyeballs flew out of the cave and bowed to Angor. We meet again. Long time no see, Grand Priest, Angor replied in a soft voice. This old man was the High Priest of the Krokiks, Bayer. Angor didn't expect to see Baya here. Mr. Pat, your soul essence is brighter and purer than when we first met. It's like a sun now. Baya looked at Angor with his gray eyes. It was a pair of blind eyes. Angor smiled but didn't say anything. Baya continued, Mr. Pat, you're the biggest variable in our race. We didn't do anything wrong by leaving them to you. By them, Baya was referring to the Krokiks Angor took away from here. Please follow me, Mr. Pat. Lady Isabel has been waiting for you inside. Baya led Angor into the cliff. Angor quickly followed him. Behind the cliff was a long, narrow path with beautiful murals on both sides. The stairs were also repaired. Judging from the direction of the path, it should lead to the center of the sacred mountain. Angor didn't hear anything along the way. Angor thought Baya would ask about the other Krokiks, but he didn't. "Aren't you curious about what happened to Papaya and the others?" Angor asked curiously. Baya paused for a moment. His back view on the flying pig paused for a moment before he continued flying forward. Clearly, Baya wasn't as calm as he looked. As long as they know that you're a variable, they can only rely on fate to push them toward the future. Baya sighed. "I can't change anything for them no matter how hard you ask." "Better not." Baya was implying that since he trusted Angor, he didn't care whether Papaya and the others were doing well or not. Despite that, Baya clenched his fists, which meant he wanted to ask Angor as well. But he didn't want to hear bad news, so he decided to play the ostrich. "They're doing well. They've built a village." Angor snapped his fingers, and an illusion appeared in front of Baya. It was a small village built by the Krokiks in Pad Manor. Everyone was laughing happily. There were also some tall humans around them. Some of them were maids, while others were strong male servants. These humans were very friendly toward the Krokiks. Baya even saw a young Krokok girl wearing a golden dress singing and dancing on the shoulder of a human. Baya didn't say he cared, but he couldn't help but grin a little when he saw the scene. But soon, Baya frowned. He saw Papaya's grandmother, who was surrounded by a group of Krokiks, laughing so hard that she was swaying back and forth. However, Papaya was nowhere to be seen. Baya didn't ask, but Angor noticed the strange look in his eyes. "Papaya isn't here," said Angor. Baya's ears perked up. "You want to solve the root of the Krokiks?" "I can't do it, but Papaya might be able to. If I'm not mistaken, she's an apprentice now. Not only Papaya, but also Kudodo and Lakoko." A glint flashed across Baya's eyes. His previously tensed expression finally relaxed at this moment. He looked at Angor with a grateful expression. After a long while, Baya solemnly replied, "Thank you." There were many other things he wanted to say, but they were too complicated. In the end, he only managed to squeeze out a simple thank you. Baya's biggest wish was to change the 1,000-year stalemate between his people. But he never found a solution until Shadow and Angor entered the Soul Genesis Garden. Using this chance, Baya finally found a way to change the 1,000-year stalemate. Presently, even though the root of the problem had yet to be resolved, Baya had genuinely seen hope. Change wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. As long as there was hope, it was the best answer for Baya. "We might not be able to meet again in the future, but it's good enough to know that they're doing well. At least I didn't make the wrong choice," Baya muttered to himself. Angor raised an eyebrow. "Nothing is absolute in this world. Maybe you'll see each other again in the near future. For example, in the dream." Angor didn't say the second part of his sentence out loud. If the dream wasteland was open to the public in the future, the Krokiks would have a chance to reunite with their families. "Let's hope so." Baya chuckled. After walking along the narrow corridor for a while and going through many twists and turns, he finally saw the end of the road. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw what was going on inside. This was a huge internal space. Above his head were bright stalactites that were hanging upside down and acting as a light source. The ground was covered with green glowing grass. In the middle of the strange flowers and grasses, there was a clear lake that was sparkling with clear ripples. The strangest thing was that in the middle of the lake, there was a tall Magus tower, or rather, a soul tower that belonged to soul wizards. It looked very similar to the soul tower Angor saw in Vice's Valley of Souls. Both towers were built with soul stones. The only difference was that there was no soul in this tower. Although there were no souls, this place was filled with waves of soul power. On the energy level invisible to the naked eye, the core of Soul Genesis Garden, the soul origin, was located at the top of the mountain, constantly releasing waves of soul energy that belonged to the law of Soul Genesis. "Lady Isabel is waiting for you inside." Baya pointed at the wizard tower in the distance. Angor nodded and entered the strange space alone. He didn't notice it when he was outside, but when he stepped on the glowing grass, he realized that the grass here was a variant of soul attraction grass. Walking on it would soothe one's soul. Even though Angor's soul didn't show any signs of agitation, he still felt comfortable in this place. The glowing grass wasn't the only thing that was special. The strange-looking flowers were also beneficial to one's soul. Even the water in the lake was natural soul-cleansing water, which could expel impurities from one's soul. Angor walked along a comfortable path and a wooden bridge until he reached the wizard tower in the middle of the lake. When he arrived, the gate of the tower opened automatically. He walked through a corridor full of statues and murals, then came to a hall where melodious music was being played. The first thing he noticed was the two glass orbs floating above the hall. Inside the orbs were the infant spirits he gave to Isabel. They were still releasing undead energy waves, but they didn't show any signs of agitation. Instead, they stayed inside the orbs without moving. Next, he saw Isabel sitting on a sofa, reading a gray book. Isabel put down the book in her hand and pointed at the seat across from her, inviting him to take a seat. "It's only been a few years. I didn't expect you to reach this level so quickly," Isabel said after observing Angor for a while. "I didn't think I'd advance in Dark Castle either." "Because of Karam?" Isabel already discussed with Kimberly when she saw Angor's breakthrough. "Perhaps it was because of Frost's Karam." "That's right." Angor didn't feel the need to hide it. "If it wasn't for Karam, I would have stayed here for a while longer. At least, he wouldn't have advanced in Dark Castle." Isabel also looked at Angor with a complicated expression. "By the way, Lady Isabel, may I know why you called me here?" Angor had already prepared prelude to rebirth. He kept glancing at the baby spirit inside the glass orb. However, Isabel didn't tell him anything about the baby spirit at all. Isabel told him a story. The main character of the story was a witch named Mariah. Mariah had a miserable life. Her parents died early and left her a huge estate. However, she was betrayed by her husband, who robbed her of all her assets. She was also framed by her husband's new lover. She had no choice but to commit suicide by jumping off a cliff. But she didn't die in the end. After a series of twists and turns, she came to Dark Castle. She was found to be a talent, so she had a teacher named Soul Deathflame Karafi. Angor recalled Sunders mentioning that Isabel's teacher was a powerful soul manipulator named Karafi. Now that Isabel mentioned that Emolia's teacher was Karafi, Angor couldn't help but wonder if Emolia and Isabel were apprentices. Isabel soon gave him an answer. Yes. Emolia and Isabel both had the same teacher. Emolia also became a wizard earlier than Isabel. When Isabel became Karafi's student, Emolia, who was almost 40 years old, took great care of Isabel, who was only 13 years old at the time. On the surface, Emolia and Isabel were apprentices. However, Isabel treated Emolia like a mother or a sister. Even though Isabel surpassed Emolia in no time and became a Truthfinder wizard before Emolia, their emotional bond didn't change at all. In fact, it only deepened after hundreds of years together. Isabel also helped Emolia a lot when she became a wizard. Later, Karafi reached a bottleneck and decided to leave Dark Castle for the Origin World since she couldn't become a legendary wizard. Not long after Karafi left, Emolia went missing. After asking around, Isabel confirmed that Emolia probably left the southern wizarding region with Karafi. Isabel was a little sad to hear that. However, this was Emolia's choice after all, and she could not stop her. A few years later, Isabel also reached the half-step legendary stage. When she found that it was difficult to break through, she chose to leave the southern region to look for an opportunity to break through. That year was exactly 1,000 years from now. When the soul I left in Dark Castle woke up, it was already 1,000 years later. Isabel paused for a second and avoided looking at Angor. After all, it was thanks to Angor's mystery spirit that she was able to turn into a human. When I woke up, I realized that it was already 1,000 years later. Teacher hasn't returned, and neither has Malia. Isabel had thought that Emolia might be in the Origin World, or in some corner of the general plane, quietly cultivating. Isabel had even imagined that Emolia's strength might be higher than hers now. Perhaps she had already found her soulmate. Perhaps, all these countless thoughts were in the best possible direction. But to Isabel's surprise, Emolia showed up in her undead form when they were clearing out the undead creatures in Dark Castle. As Isabel explained, Angor recalled that Isabel was fighting against a female undead creature in a black robe before he was dragged into the underground forest. She didn't dare to use her full strength. Yes. That undead creature was Emolia. Isabel nodded. Next, she touched something with her hand, and a strange platform rose from the ground with a click. The platform was strange because it was surrounded by candles. When the candles burned, they released gray smoke that didn't disperse. Instead, they floated around the platform. Apart from the candles, Angor also saw some strange flowers and plants that could affect souls outside the wizard tower. They were stacked in a very orderly manner around the platform, which made it look like a ritual. Isabel stepped onto the platform. When she reached the center of the platform, the gray smoke wobbled and revealed a figure. It was an old female undead creature wearing a luxurious black robe. Her eyes were closed, and her expression was calm. Her hands were folded over her belly button, and the skin on her hands was covered with wrinkles. Angor recognized this undead creature as the one who fought against Isabel. In other words, it was Emolia. Green-gray smoke enveloped Emolia and flowed slowly. It was like a coffin made of smoke, trapping Emolia in the smoke. Isabel stared at Emolia for a while before she spoke to Angor again. It's a soul-anchoring ritual. I'm going to use it to restrain the chaotic energy inside Emolia. But no matter how powerful the ritual is, it can only remove Emolia's claws and fangs. It won't help her recover. Angor already knew what Isabel was trying to say. I asked you to come because I hope you can help me turn Emolia back into a normal soul. I want to know what happened 1,000 years ago, Isabel begged. The infant spirit was important to her, but she wasn't desperate enough to invite Angor to see her twice in a row. It was all because of Emolia. To her, Emolia was a very special existence. When you gave me Mandahara, I promised to turn the infant spirit back into a normal soul. But that doesn't include which Emolia, Angor said in a cold tone. Isabel didn't get angry at all. She nodded calmly. I know. As an equal exchange, you can ask for anything. I'll do it as long as it's within my power. Angor could save Emolia directly, but he didn't know if Isabel would agree to it. Sometimes, favors were harder to repay. This was why he said those words. He was waiting for Isabel to make a reasonable offer. Since Isabel already expressed her willingness, Angor began to think. What should he ask for? It was an equal exchange, but most of the time, the price wasn't the standard. There were many other factors that could affect the exchange. For example, in order to turn Emolia into a soul, he used the white bullet from Dark Castle, which forced him to lower his standards. On the other hand, Emolia was a special existence in Isabel's mind, which meant that Isabel's emotional connection with Emolia would become a factor that would further increase the standard of the deal. Considering all kinds of factors, an absolute equal exchange only existed in alchemy. There were bound to be all kinds of fluctuations in the real world. Be it people, emotions, or the effects of the aftermath, etc. Since it was Emolia, Angor believed that Isabel might agree if he asked for a higher price. But since they were going to establish a friendship with Dark Castle in the future, it didn't seem right. Angor considered for a while. I can get most of the valuable items. In other words, anything that could be solved with magic crystals, he could do it. I have 2 proposals for the exchange. You can choose one of them, Mr. Isabel nodded. I'm all ears. The first proposal is a magic scroll that can increase the luck attribute. Now that Angor was a wizard, he had to put a new authority on the agenda. However, he didn't dare to do so without a magic scroll that could increase luck. Therefore, he chose to put it in the first proposal. If Isabel had it, then everyone would be happy. If not, he would move on to the second proposal. Isabel frowned. Such items still exist 1,000 years ago, and they aren't too expensive. But they're useless to me, and the so-called luck lasts for too short a time, so I never bought them. But now, they're basically extinct. I'm sorry, but I can't agree to your proposal. Angor sighed. He already expected this answer, but he was still disappointed. Did he really have to trade with Vifit? Angor shook his head and put the thought aside. I'm sure Mr. Isabel will agree to the second proposal. It's up to you if you're willing to let go. Let go? Isabel looked at Angor in confusion. Floral Sparrow, Angor said a name in a soft voice. Isabel didn't expect Angor to say such a name out loud. She looked at Angor from head to toe. She could understand why Angor wanted Manderhell. After all, Manderhell had been a half-undead for several years, and she could help Angor a lot with his research on Prelude to Rebirth. But why would Angor want Floral Sparrow? Floral Sparrow wasn't an undead, and Angor didn't have anything to do with her. Why would he want her? Floral Sparrow did have some special abilities, such as foresight. However, such abilities were not as reliable as those of divination wizards. Besides, the images Floral Sparrow saw were random. Isabel only kept Floral Sparrow because she wanted to study her special soul. But Angor wasn't a soul manipulator. Why would he want Floral Sparrow? Since she couldn't figure it out, Isabel decided to go straight to the point. Why do you want Floral Sparrow? Angor considered. I don't want her. I just want you to set her free. Whether she chooses to stay or leave Dark Castle, it's up to her. Angor didn't plan to take Floral Sparrow away like Manderhell did. Besides, Floral Sparrow's soul might be better left in Dark Castle with Isabel. Angor only asked this because he felt sorry for Floral Sparrow. Flower Sparrow was a very kind girl. When Angor first met her, she was even willing to give up the soul orb that kept her soul together and gave it to Angor. However, such a kind-hearted girl was never treated well. She was shackled since birth, and she never had the freedom to decide her own future. The shackles didn't disappear even after Floral Sparrow died and became her soul. Angor asked this simply because he wanted Floral Sparrow to have the freedom to choose her own life if she decided to stay in Dark Castle. Isabel looked at Angor with a thoughtful expression and grinned as if she had thought of something. You're not a soul manipulator. I didn't expect you to have the same attitude towards souls as my professor. End of chapter 1454. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.